Not only were they foreigners, but they also seemed to completely disregard him. This made him feel extremely humiliated. "You bakas!" Daryl roared angrily, suddenly drawing his ninjato. He stepped forward, rushing to attack both Aaron and Assad simultaneously with 2 swift slashes. "Baka!" Assad and Aaron exchanged a glance, their expressions darkening. Bang bang! Both lifted their hands simultaneously and struck toward Daryl together. Instantly, Daryl's body hair stood up. A strong sense of danger surged from the bottom of his heart, as if the end of the world was about to arrive, forcefully entering his mind. No good. These two are experts. Daryl finally realized the situation was dire, but the sword had already slashed out, leaving him no choice but to push through. Boom. With a violent impact, a figure was violently thrown back into the gates of the Nakajima family, shattering them into pieces. The Emma plaques hanging above were also shattered. That figure was clearly Daryl. Assad and Aaron remained unscathed. "Who are you exactly?" Daryl held his chest, asking in disbelief. Chapter 154. Though far, certain retribution. At the same time, fear had already filled Josiah's heart. Knowing his own capabilities, the title of Osaka's first swordsman was not due to flattery from others, but earned through hard fight. Josiah's face was unpleasant, and he gritted his teeth, asking, "Crane, honored one, a person of such renowned fame, I have naturally heard of your illustrious name, but, you boldly intruding into Osaka, aren't you afraid something might go wrong?" "Wrong." Aaron gave a faint smile and said, "Just a small territory. I look forward to seeing if there are any experts here daring enough to challenge me. However, you may not live to see that day." "What do you mean by that?" Josiah's face changed as he sensed a faint killing intent emanating from Aaron, causing bone-chilling tremors throughout his body. Aaron calmly stated, "Arranging multiple people to infiltrate my southern region, plotting to steal secrets, even attempting to disrupt our nation's dragon veins. The punishment should be death. Didn't you forget the warning I sent earlier?" Josiah remembered very well, but he didn't expect Aaron to actually visit Osaka. After all, even though Japan is not vast, it is still a country. In front of its formidable national machinery, let alone a peak grandmaster like Aaron, even a genuine deity-level powerhouse could be trapped upon arrival. As the protector of the southern region, based on Josiah's thinking, someone in such a high-ranking position wouldn't risk coming in person. Yet, unexpectedly, Aaron had indeed come. Josiah blustered, "Aren't you afraid of causing disputes between nations? I am not only the head of the Nakajima family, but also a diet member of Osaka. If you kill me, you won't be able to leave Japanese soil." Tisi, standing beside, Assad couldn't help but sneer. This Josiah was clearly terrified inside, yet still so defiant verbally, truly a tradition among the Japanese. "Who are you?" Josiah couldn't resist asking. Assad glanced at him with disdainful eyes, making Josiah feel deeply insulted. He heard Assad say, "At death's door, why ask so many questions? I don't habitually allow the dead to remember my name." Josiah shot him a venomous look and said, "Want me dead? You're too confident. Even if you're stronger than me, keeping me alive isn't possible. You will regret this." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body exploded into a cloud of ash, leaving only a wooden stake on the ground. Shadow substitute technique. Moreover, dozens of figures instantly appeared around him, scattering in all directions. These were all false illusions, with only one being the true body. Petty tricks. Assad and Aaron exchanged glances. Their figures flashed as they pursued Josiah's true body. When Josiah's true body reappeared, it was already outside the gate of the Nakajima family's mountain stronghold, fleeing swiftly toward the outskirts of Osaka. "Stand still." Aaron, known as Crane Honored One, moved incredibly fast, his figure flashing several times, descending like a great rock from the sky, blocking the path ahead. Knowing Aaron's strength, Josiah naturally dared not confront him, and his feet came to an abrupt halt. Using his toes to push off the ground forcefully, he reversed direction and rushed toward Assad. Whoosh! Hayward an arrow shooting through the air, creating a tearing sound. To Josiah's delight, Aaron did not pursue, leaving only Assad in front of him. This meant that if he could break through Assad's defenses, he could escape to safety. "Wait, I will definitely report your actions to the shrine. You dared to enter Japan uninvited. You are surely dead men." Josiah had already started calculating his escape plans, believing that Aaron's impulsive entry was certainly seeking death. "Engaging me in battle and still daydreaming?" Assad revealed a cold smile. Whoosh! His fingers spread wide, reaching out like grabbing for stars and the moon toward Josiah. This move seemed simple, not showing any extraordinary power, yet it induced great unease in people's hearts. Sure enough, Josiah felt the surrounding space suddenly stagnate. He wanted to resist but found himself unable to lift his arms as if frozen. He could only watch helplessly as Assad grabbed his neck. Snap! Assad lifted him up effortlessly, as if he were lifting a chicken ready for slaughter. How can this be? Josiah couldn't make a sound with his neck gripped tightly, only looking at Assad with fear. Assad's grab made him feel as if he were in the domain of a deity, in the realm of a god. All creatures are but ants. Yet, it never occurred to him that Assad's performance would remind him of Saisoku, the god he once met at Osaka Shrine. Could Assad also be a deity-level martial arts master? How is that possible? "Vincent Honored One, how should we deal with this man now? Should we take him back to our country?" Assad casually asked, holding Josiah by the neck. Aaron's pupils slightly narrowed. The way Assad subdued Josiah gave him a sense of something unusual, though he wasn't directly involved and noticed little more. Without hesitation, he said, "Execute. Since I have given the Nakajima family a warning, executing their patriarch is undoubtedly the best warning." "Wait." Josiah's expression changed as he tried to beg for mercy. He was a shadow-level ninja after all. With a lifespan of 200 years, he still had a century left to live. He didn't want to die like this, but Assad did not give him a chance. With a sudden exertion of force, there came a snap, and Josiah's neck broke, hanging limply at an odd angle. Thud. Assad tossed Josiah's body and hung it on a tree in front of the Nakajima family's gate. To those who offend China, no matter how far, certain retribution. On the tree trunk, Assad used his hand as a pin to leave 9 majestic characters in cursive script. The strokes resembled dragons and snakes, exuding grandeur. The intense aura immediately struck whoever looked at it. Satisfied, Assad nodded. Let's go. At this moment, the commotion in front of the mountain gate drew the attention of ordinary members of the Nakajima family. However, Assad and Aaron did not intend to continue attacking. Not that they couldn't, but they saw no point. Those people were just common ninjas, not even close to being masters, mere ants in their eyes. Suddenly, a nearly imperceptible black shadow appeared behind them, twisting into a tall and imposing figure. Do you plan to leave after committing murder? This man wore a black martial robe, carrying a massive katana on his shoulder, with a reckless smile on his lips. I am Braden, Osaka Night Guardian. You invaders, are you ready to die? The self-proclaimed Osaka Night Guardian, Braden, swung his large katana, slicing through the air straight at Assad and Aaron, instantly filling the air with overwhelming killing intent. Chapter 155, Myrtle, prepare to die? Aaron and Assad exchanged glances, then burst out laughing. As the guardian of the Southern District and the third-ranked expert on Long Country's heavenly Haywards, when had they asked a petty god, I think you should shut up instead? Assad shot back without hesitation. Pet, why god? This term stung Tyson. No one had dared call him that in years. In his mind, he was the true god of Osaka, controlling the life and death of tens of thousands of ordinary people around the temple and shrine. He wasn't some minor or petty god. Blasphemer, you deserve to die. Tyson swung his katana and leaped up, slashing directly down at Assad. The massive blade tore through space, emitting a sharp whistle. Flash. The moonlight momentarily illuminated the surroundings, turning the previously dark night into daylight. The fierce blade energy reached Assad. Assad watched the strike, deeply sensing Tyson's aura. In his perception, Tyson shed the human guise, revealing an underlying presence of count. Don't think you can defeat me because some trick crushed a fragment of my power. Let me tell you, in Osaka, no one can defeat me. Tyson shouted. At the same time, a cluster of black flames suddenly erupted from his body, resembling ghostly fireballs in the dark night. He was summoning the power stored in temples and shrines. As an entity revered by many in Osaka, he had accumulated considerable power, which was both the source of his strength and his very life. This humiliation from Assad left him scared many people to death. What should we do about this matter? Please instruct us, lady. Shania, the chief priestess, knelt on the ground with her forehead touching it, respectfully asking. Myrtle smiled, her eyes narrowing. Bring those two here. The scent of warriors' chi and blood is quite delightful. I happen to be hungry and can get close to them. Remember, don't kill them. Dead warriors' flesh and blood turn foul. You wouldn't want to smell that, would you? Myrtle's red lips slightly parted as she looked at everyone present. Yes, my lady. We promised to capture them alive. All the subordinate deities and the chief priestess felt a chill and hurriedly acknowledged the order. Go. Myrtle raised her hand and gave a gentle wave. Without any visible display of power, everyone vanished instantly, transported elsewhere by her immense magic. Such power was nearly miraculous. Indeed worthy of a true deity. Chapter 156, 7 Deities Attack. Veda watched them leave. She closed her eyes again. It seemed she was not worried at all about their failure. The hall fell silent once more, shrouded in darkness, except for the circle of divine light surrounding Veda's seat, giving an impression of eternal constancy. At this moment, Royce had gathered all his accumulated power, making his form grow increasingly massive, standing over 3 meters tall. Royce was forced back by nearly 10 meters. This is impossible. If Royce had any excuse of carelessness just now he was using all his strength. His eyes widened in shock. Assad, whom he regarded as mere ants, actually managed to forcefully push him back. This damaged his pride thoroughly, making him increasingly enraged. He roared, "Don't underestimate me. I am Royce, the night-roaming deity of Osaka." He wildly attacked. In an instant, he unleashed thousands of slashes. The countless blade shadows enveloped several hundred meters around them, sharp enough to tear the space into pieces as if dividing everything into another world. Die! Royce's eyes were filled with brutality and madness. This slash was his famous killing move, Thousand Blades Instant Slash, unleashing thousands of attacks at once, each from a different angle. With this, he aimed to lock his opponent entirely and bring about a devastating calamity. Even Aaron's expression slightly changed, fearing for Assad's safety. He stepped forward, almost ready to intervene. But at that moment, 7 intense auras suddenly locked onto him. The heavy auras made his movements freeze. Out of the darkness emerged 7 figures, the group of subordinate deities and chief priest Della, sent by Veda. If I were you, I wouldn't recklessly act but wait to see the outcome. Della said coldly. A fine bunch of upstart gods. They killed Kyukawa. This can't be possible. These void deities were all shocked. Despite their disdain for Royce, who often caused trouble, they couldn't deny his true strength. Endowed with the abilities of night patrols, the night-roaming god naturally became powerful in the dark. At its peak, it was no less formidable than a quasi-true deity. Just as Royce unleashed his famous killing move, it absolutely reached the realm of a quasi-true deity. Yet, such a formidable Royce was now dead, and beheaded. This stark contrast made these void deities unable to accept it. Only High Priestess Della murmured a prayer softly. Everything is indeed as Veda said. You're safe. Aaron heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Assad unharmed. After all, Assad had been brought from the country by him. If anything happened to this prodigy, he would feel infinitely guilty. However, he was also amazed that Assad could kill Royce. After all, even Aaron felt a hint of threat from Kyukawa's strike just now. Assad shrugged and said nonchalantly, maybe the opponent was too weak. Pausing for a moment, he scanned the surroundings and asked, Vincent Honorable, What should we do now? Kill them? Aaron was taken aback at this. He wanted to get rid of these demons and evil spirits in front of him. But they were on their home ground in Osaka and could draw on accumulated power from their temples at any time. Defeating them might be possible. Cheap. That domineering power and violent sword light were ruthlessly wielded, making everything within 10 meters around him an absolute domain. Anyone who entered died. Even Aaron, standing not far away, couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Damn! How can you be more fierce than me?" Although his third place on the heavenly ranking seemed somewhat watered down due to many senior strong ones dropping off, his peak Isabellister combat power was real. At this moment, on this battlefield, whether in terms of absolute strength or explosive might, he was somehow slightly overshadowed by Assad. This was hard for Aaron to believe. "Kid, did you intentionally deceive me last time?" Aaron couldn't hide the blackness on his face. Chapter 157, Consecutive Slaying of Three Gods. Assad simply pretended not to hear, fiercely swinging his sword. "Death to anyone who stands in my way," he roared and lunged forward, once again locking his target on Edie. After all, one living person versus 6 void gods. Isn't the choice quite simple? A flash of sword light appeared as the massive sword cleaved through the air. He charged directly at High Priestess Edie, the sword's sharpness unparalleled. This slash was as grand as a torrential flood of time, carrying with it an overwhelming power that could crush everything before it. Oh no! Edie instantly felt the danger. However, Meanwhile, with the intervention of the 3 void gods, Edie narrowly escaped disaster, quickly retreating aside. Watching Assad being surrounded, she breathed a sigh of relief. This damn bastard, thinking about how close she came to death, begging pitifully, infuriated her, mixed with deep dread and fear. She was the High Priestess, the embodiment of the god's voice in the mortal world. When had she ever been so humiliated in front of others? Just now, she almost died. Kill him! Kill him! Edie, nearly losing her mind with fury, screamed loudly. But Willie, the largest void god, suddenly bellowed, "Shut up already." As the topmost void god and strongest presence, his words made Edie stop mid-scream, like a duck whose neck had been stepped on. "See itchy." Edie looked at him, incredulous. Willie crossed his arms, coldly observing Assad, eyes filled with caution. Though ostensibly suppressed by the 3 void gods, he was actually treating them like puppets while those idiots were oblivious, falling into Assad's rhythm. 3 idiots. Attack with all your might. Keep this up, and you'll be the ones played. Willie shouted loudly. What? The 3 void gods paused, puzzled. Assad's gaze turned towards Willie, and he said indifferently, "Didn't expect to be discovered so soon. Well then, game over." With his words, the giant sword in his hand stabbed out instantly. Wanting to dodge, the 3 void gods realized too late that their bodies were filled with fine sword lights unknown to them. Now these fragmentary lights converged. Their limbs were entirely bound by the sword light, leaving them powerless and unable to control their bodies, standing motionless, forced to take Assad's blow. Not good. They all realized something was wrong. Sadly, it was too late. In an instant, Assad stabbed 3 times, the sea of sword light severing the heads of the 3 void gods, the powerful sword chi completely crushing the void gods' vitality. No. How can this be happening? The 3 void gods let out terrified roars before they were utterly destroyed. Bang! 3 corpses fell heavily to the ground, their life lost, unable to sustain the vast willpower and incense force within them, disintegrating into ashes. Consecutive slaying of 3 gods. Even if only void gods, it was still astonishing. Witnessing this scene, everyone present gaped in shock. Edie, in particular, was terrified pale. How did the 3 void gods just die like that? These were deities worshipped by tens of thousands of people. Even as void gods, they represented a unique power intrinsic to deities. How could they be killed so easily? This was impossible. Power over life and death? Only Willie identified the crux. He saw on the bodies of the 3 dead void gods a force that controlled and reversed life and death. No wonder he felt something was off when Knight god Kwagatahayo died. This was the true reason. The Assad before him was clearly someone who could reverse life and death. The immortal divine bodies that void gods relied on were utterly ineffective against this opponent. Death. He had to die. Willie's heart was filled with wariness. Such an existence posed an immense threat to them, void gods, and even true gods alike. Because Assad could easily kill them. They were deities. How could they be slain by mortals? Therefore, Assad must die. In that moment, Willie made up his mind resolutely. Bang bang. At this time, Aaron broke through the blockade and came to Assad's side. How are you? They're too weak. Assad chose to speak the truth. Seeing Assad's serious expression, Aaron was momentarily at a loss for words. He wanted to tell Assad that void gods weren't that easy to kill. Aaron may have belittled them as minor gods, but they were still gods, feeding off the devotion and offerings of their followers. Ordinaries might defeat them, but could not truly slay them. If one wanted to completely destroy them, there was only one way. Desecrate the mountains and break down their temples. Destroy the mountain where they parasitize. Raise their temples, let ordinary people stop worshipping them. Make them completely turn into wandering ghosts. Otherwise, even if their divine bodies were broken, with the continued worship from their followers, they would eventually recover as good as new. That was why they were both easy to kill yet hard to fully slay. Aaron didn't expect that Assad actually possessed a power that could directly slay these void gods, this power determining their very life and death. It was terrifying. Wait, an idea suddenly occurred to Aaron. If Assad could advance further with this power, wouldn't he be able to shake the entire Ciento system in Japan? Even the witch gods secluded in the southwest could be eliminated. Rumble. Just as he was contemplating this possibility, Willie suddenly erupted with all his strength. Suddenly, red light lit up the sky above Osaka, red light obscuring the heavens. It symbolized the power of blood and fire. He was the blood fire god, Willie. The god is enraged. How can this be? Someone dared to anger the blood fire god. He's doomed. Within Osaka Castle, many witnessed this scene and screamed in shock. Most were followers of blood fire god Willie. Seeing this, they knelt down and began praying fervently. Outside the city, Willie's body started rapidly growing. In just a few breaths, it swelled to 30 feet tall, emitting an overwhelming wave of formidable power, as if a true deity had descended. The surrounding ground sank while a heavy layer of golden light enveloped a 1,000-meter radius. Divine authority like the sea. Divine authority like hell. His gaze landed on Assad, his voice reverberating far and wide. Mortal, you must die today. Blame yourself for mastering powers you should never have possessed. Hellfire Lotus. With that, Willie bellowed. A lotus-shaped flame immediately enveloped Assad, its colossal power profound and vast. This strike was astonishingly powerful, rivaling that of a true god. This was the attack of a deity. Chapter 158, Trapped by him. This mortal is definitely dead now. The remaining two void gods and Presley all showed excited expressions upon seeing this scene. Although they were shocked by Assad's feat of killing 3 gods in a row, once Ferdy made his move, there was no way the opponent could survive. As Bloodfire God Ferdy, he had participated in countless battles. Originally a general from the near ancient era, he was enshrined after death. He who had once brought blood and fire to this world was reborn after death, becoming a deity wielding control over blood and fire. Therefore, whenever he made a move, whoever it was faced only one outcome, death. Today would be no exception. Even Aaron's feeling the appearance of an iron-armored general. His body was encased in massive armor, and in his hand appeared a long spear stained with dark crimson blood. What kind of spear is this? Why do I feel a terrifying power emanating from it? Why is my divine body trembling? What is going on? The two void gods rapidly retreated, their faces filled with horror, finally focusing their gaze on the spear in Ferdy's hand. This is the soul-severing spear. Presley, as a high priestess, was extremely knowledgeable about Japanese history and immediately recognized the famous soul-severing spear in Ferdy's hand. Once the weapon used by the Japanese hero Cameron for warfare, the fame of this spear spread widely. However, after Cameron's death, this spear disappeared. A spear once used by Cameron to slaughter deities, known as the nemesis of deities, never thought it would end up in Ferdy's hands. Damn it. Ferdy has ulterior motives. Presley suddenly realized something. As a subordinate deity of Lady Lone Moon, he did not hand this weapon over upon receiving it. Clearly, he had other plans. She stared at Ferdy's back, her eyes flickering, lost in thought. Attack. At this moment, Ferdy roared, thrusting the spear at Assad. The spear shot out like a dragon rising from water, immense spear light pressing down. Good timing. Assad didn't retreat a step. Golden light radiated around him, making him resemble a golden warrior god. He wielded his sword, clashing with Ferdy without any disadvantage. How can this kid be so strong? Aaron finally understood that Assad had held back significantly when fighting him before, truly hiding his true strength deeply. He must lure him to the southern district. It seems he needs to find time to chat with Dragon Jr. in the southwest district properly, to at least get Assad on his side. Aaron knew the significance of such a skilled fighter, possibly helping to eradicate some lingering troubles within the district. Crack. While he was pondering, he heard a sharp cracking sound. It was Assad's sword. The sword shattered. Oh no. Aaron turned pale, but Ferdy, Assad's opponent, revealed a smug smile, shouting loudly, "Mortal, accept your fate. With even your sword broken, what right do you have to fight me?" Broken indeed. Assad looked calm, gazing seriously at the shattered blade pieces falling, causing confusion as the fragments slowly disappeared, as if they had never existed. That was actually just a chi weapon. Unfortunately, I never relied on any sword. Assad looked at Ferdy, saying indifferently, "What? This can't be." Jonas's face completely changed. Just now, Assad had clashed swords with him countless times, using nothing but a true chi sword. Assad shook his head and said with a light expression, "Anything is possible. Since you broke my sword, let me show you my greatest power." Greatest power? Jonas showed shock. The others present were likewise stunned. The battle had been so intense just now, yet it wasn't even Assad's greatest power. Their first reaction was that Assad was boasting. However, in the next moment, they felt something unusual. Bang, bang, bang. A heavy sound like drumbeats rang out, as if an ancient behemoth had stepped into the real world, bringing a suffocating pressure that almost choked them. What is this sound? I feel so bad. Presley, being the weakest, reacted the most strongly. She clutched her heart in pain. This sound carried immense pressure, making her heart seem ready to burst. Wait, this is a heartbeat. She suddenly realized something, looking at Assad. This was his heartbeat. Just his heartbeat could carry such power. How strong must he be? Presley felt endless regret. Had she known, she would never have provoked such a powerful enemy. Indeed, at this moment, Assad's entire body glowed with golden light, resembling a gold war god. Surrounded by clouds, his azure golden aura radiated the mightiest force of humanity. The everlasting greenwood body. Clearly, this was the perfected everlasting greenwood body he had cultivated. One step further, and it would be the legendary Yale body. He exhaled gently, as if exhaling a cloud sea, a galaxy. This cloud sea and starry sky spread across the sky with incomparable, overwhelming force, surging towards Jonas, vast and imposing. Damn, how dare you look down on me? Jonas raised his long spear, thrusting it toward this cloud sea and starry sky. Whoosh! This soul-severing spear, as a divine spear from ancient times, pierced through the cloud sea and starry sky. However, Jonas seemed as if he had seen a ghost. His spear was dragged into the cloud sea and starry sky by the power within, giving him no time to react before being suppressed. No! Jonas screamed. This cloud sea and starry sky instantly cut off his connection to the outside world. He could no longer harness the power of his temple, his strength dropping to the peak of void deity immediately. Crack. Assad stretched out his hand, fingers like dragons, smacking the cloud sea and starry sky fiercely, causing a loud thunderous sound. The cloud sea and starry sky utterly collapsed into a mass. Inside, Jonas was torn apart into fragments. In midair, countless fragments floated down, turning to powder shortly after, dissipating in the air. Jonas, dead. How could this happen? He's a devil. He's definitely a devil with devilish power. Both the remaining two void deities and Presley were utterly terrified, turning to flee without thinking. Unfortunately, Assad did not give them that chance. You shall all stay here. Assad's hand extended, pointing forward 3 times. 3 forces instantly shot through the air, landing on Presley and others. Boom boom boom. Their bodies immediately exploded into 3 beams of blood light. At this point, all enemies were dead. Bang. Only then did Jonas's spear fall from midair, skewing beside Assad. Assad picked up the spear and walked towards Aaron. Aaron looked complicated. Young friend, you have hidden too deeply. Assad smiled lightly. Master, he respects you too much. It was just a lucky breakthrough, nothing more. Aaron twitched his mouth, inwardly cursing. Damn it. He actually got the better of him. The guardian deity of the southern district silently watched Assad, unable to help, muttering, if only I could defeat you, these matters wouldn't fall to you. Chapter 159. Intercept in mid-air. Outside Osaka Castle, the 6 deceased spirit gods slowly dissolved into nothingness. Only the mangled corpse of Gloria remained at the scene. The once exquisite high priestess died just as miserably as a stray dog, her face frozen in an expression of disbelief. To be born human, why believe in ghosts? Aaron shook his head, stepping indifferently over her body and walking away. Assad sighed, stomping on the ground, which left a pit, and with a sweep of his hand, he sent Gloria's remains tumbling into it. They walked off together. At this moment, chaos erupted in countless shrines and temples within Osaka Castle, suddenly filled with cries of shock. For the statues they revered had exploded. Hayworked the gods they worshipped, they crumbled into shards. How could this happen? Has God forsaken us? In the night, numerous priests and believers were still present. Witnessing the shattered divine statues deeply disturbed their hearts. Simultaneously, a terrible suspicion emerged in their minds. Could the gods be dead? After all, just moments ago, Blood Fire God had displayed his divine might, shaking the entire city of Osaka. But soon, that divine might vanished completely, even his statue was shattered. This realization sent chills down the spines of these believers. Some couldn't help but shed tears. Boom. At that very moment, an overwhelmingly powerful aura surged forth. Instantly, storm clouds gathered above the temple, and a breathtaking woman in a kimono appeared abruptly. With her shoulders exposed, graceful posture, and an appearance surpassing most women's beauty in the world. Too beautiful to seem earthly. Yet, her eyes now brimmed with a murderous intent, her exquisite face frosty. Her high priestess Gloria, along with 6 subordinate gods, had died instantly, too swiftly for her to react. Her fury soared to the heavens. For a moment, the stars trembled, clouds drifted restlessly. Her presence silenced the entire temple, frozen in that second. It was divine power, a realm of divine authority. Everything within this domain was under her control except herself. She was the true god of Osaka, Geraldine. Could it be those 2 donghua people? No, they can't possibly have such power. Could there have been some unforeseen event, something even beyond my calculations? Geraldine frowned, taking a step forward, instantly arriving outside Osaka Castle. Observing the battlefield revealed the intensity of the recent clash. Let me see what happened. Geraldine's gaze flickered, and the events here began unfolding before her eyes. She reversed time, rewinding history. Soon, she identified one of them. Aaron. Just as she planned to probe Assad, a sudden change occurred during the rewind. Assad lifted his head slightly, his gaze seemingly crossing through time and space, looking straight at her. What's happening? This abrupt change startled Geraldine. Crack. Their gazes collided abruptly. Geraldine, who was tracing back, suddenly clutched her eyes, blood seeping between her fingers. From Assad's eyes emanated a brilliant light, radiant like the sun. It instantly burned her eyes. What is this thing that can injure me? A true god. She lowered her hand, revealing a trail of blood on her exquisite face, and one bright eye continued to bleed, presenting a stunning yet hauntingly beautiful sight. At this moment, Assad faintly sensed being watched. The Hayward death jade within him quivered slightly, immediately blocking the sensation. What's wrong? Aaron asked. Assad shook his head, saying, this place is unsafe. We should leave as soon as possible. I've arranged a plane. Aaron, as a senior figure in the Southern District, had made arrangements beforehand, preparing a private jet at Osaka Airport, ready for immediate departure. Assad nodded. The 2 hurried to Osaka Airport where the plane awaited. After picking them up, the plane took off immediately, heading towards Nanjiang City in the Southern District. Looking down from the airplane window, Assad vaguely noticed abnormal celestial phenomena. A true god has moved. Aaron's voice came from behind him. Oh. After all, 7 spirit gods and 1 high priestess died. It's normal for a true god to be alerted. Luckily we left quickly, otherwise, we would have faced serious consequences. Aaron's expression turned grave. He instinctively caressed the ring on his finger again. The plane slowly flew out of the airspace over Japan and entered international waters. Only then did Aaron let his guard down. However, just as he relaxed, a startled cry came from the cockpit. There's someone in front. What? Aaron's expression changed slightly. Indeed, in front of the plane, an incredibly beautiful woman in a kimono was hovering in midair. Her originally delicate face had blood slowly oozing from one eye. It's a ghost. It must be a ghost. Just now there was clearly nothing in front of the plane. I saw her suddenly appear with my own eyes. The pilots were terrified. Calm down, Aaron shouted lightly, and his presence temporarily stabilized the emotions in the cockpit. He looked at Geraldine, who appeared ahead. Geraldine also stared back at them. Their gazes met in the air, producing faint friction sounds. I didn't expect a true deity to pursue us. Aaron cursed himself for miscalculating. It seemed he would have to use his precious Chinkuan 9 Dragon Ring after all. In his heart, he really hoped to save it, considering that each activation would consume a massive amount of chi fortune. Even the Southern District's years of prosperity couldn't support too many uses. Especially if the consumption was too large, creating chi turmoil, it might inspire some ambitious individuals with ulterior motives. At this moment, Geraldine gently raised her fair hand toward the plane. Suddenly, the entire aircraft abruptly stopped in mid-air. A massive force started penetrating from outside, causing the fuselage to make twisting and creaking noises. If this continued, the plane would soon be shattered. Once the plane was destroyed, the outcome for everyone at 10,000 meters in the air was obvious. Just as Aaron was internally struggling, a voice rang out. Open the cabin door. Aaron turned sharply and saw it was indeed Assad. Assad rose from his seat, his tall and sturdy figure exuding a warm and sunny smile, giving off a reassuring presence. She has come for me, Assad said seriously. Aaron's face darkened and he said gravely, what do you mean by that? I brought you to Osaka. Do you think I would abandon you? We never leave our comrades behind. Even against a true deity, we must fight it out. As Aaron prepared to act, Assad placed a hand on his shoulder. Bang! The powerful force held Aaron motionless, startling him. Assad then instructed the pilot to open the cabin door and stepped out alone, floating in the air. He walked as easily as Geraldine, treading the void like a true deity. So it's you. Geraldine withdrew her hand, her eyes locking onto Assad. Assad gazed at her calmly and said, You've come for revenge for those petty gods? Geraldine's expression turned cold and fierce, saying, Do you think you can leave easily after killing my subordinate deities? Then let's go. Assad remained composed, showing no fear even facing a true deity. Instead, his fighting spirit surged as he declared, I want to see what kind of power a so-called true deity possesses. His body glowed with golden light, instantly unleashing the might of the green with longevity body. An immense aura covered the entire sky, overwhelming like a martial arts Vajra. He stretched his neck and wrists, looking at Geraldine and said, I haven't loosened up yet, and this is a perfect place to have a good fight. The astounding might made Geraldine's expression become even more serious. She knew, this opponent before her was far from ordinary. Chapter 160, The Righteous Deity Flees. Assad, catch it. At this moment, Aaron on the plane suddenly spoke up and threw out a long spear. It was unmistakably the soul-severing spear left behind after Brandon's death, a war spear renowned for once slaughtering deities. It turned out that Aaron, adhering to the philosophy of waste not, want not, had taken this spear from the battlefield. Such a fine spear would certainly add significant combat strength. Even a righteous deity had to take this long spear seriously. Swoosh. The soul-severing spear suddenly tore through space, landing before Assad. With an outstretched hand, he caught it. Upon touching its shaft, a sense of weightiness transmitted into his heart. He could clearly feel the history ingrained in this spear. The rampant killing intent within it from having once extinguished countless lives made the spear unbearably heavy. This was the weight of slaughter. Indeed, it's a fine spear. Perhaps today, I can slay one of your so-called gods. Assad sighed, exerting slight force as he gripped and flicked the spear upward. It immediately pointed directly at the Veda nearby. Just a mere mortal, you dare aspire to slay gods. Veda's gaze turned cold, but did not overlook the situation. Being sent back in time, only to be struck by backlash earlier had already made her realize Assad's capabilities. Compared to the threat posed by this long spear, she was more concerned about the hidden means Assad possessed. How will we know if we don't try? Assad scoffed, saying, As for you, do you really deserve the title of a deity? Have you forgotten your true identity just because you received worship? You're nothing more than a wandering spirit. Even as a righteous deity, her essence remained merely a spirit, some wandering soul who obtained power through countless sacrifices. Audacious indeed. Veda's face flushed with anger. Assad's words had struck at her taboos. Back then, she had been a fisherwoman's daughter. During the shogunate era, she was forcibly conscripted into the army, given as a concubine to a general, and became his pet. But since the general was always away, unsatisfied, she began secretly consorting with multiple men. When the general discovered this, he flew into a rage, demoting her entirely and turning her into a tool for countless soldiers to vent their frustrations upon. She couldn't remember how many people she served on that day, only remembering the pain that eventually consumed her, her mind going blank, dying on the bed. Later, when the army won and held a sacrifice, someone inadvertently placed her corpse among the offerings, leading to her transformation into Veda over time. Her rise wasn't exactly glorious either. She even engaged in practices such as night-walking possession and ministering to believers with her body. To achieve divinity, she had pushed herself to extremes. Beneath her current polished exterior lay a soul dark and obscure to its core. If you want to die, then I shall grant you that. Veda looked fiercely at Assad, raising her delicate hand. Suddenly, cherry blossoms appeared in the air. Pink cherry blossoms filled the sky, and numerous beautiful women emerged. Their attire became increasingly revealing, eyes carrying a hazy allure, drawing alluring thoughts. Veda's expression also changed from cold to exceptionally seductive, her exposed shoulder in a kimono threatening to slip off. This was clearly the soul-enchanting dance inherited from ancient scriptures. One dance to ensnare the soul, one dance to break hearts. Anyone who witnessed this dance would become her slave. The pilot's eyes widened while flying the plane. His gaze reflected Veda's shadow, which gradually became clear. Then, the pilot's breathing grew uncontrolled. a strong desire surging within him. His hands slipped, and he stood up wildly, almost causing the plane to plunge into the sea in an attempt to worship Veda. Fortunately, Aaron was nearby, protected by the 9-dragon ring. Seeing the pilot's problem, he quickly knocked him unconscious and forced the plane to land on the water surface, letting it drift with the waves. Wake up! Thankfully, they were far from the battlefield without such intense stimulation. Aaron shouted loudly, awakening the pilot abruptly. However, in a short span, his mental state had been completely shattered. He woke up with empty eyes and a dazed expression, having become a fool. Aaron's pupils contracted, glancing worriedly at Assad. Meanwhile, in midair, the soul-enchanting dance continued. Surrounded by the dance, Assad remained unaffected. Watching Veda's performance, he furrowed his brow and spoke. Can you at least make it a better show? Is this dance all about undressing? To be honest, he felt that this dance was really somewhat poor. The undressing wasn't even professional. It couldn't compare to the videos stored on his computer. If it weren't for her being a so-called righteous deity, bolstered by divine power, making each move naturally, he would have gone up there and helped her out. The reason was simple. She was undressing too slowly. Hearing this evaluation, Veda froze in place. Then her face turned visibly green. This rascal, how could he remain unscathed? Her soul-enchanting dance, enhanced by divine power, was said to stir the deepest desires in one's heart. Only someone with a pure heart, completely devoid of desire, would be unaffected. Was Assad such a person? It didn't seem likely. Veda stared at Assad, her expression filled with uncertainty. Refusing to believe, she continued her soul-enchanting dance, covering her face with delicate hands, and her alluring voice sounded like a lover's whisper. At the same time, countless women appeared around Assad. Some were graceful and gentle, some charmingly sweet, some exuding heroic vigor, some stunningly beautiful, all dressed provocatively with striking three-dimensional curves. Do you think I'm beautiful? Her voice was soft, sounding both pained and irresistible, brushing easily over one's heart. Come closer, will you? A strong, itching sensation penetrated the heart, becoming more urgent and plaintive. I'll come over. Assad nodded and shot forward with a spear thrust. This thrust shook the void. The 12-foot-long spear, as thick as an infant's arm, had terrifying force. Bang! The numerous figures before him shattered instantly, revealing Veda nearby, still bleeding from one eye. Her other eye was filled with shock. Soul-enchanting dance, heavenly demon sounds, all broken. Could this Assad really be devoid of any distraction, as pure as an innocent child? Assad advanced step by step, striding through the air with overwhelming momentum. His long spear almost pierced Veda's body, the enormous killing intent causing her heart to tremble. Not good. With her continuous moves thwarted, Veda felt a retreat urge arise within her. She immediately shot backward, but Assad, driven by his green with longevity body, yes, eventually, we'll return to Japan. Assad nodded, returning to his seat to rest. These consecutive battles had loosened his realm slightly. He felt his inner strength condensing and gathering at an unprecedented rate. When it truly coalesced, it would mark his entry into the Golden Core stage. Chapter 161. Strong move to rally support. The plane took off again and returned to Nanjiang City at dawn. A squad of elite combat soldiers directly blockaded the airport. The imposing armored vehicles surrounded the airport so tightly that all the passengers were taken aback. They had no idea what important figure was about to arrive. At this moment, Hector, escorted by a group of elite combat soldiers, appeared. He was dressed in iron-blooded military attire, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Walking through the crowd, his gaze carried such overwhelming pressure that no one dared to look him in the eye. After all, wielding great power and controlling the fate of hundreds of millions of people, the bearing he cultivated was far beyond what ordinary people could match. On the plane, Assad and Aaron walked down. Phew. Seeing Aaron and Assad safe and sound, Hector sighed with relief. His anxious heart finally settled down as he approached them somewhat awkwardly and said, Venerable he, your actions this time were really quite reckless. He had already received intelligence about the huge commotion in Osaka late at night. People almost thought it was a missile attack, and even the whole country of Japan had raised its alert level. Hector didn't need to guess to know it was caused by Aaron and Assad. In his view, with Aaron's strength, killing an ordinary master, even the head of the Nakajima family, shouldn't have caused such a big disturbance. There must have been some unforeseen events. Therefore, the urgency in Hector's heart was understandable. Everything turned out fine, didn't it? Aaron didn't seem too concerned. After all, having faced life-and-death situations for many years, he had encountered countless incidents like this. If he feared death, he would have died long ago. In this world, life was the least valuable thing. Sometimes, being able to fight for one's life was actually a good thing. The worst was not having the chance to fight. Looking at Aaron's expression, Hector wanted to say something but didn't dare. He could only keep giving bitter smiles. If anything happened to Aaron, the impact would be immense. Not only because Aaron was the guardian of the Southern District, but also because he was an elder of the Wang family, an ancestor. If Aaron were to fall, the massive Wang family might fall apart. Even Hector's position as war marshal might not be secure. Just as he was about to leave after seeing Assad unharmed, Aaron called out, Young friend, wait a moment. Oh. Recently, there will be martial arts contests across the national districts. I plan to invite you to represent the Southern District in the individual combat event. What do you think? Aaron's eyes sparkled with excitement. After all, someone who could drive away the true god of Osaka would definitely stand out in the contest. Assad frowned. After all, he held the honorary 5-star title of the Southwestern District. Representing the Southern District might not be appropriate. Aaron immediately saw Assad's hesitation and recalled what Assad had mentioned before. He quickly offered to take care of everything. Young friend, rest assured. Leave this to me. I'll talk to Xiaolong. Since you are from the South, why should you carry the title of the Southwestern District? Pausing, Aaron then looked at Hector, deciding to finalize the matter right away. Bye. Give the young friend a title. I remember there's an honorary war marshal title. What? Hector's face turned green. An honorary war marshal? Could he issue such a title? Their old ancestor really treated the southern district like their personal territory. Even an honorary war captain title needed approval from the central district, let alone a higher honorary war marshal. Assad was also shocked, waving his hands repeatedly. That's not possible. That's not possible. Make him an honorary war marshal? Was he crazy? Aaron wouldn't let it go. Reaching into his pocket, he actually pulled out an honorary war marshal medal. With shining eyes, he was about to pin the medal on Assad. Sensing the situation wasn't good, Assad vanished from everyone's sight in a flash. I have something else to attend to. See you later. Assad left with just those words. Ah. Aaron looked at the medal in his hand and stamped his foot in frustration. A good opportunity missed. Hector frowned and said, Old ancestor, why press so hard? We also have young masters in our district who can surely do well in battle. Moreover, representing the district in the contest is an honor. Many people are competing for these slots. Giving it to an outsider so suddenly. An outsider? Aaron snorted coldly and scolded. What do you know? Do you know what happened during our trip to Japan? What happened? Hector looked at Aaron in confusion. Aaron explained, when we were slaying Tracy, we were discovered by a false god in Osaka and subsequently attacked by several false gods, and even a true god. What? Hector's complexion changed drastically. Attacked by a true god. As the war marshal of a district, how could he not know what this level represented? A true god, that was equivalent to the divine arrival realm in martial arts. Such beings were almost indistinguishable from real deities. Every move they made could cause tremendous destruction to the mortal world. Therefore, it had long been stipulated by countries worldwide that any disputes involving those who reached the divine arrival realm must be settled in international waters. Otherwise, they would face collective retribution from all powerful individuals. Hector never imagined that during this trip to Osaka, Aaron would encounter an attack by a true god. Even seeing Aaron safe and sound now, his heart still raced with fear. If anything truly happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. Aaron sighed and said, This time we were lucky to have Assad along. He killed a group of false gods and even drove away that true god. Drive away? Hector froze. Was it the kind of driving away he thought? Aaron looked in the direction Assad had left and said, Yes, exactly that. Assad's strength can probably rival a real divine arrival, or even surpass it. How is that possible? Hector's face was full of shock. He couldn't believe what Aaron was saying, but seeing Aaron's certain expression, he knew he wasn't lying. Could that young man really have reached that level? That was just too unbelievable. Hector started from a regular combat soldier and rose steadily until becoming the war marshal of a district, having experienced several decades. He had never seen such an astonishingly talented young man. Not to mention others, even Aaron, who had lived for over a century and witnessed countless geniuses and prodigies, had never seen someone like Assad. This might be a celestial being. He is blessed by heaven. Suddenly, Aaron felt old. Although he was only in his mid-hundreds, he was still in his prime as Isabellister, not yet reaching his decline. Yet, facing Assad, a prodigy, he couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, Hector's adjutant rushed over. Marshal, bad news. Japan sent us a letter condemning Venerable He's entry into their country and demanding him to hand over the murderer. Tell them to get lost. If they want to fight, let them come. I'll take whatever they dish out. Back in the home country, he was fearless against threats. Even if they sent a true god-level expert, they wouldn't gain any advantage against him. But Hector wouldn't act rashly. Instead, he responded diplomatically, replied to them politely, expressed my deepest sympathy for their situation. We urge Japan not to divert attention but to quickly apologize and compensate for stealing our secrets and hand over the involved personnel. Otherwise, we reserve the right to further pursue. Don't say I didn't warn you. The diplomatic language flowed so smoothly, leaving nothing to question. It was practically telling them, we did kill your people, but they deserved it, and not only that, you need to apologize and pay compensation. Or else, don't say I didn't warn you. Meanwhile, in Nanjiang City, Assad strolled down the bustling street, relieved. Looking at the familiar surroundings, he felt that the homeland was much better. Japan's eerie atmosphere was unbearable. Mr. Luther. A car sped over, stopping not far from Assad. Mickey jumped out and hurried towards him, breathing a long sigh of relief. I finally found you. Something's wrong. Mickey's face showed evident unease. What happened? Assad sensed something amiss. Mickey's face revealed a strange fear. Anton seems to be dead. What? How could Isabellister suddenly die? Chapter 162. The Elio strikes. Assad's first reaction upon hearing this was disbelief. A master. Assad might have slaughtered masters as if they were dogs, making them seem insignificant. But in the secular world, a master was considered the pinnacle of martial prowess. Unless subjected to massed firepower, they were virtually invulnerable. However, from what Adamar said, it was clear that Creed hadn't left on his own. What could have caused a master to die so inexplicably? Assad narrowed his eyes slightly. Speak slowly. What happened? Adamar nodded and began recounting the sequence of events. It turned out that after Assad and Aaron went to Japan, they temporarily left the combat zone and found a hotel nearby for rest. They asked for 2 triple rooms, but the next morning, they discovered that Creed had lost his vital signs, with only a corpse remaining on the bed. Take me there. Assad gave an order, and immediately Adamar drove him to the hotel where they stayed last night. Soon, Assad arrived at the room. Mr. Luther. Upon Assad's arrival, Maximilian and the others immediately stood up. They were sitting around the room, with Creed's body lying not far away on the bed. Strange. Assad approached and placed his hand on Creed's body. This master's physique still contained vitality, but his soul had vanished. Mr. Luther, did you find anything? Maximilian asked. Did any of you hear any unusual sounds last night? Assad countered without answering, turning to look at them. They exchanged glances, their expressions showing that they were recalling something. Yes. I thought I heard a faint roar yesterday. Maximilian's eyes suddenly lit up as he recalled something. Roar? Maximilian nodded. Yes, a roar. I didn't know what made that sound, but it sounded like a dragon's cry. A dragon's cry? Assad squinted his eyes. His gaze slowly swept over Creed's body and abruptly focused on the center of his forehead, where there was a faint pinprick mark, suspicious of being punctured by a needle. Assad lightly touched the area, and a thread of dark red blood surfaced, followed by a strong stench. Instantly, the stench permeated the entire room. What's happening? My head is so dizzy. Adamar and Maximilian, among others, instantly collapsed on the ground, losing consciousness, while Assad also felt something amiss. This was a potent poison, a toxin that could instantly render one unconscious. Assad suddenly remembered. This deadly poison was almost identical to the one used by Bryson in the police department. Although the purposes were different, both caused loss of consciousness. Could there be a connection? At this thought, Assad pretended to be affected by the poison and fell heavily to the ground. However, the nourishing vitality chi within his body suppressed everything. After 10 minutes, a faint footstep finally came. A tall man entered the room, draped in a large black cloak that concealed his entire figure, making it impossible to discern his appearance. Yet, judging by his manner of walking, this was clearly no ordinary person. He glanced around, his gaze sweeping over everyone on the ground before settling on Assad. Found it. I've been waiting for this moment. A triumphant laugh emerged from under the cloak. He lifted the hood, revealing a face that looked like an older gentleman, about 50 years old, with mostly white hair, seemingly having experienced much hardship. His deep, distant eyes exuded wisdom. Elio. He was none other than the leader of the soul-capturing pavilion's Nanjiang branch. I thought it would take more effort, but it turned out to be so easy. Too bad Glover is dead. Otherwise, I could have claimed the 60 billion bounty. Elio's face showed regret. Really? That's too bad you didn't get the money. A voice suddenly spoke right in front of him. Elio was startled. Assad, who was lying on the ground just now, sat up, looking at him with a faintly amused expression, reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. How are you fine? Elio instinctively took 2 steps back, eyeing Assad with suspicion. He had used a secret drug. A drug known to knock out even a blue whale with a single drop, let alone a master. How could it suddenly fail? Did the drug expire? Naturally, he wouldn't think Assad could resist such a drug's effects, instead assuming there was a problem with the drug itself. Assad said indifferently, trying to deal with me like this? You underestimate me too much. Just confess, who are you? What's your purpose here? And where is Creed Soul? His voice was calm but imposing, carrying a domineering authority. This wuxing de weiser, intangible authority, made Elio's heart tremble slightly, giving him a faint feeling of confronting the head leader of the soul-capturing pavilion as before. Heske. Elio shook his head with a sneer. How could that be possible? Could this young man possibly compare to the great leader? Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, it would be impossible. The answers are in my mind, but do you have the qualifications to know them? Elio completely ignored Assad's words, and instead spoke arrogantly. Because even if the secret drug had failed, he was confident he could subdue Assad himself and make him reveal the secret mental attack technique. With this technique, he could control other masters, build his powerful base, and perhaps even vie for the top position. Qualifications? Assad couldn't help but laugh. He had killed so many masters, defeated void gods, and even shattered the divine bodies of true gods. Yet someone still dared to act high and mighty in front of him? Who lacked the qualifications here? I give you one chance. Answer my questions now, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, die. The word, die, froze the entire room instantly, the temperature plummeting to 0, making everyone's hearts chill. Haha. Elio laughed, trying to dispel the inexplicable unease within him. Young man, don't be too arrogant. Arrogant? Assad lost all patience. He raised his hand, spread his fingers, and reached forward. The space before him seemed to solidify, easily grasped in his palm. Elio tried to resist but found himself unable to struggle, directly grabbed by the neck and lifted in front of Assad. You haven't seen true arrogance yet. Now, answer my questions. Assad looked at Elio indifferently. At this moment, Elio began trembling. He hadn't expected that the seemingly harmless Assad could transform from a lamb into a wolf once he acted, and he was completely powerless to fight back. The disparity made any thought of resistance impossible. He could only confess, I am Elio, the leader of the soul-capturing pavilion's Nanjiang branch. He then spilled everything out like beans falling from a bamboo tube. When explaining why he came here, he said, due to Gifford's allegiance to the Darun adult, I suspected there might be an issue, so I guessed he must have a secret mental attack technique that can enslave others. At this point, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Now he realized that it wasn't a secret mental attack technique. It was simply Assad's overwhelming power that forced others to submit. It wasn't until then that Elio realized Gifford had long been replaced. He was no longer Gifford but Creed. Chapter 163, Taming Elio. So that's how it is. Assad nodded, pointing at Anton and asked, what happened to him? Assad had examined the man's condition. His body still had vitality, but his soul was busy to lock down one's own soul, making it impossible for the locked soul jade to forcibly capture it. Mr. Luther, last night? Anton stood in front of Assad with his head lowered. Now that he knew he had been tricked, a blush of shame appeared on his face. He thought that by possessing the body of an ancestor-level expert and even killing 3 such experts, he had reached the peak of life, and his mindset had become somewhat conceited. But unexpectedly, he was attacked last night without any resistance, turning from a living person back into a wandering ghost, trapped in the locked soul jade, his spirit muddled and listless. It was worse than death. This fear made him increasingly realize he wasn't as powerful as he imagined. No need to explain, I already know what happened. Assad waved his hand, turning his gaze back to Elio, asking casually, Now it's your turn. Have you figured out how to make me spare you? Elio's face changed dramatically. Though Assad's voice was calm, Elio could feel the killing intent in his tone like autumn frost enveloping his entire body, making him tremble in fear. This was the threat of a supreme powerhouse. Someone who could subdue him so easily could just as easily kill him. Elio understood this well. Sir. Elio's voice became strained. I am willing to submit to you. After saying that, he slowly bowed down, kneeling on both knees, bowing to the ground before Assad with a full prostration. The leader of the Jiangnan branch of Seoul, seizing pavilion, actually knelt down. If outsiders saw this scene, they would likely be dumbstruck, but for Elio, this choice wasn't surprising, because he didn't want to die. Even as an ancestor-level expert, what could he do against a stronger opponent brimming with murderous intent? Of course, being subdued so easily by Assad played a part in this decision. If there was a real chance of escape, who would kneel for mercy? Moreover, as long as his life was temporarily spared, there would be opportunities to escape control later. Haha. Assad chuckled lightly, a faint smile on his lips as he looked at Elio. You're sure about submitting to me? Yes. Elio sensed a hint of unease, but continued kneeling before Assad, not daring to move. Very well, I'll accommodate you. Assad said calmly, get up, look at me. Elio uncomfortably complied. Just as he raised his head, he saw Assad's index and middle fingers point toward him like a sword, landing right on his brow. Whoosh. Elio's entire body trembled, feeling his soul completely exposed before Assad, a chill spreading from his brow through his entire body. What's happening? He was startled, trying to retreat, but found Assad had already removed his hand. Assad glanced at him coolly, explaining, this is my personal sword mark. From now on, you are my sword slave. What? Elio was taken aback. Subsequently, his body uncontrollably nodded and showed submission, while he himself lost control over his body, only able to watch helplessly like an onlooker. Only then did he regain control over his body. Obviously, everything was due to Assad's words. From now on, your life and actions are no longer your own. This was both a reminder and a warning. A surge of uncontrollable fear rushed through Elio's heart, making him inwardly roar in disbelief. How could this be? He actually possessed the secret art of mental enslavement. He had intended to seize this secret art for himself to establish a formidable base within the soul-seizing pavilion, but instead, he had become someone else's slave. How pitiful. How ironic. Realizing this, Elio shook his head inwardly. He thought he might temporarily save his life, but that single act of kneeling turned him into a complete slave. As a grandmaster, he had been utterly defeated, but with his life at stake, Elio knew better than to resist. He immediately became docile, appearing to be a loyal servant. Anton, watching from the side, swallowed hard. Mr. Luther is too powerful to subdue a grandmaster so easily. This also made Anton feel a hint of crisis. Being Mr. Luther's first servant, this new competition posed a potential threat to his position. Thinking about this, Anton decided he needed to perform even better to solidify his status as the foremost loyal servant. Just as everything seemed settled, Adamar and Maximilian, who had been drugged, woke up. They were startled by the extra person in the room and looked wary. Shiloh, you're alive? Maximilian noticed Anton next to the bed, almost popping his eyes out, stammering. If you died, I wouldn't be alive. Anton shot him a glare. You insolent brat. Maximilian chuckled nervously and quickly retreated behind Adamar, fearing another scolding from Anton, remembering past encounters. At this moment, everyone's attention focused on Elio again. The black-cloaked Maxwell caught Maximilian's eye. What a handsome fellow. Surely the street Annies would love this type. If he walked out like this, they wouldn't let him go. Maximilian daydreamed. Though the expression change was subtle, Elio, a grandmaster, instantly detected it. With an unhappy look, he glanced at Maximilian, whose mind suddenly blanked out as if struck by lightning. Humph! Assad snorted coldly, and Elio immediately regained composure, lowering his eyes respectfully, not daring to provoke this powerhouse. Mr. Luther, who is this? At this point, Adamar finally spoke. From the beginning, he had silently observed. Based on his experience, Adamar recognized that Elio was no ordinary figure, undoubtedly a strong man wielding immense power. His sudden appearance after their unconsciousness demanded further investigation. Before Assad could respond, Anton, with a cunning glance, boldly said, he's Mr. Luther's newly acquired servant. Upon hearing the word servant, both Adamar and Maximilian were taken aback. Elio's pupils contracted, but he quickly composed himself, saying, I am Elio. Please take care of me. His voice was solemn, exuding a heavy pressure, yet his gaze remained fixed on Anton, as if to say, we are both Mr. Luther's servants. You were just soul-seized by me. If you dare challenge me again, believe me, I will deal with you. Chapter 164. Hayward sensed to kill. Creed immediately showed an awkward expression and averted his gaze, nearly forgetting that this person was also ruthless. He was probably no match for him. Adamar and Bryce exchanged glances and instantly understood something. It seemed that Creed was quite wary of Elio. Assad's gaze swept over these people, momentarily feeling dazed. Unconsciously, he had already formed a small core team. Master Creed and Master Elio, both under his control, and Adamar and Bryce who had come over willingly. It seemed it was time to lay down some rules. Thinking of this, Assad said, since everyone is here, let's lay down some rules. Rules. Upon hearing these two words, everyone present felt a chill in their hearts. All matters in the world require order and law. Without rules, there can be no discipline. When a super-strong individual wants to establish rules, everyone immediately fell silent. Assad's gaze swept over their faces, saying, apart from Elio, you've all been with me for some time now, knowing what kind of person I am. As the saying goes, punishing without teaching first is cruelty, so it's better to clarify things clearly. Please give instructions, Mr. Luther. Creed, being a slick old fox, nodded quickly and respectfully, while others also expressed agreement, showing respect. I don't care about your past, but under my command, certain actions are permissible, others not. Rape, plunder, death. Misdeeds, death. Colluding with foreigners, death. 10 consecutive kill commands made everyone pale, almost frozen solid by the icy, killing intent. We will follow your instructions, Mr. Luther. They dared not resist, all responding in unison. Even Elio, leader of the Zhihongura in Nanjiang, obediently lowered his head. Indeed, one must bow when under someone's roof. If Assad wanted to crush him, it would be like squashing an ant, completely stripping him of his arrogance. As long as the sword seal remained, he didn't dare have any ulterior motives. Of course, I'm not asking you to endure everything. I, Assad, do not provoke trouble, but I'm not afraid of it either. In the future, as long as you do not defy my orders, even if the sky falls, I will take responsibility. Assad spoke heavily. He did not make promises easily, but once he did, he would fulfill them. Yes, Mr. Luther. Adamar and Bryce's eyes brightened. For them, joining Assad meant adhering to his rules. With this assurance from Assad, they naturally felt more secure. Creed, haunted by vengeful spirits within him, faced a constant threat to his sanity, relying on Assad to save his life. Naturally, he did not dare resist. Only Elio, used to high positions, found Assad's words somewhat dismissive, though he was controlled. In this world, it was survival of the fittest. Following Assad's words would hinder much of his usual activities. But on the surface, he maintained basic obedience, at least keeping his life safe for now. While powerful, the sword seal, Elio believed, could be removed by someone else. After settling these matters, Assad let Elio leave after leaving behind details and contact information of the Zhihongura. Creed and the others followed him. Do you not fear he might never return? Creed tried to undermine Elio, feeling a hint of threat from his presence. This key support could not be snatched away by others. If he does not return, consider it a planted sword. Assad said calmly. The so-called sword-sealing soul technique came from the appendices of the Qingmu Eternal Hayward Sutra, originally for cultivating sword servants. By embedding a master's sword seal within a servant, it enhances the connection between master and servant. Later, to prevent treachery, this evolved into a method of seeding swords. Hayward is seed rooting and sprouting. If the sword seal stays away from the master for too long, it will root and sprout within the host body, using the human body as a source of power, eventually blossoming and bearing fruit. At that point, the fate of the host would be obvious. After arranging these things, Assad thought of Barbara in Nanjiang City and decided to visit. But just outside the hotel, he was stopped by a group of people. They appeared sharp and capable, wearing uniforms of the district enforcement team, carrying sidearms on their belts, boots on their feet. Who are you? Seeing them block the way, Creed stepped forward immediately, eyes flashing with menace. Perhaps because of being infused with many vengeful spirits, his original personality had undergone a significant change. Coupled with the aura of a grandmaster, it made him more combative. Seeing someone daring to block their way, he immediately stepped forward, his heavy breathing sounding like the pulling of a wind box. Thump. The team leader's face changed slightly. When he was stared at by Creed, he felt as if he was being watched by an enormous ancient behemoth, one that could easily take his life. It was a feeling of immense fear in the face of a threat to one's life. One must know, he was a concealed martial artist. In the secular world, this was the realm where one could fight 100 men, effortlessly defeating a group of ordinary people. For the other party to instill such a terrifying sense of death in him, what kind of strength did he possess? At least an adept martial artist. Wait, he suddenly noticed a familiar trace in Creed's eyebrows and eyes. It was Gifford, the one known as the Nanjing Tiger. This was a grandmaster. He was actually here. We are looking for Assad, Mr. Luther. The team leader's voice was somewhat hoarse, losing his resolve instantly. Having a grandmaster under his command, this Assad was not as simple as he imagined. In a moment, he couldn't help but curse the group assigning tasks from the Discipline Institute. They said it was just bringing one person back for investigation. This was practically sending him to his death. But now, he could only proceed regardless. He could only hope Assad would cooperate for the sake of the Discipline Institute, or things would get complicated. Yongji stepped down. Assad waved his hand, and Creed immediately retreated, almost making the team leader fall out of shock. He swallowed hard again. What do you need? Mr. Luther, we are here to invite you to accompany us to assist in investigating the death of Glover, the patriarch of the Haywardu family. I killed him, Assad said straightforwardly. Huh. The team leader never expected it to turn out this way. Assad showed no intention of denying it, but admitted it outright. For a moment, he was dumbfounded. Those behind him were also stunned, instinctively placing their hands on the guns at their waists, hesitating whether to arrest him next. The team leader gritted his teeth and decided, saying, since Mr. Luther has admitted to killing, please come with us. As he spoke, two team members moved forward, ready to cuff Assad. Unlike the police department, the enforcement team, directly under the Discipline Institute, represented judgment itself. Hold on. Assad raised his hand casually. Under the team leader's bewildered gaze, he took out a medal from his pocket and pinned it to his chest. Honor 5-star warrior. Southwest District. These words instantly struck the team leader. Both the high rank represented by this medal and its implications left him trembling. Let's go. In the confused gazes of the enforcement team members, the captain issued a retreat order, allowing Assad and his group to walk away. A member couldn't help asking, Captain, why let him go? He clearly said he killed Glover. The captain sighed and said, didn't you see that medal? So what about the medal? That is the Honor 5-star warrior medal, awarded only for great merit, and it carries another meaning. The captain scanned his subordinates and said solemnly, it is an official license to kill. To arrest him, the war zone must intervene. No one else has the authority. So, this matter is beyond our jurisdiction. The captain shook his head and walked away first. Others looked at each other with bitter smiles and left dejectedly. Chapter 165 Fong Family Father and Wanda. The Su family residence. An old established family in Nanjiang. Yet at this moment, the luxurious mansion was shrouded in a deathly silence. In a room at the back of the courtyard, a faint shuixing qi hung in the air. Su Tonghai lay on the bed, his face pale. Having just undergone surgery, he was wrapped entirely in bandages, his eyes hollow and despairing. Tap tap. Footsteps sounded as the head of the Su family, Philip, walked in, looking at his listless son on the bed. A trace of sorrow flashed across his eyes. Songhai, your father has come to see you. Philip bent down and sat at the bedside. With his temples now streaked with white, he appeared several years older. Glenn remained silent. Philip sighed and said, Son, I know you are blaming me, but he is Isabellister. Your father couldn't afford to take that risk, nor should have. What can't you risk? You're just unwilling to give up your current power and status. Dad, your son is crippled. Crippled. At these two words, Philip's face turned pale, his back becoming more hunched, looking even older. For the sake of the Su family, he had invested so much effort, but for whom? Not for anyone else but for his son. To make his son Glenn succeed him as the head of the Su family. But now, all those years of effort were flushed down the drain. A crippled Glenn couldn't even carry on the family lineage, let alone inherit the family business. Even if he supported it, would the clan members agree? Songhai, don't call me. I'm crippled. I don't deserve to be your son anymore. Glenn turned over, turning his back to Philip. Philip felt a pang in his heart. However, he suddenly recalled a piece of information he had found out and said, Songhai, rest assured. Your father will find someone to save you. You will get better, I promise. Even severed limbs can regrow. Absolutely, it can be done because this person is a spirit physician named Jameson. It is said he inherited his skills from a medical sect and can definitely cure your injuries. Really? Glenn suddenly sat up. Of course it's true. Your father promised to make you inherit my position, and I will do everything to make sure it happens. Philip declared resolutely. Father. Glenn became agitated. Ever since he was crippled, he had truly fallen into despair, never imagining that there was still a glimmer of hope. Philip actually found a way to restore him. Rest well, I will invite that spirit physician here to treat you. Philip gave some instructions before leaving behind an extremely excited Glenn who finally regained confidence in living again. What? That old ghost has found a way to cure Songhai? This news quickly reached the ears of Ben and Denham, causing their original plans to immediately fall apart. No way, we absolutely cannot let that old ghost succeed. Ben declared firmly. So what should we do? Find that so-called spirit physician and kill him. A fierce look of murderous intent flashed in Ben's eyes. He had been planning to become the head of the Su family for many years. How could he let this opportunity slip away? Therefore, that spirit physician must die. As the Su family engaged in internal scheming, a similar scenario was unfolding within the Ghost Summoning Pavilion's Nanjiang branch. So, you're saying that the sword imprint in my body can only be removed by a spirit physician? Elio looked rather displeased. After returning from Assad, he immediately summoned the top physicians of the branch, including the highly skilled physician Chuck. Unexpectedly, they were powerless to help. Regarding the medical sect they mentioned, he had no idea where to start. Since the chaos in the medical world many years ago, they had virtually vanished completely. The few spirit physicians still active outside varied greatly in skill, none of whom could possibly heal him. Chuck nodded and said, there is one person I know. I recently received news that his spirit physician skills have achieved a breakthrough, and he absolutely has the ability to heal you. Who? Jameson. Upon hearing this name, Elio frowned slightly. It sounds very unfamiliar. Chuck smiled, though a cold expression crossed his eyes as he said, however, he is an outstanding genius from the medical sect, having accumulated skills for many years. His sudden breakthrough must mean his medical skills are extraordinary. Even you might not be a match for him. Huh. Elio was stunned, hardly believing it. Chuck said with a hint of sigh in his voice, saving lives and taking them, for spirit physicians, are like two sides of the same coin. They can be the most talented healers, or the most brutal killers. So, I'm not sure if you can make him treat you. This uncertainty made Elio's face turn unpleasant. Seeing Elio's expression, and abruptly stood up, vanishing on the spot, his destination unknown. Hayward High City. On a quiet street, that small clinic was still open. Evelyn, supporting her cheek, looked at the messages on her phone. That bastard hasn't come to see me for so long. Has he forgotten about me? Thinking about this, her eyes couldn't help but turn red. She clutched tightly onto the jade pendant around her neck, a gift from Assad. The gift was still here, but the person had disappeared. She didn't notice that Jameson sighed deeply, looking at her silhouette. Perhaps it was time to make up my mind. Hesitation only leads to chaos. Leaving Hayward High might be the best choice. Jameson sighed, walked forward, and said, Alana, a longtime friend recently contacted me. He wants to set up a clinic in Nanjiang and needs me there. You should go with me. What? Evelyn jumped up, looking at Jameson in disbelief. Moving again? Since childhood, she had moved many times with Jameson. Though she had expected that one day they might leave Hayward High too, she never thought it would come so soon. Jameson nodded and said, pack up. We're leaving this afternoon. Having said that, he turned and left the room. Evelyn felt a bit dazed, gazing at the familiar interior of the house. Knowing she had to leave, her heart grew increasingly reluctant. She bit her lip and dialed a number, but received only a power-off message on the other end. Bastard. Not sure if she was angry at Assad or at herself, Evelyn held back her tears and started packing, almost demolishing things as she went along, venting her anger. Hearing the commotion outside, Jameson just sighed, silly girl. You two are not from the same world anyway. Chapter 166 Lily Ming Fragrance Tower. Assad naturally had no idea what had happened. It wasn't his fault. Ever since he left for the east with Aaron, his phone had been turned off directly. Later on, during the battle with Myrtle, it even fell into the sea. After returning, he encountered the Milton incident and completely forgot about this matter. At this moment, Otto was driving toward Goldie's hotel. Assad had forgotten her exact address and wanted to call to ask, but then remembered his phone situation. He hurriedly asked Otto to stop by the roadside. He bought a new phone at a supermarket counter and replaced the SIM card. Once he inserted the card, messages and missed calls popped up one by one. Among them were messages from Goldie, Evelyn, Daisy, and Mackenzie, and finally, there was one from Carrie. A quick check revealed that most were just greetings. He replied to his mother Daisy first, then sent replies to Goldie, Evelyn, and by Uru. To his surprise, Evelyn did not respond to his message. Probably still busy? Assad shook his head. Having stayed at Hayward High Clinic for some time, he knew it could indeed be quite busy at this hour. Without much thought, he continued browsing through the messages. Just then, a message from Goldie came in, sending her current address. Han High Plaza. When Assad arrived, he immediately spotted Goldie among the crowd. She wore a black long dress, revealing her snowy white calves. Her slim waist seemed barely graspable, and she wore high heels. Elegant and slender, her figure was alluring, especially her beautiful face, which exuded an awe-inspiring beauty that made people almost afraid to look into her eyes. Such beauty made ordinary people feel utterly inferior. You guys go around. I'll go over by myself. Assad instructed Otto and Alpha before walking over directly. Assad, over here. Goldie noticed Assad and waved him over quickly. Assad approached. Huh? Who is that? He's actually walking towards my goddess, really a toad lusting after a swan. People in the nearby exhibition hall started muttering upon noticing this scene. Especially seeing the familiar demeanor between the two, their eyes grew red. I heard Glover died? Goldie and Assad walked to a quiet place. The Rui skincare fluid Assad presented last time was enough to shock her. Now he was even bringing out Riordan. Does something like this really exist? Assad explained. I refined it using ancient methods. There's only one pill, and it can preserve youth. Before he finished speaking, the jade vial was snatched away by Goldie. I'll keep it for you. This was meant for you, Assad muttered, smiling mischievously. Besides, mine is yours anyway. Flirt. Goldie rolled her eyes gracefully. At this moment, Alessio suddenly appeared, rushing over excitedly. Brother-in-law. Since the incident with the red-robed ghost, Alessio had developed a deep admiration for Assad, even becoming more attentive toward Goldie. As soon as this appellation was spoken, the surrounding people immediately showed astonished expressions, their hearts shattering to pieces. Such a beautiful woman, married? A beautiful flower is stuck on cow dung. Many people murmured under their breaths, and the voices reached Goldie's and Assad's ears. Assad's face darkened. These people are too much. Exactly. Goldie also felt angry. How could they call you cow dung? Assad looked like he was upholding justice for her. Goldie fell silent at once, and it took her a while to recover. She glared at Assad in annoyance and asked, Then what do you mean? Assad blinked his eyes. I think what they say isn't entirely wrong. After all, flowers do grow on cow dung. He subconsciously paused on a certain word. Bastard. Goldie silently repeated this phrase in her mind, then suddenly realized something. She gave Assad a harsh look and walked away with her cheeks flushed red. Assad wore an embarrassed expression. It was just a joke? At this moment, Alessio came close, full of flattery. Brother-in-law, you're here in Nanjiang. Sister has been talking about you a lot lately. Though aware Alessio was exaggerating, Assad kindly replied, You've made some progress recently? Indeed. Alessio wore a smug face. After a pause he said, By the way brother-in-law, I found a good place in Nanjiang. Why don't I take you there? He wore a knowing smile that only men would understand. Huh. Assad frowned at him. Alessio quickly explained, Brother-in-law, not that kind of place, but a place that can weave dreams and draw people into them. Assad raised an eyebrow, finally feeling a bit interested. Since he had nothing to do lately and wasn't in a hurry to return to Hayward High, he said, Let me have a look. Follow me, brother-in-law. Alessio led the way. Soon, they arrived at the top floor of Han Hai Plaza, which was lavishly decorated and grandly named Lily Ming Fragrance Tower. Just stepping onto this floor, one could smell a faint fragrance of rouge, permeating through the air and stirring one's heart. As soon as they got to the door, a lady in a red qipao greeted them. She seemed to be in her early 30s, with a delicate face and long hair cascading over her shoulders. Her figure was elegantly outlined by the body-hugging qipao. The qipao-clad lady asked, Do you have an appointment, sirs? I'm a member here. Alessio handed over a membership card. Assad frowned, casting an unhappy glance at him, thinking to himself, Well, this kid even got a membership card ready. This business is quite proficient, and he still says it's not that kind of place. Welcome, Mr. Chin. Dreamweaver number 37 is available now. You can bring your friend in, wishing you a pleasant dream. Saying this, the qipao-clad lady returned the card to Alessio. Brother-in-law, let's go. Hearing that Dreamweaver number 37 was available, Alessio's eyes lit up. He immediately pulled Assad inside, and soon they arrived at a door with number 37 on it. All things have colors, dreams are clear like clouds. 10 characters were printed on the door, with graceful strokes like bamboo leaves. Assad raised an eyebrow, sensing a strange charm from these words, dreamlike and fantastical. Subtly, he felt a slight loosening in his cultivation bottleneck. This serious expression on his face showed that this place was no simple spot. Chapter 167 The Art of Dream Making. Alessio pushed open the door and gestured for Assad to follow him inside. As soon as they entered, Assad noticed something unusual. Stepping through this door seemed like entering an entirely different world. The space behind the door suddenly expanded into an enormous expanse, much like stepping into a secluded paradise, though the overall environment was extremely dim. A heavy darkness pressed down, giving one an incomparable feeling of oppression. Interesting. Assad raised an eyebrow, lost in thought. Having received the inheritance from an ancient immortal, he had some understanding of what he was seeing. He knew this wasn't truly a powerful secret art that separated two realms, but rather a mental illusion. It constructed a vast world within the mind, perceivable by sight, hearing, smell, and touch. Although it couldn't compare with true realm separation, it was still astonishing, because it indicated that whoever set this up had reached a certain level of mental cultivation, even rivaling the deities of the mortal world. Even ordinary grandmasters might find it difficult to notice anything amiss here if they lacked sufficient composure. What a wonderful Lilyming incense building, Assad praised inwardly. At that moment, a distant voice suddenly echoed. I have seen you all in many strange dreams. Now, you have finally come. In the dark world, candlelights suddenly lit up, forming a path leading forward. Alessio, who was not a first-timer, motioned for Assad to follow him along this path. Lowering his voice, Alessio said, Brother-in-law, when we reach the end of this path, we'll see the dream maker. Just imagine what you want in your heart, and you'll experience it in the dream. Sure. Assad nodded without expressing any particular sentiment. Soon, they walked along the path formed by candlelights, Alessio's face filled with reverence and anticipation. Assad, on the other hand, examined the flickering candlelights. They emitted a dizzying and confusing sensation, causing one's mind to waver upon prolonged gaze. This must be some form of psychological suggestion. In Assad's eyes, there were no actual candles at the sources of these lights. Instead, they were clearly lights created by human will. Prolonged exposure to darkness naturally invokes fear, so people desire light. And this is where the source of these candlelights lay. These weren't real lights but manifestations of inner desires and hopes in the dark. Assad narrowed his eyes, growing more curious about this so-called dream maker. To guide someone to this extent mentally suggested remarkable spiritual cultivation, even heavily relying on the setup here. This place, Lilyming Incense Building, was his gentle voice broke his thoughts again. Assad, the Luther from Ear East, and the single character for universe. Assad spoke casually while stepping forward, sitting opposite the veiled woman, scrutinizing her boldly. Slightly taken aback, she felt Assad's gaze had an intense invasive quality, akin to how a dragon would look down upon an ant. A ripple of emotion appeared in her deep eyes for the first time as she looked at Assad and softly said, Mr. Luther, your gaze is too impolite. Assad smiled and retorted, then, is there anything more impolite than confusing someone's mind, leading them into a dream, and stealing their thoughts? He had directly exposed the truth of dream-making. By observing Alessio's entry into the dream, Assad confirmed his suspicions. This Lilyming Incense Building was likely a vast intelligence organization, an organization capable of silently extracting the secrets from one's heart using dream-making techniques. Whoosh! Upon these words, the surrounding candlelights began to flicker, casting huge, distorted shadows against the darkness around them. Those shadows seemed like demons, as if eyes were opening deep within the darkness. The Jessa gazed deeply at Assad. Her previously gentle voice turned cold, and her deep eyes became even more profound. What do you mean, Mr. Luther? I'm not quite sure I understand. Do you really not understand? Assad smiled slightly. The Jessa said, we merely let people fulfill their desires in dreams. As for so-called theft of thoughts, Mr. Luther may be overestimating us. No, I haven't overestimated you. Rather, I've underestimated you. Assad shook his head. Nothing is more terrifying than controlling someone's thoughts. In dreams, the subconscious often takes the lead, and the dream-making technique reconstructs this kind of dream. So if they secretly employed some methods, they could implant certain subconscious thoughts deep into a person's consciousness, making them unconsciously align with the Lilyming Incense Building. This is entirely feasible. Do not overestimate anyone's moral Dishan. Bottom line. Human nature is often the weakest link, especially when it comes to those who possess such extraordinary powers. The Jessa finally changed her expression, sighing and saying, Assad, are you really going to interfere with the affairs of Lilyming Incense Building? Even if you are a grandmaster, this place is not where you can act recklessly. You can't afford to provoke us, she enunciated word by word. Chapter 168, Black and Billy. From the look of it, this Jessa clearly knew Assad's identity and had some understanding of his strength. Can't provoke? Exactly. With that said, the Jessa stood up. As she rose to her feet, out of the darkness behind her, numerous black shadows emerged. They were grotesquely large and hideous like demons. Crimson eyes opened, numbering no less than 1,000 or even 10,000. They all focused on Assad. A wildly violent aura surged, nearly reaching the sky. Had this been an ordinary person, or even an ordinary grandmaster, they would have been terrified, trembling in their hearts, unable to control themselves at the sight. Unfortunately for them, they faced Assad. Assad smiled. No one has ever dared to speak to me like this before. Not in the past, not now, and certainly not in the future. Do you know how huge a mistake you're making? Without glancing at those enormous, twisted shadows, Assad kept his gaze on the Jessa, a hint of pity showing in his eyes. I was merely curious and came to take a look, but after hearing your words, I've changed my mind. Tell me the true purpose of your perfumed pavilion, or else, I will tear down your building today and shatter this so-called dream of yours. Assad said calmly. Tear down our perfumed pavilion? The Jessa sounded as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. Assad, you are too confident. Don't think that just because you killed a few ordinary grandmasters, you can act recklessly in front of us at Lilyming Perfumed Pavilion. Our Lilyming Perfumed Pavilion has existed for millennia. We've seen countless heroes come and go, all turning into dust, once more. Ever since his golden body and jade bones were formed, the Greenwood longevity physique entered a perfected state, and his cultivation reached a certain limit. Even though he had killed many strong opponents and reversed life and death with the Hayward Fandeth Jade, he hadn't gained any power. Now, the strength of this guy allowed his cultivation to increase again. His delight was unimaginable. No wonder when he first walked in, he felt a slight premonition of a breakthrough in his realm. This omen was indeed fulfilled here. Thus, his gaze towards the guy changed. It became the kind of look one gives to a feast. For Assad, the guy filled with death energy was nothing short of a grand meal. The guy was taken aback. What happened? Why did his command of in-law fail? Indeed, this is troublesome. The Jessa also frowned. Previously, whenever she summoned the guardian guy to deal with troublemakers, they could be easily resolved. Why did it fail this time? Yes, this guy was indeed their Lilyming perfumed pavilion's guardian. Of course, it was a being created through their offerings. Modeled after the soul-collecting envoy guy from the underworld. This being was formed, mastering dreams and harvesting fear. Transforming people's fears into the closest to reality existence led to the birth of Guy. Much like Japan's divine spirit way, Kamikato. However, this guy was completely different from the legendary one. If the true Guy appeared, it might instantly turn an area into a ghost realm. At most, this guy was of the void deity level, but it wielded numerous underworld secrets and should not be underestimated. At the very least, the Jessa lacked confidence in defeating him. Seeing that Guy couldn't quickly deal with Assad, the Jessa's pretty face darkened. She beckoned with her jade-like hand, and another colossal figure emerged from the darkness. Bang! Wearing a long white robe, holding a jade tablet, and donning the same triangular high hat with peace and all Aline ads on it, it was clearly Billy. Both Black and Billy appear. Let's see how you handle this. The Jessa sneered inwardly. As soon as Billy appeared, he stretched his body and laughed loudly. Old Black, even dealing with a mere mortal is such a hassle for you. You're really getting worse. You try then if you think you're so capable. Guy's face darkened, speaking without good temper. Just now, my netherworld law fell on him but became ineffective. This guy seems to have some tricks up his sleeve. What tricks? It's just that your strength isn't enough. Billy curled his lip, sticking out his long tongue, moved swiftly, appearing above Assad, and suddenly thrust his hand down. His pale, emaciated hand looked almost translucent, lacking any substance, reaching into Assad's body effortlessly. It was like fishing in the ocean. This casual reach was as if attempting to scoop out Assad's soul from within him. He could already imagine Assad's soul struggling and screaming as he dragged it out of the body. How beautiful those screams of agony would be. Ha ha ha. At the thought, he grinned ferociously. However, in the next second, his expression changed. Sizzle. A sound akin to intense fire cooking oil resounded, making it seem as though Billy's hand had been plunged into scalding oil, causing severe pain to spread from his hand through his entire body. Ah! Billy screamed in agony, jerking his hand back. It had been severed at the wrist, leaving only a stubby forearm. What's going on with my hand? Billy's face turned deathly pale as he clutched his wrist, where blood seeped out, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down his already pale face. The excruciating pain made his whole body tremble. Damn mortal. He actually harmed his precious body. Chapter 169. The host comes out. The Jaden was also taken aback. He had thought that Gallagher would be able to handle the situation with ease, never imagining such a major setback. Part of his meticulously refined body had been damaged. It was almost like cutting their flesh. After all, this body wasn't easy to obtain. Every inch was forged from human fear. Any damage would require immense effort to repair. How could you hurt my body? Gallagher lifted his head, emitting a shrill roar, his pale face contorting into a grotesque expression, eyes turning bloodshot red. Hayward, a wild wolf, choosing its prey. Upon seeing this, Jaden knew it was bad. Gallagher had gone mad. Indeed, Gallagher suddenly rose, and over a dozen thick, transparent tentacles emerged around him, making him resemble a giant spider. Stop! The Marla's expression changed as she tried to intervene, but Gallagher turned and glared fiercely at her, causing her to choke back a moan and a trickle of blood to seep from the corner of her mouth. Not good, Backlash. This Gallagher had escaped her control. The Marla panicked immediately. The ghostly deities worshipped in Lilyming Fragrant Pavilion jointly maintained the Grand Dream array inside. If one lost control, it would cause drastic changes in the dream. Should something go wrong, all the guests within the pavilion would turn into idiots. That would really be disastrous. There were many promising individuals here, whom Lilyming Fragrant Pavilion secretly aimed to recruit as elite personnel. If they were affected, the entire plan might be ruined. Gallagher, stop now. Do you want to alert the host? Be careful, or the host will flay your skin. The Marla shouted loudly. At the same time, to prevent Jaden from causing trouble too, she immediately activated a secret technique. Jaden felt a powerful force pulling him back into the darkness. Before she could breathe a sigh of relief, however, Gallagher launched another attack. Flay my skin? Gallagher's face twisted with resentment. A tentacle shot out towards the Marla. Then let me start by flaying yours first. In an instant, the transparent tentacle reached the Marla, who pressed her hand against the ancient zither. Clank, clank. Two sharp sound waves sliced toward the tentacle. However, it skillfully avoided them and lashed out again, causing an explosive sound in the air. Smack! The Marla was struck, spitting blood as she flew backward, then was caught by the transparent tentacle and pulled back to Gallagher. If not for this great array, would a tiny ant like you dare command me? Gallagher growled fiercely at her. Just as he was about to strangle her with the tentacles, a voice rang out from behind him. Leaving your back exposed to me? Who gave you the courage? Is it Hayward Jinru? No. Startled, Gallagher whipped the tentacles behind him, the large tentacles cracking through the air. However, they missed their target entirely. Where did you go? Gallagher's face changed. Don't look for a minute before vanishing from the Marla's sight. The Marla watched as the terror-stricken face of Gallagher disappeared, feeling a chill run through her body. A sense of unease began to gnaw at her. What on earth is going on? How could that unremarkable Assad instill such fear in Gallagher? Could he be the reincarnation of some ancient monster? At this thought, she gritted her teeth, gave a deep glance into the profound darkness, and immediately rushed out of the room. She needed to seek help from the master. At this moment, Sophia, the master of Lilyming Fragrant Pavilion, had already sensed something was amiss. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Her eyes, like pools of water, snapped open to see that the chess piece representing Gallagher had vanished from the array board before her. The board was now shaking violently. Huh. Sophia frowned, a hint of confusion appearing on her exquisite face. As the master of the Southern District's fragrant pavilion, she possessed the combat power of a high-ranking grandmaster. With the aid of the array board, her strength could be even greater. But now, one of the chess pieces had mysteriously disappeared, making her instantly realize the gravity of the situation. There must be an external threat. At this time, the injured Marla arrived, quickly recounting the events. Sophia's expression changed. You mean he seems to have taken Gallagher's power? Her gaze was sharp as she looked at the Marla. The Marla couldn't help but recall the scene of Gallagher being dragged into the darkness by Assad, shuddering, and hurriedly replied, Yes, I felt Gallagher was filled with fear, as if completely overpowered. Oh, and Jaden's netherworld edict had no effect on him. She suddenly remembered something and added this detail. This time, Sophia could no longer sit still. She stood up immediately and ordered, Arrange for all guests to leave the fragrant pavilion immediately. I will personally deal with Assad. Yes. A group of white-robed women around her immediately obeyed and left. Sophia then approached the door of the room Assad had entered, her expression serious. She pushed the door open and walked in, and the door slammed shut behind her. Chapter 170, Darkness Descends. In the dark room, shadows loomed everywhere. The moment Isabel stepped in, she felt as if she had entered an eternal world of darkness. She waved her hand and took out the Shanglo formation disc. Heaven and earth boundless, all laws return to origin. Forest of dreams, hear my command. Decree. With a light cry, the formation disc in her hand suddenly lit up, with the bagua on it starting to spin on its own. Streams of dim light radiated from the disc into the depths of darkness. Buzz. The entire room trembled violently. Then, 8 huge stone pillars suddenly rose from the darkness, towering high into the sky like torches illuminating the room. Before her eyes was a large circle several hundred meters in diameter, resembling a miniature world with tiny mountains and rivers. As for those massive, distorted demonic shadows, they had all vanished, seemingly hiding somewhere. And Assad stood at the center of the large circle, his back facing Isabel. The moment Isabel saw Assad, her expression changed dramatically, because she sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying aura emanating from him. That aura was deeply embedded within Assad's body, now swelling wildly. He seemed like a human bomb ready to explode at any moment. Just by looking at Assad, Isabel felt a hint of fear. What's happening? Isabel couldn't believe it. She was a senior grandmaster. How could just seeing someone's back fill her with an overwhelming sense of dread? It was absurd. Isabel shook her head, dismissing this unreliable thought. Assad, do you know your crime? She shouted loudly. At this moment, Assad sensed the movement and turned around, his gaze immediately locking onto the Shanglo formation disc in her hand. Kinsey. Except for that single arm, the rest of his body was ethereal, yet the power emanating from just that arm almost surpassed the combined might of the other 6 phantom gods. This was a true god. Even just a limb carried enough power to suppress everything. Their appearance instantly brought darkness not only to this room but also to Liliming Shanglo and Hanhai Square, engulfing all in darkness. Moreover, this darkness continued to spread outward, seeming to want to envelop the entire Nangjiang city. What's happening? Why is it suddenly dark? Hanhai Square suddenly descended into chaos. Normally a famous shopping mall in Nangjiang with immense foot traffic, such a phenomenon caused panicked crowds to rush toward the exits. Screams and stampeding sounds made the place resemble hell on earth. Not good. Something's wrong. In the combat zone, Aaron, who was about to enter seclusion, suddenly sensed something and saw a pillar of black light shooting into the sky. His expression changed drastically. Without hesitation, he rushed toward Hanhai Square. The black light column was filled with endless death energy. If it erupted in the city center, it might turn half of Nangjiang into Assad, each revealing a menacing smile. Boy, you dare talk to us like that? You must be tired of living. I'm just hungry. How many years has it been since I've tasted the flesh of a grandmaster? Heath and Jarvis lunged impatiently at Assad. Hei Wuchang tried to warn them, but it was already too late. Be careful. Bang. Assad grabbed Heath and Jarvis by their necks as easily as grabbing 2 small chicks. He held one in each hand, lifting them up to his face with a delighted expression. You guys, so eager to become my food? As he spoke, his hands suddenly clenched. The once massive Heath and Jarvis were squeezed down to the size of eggs. With a toss, he threw them into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. Assad rapidly digested the power of Heath and Jarvis, feeling the golden core within him gradually becoming more substantial. Not bad. Tastes like chicken, crunchy. He fixed his gaze on the remaining demons, bearing a row of white teeth. Hiss. Seeing this, the remaining demons shuddered involuntarily. Chapter 171. One-Armed Herman. A sumptuous feast. If he devoured all of them, Assad believed that the golden core within him would certainly be fully replenished, truly allowing him to step into the realm of the golden core. Therefore, these demons before him must die. Whoosh. He stomped on the ground with great force and shot toward Rex like an arrow released from a bow, incredibly fast, leaving a long trail of afterimages behind him. Perhaps still immersed in the scene of Kale and Raphael being swallowed by Assad, Rex failed to retreat in time. By the time he reacted, Assad was already right before him. Roar. Rex let out an angry roar filled with fear. He couldn't help but be terrified. 2 entities of comparable strength to his were devoured right before his eyes. It made his scalp tingle. Get lost. Rex's 8 arms finally moved. Some wielded knives and spears, others held cudgels, all smashing toward Assad. However, when they struck Assad, they only produced a series of clangs. Sizzle. A string of sparks splashed off Assad's surface as if he were made of steel and iron, unmoved in the slightest. Are you tickling me? Assad's calm voice fell, and his hand penetrated through Rex's 8 arms to grasp the latter's head firmly. Bang! The head was crushed. Rex's body shattered into pieces, and the black aura of fear and death scattered instantly in all directions. But at this moment, Assad's hand suddenly grabbed downward. All the black aura converged into his palm, quickly forming a small black orb in his palm. It was only egg-sized, pulsating faintly, emitting a dim black light. Inside it, the shadow of Rex struggled and flickered. Damn mortal. How? Instead, he raised his hand and suddenly grabbed Hallam's head. Then you stay behind to cover us. Speaking, Herman Tianzi hurled Hallam straight toward Assad, while he instantly fled in the opposite direction. Rakshasa and Judge left with him. No, your Flora, how could you? Hallam screamed in anguish, seeing himself being abandoned without hesitation, the resentment in his eyes nearly overflowing. Crack! Assad didn't wait for him to finish. With one squeeze, he shattered Hallam's head, turning him into his own power. Inside his golden core, it was already 2/3 full. Don't go. I'm not full yet. Where do you think you're running to? Assad naturally wouldn't let them escape. Golden light enveloped his entire body as he pursued them instantly, appearing like a golden warrior god. Only chaos remained where he stood. Fortunately, Assad restrained most of his power, causing only minimal destruction. Even so, this floor of Lily Meng Xianglo looked like it had been trampled by a tank. The changes in such a short time completely exceeded Meng Feishuan's imagination. The demons she thought were invincible were directly defeated. For dead, 3 escaped, including the missing Bruno. Likely none were spared. Such power. Is this really the arrival of a divine being? Too powerful. Her heart couldn't help but moan. Headache. How did Lily Meng Xianglo manage to provoke such an existence? Now not only was the place destroyed, even the array plate was lost. She, as the direct person in charge, would surely be questioned by her superiors. Thinking of the pavilion master of Lilyzhu Temple sent chills down her spine. No, not like this. She had to find a way to make up for the loss. At this moment, Alessio, cowering in the corner, was trembling. He had actually been awake for a while and witnessed Bruno's death with his own eyes, and all the subsequent changes. The only words left in his mind were, damn, his brother-in-law was too overwhelmingly powerful. No, I must find a way to make him my true brother-in-law. With such a big shot protecting me, who would dare to offend me? Alessio secretly planned on Barbara, blaming her 10,000 times for not being assertive enough. Such a good man. Why haven't you made your move? If he leaves, wouldn't you regret it to death? However, since I've seen this, I must help you too. Turn raw rice into cooked rice. Alessio silently made up his mind. In the sky above, one arm held Rakshasa and Judge, speeding toward the vast sea. Once over the boundless ocean, they would have plenty of chances to escape. If my other bodies were still around, how could I be so powerless before such a mere child? Herman Tianzi felt deeply aggrieved. As a true deity, he borrowed the name of the ancient Herman King, condensing this one-armed form of Herman. In the present, chapter 172, the son of heaven bows 3 times. If Assad had been inconspicuous before, now he radiated a sharp and brilliant presence, like an immense sword casting its cold light over 16 states. Aaron immediately noticed something was amiss. Within Assad's body, it seemed as if a colossal energy field had formed. It was profound, like the abyss of the heavens, as if an entire world had condensed and compressed within. The majesty of heaven spread. You're actually about to break through? Aaron reacted right away. Assad was ascending to another level. His very essence was undergoing a leap. If successful, his power would not merely double. Assad nodded, but kept his gaze on Herman, the son of heaven. This made Aaron's expression somewhat complicated. After their trip to Osaka, Aaron thought he had grasped the extent of Assad's strength. Yet, Assad broke through again in such a short time. What a monstrous genius. Endowed with unparalleled talent. No way, I must bind him to the South District. What can I do? Oh yes, I seem to have a great-granddaughter. In an instant, Aaron had an idea. Meanwhile, Assad's approach made Herman and company visibly alarmed, with Judge and Rakshasa trembling from head to toe, almost fleeing in panic. Sir, you have already killed several of my subordinates. Are you unwilling to cease? Herman, the son of heaven, asked with a show of boldness that belied his inner fear. Assad sighed, spreading his hands and saying helplessly, it's not that I'm unwilling to stop, but I'm really too hungry. How about this? I'll let you go if you let me eat the 2 beside you. His reasonable demeanor instantly sent chills down Rakshas's and Judge's spines. Your Flora, do not listen to his nonsense. Yes, your Flora. This man harbors sinister intentions. He is trying to sow discord so you'll weaken yourself. By then, you will have no capable aides left. They hurriedly advised. Enough, do I need your reminders? Herman reprimanded them before turning to Assad, asking, is there truly no room for compromise? It wasn't that he wanted to submit, he felt deeply uneasy. With only one arm left, he was far from his peak condition, lacking confidence. Moreover, Assad seemed to wield some power that restrained them. Otherwise, his subordinates wouldn't have been so easily devoured. Even the Cloud Bamboo Temple had only managed to suppress them for years, never killing them outright, because they were embodiments of fear and death. As long as the masses feared these demons, they could not die. But now, Assad had shattered that understanding. Room for compromise? Assad said lightly, yes, you can offer yourself. Once I've eaten my fill, the rest can live. Upon hearing this, not only did Rakshasa and Judge lose all words, but even Herman, the son of heaven, was speechless. Clearly, Assad wasn't giving them any way out. Fine. I'll see just what sort of skill you possess, daring to speak such words. When I roamed freely, you weren't even born yet. Enraged, Herman's single arm hovered in midair, revealing his spectral form. A one-armed figure of the son of heaven, adorned with a diadem crown and ochre yellow robes, his face stern and solemn, eyes glowing with divine light. His solitary arm held the universe in its grasp. The Son of Heaven kneels to the heavens and earth. All paths bow. Hayward toppling gold mountains and jade pillars. The image of the Son of Heaven suddenly knelt on one knee, paying homage. This was the 3 kneelings of the Son of Heaven. All beings fell. Not good. Aaron turned pale. For during these 3 kneelings, his fortune as the guardian of the South District was severed, his status plummeting from deity to master. Feeling the shockwave of power bearing down, he could almost smell the taste of death, filled with rust and blood. This isn't the kind of force a deity-level being can produce. Could the true self behind that arm be beyond deity? Sensing danger, the arm tried to detach from the ethereal body, but it was too late, grabbed firmly by Assad. Now you want to escape? Don't think so easily. Stay here. With a crunch, Assad bit off one of its fingers, then several more bites devoured the entire arm, turning it into his meal. Ah, you cursed mortal. The arm exploded dramatically. Yet, all its power was completely swallowed by Assad, boosting the golden core within him to 90%. This made Assad's aura even more formidable. His gaze fell on the remaining Rakshasa and Judge, who felt their legs weaken, causing them to fall to their knees. Lord, we are willing to become your power. They had surrendered. Witnessing the deaths of their comrades and the Son of Heaven, they had lost all courage to resist. Now, they only wished for a quick death. Chapter 173. A golden pill swallowed. Bang bang. With a wave of his sleeve, Assad instantly turned Raksha and partner into smithereens, which transformed into black mist spreading in all directions like hundreds of rivers converging into the sea, eventually integrating into Assad's body. Rushing sound echoed. A surge of formidable power roared, akin to monstrous waves crashing violently, centering around Assad. The surrounding space began to tremble violently as if some ancient behemoth was about to burrow out from somewhere. Is he about to break through? A sharp gleam flashed in Aaron's eyes. Simultaneously, he sensed a powerful force undulation approaching. He was involuntarily swept away, thrown straight over a kilometer away. He suppressed his shock and gazed at where Assad stood. There, golden radiance splendid as clouds and mist seemed to make golden lotus blossoms emerge on the sea surface. Golden light rain fell from the sky. Faintly there sounded some kind of sacred resonance, profound yet indescribable. It seemed to be celebrating for Assad. This symbolized the blessings from heaven and earth. The congratulations from heaven and earth. Meanwhile, a towering golden pillar rose up to the sky, and Assad was right there. God. Aaron's face showed deep sighs, his eyes full of envy. Never would he have thought he would witness this scene with his own eyes, watching a peak strongman transcend human limitations to officially become a god-level powerhouse. The martial deity descends, as if divinity itself had descended. As the heavenly might carried by the omnipresent golden rain settled upon Assad, Assad felt an overwhelmingly vast power appearing before him. It was as if he was merging into it, becoming a true part of this world. He vaguely saw an ethereal pillar stretching upwards before him. On it were countless inscriptions of names, shimmering in gold, but too blurry to discern clearly. Suddenly, he sensed something and caught sight of his own name at the bottom of the pillar. Assad. What is this? Assad felt puzzled. Could it be that ascending to higher realms leaves one's name recorded in heaven and earth? For some reason, he thought of the divine Haywardst. Is this something similar? Just then, the golden pill inside his body, nearing completion, started struggling fiercely, causing the surrounding golden glow to fluctuate. Boom. Ah. Assad bellowed loudly. The golden pill floated in front of him. To Assad's astonishment, there was a fine golden thread connecting the golden pill to the pillar. Each time the golden pill attempted to reach its peak completeness, the thread drew energy from it and infused it into the pillar. What's going on? Doubt flickered across Assad's face. Why is this pillar stopping my golden pill from achieving completeness? Could it be because the current era's martial ways are so prosperous that they do not permit anyone to follow the immortal path? Or is there another reason? Crack. An epiphany suddenly struck him. No, I must not have my name recorded on that pillar. Once inscribed, I would probably receive unimaginable constraints. Having received the heritage of an ancient immortal, Assad deeply understood what could be done through one's true name. At worst, one becomes a vassal. At worst, eternally doomed. Moreover, what is the immortal path? Immortality means freedom. How can one who cherishes freedom willingly bind oneself to some unknown entity? Assad abruptly stood up, and a grand sword appeared on his arm. Sword. Supreme. This was a secret sword technique, a skill only fully unleashed after the Greenwood eternal body achieved perfect state. He believed this single strike could easily shatter an ordinary deity. Whoosh whoosh. He continuously launched dozens of strikes, which converged into a single devastating beam. This strike was unparalleled. This strike was a one-way journey. The massive sword slashed sharply towards the pillar, and the blade erased his name from the column with a single blow. A golden pill swallowed. My fate is decided by myself, not heaven. Assad roared loudly. The floating golden pill returned to his body, finally reaching full power. Infinite golden radiance emitted from him, as if he were a divine being standing in the present world, leaping beyond the 3 realms, not confined by the 5 elements. Assad couldn't help but burst out laughing. Only now did he realize what his choice truly meant. Had his name been inscribed on the pillar, he would have been bound to this world forever, even though granted authority by the universe, but losing his freedom. Boom. Erasing Assad's name from the pillar seemed to infuriate it. Suddenly, the surrounding golden light shattered into fragments. The once enveloping golden rain turned into a thunderstorm, lightning and thunder booming. Thick, dark purple thunderbolts danced in the clouds like writhing thunder snakes, exuding a power of destruction and despair. Wasn't it said that when mortals reach this realm, they will inevitably receive the congratulations from heaven? Why is it now like this? Not a congratulation but rather heaven's wrath. Aaron, standing far away, was utterly stunned. Everything was fine just now. Why did such a startling change happen all of a sudden? Just by looking at those dark purple thunderbolts, one could tell they harbored incomparably violent power, an ominous sense of destruction overwhelming him. Even from such a distance, Aaron felt his entire body tremble, and as the range covered by the thunder grew larger, he had no choice but to retreat further. Worry etched on his face as he looked towards Assad's position. Assad, what did you do? Though this was his first time witnessing someone break through to the divine level, based on all the information he had gathered or heard, there had never been a situation like this. This made Aaron suspect that Assad must have done something to provoke the heavenly fury. What would be Assad's fate before this boundless heavenly might? Aaron fell silent, growing increasingly worried. Amidst this sea of thunder, Assad stood tall and proud, his greenwood eternal body radiating brilliance, making him seem like an ancient immortal deity. His breath continued unceasingly, forming its own circulation. This was true immortality, a transcendent and free force. Ha 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 ha. Assad laughed out loud in midair, his voice causing the surrounding thunder sea to tremble. Countless barrel-thick thunderbolts seemed enraged and shot toward Assad. Come on. Let me see if this vast world truly cannot accommodate the way of immortality. Instead of retreating, Assad advanced, charging into the thunder sea. The dark purple lightning named Purple Void Demon-Slaying Divine Thunder was each arm thick, filled with the aura of destruction. Boom. As those thunderbolts struck Assad's body, large patches of charred black appeared on his skin. The thunder forced his hair to stand up wildly. Yet, he continued to laugh maniacally. Assad fiercely urged his cultivation technique. The greenwood eternal body began to rotate rapidly, crazily absorbing the dark purple void demon-slaying divine thunder from the thunder sea. Chapter 174. My fate is in my hands, not heaven's. Gurgling. Hayworked the reverse flow of seawater. Assad's entire body turned into a vortex, a powerful suction creating an enormous whirlpool that devoured the lightning power from the thunder sea. Hayworking, like steel blades, cut through his body, fiercely scouring his flesh and bones, causing blood to seep from the corners of his mouth. But Assad clenched his teeth and continued. The greenwood immortal body had long been perfected. Now was the perfect time to use this baptism by lightning to transform his constitution into a Yale body. The Green Emperor immortal body. One is greenwood, the other is Green Emperor. The gap between the two is evident. Once transformed into a Yale body, his path to immortality could be said to be smooth sailing. Even if the heavens did not allow the way of immortality, he could rely on himself to cultivate a small cosmos within, because a Yale body itself is a miniature cosmos. Come, heavens. You're enraged, aren't you? I stand here. If you want my life, come and take it. Let's see who the ultimate victor will be. Assad roared madly. His voice seemed to enrage the heavens. Endless thunder began pouring down as if the sky were collapsing. Boom. A scene as if the Milky Way had been inverted across the sky. Assad stood right below, instantly enveloped by lightning. With a this damned heaven. It's finally over. Unexpectedly, Assad spoke, and his first words were a curse. Huh. Aaron paused, seeing the nearly dying Assad suddenly emit a new kind of aura from within. This aura was completely different from before. Yet, it was more full of vitality and surging energy. Just standing there radiated warmth that felt not offensive, but invigorating like spring. Aaron had experienced no less than thousands of battles, accumulating many internal injuries over the years, which prevented him from advancing. But now, these old injuries began to gradually heal. Aaron stared at Assad in disbelief, his mouth agape. What on earth was happening? Assad took a long breath, his body shaking suddenly, and his skin began to peel off by itself. With the layer of damaged skin falling away, there wasn't a single trace of injury left on his body, appearing spotless. It seemed as if an intangible force enveloped him, making him impervious to all harm. Green Emperor immortal body. Completed. At this moment, he resembled a newborn infant, emitting a faint fragrance, symbolizing true innate purity, different from what martial arts defined as innate. The moment Assad, you truly took a reckless path. Aaron couldn't help but say. Assad gazed deeply at the sky and said, I cultivate the way of immortality, seeking freedom, pursuing peace with my heart. I would not regret death, let alone mere heavenly punishment. Aaron sighed, saying nothing more. He changed the subject and brought up the events in Nongjiang City, asking, by the way, you track demons here. Do you know why such demons appeared? Assad nodded and briefly recounted the incident at Lilyming Perfume Tower. What? Lilyming Perfume Tower reappeared? Aaron's expression darkened. Why, Senior Chance, do you know the ins and outs of this so-called Lilyming Perfume Tower? Assad looked at him. Aaron nodded, his expression somewhat gloomy as he said, Indeed. Back then, one of my comrades was lured into joining there, becoming a goddess of the supposed Lilita Palace, dedicated to building a dream paradise and leading all mortals to transcendence. Such an ambition does require immense courage. Assad was taken aback. Aaron snorted coldly. With their abilities, they merely exploit the dreams and inner emotions of people to create demons and deities within their dreams. Building a so-called dream paradise is nothing but a delusional fantasy. Assad smiled. So, how should we deal with them? Chapter 175. Jia Ren's sudden visit. Let me handle this matter. Aaron hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to deal with the issue himself. The Liliju Shrine not only housed one of his old comrades in arms, but also concealed immense power. Especially renowned for its 10,000-year heritage, its accumulated strength was horrifyingly formidable. Instinctively, he didn't want Assad to be involved, fearing these people might also draw Assad into becoming part of the Liliju Shrine. Then I will leave it to Senior Carl. Assad had no other thoughts on this matter, yet calling Aaron Senior made Aaron chuckle bitterly, feeling somewhat uneasy. Hey, we're friend. Shouldn't we change the term Senior? After all, Assad had advanced and become an existence comparable to a deity, making the title feel awkward for Aaron to hear. Assad smiled but firmly declined Aaron's suggestion, saying, Senior Carl, I grew up hearing about your deeds. You fought for 100 years, participating in thousands of battles big and small for your homeland, risking your life countless times. You are our hero. How can I forget just because I've advanced? Aaron's lips trembled slightly, warming his heart. These days, few people mentioned his past. Even new history books were slowly downplaying his significance. Who would still remember what he did for the country? Who remembered that he joined the military at 14, fighting fiercely at Cold Mountain, surviving on 2 rock-hard steamed buns in the icy snow? Who remembered him deploying at 18 to defend the border under frigid? Aaron nodded. Their figures flashed as they headed towards Nanyang City. At this time, in some unknown place, towering mountains rose high, covered in ice and snow. Below the mountains, a turbulent river surged, the roar of water deafening. Atop the mountain stood a magnificent palace. 81 sky-piercing pillars stood, each engraved with inscriptions and reliefs, mostly depicting gods, ghosts, demons, and occasionally human figures. On the high platform of the palace, a towering giant clad in black robes sat silently on a colossal dragon-carved throne 20 meters high and 5 meters wide. Carrying the weight of centuries, his presence evoked a sense of eternal longevity. Snap, snap. The sound of a pillar breaking reached the giant's ears. Turning his gaze, he saw that on a pillar engraved with the image of Herman, both arms were gone, leaving only a statue with severed limbs. Retracting his gaze, he fell silent once more. After a long while, a grand voice echoed, resonating through the entire world. Recreate the image of Herman. Yes. With these words, a woman in divine attire appeared below the platform, bowed slightly, and withdrew. Nanyang City. When Assad and Aaron arrived at the Lily Ming fragrant building, everyone had fled, clearly aware that such chaos would attract official investigation. However, the disturbances outside were quickly quelled by the authorities. Aaron went to arrange follow-up matters and hurried away after a brief conversation with Assad. Assad, on the other hand, sought Barbara, still worried despite the jade token he gave her as protection. Soon, he found Barbara among the crowd. At this moment, Barbara was anxiously holding her phone, asking passers-by everywhere, have you seen a tall, big boy? This is his photo. She was actually looking for Assad. Assad felt somewhat amused and exasperated. His heart warmed involuntarily. This silly woman, he was a golden core true human. How could he possibly get lost? Not to mention the darkness just now. Even if the legendary lightning tribulation struck him, it wouldn't kill him. Zhu Qing. Assad walked up behind Barbara and called out softly. He saw Barbara's body stiffen slightly, then she slowly turned around, her beautiful face streaked with tears, her lovely bright eyes carrying a faint trace of moisture. Scoundrel, where did you run off to just now? Barbara suddenly buried her head in Assad's chest. Back at the exhibition, although she was upset with him for a while, it didn't last long. But when she wanted to find Assad again, he was gone. Then came the sudden chaos as the world fell into darkness. The entire building seemed to shake and sway as if it were the end of the world. Her heart was filled with fear. Instinctively, she wanted to find Assad, as if only there could she feel a sense of safety. Assad held Barbara, feeling her softness and fragrance. Her long black hair emitted a faintly elegant aroma. He gently patted her back and whispered, it's all over now. Barbara lay on his chest like a kitten. After an indeterminate amount of time, Assad's attention began to wander, and his heart stirred slightly. Assad couldn't help but blink. An unusual sensation arose in his heart, reminding him of their last trip to Southwest. Barbara suddenly sensed something, jumping out of Assad's embrace with embarrassment. Her pretty face flushed red, and she gave Assad a fierce glare before hurriedly walking away. This scoundrel. He was still having improper thoughts while hugging her. Assad spread his hands, looking helpless and awkward, and said with a grin, cough, cough, this is a misunderstanding. I can explain. Rogue. Barbara turned her slender waist, biting her lip, and stamped her foot, not sure whether out of shame or anger, before clicking away in her high heels. Zhu Qing, wait for me. I really didn't mean to just now. Assad hurriedly caught up. Chapter 176, The Jewelry Thief. On the rooftop of Hanhai Plaza, Isabel stood there, her breathtaking figure resembling a celestial being descending from heaven, clad in a snow-white gown, her eyes reflecting the figures of Assad and Barbara. Perhaps it can be done? A flicker of contemplation flashed across her eyes before she vanished from the spot, as if it were all just a dream. At the moment she disappeared, Assad happened to turn his head and looked here, noticing that no one was there, his brow furrowed slightly, almost imperceptibly. At this moment, Barbara, who had been walking ahead, took out her phone. After hearing what the person on the other end said, her face turned deathly pale. What? Lost? What happened? Seeing Barbara's abnormal state, Assad quickly asked. Barbara gripped her phone tightly, her knuckles turning white, her body trembling slightly. The dragon ring and phoenix arch are gone. The dragon ring and phoenix arch. They were precisely the pieces of jadeite she brought to Nanjiang for exhibition. These two priceless jadeite pieces, after being carved by top designers and master craftsmen, were valued by industry experts at over 10 billion yuan, reputed to be heirloom treasures. Heaven alone knew how much effort she had put in to elevate Qin family jewelry, allowing them to participate in this grand exhibition. But now, everything was ruined. Why would this happen? The heavy blow made Barbara unable to maintain her icy, high and mighty demeanor, revealing a look of vulnerability and confusion on her face, looking particularly heart-wrenching. What happened exactly? Assad asked. Barbara spoke with a heavy voice, recounting the news. Just as it got dark, the security system in the building suddenly failed. Someone took advantage of the chaos to break into the display cabinets where the dragon ring and phoenix arch were placed, and carried them away in the confusion. I'll handle this. Assad, after some thought, decisively said, I will find them. Really? Barbara abruptly looked up at Assad, grabbing his arm as if holding onto her last lifeline. Assad patted her hand confidently. Let me take a look at the scene first. As a newly ascended golden core cultivator, he had numerous methods at his disposal. Not only did the items go missing, but with residual traces left behind, he could even have a good chance of capturing the thief directly. All right. Barbara immediately led Assad to the exhibition center. Inside, two prominent display cases lay shattered, the glass scattered on the ground, empty inside. At this moment, the area around the venue had already been sealed off. Several police officers were discussing quietly with the venue security director. To Assad's surprise, the lead police captain was none other than Beatrix, whose fiery figure could be easily quickly traced back through his memories, ensuring that anything or anyone he had seen would leave an impression, especially when he walked around the exhibition hall previously. He might have seen this thief. As he pondered, Beatrix couldn't help but walk up beside him, her face full of dissatisfaction, saying, "Hey, I'm investigating this case. All unnecessary people must leave immediately." Although she had heard from others about Assad's identity and how he remained unscathed after killing Glover, in Beatrix's mind, he was still the lecherous man who had taken advantage of her. So, the moment she saw him, Beatrix's anger flared up. An unnecessary person? Assad blinked his eyes. To him, it was obvious that Beatrix was deliberately picking a fight. It was just because he helped her up and accidentally touched the wrong spot. Was it really that serious? He couldn't just stand by and let her fall on top of him, could he? After all, at that angle, she might have been squashed flat. Isn't that so? Beatrix said irritably. Whenever I see you, nothing good happens. Could it be that you're the one who stole the items this time? Assad realized that when women were angry, they lost all sense of reason. Just as he was about to refute her, Barbara suddenly appeared by his side. The sound of high heels echoed as she walked gracefully in a black long dress. Chapter 177. The Brazen Thief. Under the gazes of two women, Charmaine and Alina, each unique in her own way, Assad remained calm and said, "Give me a pen and a piece of paper." Beatrix frowned and asked, "You really know what the thief looks like?" "Absolutely genuine." Assad smiled. Although he had only seen that person in his memory, and that person had also made some disguises, Assad was confident that his judgment would not be wrong. "I hope you're not just seeking attention." Beatrix gave Assad a deep look, waved to a nearby police member, and said, "Bring paper and pen." "Yes, Captain." Soon, paper and pen were delivered to Assad. The surrounding police members gathered around, and when they heard that Assad already knew the appearance of the true culprit, they all showed expressions of surprise and uncertainty, because through their investigation, they had already determined that this was a premeditated theft. Perhaps the darkening sky was a sudden factor, but based on the information left at the scene, as well as the destruction of surveillance equipment and the breach into the control room, it could clearly explain one thing. That is, it was not an impromptu operation but a well-prepared one. Assad recalled the appearance of that person in his memory and swiftly sketched. In just a couple of minutes, a lifelike portrait appeared on the paper. "This seems to be Spencer. That famous jewel thief. Indeed, if it's him." Assad shrugged. Even if Beatrix really failed, nothing unexpected would happen as long as he was here. He had already remotely locked onto Spencer's aura. If he wanted, a single thought could end Spencer's life. Inside the square, Spencer carried a military green shoulder bag and smoked a cigarette, leaning against a tree in the shade with his eyes half closed, exhaling a puff of smoke. "The police today are a bit slow. They haven't even arrived yet, after I specifically left clues for you." He lifted his eyelids and glanced at his wristwatch, showing a look of impatience. At that moment, the sound of vehicles approached from afar. Spencer's ears perked up, instantly recognizing the engine sounds and braking noise of police cars. He smirked, "Finally here. Let me thoroughly embarrass you before I leave." Saying that, he swaggered towards a car. Meanwhile, several plainclothes police officers stepped out of the vehicle, looking sharp and alert. Second team has reached the designated position. No suspicious targets found, awaiting instructions. After setting up the containment formation, they immediately reported the current situation via wireless headsets. However, they didn't notice that Spencer silently approached behind one of the police officers, covering his mouth and nose with one hand, delivering a heavy blow to the back of his neck, knocking him unconscious. Spencer casually picked up the officer's headset and put it on his ear, immediately hearing various messages inside. "Too bad, you aren't skilled enough to catch me." Having successfully infiltrated, Spencer stood in a corner by himself, watching the chaos he had caused. Looking at the police officers rushing around like ants on a hot pot, he could not help but want to laugh. What a bunch of fools. You think you can catch me with just the likes of you? Not in this lifetime. At this moment, Beatrix, as the on-site commander, had a rather unhappy expression. The square had been completely sealed off, yet they hadn't even seen a glimpse of Spencer. Could I have been fooled by Assad? Beatrix started to doubt herself. After all, her relationship with Assad was not particularly friendly. Assad didn't seem like someone with many ulterior motives. Could he be deliberately making her look foolish? The more she thought about it, the less confident she felt. "Continue reporting your positions." Beatrix held back her anxiety and repeated in the communication line. Observation point 1. No abnormality. Observation point 2. No abnormality. All reports came back negative. Beatrix finally became certain that Assad was likely tricking her. Where was this Spencer? He must have made up this person intentionally. Retreat. She gritted her teeth and said these two words through clenched teeth. Just then, a voice suddenly came from a communication device. "What? Retreating already? Are you police even doing your job? Not looking for Grandpa anymore? I've been watching you for so long. How boring. You bunch of good-for-nothing." Chapter 178. Witness of the Great Yale. Arrogant. Spencer simply didn't put Assad in his eyes. Not only that, but his gaze also fell upon Barbara, who was wearing a black long dress, with a shade of lust flashing across his eyes. "But you've actually brought me a great beauty. After I've thoroughly enjoyed myself, maybe I'll let you keep your dog life." Keep in mind, he wasn't just a jewelry thief. Swish. A Upon hearing these words, Barbara's face slightly changed. Don't worry, I'm here for you. Assad lightly patted Barbara's shoulder as a gesture of comfort, then strode toward Spencer, a hint of coldness on his face. I originally thought about letting you live, but now I've changed my mind. You deserve to be cast into the 18th level of hell. Brat, quite cocky, aren't you? Today, I'll show you my true colors. Boom. Seeing Assad approach him, Spencer's face twisted into a sinister smile. He forcefully pushed off the ground and lunged forward without retreating. With a powerful thrust, he sent a punch directly at Assad's chest, carrying a gust of wind. Shatter for me. This punch from Spencer was ferocious. As a dark force martial artist who had spent much effort on both boxing and kicking techniques, this punch could have created a hole even if it hit steel. Standing in place, Assad watched the incoming punch with no reaction whatsoever. Spencer smirked, thinking this boy must have stolen Dragon Ring and Phoenix Gateway inside, her face lighting up with joy. They are indeed here. Her face showed pure relief and recovery. Assad nodded, his gaze once again falling on Spencer, calmly saying, You were quite arrogant just now, weren't you? Now why are you speechless? Brat, I advise you to let me go. Though Spencer's cheek was pressed down, he refused to submit, glaring at Assad with hatred while speaking. Do you know who I am? I am Spencer, my grandfather is Talon. He is a super swordsman renowned throughout the South. If you hurt me, you're finished. No one can save you. Do you know why the police always arrive late when I act? Because they know that even if they catch me, they will have to release me respectfully. Assad couldn't help but laugh, yet his words were chilling. Facing death. You dare to be so insolent. Fine, then I'll grant your wish. As for that Talon, I'll wait for him in Nanan to see if he dares come for revenge. No. Spencer felt Assad's killing intent and began to struggle violently, but what did his feeble power amount to under a golden core real person? Just as Assad was about to stomp Spencer to death, be it the determined Beatrix. Her whole body was trembling with agitation, and her normally delicate face was filled with severity and sharpness. He may be a criminal, but he cannot be judged by you so casually. Will he really be judged by you? There was a hint of pity in Assad's eyes. What do you mean? Beatrix was stunned. Assad calmly replied, Before you arrived, he told me something interesting. His grandfather is Talon? Talon? Upon hearing this name, Beatrix's face drastically changed. She suddenly remembered that Spencer had indeed been caught several times, but was always released afterward. Each time, someone intervened on his behalf, settling matters with mere exchanges of items, without many victims pursuing further action. Now, she finally understood why. Spencer's grandfather was Talon, the famous southern swordsman, a Isabellister. Beatrix felt that some part of her beliefs was crumbling, but she still stubbornly looked at Assad, unwilling to give up. So does a Isabellister get to do whatever he wants? Assad couldn't answer that question because some people could indeed. Powerful families, wealthy tycoons. There were too many people who could do this, and Isabellisters were only one among them. After all, justice didn't exist in this world. There was only the strong devouring the weak. Reality was that cruel. However, Assad's celestial phenomena subtly altered, noticed by Barbara and Beatrix. In their eyes, Assad seemed changed, yet unchanged. A mysterious aura enveloped him, making him akin to an immortal who transcended the boundaries of the mortal world. Transcending the human world. He was truly a mortal-bound immortal. Just as Beatrix was about to say something, the newly appointed police chief Josue rushed over. He had already received word regarding Assad and could not afford to be careless. Captain Sue, what's going on? As soon as Josue arrived, Beatrix immediately recounted the events. Josue nodded, glanced at Spencer who was already dead, and felt helpless inside. Truly, he reaped what he sowed. Death was inevitable. Let you be arrogant, let you be rampant, now facing someone stronger and fiercer. Your death is justified. Moreover, with all the evil deeds committed, it's rightful death. Take Spencer's corpse back for a formal trial. Also, investigate previous unresolved cases related to him. Anyone involved must be dealt with strictly without exception. Josue said decisively. Yes, Chief. The police officers standing behind him immediately acknowledged and started handling the cleanup of the scene. Beatrix wanted to speak, but was silenced by Josue's gaze. Josue looked at Assad and asked, Mr. Luther, do you a couple of dishes recently? Let me cook them for you. Barbara said. Huh. Assad blinked, looking at Barbara's delicate fingers, white and tender hands. She didn't seem like someone who could cook. Barbara's pretty face turned sour. If you don't want to eat, forget it. Of course I want to eat. I won't miss out on a meal cooked by Zhu Qing. Assad hurriedly said. That's better. Barbara instructed her subordinates to handle the cleanup work while she drove Assad away. Instead of heading to a hotel, she chose the villa purchased by Ulrich. The villa was in the outskirts of Nanjiang City, in a quiet and serene environment, considered a wealthy area where many elite and influential figures lived. All living facilities were top-notch. On the way, Barbara bought some ingredients and then rushed to the villa, which, maintained by servants, was ready for immediate stay. It was already evening when Barbara carried the ingredients into the kitchen. Assad followed in. Out. He didn't expect that as soon as he went in, Barbara pushed him out. She was now wearing an apron around her slender waist and started preparing dinner. Assad aimlessly wandered around the villa for a bit, and then received a message from Barbara, telling him to come back for dinner. However, when he stepped inside, he was startled. In the dining room, the table was laid with several sumptuous dishes, a bottle of red wine, and 2 wine glasses. A circle of candles were lit around them. At this moment, Barbara had changed into different attire. She wore a tight-fitting white off-shoulder dress that hugged her hips, revealing one fragrant shoulder and an attractive collarbone. Her long hair cascaded down her back, damp as if she had just washed it and hadn't dried it yet. The air was filled with a faintly sweet fragrance. It seemed to be from fresh flowers, or perhaps from her. Assad felt his throat go dry. The beauty with the red wine, paired with this candlelit dinner, stirred something deep within him. What is she planning? Idiot. What are you standing there for? Barbara blushed as Assad stared at her intently. Oh, eating. Assad hurriedly sat opposite Barbara. He said he was eating, but his mind was entirely on her. Who cared what was on the plate? Does it taste good? Barbara's smile deepened, and she stood up to pour him a glass of red wine. The rich aroma of the red wine made hearts flutter. With her delicate hands holding a wine glass, she asked, "Do you want a drink?" "Yes." Assad nodded and clinked glasses with Barbara. Now, not the alcohol but the ambience was intoxicating. There's a saying, admiring a beauty under the lamp, one feels more energized. Assad felt like he was already drunk, his senses somewhat hazy. Zhu Qing. Barbara's voice seemed to come from her nose, soft and mellow. She blinked her eyes, looking entangled and captivating. Just as Assad was about to say something, Barbara gracefully stood up and came to his side like a willow swaying in the wind. She reached out a hand and gently covered his mouth. "Follow me." Barbara pulled his hand and turned to walk upstairs. It was only then that Assad noticed her dress was backless. Her smooth and flawless back, fair and sparkling, sent a tremor through Assad's heart, making him even more eager for what would happen upstairs tonight. Chapter 180. Sugar-coated bullets. The villa has 3 floors, with the second floor being the owner's bedroom. The walls on both sides of the corridor are decorated with numerous exquisite paintings, while a large carpet lies beneath their feet, creating an overall ambience that is warm and elegant. Barbara walks ahead, with Assad following beside her. The air feels somewhat quiet, but Assad can sense an unusual atmosphere. From the tremors in Barbara's body, she must be extremely nervous too. This makes Assad even more excited. Just then, Barbara stops, standing before a bedroom door. She reaches out and pushes it open. The bedroom light is on, with a faint mist hovering around, indicating that this was the room where Barbara just took a shower. The room is tidily arranged, predominantly in pink tones, like a princess's room, exuding warmth and comfort. Barbara's voice becomes gentle, no longer resembling the strong woman she usually is. "Assad, let's go inside." Assad swallows hard. When the usually cold and distant female CEO transforms into a soft and delicate woman, this lethal temptation is almost irresistible. He instinctively follows her inside. After only a few steps, the gauze draped over Barbara falls to the ground. She turns around, grabs his hand, and he finds himself involuntarily falling onto her. Their eyes meet, and a hint of shyness flashes in Barbara's eyes. It seems she has prepared herself and gently closes her eyes. Assad can't control his emotions either and lowers his head. The air is hazy and bewildering. Assad feels as if he's about to be intoxicated, his heart wavering as though nothing beautiful could resist this gentle touch. However, for some reason, he feels Barbara acting unusually today. Is she being too proactive? Buzz. At that moment, the longevity true chi within Assad suddenly surges through his entire body, and clarity momentarily fills his eyes. In that instant, he realizes the woman beneath him is not Barbara but Kimura, the proprietor of Lily Meng perfumed building. It's her. At that moment, her gaze is gentle, responding to Assad's actions while silently making trouble. Then he will see what she really intends to do. Even if it's a sugar-coated bullet, Assad is confident enough to eat the sugar and return the bullet, and make the other side beg for mercy. Kimura immediately senses the change in Assad. Assad, who was always restrained and gentle, suddenly becomes violent, making her feel like she's losing control over large parts of her territory. Mountains, hills, none of them hold up. Initially, she only intended to use secret techniques to control Assad, never expecting to have to pay such a high price. But it's too late. No, Assad, wait. Kimura tries to stop him, but Assad is determined to teach her a lesson and doesn't listen to her pleas. Devastatingly, rushing straight through, Hayward facing an invincible iron army, clad in iron armor and wielding city-busting maces. That fierce and unstoppable force isn't something a mere woman can withstand, and in an instant, the gates are wide open, surrendering the city. Over. Kimura gazes at the ceiling, realizing she has lost big time. She feels like a small boat adrift on the sea, ready to capsize at any moment. Not only that, but when she attempted to trigger her secret technique, she found her entire body trembling, unable to muster even a sliver of strength. How could this be? Her eyes suddenly flashed with alarm, like waves surging. Could it be that Assad had discovered her identity? No, impossible. She had clearly released secret medicine into the food and air, ensuring he would not escape the dream realm she constructed. After 2 whole hours, everything calmed down. Kimura felt as if she had suffered a great loss. Looking at Assad lying beside her, his eyes closed, face content, she gritted her teeth and felt her legs trembling. She managed to rise weakly, forming an intricate seal with her hands. Taking advantage of Assad's rest, she gently pressed her hand against his forehead. Dream, plant the flower. A faint trace of petals instantly seeped into Assad's brow. This was the Lilith Hushin Shrine's strongest secret technique. The flower has found its master. It was the highest level secret art reserved for every goddess of the Lilith Hushin Shrine. They referred to themselves as flower masters, able to split petals to infiltrate the target's body, silently altering their will, making them utterly loyal and devoted to the flower master. However, once the petal entered Assad's body, there was no reaction at all. It vanished without a trace, like a clay ox sinking into the sea. How can this be? Kimura looked at the sleeping Assad in disbelief. She had paid such a heavy price, even giving her maidenhood, only to find that the secret technique was ineffective on him. Slap. At that moment, Assad suddenly reached out and grabbed her hand. Kimura's heart raced in panic, but then she found Assad's other arm wrapping around her again, pulling her back into his embrace. No! Kimura screamed inwardly, but Assad was already upon her again, leaving her completely defenseless. That night was extraordinarily long. By the time dawn faintly broke, Kimura finally stumbled up and left, standing by the door, looking at Assad with a complex expression. What a scoundrel. Only now did she truly understand what it meant to lose both the wife and the troops. Chapter 181 Dream and Reality. At this moment, Millicent had already regained her attire. Her long dress was as white as snow, making her appear like a celestial being fallen from heaven, rivaling Barbara in both appearance and figure. She had an icy expression as she stared at the sleeping Assad, wishing she could tear him apart. However, she knew all too well that not only did she lack the strength to do so, but Assad's ability to counter her dream power rendered most of her abilities useless. Swish. Millicent's thoughts raced, ultimately deciding to retreat for now. In a flash, she appeared outside the villa. For some reason, she stumbled slightly, diminishing the grandeur of her celestial persona. This scoundrel. Millicent naturally knew why her legs felt weak. She cast a resentful glance back at the villa, then vanished with another flicker. It was clearly an escape. The instant Millicent left, Assad opened his eyes, surveying the disarray on the bed as he covered his forehead with a hand. Now it was bad. In a fit of anger last night, he had actually pushed Millicent away. If Barbara found out, how would she react? Thus, when facing Millicent, his heart became incredibly conflicted. But, he couldn't bring himself to act so cold-bloodedly, opting instead to close his eyes and pretend to sleep, turning a blind eye. Unexpectedly, she had left on her own accord. This let out a heavy sigh of relief from Assad. He quickly got up, and with a wave of his hand, the bedsheets turned to shreds. He noticed that Millicent had cut away a piece of the sheet. A proud red plum blossom had once adorned it. Oh, worries. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Assad's head began to throb. How could he have acted impulsively like that? Clearly influenced by her secret arts, indeed. As the longevity true chi surged through his body, it finally dispelled the lingering dream forces within him. Collecting himself, Assad calmed down, thinking of Barbara sleeping in the nearby room. He couldn't help but mutter 3 times about his sins. I should go check on Zhu Qing. Assad gritted his teeth and walked toward the room. At this moment, Barbara had also woken up, lying in bed with vague memories of a long dream. In the dream, everything revolved around her and Assad. She dreamed of bathing, changing clothes, having a candlelit dinner with Assad, and even taking him upstairs on her own. The scenes in the dream were crystal clear, almost etched into her memory. How can this be? Barbara blushed furiously and hurriedly got up. However, she soon felt uncomfortable and, remembering something, rushed into the bathroom for a quick rinse. Only after getting dressed and walking out did she breathe a sigh of relief, burying those embarrassing scenes deep in her heart. Knock knock knock. The door knocked, startling Barbara as she glanced at the time. Realizing a whole night had passed, she quickly opened the door, seeing Assad standing there. You, good morning. Barbara's face turned red as the images from her dream resurfaced, causing her to unconsciously look down. What a scoundrel. Disturbing her sleep last night. Actually, it was the power of the dream. To fully control Assad, Millicent enveloped the entire villa with dream power, leading to a shared sensation between Barbara and herself. That was why Barbara found the dream so vivid, and why she felt certain sensations. Assad chuckled awkwardly, greeting Barbara. Both harbored secrets, and they soon fell into silence. Barbara broke the silence. I don't know what happened. I just fell asleep. I have some things to attend to, so I'll go first. Worried about saying something out of place, Assad quickly made up an excuse to leave. On the contrary, Barbara grew suspicious, watching him leave before heading towards the kitchen. But as she reached the dining area, her steps suddenly halted. The candlelit dinner setting, including wine glasses on the table, mirrored her dream exactly. Could it not have been a dream but real? Barbara was taken aback. Recalling Assad's hurried departure earlier, she slumped onto the sofa, her expression becoming incomprehensibly complex. No, it must have been a dream. Barbara shook her head rapidly, trying to dismiss the suspicion, yet somehow, the scenes in her mind felt increasingly real. Following her dream's memory, she immediately went back to the second floor, checking each bedroom until she discovered an anomaly in one. The sheets and pillowcases in this room were missing. There were even signs of use in the bathroom. Normally, the villa was taken care of by specialized servants, and it was absolutely impossible for something like this to happen. And yet, after one night, the bed sheets and pillowcases had vanished in a most peculiar manner. This was rather strange. Barbara carefully examined the bed, sniffing gently at something. Soon enough, her face turned increasingly pale. Although she had never experienced such a thing before, she was no fool. Could you really be my lifelong nemesis? Barbara's expression was complex, especially as the scenes from her dream showed everything happening at her own initiative. At this moment, after leaving the villa, Assad finally let out a long breath. He had wanted to get back at Millicent, but almost got himself entangled too. It was close. Fortunately, he had already cleaned up the battlefield. Barbara should not find anything unusual. At this moment, Assad could not have imagined that he had already given himself away. The astute Barbara had already noticed some clues. The only good news was that Barbara believed the person from last night was herself. On the street, whistling and humming, Assad had completely forgotten about yesterday's events, feeling a newfound clarity. Ring ring ring. Suddenly, his phone rang. Seeing the caller's name, he answered immediately. It was a call from Evelyn. Help me. The other end only managed a few words before a crisp sound indicated the phone had been snatched and smashed to pieces. Not good. Evelyn, what happened? Assad trembled, calling out several times. But there was no response. Damn it. Assad's face turned grim, and a killing intent rose within him. Instantly, a strong chill enveloped the area. Even on a scorching summer day, the temperature dropped close to freezing. People around were horrified, feeling as if a calamity was imminent. What's going on? Has the weather changed suddenly? They stared at the ground in shock, where ice began to form around Assad as if a deity had descended, bringing boundless dignity and lethality. My goodness. Everyone knelt in fear. Chapter 182. The Secret Legacy. Assad's cold gaze swept over them and disappeared in an instant, making them almost think they had hallucinated just now. However, the large patch of frost left on the ground reminded them that everything was real. The passers-by exchanged glances, their faces showing signs of horror. This was the closest they had ever been to witnessing something extraordinary. Of course, some people were excited. They took photos of the frost left on the ground and uploaded them to social media, swearing that there had just been a display of superhuman power, which drew quite a bit of attention. Unfortunately, most people were merely there for the spectacle. At this moment, Assad had already left Nanjiang City and was speeding towards Hayward High City. The sudden loss of contact caused a flicker of unease in Assad's heart. The severity in his eyes deepened. He believed that Evelyn must have encountered danger. If Evelyn gets even a scratch, no matter who you are, I will tear you all into pieces. Assad swore inwardly. Hayward High City. In a dilapidated, unfinished building, Ewing lay on the ground, clutching his chest, with blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, looking somewhat haggard. Evelyn was supporting him, tears streaming down her face as she trembled and said, "Dad, you mustn't be hurt." Jameson patted her hand reassuringly, saying, "Don't worry, I'm fine. Just a minor injury, it's nothing." However, the 4 or 5 gunshot wounds on his body were still bleeding, clearly not credible. Evelyn bit her lip, feeling guilty. If it hadn't been for Jameson protecting her just now, she wouldn't have gotten shot. This filled her with both guilt and intense hatred toward the murderers. Shortly after, footsteps sounded again. Recognizing these familiar steps, Jameson's face changed abruptly, instinctively shielding Evelyn. "Jameson, why persist in delusion? Look at your pathetic state, as miserable as a dog. Is it really worth it just to protect the so-called secret legacy? Hand over the spirit medicine lineage's secret legacy now, and I guarantee you and your daughter can live. Moreover, I will grant you boundless wealth." A man dressed in black appeared. It was none other than Chuck, who once treated Elio's illness. Behind him stood several assessors. "Research them? I'm just carrying on their research. If they could do it, why can't I? I could do much better. All thanks to you for ruining it all." "Do better? I see you are beyond redemption." Jameson looked at Chuck coldly. Back then, Chuck researched a forbidden technique for transferring spirit veins, originally studied by predecessors to cultivate exceptional successors. However, Chuck, for his own gain, forcibly extracted spirit veins from living humans, brutally killing hundreds of children, using their spirit veins to strengthen himself. How could Jameson believe that such a ruthless villain could glorify spirit medicine? Chuck's eyes turned cold. He said, "Enough talk. Hand over the secret legacy, or don't blame me for being unforgiving." He then looked at Evelyn, his voice eerie. "Your daughter is truly exquisite, surpassing even your late wife. Absolutely heartbreaking." Jameson's face changed. "Chuck, don't push me. You're the one pushing me." Chuck didn't give an inch, shouting angrily, "Give me the legacy secrets. Otherwise, neither you nor your daughter will escape today." The inheritance secret of the spirit medicine lineage. This was crucial to Chuck's grand plan and his very life and death. Due to his numerous experiments over the years, his face vanished, and the wounds on his body began to wriggle, the flesh twisting and healing. It was as if something terrifying inside him was awakening. In Chuck's eyes, Jameson's aura instantly changed from balanced and peaceful to evil and ferocious. "What's going on?" Chuck's expression flickered, suddenly realizing something, and quickly retreated. Swish. At the same time, Jameson also moved. He lunged forward, covering several dozen meters in one step, directly leaping in front of Chuck, and slapped down with his large palm. Boom. The slap produced a sonic boom. Chapter 183. A hair's breadth. Not only Axel, no one present believed that Brandt, who had been on the verge of death, would suddenly counterattack, and with such overwhelming force. Bang. Axel was sent flying, while Brandt kept advancing, rushing towards the few assassins. The assassins grew grave, firing their guns in succession. The specially made bullets all failed at this moment, hitting Brandt without causing him any harm, because the bullets that penetrated his body were directly forced out. Damn it. What kind of monster is this? The assassins couldn't believe it. However, before they could react further, Brandt had already approached. His arms stretched out like ape arms. A hand as big as a fan lashed out, resembling a steel whip. Crack. The heads of the assassins exploded instantly, the continuous bang sounding like exploding firecrackers. Several bodies fell heavily to the ground. At this moment, Lise instinctively covered her mouth. She didn't expect that her father would reveal such a fierce and violent side. That brutal and savage strength was truly terrifying. Then, suddenly, a loud laugh sounded. Ha ha ha. It was Axel. Although he had been hit by Brandt, there were no obvious injuries on his body. Now, looking at Brandt, his laughter was full of mockery. "Brandt, you have the audacity to criticize me for researching forbidden techniques, acting more beastly than a beast. But what about you? Isn't this the forbidden technique of spirit physicians?" Axel laughed so hard tears almost welled up in his eyes, especially when he saw the bloodshot red in Brandt's eyes, which shook him even more because it clearly revealed an absolutely forbidden technique passed down by spirit physicians. The human puppet technique. It was a method to refine puppets. Through this forbidden technique, one could transform a living person into a puppet, significantly enhancing the puppet's power, but the consequences were obvious. The puppet gradually lost human traits, emotions, and became cruel and heartless. With long-term cultivation, it would eventually turn into a wild beast filled with cruelty and murderous intent. Only, the look in Brandt's eyes now indicated that he had applied this human puppet technique to himself. Brandt stood in the center, his eyes flickering between clarity and savagery. He took out a green scroll from his pocket and said, "Axel, this is the heritage secret scroll you want?" But in the next second, Brandt shattered the scroll, turning it into dust. "No." Upon seeing this, Axel's face turned ashen. Brandt laughed loudly. "The forbidden technique you wanted is gone. You should die." Enraged, Axel had waited so long, only for everything to be destroyed by Brandt. How could he not be angry? If you're seeking death, then I'll grant it. Axel's body quivered, his shirt suddenly splitting open, revealing sinister muscles that coiled like giant pythons. One could see the flesh and tendons underneath, especially the tendons, covered in a dark layer that almost enveloped his entire body, making Axel resemble a green-black monster. Boom. Axel leaped forward, lunging at Brandt. With a light push on Lisa's back, Brandt whispered, "Run?" Saying this, he also charged at Axel. Rumble. The two engaged in a frantic battle. Empowered by the human puppet technique, Brandt slowly revealed a bloody and savage side. His muscles cracked open, oozing blood, and he emitted a roar unlike any human sound. However, against the entirely green-black Axel, Brandt was clearly at a disadvantage. Suppressing her sorrow, Lise knew this was her father buying her time for survival. However, just as she closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and prepared to swallow the jade to end her life, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, landing beside Evelyn. It was Assad. He finally arrived at the critical moment. "Alana, don't do anything foolish." Assad stopped her action. Hearing Assad's voice, Evelyn trembled all over, opened her eyes, and revealed an expression of disbelief. "Assad, it's me. I'm here. Everything's fine now." Assad looked at her gently. Chapter 184. Saving Old Fong. Unable to hold back any longer, Evelyn suddenly lunged into Assad's embrace, her sobs continuous as if she were trying to vent all her fear and grievances through her tears. Assad patted her back gently, his gaze coldly fixed on the killers. The killers felt a chill down their spines. They exchanged glances and turned to run. As assassins of the Ghost Summoning Pavilion, they had recognized Assad's identity. After all, Assad's bounty had skyrocketed recently, and they had all seen it. At this moment, Assad's appearance gave them only one thought, that it was over. Just as they turned around, they heard Assad's cold snort. "Since you've come, why leave?" Bang, bang, bang. With a flick of his sleeve, Assad obliterated the assassins, turning them into shattered flesh and blood that spread across the ground. Then a gentle breeze swept by. "He's still alive, but unfortunately, not for long. Not just him, but you'll all die too." Ricky's eyes were filled with savagery. Since the secret legacy of the spirit doctor had been destroyed, so was his future. With only 1 or 2 years left to live, he couldn't care less anymore. He would kill to his heart's content. "As long as I'm here, you can't kill anyone." Assad looked at Ricky coldly, speaking in a contemptuous tone. Despite Ricky's current formidable appearance, he hadn't even reached the advanced master stage, far from being feared by Assad. He was merely an ant whom Assad could crush with one finger. "Then I'll kill you first." Ricky exhaled a vicious breath and hurled Jameson aside. In one leap, his colossal body landed in front of Assad, raising his thick ape-like arm to strike at Assad's head. Crack. This punch created a deafening sound, enough to make ordinary people tremble in fear. "Die!" Ricky roared. Bang. Assad lightly raised his hand, fingers slightly apart, and actually caught Ricky's fist in one palm. Clenching his fingers, there came a crisp sound. Ricky's fist shattered directly. "Ah!" Ricky screamed in agony, stumbling backward. Assad pointed casually, and Ricky felt a gust of wind strike his chest, leaving him completely defenseless. He spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs, crashing heavily onto the ground, hidden technique on himself. Now his body is filled with death chi. There's no saving him. Ha ha ha. "It's all your fault. All because of you. You killed my father." Evelyn's eyes were red. She rushed forward and started punching and kicking Ricky, but the heavily injured Ricky was powerless to resist, only sneering in response. Assad walked over and held Evelyn back, looking at Ricky and saying, "To you, he may be beyond saving, but for me, if I don't let him die, even the king of hell can't take him." These words were firm and resolute. Ricky, however, didn't believe Assad at all. He scoffed and said, "Is that so? What a big mouth. I'd like to see how you bring him back." "You will see." Assad glanced coldly at Ricky, then turned and approached Jameson. At this moment, Jameson's body was filled with death chi, nearly devoid of any vitality. But to Assad, these death chi weren't a significant problem. "Collect." Assad raised his hand, and a powerful suction force emerged from his palm, instantly drawing out all the death chi from Jameson's body. Then, he infused a burst of vitality into Jameson. However, Jameson remained unconscious, his gaze still clouded and occasionally flashing with fire at Assad furiously. Unexpectedly, a half-man, half-ghost creature, indeed suitable for sacrifice. Assad sneered, raised his palm, and summoned a ball of Dan fire that burned fiercely like the sun. The temperature around skyrocketed upon its appearance. "What is this?" Chuck's expression changed, but being in soul form made it hard to evade. Assad flipped his hand, and the Dan fire landed on his soul. Sizzling sounds were heard as if it had been thrown into boiling oil. It seemed like his soul started to bubble up. Chuck felt his soul tearing apart, screaming miserably while violently struggling. During the struggle, threads of divine light were stripped from his soul. That was the essence of the soul. Assad's eyes lit up. This was exactly what was needed for the soul-subduing technique. He reached out and caught these essences, then tossed them onto Jameson's soul. Buzz. Jameson's originally confused soul began to heal gradually with the help of the essence. Signs of clarity appeared in his eyes, and he slowly opened his eyes. "This is impossible. Damn it." Beside, Chuck, suffering from the torment of Dan fire burning his soul, erupted in fury. He didn't expect Assad to use him to treat Jameson's corroded soul. "Want to use me? Dream on." A fierce look flashed in Chuck's eyes as he directly detonated his soul. Evidently, he would rather die than let Assad use his soul essence to heal Jameson. "Want to commit suicide in front of me? Did you ask me first?" Assad smirked coldly. The exploding soul suddenly solidified, Chuck's expression frozen at that instant. He felt an overwhelming force locking onto him. At that moment, he was like fish on a chopping board, no longer having control over his life or death. No. How hateful. Finally, after all the soul essence was drained, Chuck completely vanished, leaving behind a furious roar of despair. Meanwhile, the corroded wounds on Jameson's soul were fully healed. With a wave of his hand, Assad returned Jameson's soul back to his body. Soon, he slowly opened his eyes. I'm still alive? Jameson looked at Evelyn, who gazed at him with concern, revealing an incredulous expression. He knew very well about his injuries. Using a forbidden technique from spirit medicine destroyed all vitality within him and even exhausted the potential of his soul. He couldn't believe he was still alive. Seeing Jameson open his eyes, Evelyn was visibly moved and said, "It was Assad who came in time and cured your injuries." Assad? Jameson was taken aback, laboriously turning his head to look around. Old Fong. Assad approached with a grin. It's me. We're family. There's no need to be so formal. You need to change your rash personality. Don't always risk your life. Luckily I arrived in time, or you'd be beyond saving. For some reason, Jameson found Assad's face quite infuriating when he called him Old Fong. Does this boy have no respect? Bastard kid. How dare you call me Old Fong? No respect. Jameson frowned. Dad, Assad just saved you. Evelyn said 不满地说，手却紧紧挽住陈凯的胳膊，将他拉到方南天面前。如果不是他，说到这里，他的眼圈又忍不住红了。哎呦！方南天像被踩到尾巴的猫，立即精神起来，赶紧说：“别哭了，傻姑娘，爸这不是没事吗？”这一生最见不得自己的女儿哭泣。在他的安慰下，方晴终于止住了哭声，渐渐恢复过来。At this moment, Assad also spoke up. By the way, how did you get involved with these people? From some details, he had confirmed that these people were assassins from the soul's confining pavilion, which made him suspect Elio a bit. Sigh. This man is named Chuck, once an expelled disciple of our spirit medicine sect. Jameson sighed and slowly began recounting Chuck's background. Assad thought to himself that it was no wonder he felt Chuck's aura slightly similar to Jameson's earlier. They came from the same origin. Why would he suddenly come after you? Isn't it for the spirit medicine sect's heritage secret formula? There was a hint of hatred in Jameson's tone. Assad nodded but kept Chuck's identity token left behind just before his death. It clearly bore the inscription of the South River branch. Elio, I hope you give me an explanation. Otherwise, I'll have to take you out. Assad thought to himself. After tidying up the battlefield, the three of them returned to Hayward High City. The environment of Hayward High City remained the same, but Assad felt as if he had been away for ages. The three returned to the clinic. The clinic was in disarray, as if it had been ransacked. Seeing this, Jameson showed a hateful expression. All of this was done by the people Chuck brought, including the luggage Jameson and Evelyn had packed. Everything was tossed about in search of that one heritage secret formula. Tidy up a bit. Jameson paused for a moment before saying, although he had prepared to go to South River City, this place was still his home, and he certainly didn't want it to end up like this. After tidying up for a while, as they were resting, there was suddenly a sound of vehicles outside, indicating that a convoy had stopped in front of the clinic. Assad raised an eyebrow. A well-dressed old man walked in, his steps steady, and his demeanor somewhat arrogant. Upon entering, he immediately asked, "May I ask if Dr. Fong is here?" Chapter 186, Temporary Parting. This man was named Claude. He was a confidant of Philip, the patriarch of the Sioux family. He had been ordered to come to Hayward High City with only one purpose, to invite Ewing to Nanjiang City to treat Glenn's illness. Of course, it was framed as an invitation, but also contained an element of testing him. Otherwise, inviting an incompetent doctor would indeed embarrass the Sioux family. Claude's gaze swept around the room and fell upon Jameson. Jameson frowned. I am Jameson. Divine Dr. Fong. Claude's eyes lit up as he quickly approached Jameson. I am Claude, the steward of the Sioux family. I've come here to. He was interrupted mid-sentence by Jameson. I'm not seeing patients for now. Huh. Claude's expression darkened, revealing displeasure. After all, he represented the prestigious Nanjiang Sioux family, yet this person was blatantly disrespecting him. Wasn't this person disregarding the Sioux family? However, since he needed Jameson's help, Claude suppressed his anger. Divine Dr. Fong, shouldn't you reconsider? Our young master is seriously injured and urgently needs treatment. Our patriarch regards this matter with utmost importance. No need. I have other matters to attend to. I don't plan on seeing patients anytime soon. In previous times, Jameson might have inquired about the patient's condition, but after enduring an assassination attempt, he was too disturbed to entertain consultations. Claude couldn't contain his embarrassment any longer. To humble himself, a respectable steward of the Sioux family, and still be disrespected like this was intolerable. Divine Dr. Fong, I represent the Sioux family. What does the Sioux family have to do with me? As a spiritual doctor, Jameson held a noble status. Though he used to disguise himself as an ordinary doctor to hide his true identity, that didn't mean he was actually one. Not just a trivial Sioux family. Even if the top authority of a region came personally, it would still be his choice whether or not to act. You shameless Fong. We respected you, so our patriarch specially assigned me to invite you, but you're putting on airs. Finally enraged, Claude growled, Guards, if this old man won't leave, tie him up and take him away. Two burly men behind him immediately stepped forward. These two thugs were trained by the Sioux family, robust and brawny, striding forward with menacing glares, their fists clenched in anticipation. You shameless old man, making us resort to force. The thugs snarled, lunging at Jameson from both sides. With the crisis over, Jameson thought again about Assad and Evelyn. He didn't believe they could be together. Considering Assad's evident power, how could Evelyn possibly match up? They belonged to entirely different worlds. Forcing them together might put Evelyn in unimaginable danger and trouble. Thinking this, Jameson's face showed a faint smile. We may part ways indefinitely. If you ever visit Nanjiang, I will certainly welcome you warmly. Beside him, Evelyn bit her lip, her eyes reflecting sorrow. Assad raised an eyebrow. Old Fong, you're not being fair. I saved your life just now, and you repay kindness with hostility? However, Assad didn't mention that he had already made some arrangements in Nanjiang. Instead, he casually responded to Jameson's words, Nanjiang, that's really not close at all. Who says it isn't? Jameson chuckled. His originally bad mood, which had soured due to Su Qing, started to improve. Assad looked at Jameson's smiling face and thought to himself, let you be smug for a couple of days. Wait until I get to Nanjiang and see if you'll cry. Alana, hurry up and load the luggage into the car, Jameson said as he glanced at Evelyn. Evelyn stood motionless, her eyes fixed on Assad. She bit her lip, revealing an expression filled with grievance. At this moment, why wasn't he trying to keep her here? If he spoke up, she would stay. But even after Jameson loaded all the luggage into the car, Assad remained silent. Evelyn covered her face and ran out, tears streaming down her cheeks. Evelyn. Seeing this scene, Assad could only chase after her. However, Evelyn had already climbed into the car. Just as Assad was about to speak, the old man Jameson, with a quick shift of his eyes, stepped on the gas and drove away, leaving nothing but noxious fumes behind. This old Fong. Assad was speechless. Inside the car, an eerie silence reigned. Evelyn sat in the passenger seat, head lowered, unable to stop her tears from falling. Jameson, intent on separating them, comforted her saying, Wanda, three-legged toads are hard to find, but two-legged men are everywhere on the street. Why go through so much for Assad? In Nanjiang, Dad will introduce you to some good ones. Dad, I just want some quiet now. Evelyn's voice was muffled, leaving Jameson momentarily speechless, forcing him to shut up awkwardly. At that moment, Evelyn's phone suddenly chimed. The nickname displayed, Big Bad Guy. This was what she had labeled Assad. In a few days, I'll go to Nanjiang. A simple message, but it instantly revived Evelyn's spirit. You jerk. Evelyn was still shedding tears, but there was a glimmer of joy in her eyes. She quickly replied to Assad. I'm waiting for you, jerk. Phew. Seeing the reply, Assad finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 187A Small Punishment as a Warning. Finally, it's settled. Assad stood at the entrance of the Hayward High Clinic, just about to leave, when he suddenly saw several vehicles speeding towards him. With screeching brakes, they stopped in front of the clinic. Bang, bang, bang. Car doors opened, and a group of men jumped out. All young adults in their 20s or 30s, each robust and exuding a menacing look. Leading them was a man with a scarred face. A deep knife scar ran under his eye, stretching across his whole face like a centipede, making him look particularly sinister and terrifying. The scar trembled as he spoke, enhancing his menacing appearance. Go inside and search. We must find the target. Yes, boss. The gang rushed into the clinic, but soon realized the door was locked. After banging on it a few times, there was no response from inside. Seeing these people, Assad immediately knew they were here for trouble, his face darkening. From Chuck's appearance to Fergus Gia, and now these people, someone seemed to be deliberately searching for Randy, though he wasn't sure if they were all related. Hey kid, do you know where this family went? As Assad was thinking, the scar-faced man approached him, flanked by a few others, looking quite intimidating. What do you want with them? Instead of answering, Assad asked a question, his face calm and collected. The scar on the man's face twitched as he replied irritably, It's me asking the questions, not you. Tell me where this family is, and I'll make sure you get some benefits. If you hide anything from me, don't blame me for being ruthless. He was outright threatening. Assad smiled coldly, his eyes sweeping over the men in front of him. It's been a long time since anyone dared to talk to me like that. His words immediately drew mockery. You brat, still putting on an act? Right, do you even know who our boss is? You have the guts to act up in front of him? Give him a taste. Teach him how to answer properly. The henchman began pointing fingers at Assad. Wyatt, go give this punk a lesson. Let him know how to respond. The scar-faced man nodded toward one of his subordinates. Yes, boss. Wyatt promptly agreed and walked towards Assad. He had a buzz cut, wore shorts, and had a dragon tattoo coiled around his leg, a symbol of strength and immovability in his circle. Brat, answer honestly. Accustomed to bullying, Wyatt reached out to grab Assad's head. Assad simply gave him a calm glance, and Wyatt felt as if Assad had suddenly become majestic, like a towering mountain, sending a strong pressure that made him shiver in fear, as if facing an unimaginable horror. With a thud, Wyatt fell to his knees, his legs giving way, his mind incredulous, realizing Assad was far from ordinary. This guy is extremely strong, definitely not an average person. At this moment, even if the scar-faced man wasn't very smart, he knew that he had encountered a formidable expert. His eyelids twitched violently as he hastily said, Sir, please calm down. The boys have been disrespectful. Please, answer my question. Assad stood before him and cut him off with an authoritative tone. The scar-faced man felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him, causing his head to drop involuntarily. He couldn't dare to meet Assad's gaze. He hurriedly explained, It's the Su family. I came representing the Su family. My master is Emmett. He doesn't want Dr. Fong to treat Joab, so he sent us to eliminate this doctor. Hayward beans pouring out of a bamboo tube. The scar-faced man spilled out all the details. After finishing, he felt the coldness around him grow heavier, almost reaching a freezing point. Trouble. He inwardly lamented his bad luck. Initially, he thought this would be an easy job, but who would have thought he would encounter such a powerful expert? And it seemed this person had a close connection with Randy. What a coincidence with the Su family. When Assad listened to Fergus Ju speak earlier, he felt a sense of familiarity. Now, he finally confirmed the answer from the scar-faced man. This group of Su fans accompanied them. The man wore a set of famous brand casual clothes, neatly dressed, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, always smiling at people. Assad frowned slightly. This man turned out to be Caucasian. It was unknown which country he came from, and the woman beside him was heavily made up, with long hair cascading over her shoulders, dressed fashionably, though she was nowhere near as attractive as Mackenzie and Gwendolyn. She paid full attention to the Caucasian man, occasionally giving Mackenzie and Gwendolyn side glances with a deep-seated envy barely concealed. Big brother. The four were chatting about something, but as if sensing something, Mackenzie looked this way and immediately spotted Assad. Her face instantly lit up with surprise and delight. She ran over and threw herself into Assad's arms, hugging his neck, almost hanging off him. Big brother, you're back? You're growing up now. What would others think? Get down quickly. Assad quickly grabbed her arms, setting her down. Mackenzie landed on the ground, pouting, looking quite displeased. What a stick in the mud. In her eyes, despite Assad only being a few years older, he was quite old-fashioned, having even attended parent-teacher meetings for her when they were younger. His old-school ways had won the full approval of their homeroom teacher back then. Assad, you're back? Gwendolyn greeted with a smile, her pretty face radiating warmth. Assad winked at her. Missing me? Pshaw. Gwendolyn spat lightly, her cheeks blushing red. Seeing this scene, the Caucasian man's eyes flashed with a hint of malice. Looking at Mackenzie, he actually said in Chinese, Xinya, aren't you going to introduce this gentleman? His Chinese was somewhat stiff but accurate. However, hearing him call Xinya, Assad frowned, wondering how this foreigner got so familiar. He couldn't help but wonder if this guy had ulterior motives. Looking at his fair skin, blue eyes, and high-nosed bridge, Assad felt increasingly irritated. This brat isn't after my sister, is he? There will be no half-breed in our family. Recalling the sinister look and faint, dark aura within him, Assad made up his mind. I'm her big brother, Assad. Who are you? Assad raised a hand to stop Mackenzie's introduction, his gaze landing on the man's face with an obvious scrutinizing intent. Oh, it's Mr. Assad. I'm Charlton. Nice to meet you. I have 1/4 Chinese heritage. The Caucasian man nodded, extending his hand for a handshake. To his surprise, Assad merely glanced at his extended hand without any intention of shaking, raising an eyebrow instead, saying coolly, a mixed-blood foreign devil. Unhappy, Mackenzie said. Big brother, how rude. He's a student from Britain who Jutton's presence on this woman. Something had definitely happened between them, perhaps even very recently. That musky smell was unmistakable. Gwendolyn smiled, biting her lip. When she first saw Assad, she had anticipated that something like this might happen. Indeed, events unfolded exactly as she had expected. This was a perfect opportunity to get rid of Charlton. Mackenzie pouted. Although she felt indifferent towards Charlton, she still thought Assad's behavior was somewhat rude. After all, he was technically her classmate. At this moment, Charlton spoke up, maintaining his gentlemanly demeanor and sincerely said, Mr. Assad, it seems you have some misunderstanding about me. No, I'm not misunderstanding you, Assad interrupted him directly, saying, I simply look down on your country, England. Upon hearing this, the smile on Charlton's face immediately vanished. Mr. Assad, you insulted my homeland. I demand a formal apology from you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. As he spoke, a hint of dark light flashed in his blue eyes, and the dark force within him became increasingly evident. So, you're a wolf cub. Assad raised an eyebrow. He could see the changes in the other person's internal energy as clearly as if observing an object in his palm. Especially when angered, Charlton's body displayed a clear hint of a werewolf. Although he hadn't fully transformed, Charlton's presence had become more intimidating, giving off a sense of overpowering pressure. However, Assad remained unperturbed, calmly saying, I really want to see how impolite you can be, wolf cub. Wolf cub. Charlton's expression changed drastically as if a hidden card had been easily revealed. Who are you? Me? Someone you can't afford to provoke. If you know what's good for you, scram now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Assad looked at him coldly, throwing back the same words. Charlton's face changed rapidly, unable to gauge Assad's true strength. He stared deeply at Assad and said, Mr. Assad, I hope you don't regret this. Scram. Assad barked without hesitation, thinking that someone who wanted him to regret was simply not worth it. Chapter 189. Ill Intentions. Charlton's face was unpleasing. However, he did have some concerns as he didn't know the bottom line of Assad. Therefore, with a swish of his sleeve, he walked away. Charlton, wait for me. The heavily made-up woman glared fiercely at Assad and hurried after him. Now, only Assad and the other two were left here. Seeing Mackenzie's slightly displeased expression, Gwendolyn smiled and said, Finally, it's peaceful. Mackenzie abruptly lifted her head, looking at Gwendolyn with a puzzled look in her eyes. Gwendolyn spoke directly to the point. Xinya, haven't you noticed that Charlton has always harbored ill intentions toward us? There were several times when his actions were intercepted secretly. Furthermore, last night, I saw Penny sneaking into the hotel with him. Mackenzie was usually carefree and innocent, so she naturally hadn't noticed this. When Gwendolyn pointed this out, she looked startled and said, How could that be? Penny was the heavily made-up woman they had just seen. Although Mackenzie didn't like Penny's ways either, she never expected her to collude with Charlton, considering they had only known each other for 2 days. Assad timely added, I can vouch for this. As a martial arts practitioner, I'm very sensitive to aura. That woman indeed carried the aura of Charlton, and there might have been intimate contact between them just now. Just now? Mackenzie immediately recalled the time right after class when Penny claimed she needed to get something, and Charlton found an excuse to leave. Moreover, according to Gwendolyn, Charlton even attempted something against them, but was thwarted. This filled Mackenzie with immediate wariness and disgust towards Charlton. Alright, let's not dwell on these unhappy things. Since I'm back, how about I take you both for a great meal? Assad suggested. Let's have seafood. In an instant, Mackenzie forgot her previous discontent and lit up, bouncing on her feet. No way. Assad replied without hesitation. They lived in a coastal city, close to the sea. Seafood was available all year round and he was almost sick of it. However, Mackenzie was not happy, pouting. Brother, you're so mean. Didn't you say you would take us for a treat? Gwendolyn pulled Mackenzie and said, come, I'll take you for seafood, but not your brother. Yes. Mackenzie beamed at this, casting a triumphant glance at Assad before linking arms with Gwendolyn and walking towards the city center. Assad shrugged and followed them directly. Meanwhile, Charlton had already brought Penny into the hotel. His face remained dark, with visible veins on his forehead. Upon reaching the room, Charlton pushed Penny onto the bed roughly and began moving frantically. It seemed like he was venting his anger through violent actions, showing no mercy, yet Penny showed a look of enjoyment. After a while, when they calmed down, Charlton hugged Penny and asked, Cheyenne, do you know who that man is? Penny responded, I've heard about him from Shinya. I remember she mentioned that he works at a big company, came to the school recently, and got into a fight with a group of thugs. He easily taught those people a lesson. With Penny's brief description, Charlton gained some information, realizing that the man must have some martial skills. But how did the man see through his true nature? He had the werewolf bloodline, a secret only a few knew because he obtained it after joining a mysterious organization. Born into a small English family, Charlton's dissatisfaction grew. Seeing Charlton's expression, Penny quickly replied, Charlton, I love you. How could I go back on my word? Don't be angry. I promise to help you. Now that's my adorable Cheyenne. Charlton finally showed a satisfied smile, but inwardly sneered. What a foolish Longwa woman, so easy to deceive. He knew Gwendolyn's background. She came from a prominent family in Motto, which would surely complicate things. On the other hand, Mackenzie clearly came from a modest family and would be much easier to handle. Though she had an interfering older brother, with the organization's help, Charlton decided to start with Mackenzie. So, tonight you put this into her water cup? Charlton took out a small vial from his pocket, containing a single pill, and gave a chilling smile. Okay, I'll make sure to arrange it properly. Penny didn't refuse but kept the vial, deciding to drug Mackenzie as soon as she returned that night. By the time Mackenzie woke up, she would already belong to Charlton. Thinking of Mackenzie lying next to her, serving the same man, Penny smiled smugly. You always act so superior. Let's see how superior you look in bed. Penny thought to herself. Despite appearing friendly to Mackenzie on the surface, Penny was incredibly jealous of her charming and outgoing friend. My Cheyenne is always the most obedient. Deciding to reward this foolish woman, Charlton turned over, pressing Penny down again for another round of intense activity. She lay down on the bed without a care in the world. If anyone from school saw her like this, they probably wouldn't recognize her as their goddess. Gwendolyn gave her an exasperated look and sent a message to Assad, informing him that they had arrived at the dormitory. Don't let Shinya lie down just yet. Assad's message made Gwendolyn smile. It seemed he knew his sister too well. She immediately went over and pulled Mackenzie up. Your brother doesn't want you lying down. What? Mackenzie's eyes widened. After grumbling for a bit, she suddenly thought of something and looked at Gwendolyn with an ambiguous expression, saying, You were just chatting with my brother? Why not? Fine, whatever you say, sister-in-law. Mackenzie quickly responded. At that moment, she completely forgot about her other sister-in-law Jean, her fawning gaze leaving Gwendolyn speechless. She could only let it slide for now. Stop talking and have some water. Penny, who had been ignored all this time, quickly stood up and offered water to the two girls. Without any suspicion, they each took a few sips before setting their cups down. Soon, both girls fainted. Seeing this, Penny smiled satisfactorily. She cautiously checked to ensure they were truly unconscious and then immediately messaged Charlton. Great. When Charlton received the news, his eyes turned red. Upon hearing that Gwendolyn was also unconscious, he immediately instructed, Ciarer, bring Gwendolyn along too. What? Penny was startled. Isn't it only Mackenzie we need? Taking one person out of the girls' dormitory was one thing, but now bringing out two increased the risk by several times since she would have to make 2 trips. Charlton replied after hearing her concern, I'll get someone to help you. He then notified another woman named Becky to join them. This woman was also Charlton's mistress, a vain and materialistic individual. Charlton, born in England and of noble descent, was tall and muscular, so getting close to Becky wasn't difficult for him. In her social circle, she often posted pictures of herself with Charlton, as if having a foreign boyfriend was some great honor. Becky's appearance immediately set off alarms for Penny, but she had no choice. She noted this down and worked with Becky, supporting one girl each as they carried Mackenzie and Gwendolyn out of the dormitory. Not far from the girls' dormitory, Charlton's car waited, a 7-seater minivan. When he saw Penny and Becky, he immediately opened the door. Seeing the unconscious Mackenzie and Gwendolyn, his heart raced. Finally, the two women he had long desired were within his grasp. Assad, do you know your little sister is now in my hands? See if you can still act so arrogant. Once I'm done with your sister, I'll post the video online. Charlton leered viciously at Mackenzie. Charlton, what's going on here? Before Penny could ask, Becky spoke up, pointing at Penny and looking at Charlton disapprovingly. Charlton wrapped his arms around Becky and pulled Penny into his other arm, standing between them. They exchanged glances and both turned their heads away. To say they didn't know about each other at this point would be a lie. Charlton said, You two are both my women. In the future, when you follow me back to my country, I promise that you will both be my ladies, wives of a nobleman. Then we'll live in our castle in Fidel. How does that sound? Penny didn't speak, but Becky immediately responded, Charlton, you know I can never leave you in this life. Who makes me love you? I am willing to accept others. Despicable woman. Penny spat fiercely in her heart, but since the other party had already made her stance clear, she was not willing to back down. Charlton, no one loves you more than I do. I also accept. You are too good to me. I love you both. Charlton embraced the two women into his arms, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Yet an icy mocking flickered in his eyes. What foolish women. They were merely tools for him to vent his desires. Did they really think they deserved to live in his family's castle? Just dreaming. Let's go. I've rented a villa outside. Tonight, we're going to have some fun. Charlton pacified Becky and Penny, then hopped into the driver's seat. With a stomp on the gas pedal, the car sped away from the school. He couldn't wait anymore. At this moment, Assad was not far from the school. He had sent several messages to Gwendolyn without any response, which puzzled him, because Gwendolyn had never been like this before. So Assad tried calling Mackenzie. Her phone was off, giving him a vague sense of unease. He immediately called Gwendolyn, only to find her phone off as well. Something must have happened. Assad rushed back to the school, reaching the building of the girls' dormitory. He knew he couldn't enter openly, or he would surely be stopped. Therefore, he moved with a blur, gradually disappearing into thin air. Invisibility spell. This was actually a minor spell, but it could easily deceive ordinary people's eyes and surveillance cameras. With the invisibility spell cast, Assad stepped into the girls' dormitory. Chapter 191. You are too weak. Assad knew Mackenzie's dormitory number. When school started, he had helped her move some belongings, so he found his way easily. As he ascended the stairs, quite a few girls were walking around inside the building. Some were washing up, while others were playing and laughing. Quite a few were dressed in revealing clothing, their youthful and lively figures igniting a fire in one's heart. Assad muttered silently about being sinful, then hurriedly reached Mackenzie's dormitory. When he arrived, Assad sensed something was amiss. The door outside the dormitory was locked. Assad grasped the lock and gave it a light shake. The door opened immediately. He noticed that the place was empty, not a single person around. By observing certain objects, he quickly determined the beds of Mackenzie and Blanche, and saw their 2 phones. Damn it! He picked up both phones, only to find they were indeed powered off. This discovery immediately made him realize something was wrong. His eyes flickered with golden light. Extending his hand, he captured the lingering auras of Mackenzie and Blanche, traced them by forming a spell with his fingers, and instantly confirmed their location. They were moving further away from here, and a familiar dark force seemed to be concealing their aura. Charlton. Assad's eyes flickered as he immediately identified the source of this aura. Daring to touch my people, I see you are tired of living, Assad said viciously. Swoosh. Before his words could fully form, Assad had already vanished from the dormitory. The murderous aura surrounding him reappeared as he appeared high in the sky. Spreading his arms, he gazed down upon the entire Hayward High City. A massive aura emanated from him, like an overwhelming power suspended in midair, creating an awe-inspiring presence. Divine realm power. For the first time, it manifested completely. All those possessing extraordinary powers felt this formidable energy. They all looked up at the sky, faces filled with shock. What an overwhelming curse. Charlton suddenly saw a figure appear in front of the vehicle, illuminated by the headlights, obscuring its face. Damn! Initially, Charlton wanted to run over the person, crushing anyone blocking the road to death, but he abruptly remembered he was on a major road in Long Country, so he slammed on the brakes. Screech. The emergency braking nearly sent everyone flying out of the car, almost tipping it over. Charlton's head collided heavily with the window, his face turning livid with anger. Ah! Becky and Penny were knocked unconscious by the impact. However, Mackenzie and Blanche, due to their previous state of unconsciousness, had been deliberately strapped into seatbelts, so they were unharmed. After a few seconds of confusion, Charlton's exceptionally strong physique allowed him to quickly regain consciousness. He angrily stepped out of the car. Bastard, you're dead today. Charlton walked swiftly toward the man blocking the road. As he got closer, he suddenly shuddered. Luther. Assad. Seeing that face, Charlton's heart sank immediately. Though he didn't know why Assad was still there, a bad feeling arose within him. Did he discover something? You don't seem very happy to see me? Assad's willpower enveloped the surroundings. He had already confirmed the condition of Mackenzie and Blanche. They were merely unconscious and not harmed. Charlton tried to suppress his unease and asked, What do you want? It's not about what I want to do, but what you, this wolf pup, intend to do. I thought you were smart, but I didn't expect you to be so foolish as to set your sights on my sister. Assad stared at him coldly. Hearing this, Charlton's pupils constricted sharply. The other party actually knew. How could this happen? He boasted of being meticulous in everything he did. There should have been no slip-ups. Could it be that something went wrong just now and Assad discovered the disappearance of Mackenzie and Blanche? I don't understand what you're talking about. Charlton outright denied it. No matter what, he couldn't admit anything at this moment. Assad before him was unpredictable, yet he knew Charlton's identity all too well, making Charlton extremely uneasy. He quietly pressed the tracker on his wrist. Now, he only needed to stall for time until the organization's people arrived. After doing this, Charlton gradually gained confidence. He silently vowed, Assad, once the organization's people come, I'll make you cry. Don't understand? Assad naturally noticed Charlton's little actions, but paid them no mind. He walked straight toward the vehicle, causing a change in Charlton's expression. Wait. Charlton immediately blocked Assad, holding out a hand to stop him. Trying to block me? You are too weak, Assad said indifferently. As he spoke, he continued walking. Charlton's face turned grim, knowing he had to stop Assad. With a resolve, he slapped his palm toward Assad's chest. His werewolf bloodline activated. His already abnormally thick arms swelled up instantly, muscles bulging visibly. A faint greenish-black fur was discernible, and his fingernails gleamed with a sharp edge. If struck by this claw, the outcome would likely be evisceration. Bang! To Charlton's surprise, Assad made no attempt to stop him. His hand directly landed on Assad's chest, and a crisp snap was heard. Ah! Charlton screamed in pain. His hidden sharp nails shattered, and blood flowed immediately. He looked at Assad with disbelief, and scathed. How was this possible? His ferocious claw attack hadn't caused any damage at all. I told you that you were too weak, yet you didn't believe me. However, being able to make me act personally to end you, you should feel proud even in death. Assad said coolly, extending his hand to grab Charlton. Boom. Charlton tried to flee by pushing off the ground, only to find himself suddenly frozen in place, then caught by Assad's grip on his neck. Fear filled his eyes. No, you can't kill me. Chapter 192. The Werewolf Organization. Can't kill you? Assad sneered and said, do you think just because you're an Englishman, I can't kill you? Charlton's blue eyes were full of arrogance. As he regained his composure and the itch took effect, bluish wolf hair began to appear on his body. His whole figure started to swell violently. His mouth protruded, revealing a huge wolf's head. In a short time, he had actually transformed from a human into a wolf. Yet, despite this, Charlton discovered Assad still gripped his neck, making him unable to resist. This scene sank his heart heavily. How can this be? Charlton was terrified beyond measure. He had completely transformed into a werewolf, yet couldn't break free. What kind of formidable power did this opponent possess? You'll regret killing me. Snap. As he finished speaking, Charlton's head twisted unnaturally to one side. Assad calmly withdrew his hand, looking at the corpse, saying, regret? I, Assad, have never once regretted anything I've done. Even if there was, someone like you is not worthy. Having said that, he stepped over Charlton's body and walked to the car, immediately seeing Mackenzie and Gwendolyn inside. They were still unconscious. Apart from them, there were two more women in the car, Penny and Becky. Assad swept his gaze over them, knowing from their heavily made-up appearance that they were with Charlton. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. At this moment, he suddenly looked up towards the nearby area where two cars were rapidly approaching. Bang bang. Even before the cars arrived, two figures jumped out. Two Caucasian men. They wore expensive suits, their demeanor arrogant as if they viewed everything around them as inferior. When they saw Charlton's body on the ground, their expressions turned grim. Damn, we're too late. Charlton is dead. Charlton's body still retained the form of a werewolf, but there were no signs of any struggle around, giving them an ominous feeling. What did this mean? It meant that Charlton was killed without any resistance. One of them gritted his teeth and said, regardless, anyone who kills our people and ruins our operation must pay. Charlton had been funded by them to come to Hayward-Thaus University, nearing his goal. The next step was to reasonably integrate Charlton into the target student. But now, everything was ruined. At that moment, both felt a sense of unease simultaneously, turning their heads to see a tall young man coming out of a nearby vehicle, appearing right before them instantly. Are you here for him? Assad, arms crossed, looked at them with a playful gaze. Was the small action Charlton made earlier attracting these two? The werewolf scent from these two was even stronger than Charlton. It seemed he had stirred up a hornet's nest of werewolves. However, if these English werewolves came all the way to Hayward-Thaus without ulterior motives, Assad wouldn't believe it for a second. It seems things are getting interesting. Assad's eyes became deep. He had already decided to intervene. At least clearing out these werewolves was necessary. Otherwise, those with supernatural powers causing harm would be too dangerous. The two Caucasians exchanged glances, a fierce light flashing in their eyes, undergoing drastic transformations. With a ripping sound, they directly turned into two towering werewolves. Whoosh whoosh. Almost at the same time, they launched an attack on Assad. Their sharp teeth and razor-sharp claws were clearly much more formidable than Charlton's, rushing towards him with two gusts of wind. Hayward-Thaus werewolves, daring to act recklessly in front of me. Assad raised his hand, his body enveloped in a golden glow. He stood steadily on the spot, stretching out his hands and grabbing at the two werewolves fiercely. What's happening? Not good. My body is shrinking. A terrifying scene unfolded. As Assad raised his hand, the bodies of the two werewolves, originally 3 meters tall, rapidly shrank as if compressed by an incomparably powerful force. They had shrunk to palm size and fell directly into Assad's hands. Bang! Assad grabbed hold of the two werewolves. Who are you? What sorcery is this? One of the werewolves panicked, fear filling their eyes as they looked at Assad. This kind of power completely surpassed their comprehension. Could it be a god? This guess made both werewolves' freeze changed. Fortunately, under Assad's reassurance, both women calmed down. Mackenzie was quite innocent at heart and remained shocked, hardly daring to believe such an event could happen. What if Assad hadn't come? Just thinking about that terrifying outcome made Mackenzie shudder. Gwendolyn, on the other hand, was a very intelligent woman. Looking at Penny and Becky in the car and combining it with what Assad had said, she quickly pieced together the events. These two women are truly despicable. Even though she rarely got angry, this time she was enraged. As a member of the Bai family, she might have been insignificant in the past, but now, with Anise regaining power, she gradually began to access the core strength of the Bai family. Especially with Assad's help, Bai Dust has shown signs of returning to the family, providing Gwendolyn with significant support. This gave her some influence among the younger generation of the Bai family. I'll handle this matter, said Gwendolyn, looking at Assad. Assad nodded and said, leave it to you. He felt no sympathy for these two women. Having committed such heinous acts, they must be punished. If not for the two werewolves arriving just now, he would have killed these wicked women long ago. You should leave first. The commotion here has likely attracted a lot of people. I'll take care of the aftermath, Assad said. Her elective course in life sciences. Mackenzie immediately replied. What's she like? She's one of the top professors in her field, reportedly top tier worldwide. Mackenzie's eyes gleamed with pride and respect. By the way, she has a public lecture tomorrow morning. Oh, that's great. Assad nodded. Soon, the two women returned to school, while Assad waited at the school gate. Soon, Jean arrived, with a guilty expression on her face. Mr. Luther, I'm sorry. She had always arranged for someone to stay close to Mackenzie, but it was obviously impossible to protect her in the dormitory. Who would have thought such a serious breach would occur? Assad looked at her, knowing it wasn't fair to blame her, so he shifted the topic. They came from England, part of a werewolf organization. I think they've sent more than just a few. As he spoke, he relayed the information he had obtained. Investigate the background of this organization. Yes. Jean's expression turned serious. I'll make sure to get to the bottom of this. That's good. Share this intelligence with Farron. as this organization has likely been lurking for a long time. Have him send people to cooperate. I understand. Jean knew Assad was genuinely angry. When a master is enraged, blood will flow. This time, the members of the werewolf organization lurking in Hayward High were about to face dire consequences. Not just the extraordinary werewolves, but even the ordinary people involved wouldn't be able to escape. Jean didn't know that Assad had already achieved a breakthrough. If she did, she would certainly mourn for this werewolf organization. Who knew what trouble they had stirred up by provoking Assad? The next morning, early, Assad strolled into the campus of Hayward High University. Early risers were out jogging, and watching their youthful and energetic figures, Assad couldn't help but feel a bit lost in thought. Time flies. He felt he was getting old. At that moment, he suddenly saw Gwendolyn. She was wearing sports clothes and running laps on the track, with a layer of sweat on her forehead. Yuero. He waved his hand, and Gwendolyn ran over to him. Her beautiful face was dotted with sweat, making her look like a flower fresh with dewdrops. She appeared tender and radiant. Assad. Gwendolyn rested her hand on his arm, breathing a little heavily. I haven't jogged for a long time. I'm done after 20 laps. Assad suddenly didn't want to talk. Back when he was in college, he wouldn't have run 2 laps, let alone 20. Of course, later on, once he discovered there were many cute underclasswomen on the track, he immediately joined this delightful jogging activity. However, it was always sporadic, and eventually, he stopped altogether. Although the girls remained gentle and soft, the running routine was something he couldn't bear. By the way, where's Shinya? Didn't she come jogging with you? Assad asked. Gwendolyn rolled her eyes attractively and said, if only I could get her to come along. She's still snoring away in the dormitory. Assad couldn't help but smile. He could easily imagine how his little sister looked, shaking his head helplessly. By the way, when is Professor Jasmine's class? Gwendolyn glanced at her watch and said, it starts at 8, so we have about 40 minutes. What are you planning to go together? Of course, I want to meet this person. Assad smiled. Chapter 194. Old acquaintances of the past. Assad and Michaela had some breakfast before heading to the classroom together. There were already quite a few people in the classroom, with no less than 100 at a rough estimate. Brother, over here. Mackenzie had already arrived, raising her hand drowsily to signal Assad and Michaela to come over. The two walked over and sat beside her. She had chosen a spot in the middle left of the classroom, an inconspicuous position. If you didn't look closely, it was easy to overlook her. You finally made it. Otherwise, I was thinking of sneaking out early. Mackenzie giggled. Bang. Assad tapped Mackenzie's forehead and said, careful, or I'll tell your mom and let her give you a good lesson. Sister-in-law, look at him. He's bullying me again. Mackenzie tugged at Michaela, wanting her to intervene. Michaela hadn't expected Mackenzie to call her sister-in-law there. Noticing several people looking over, her fair face flushed red. Brat. Michaela glared fiercely at her. Mackenzie also smiled sheepishly. The professor is here. At that moment, a shout came from outside, and the entire classroom fell silent. The gazes that had been drawn by Mackenzie's sister-in-law all turned toward the stage. Wow. The classroom couldn't suppress a low murmur of admiration. It wasn't for any other reason. The woman who walked into the classroom was simply too beautiful. She wore a white blouse on top, black thigh-high skirt, and stiletto heels, her figure tall and graceful, just like an office lady. Not only that, she was very pretty, appearing around 27 or 28 years old, with an oval face, willow leaf eyebrows, exquisite features, fair skin, and watery eyes. She wore silver-framed glasses. She exuded mature charm from head to toe, her long black hair cascading down in waves. As she walked, she casually tucked her hair behind her ear, revealing a delicate and alluring profile, leaving everyone mesmerized. Is this Professor Jasmine? Assad raised an eyebrow, barely believing it. Yeah, this is Professor Jasmine. She graduated from the top university in the country, studied abroad for 3 years, and returned to conduct in-depth research in the field of life sciences. She's only 31, but Assad. After going through so much, Assad had matured from naivety, with deep-set eyes and a tall stature that exuded maturity and stability. Jasmine couldn't forget this face. She trembled as she said, Shao Kai, is it really you? Her face was filled with disbelief, tears welling up in her eyes, and before she knew it, she ran to Assad and threw herself into his arms. You bastard! Where have you been these past 2 years? Jasmine's arms tightly embraced Assad's neck, and he could feel her excitement. He gently patted her back. Senior sister, see? I'm fine now. Assad laughed broadly. Back in university, his academic performance was outstanding. Though sometimes he wasn't serious, the teachers esteemed him highly, which led to meeting Jasmine. Moreover, he had worked as Jasmine's research assistant and participated in some of her studies. Later, an inexplicable fire broke out in the lab, almost burning Jasmine to death. Fortunately, Assad disregarded his safety and rushed in to save her. Afterwards, their friendship deepened. However, due to her research projects, Jasmine frequently traveled between countries, and their communication gradually diminished. When Assad graduated, he was framed and nearly ruined. With the help of his teacher, he managed to escape and return to his hometown of Hayward High, changing his contact information and thus completely losing touch with Jasmine. Senior sister, should we find a place to sit down first? You're hugging me so tightly I can hardly breathe. Assad smiled as he said this. The reason for his breathlessness was because of how close she was. You rascal. Jasmine blushed and spat at him. After such a long time, she didn't expect him to still be the same old self. Chapter 195. Extraordinary Manifestation. Jasmine jumped down from his embrace, noticing the hot gazes of the surrounding people. She hurriedly pulled at Assad and said, Let's go quickly. Pulled by Jasmine, the two soon disappeared from the crowd's view. Who was that guy? Why was he holding hands with Professor Jasmine? Could he be Professor Jasmine's boyfriend? No way. Professor Jasmine is my wife. No one can snatch her away. Several onlookers began to chatter, and some even got into verbal conflicts, instantly plunging the scene into chaos. When Blanche and Mackenzie arrived, they saw this messy scene. Mackenzie promptly grabbed a bystander and asked what had just happened. That person, who was initially content being a spectator, felt unhappy when someone tugged at him. But seeing two beautiful women, he immediately changed his attitude. You don't know. Just now, Professor Jasmine and a stroke appeared on Blanche's forehead. However, Blanche was also curious. Could Assad really know Professor Jasmine? Or was there something else going on? Mackenzie, excited, wanted to chase after them, but Blanche declined, saying she needed to rest. So the two women returned to the dormitory. Meanwhile, Assad and Jasmine had reached outside the campus. They found a cafe on the roadside and went in. Sitting opposite each other by a quiet window, Jasmine sighed softly after listening to Assad's account. Of course, Assad gave a brief and understated account of an unpleasant incident at graduation that led him to return home. He didn't mention anything else. Jasmine looked at Assad and said, I will not let you suffer unjustly. Senior, it's unnecessary. Unexpectedly, Assad refused. Seeing Jasmine's puzzled look, he smiled and said, I will handle this matter personally. I will reclaim what belongs to me with my own hands. For the present retrieving those things would be effortless, and he didn't care much for them. What he cared about were the people, those who targeted him and framed him years ago. He wouldn't let any of them escape. Hearing the coldness in Assad's voice, Jasmine felt alarmed and couldn't help scrutinizing him closely. Assad's demeanor had changed significantly from before. No longer naive or inexperienced, he exuded a sense of superiority. Next to Jasmine with sinister intentions. He had originally planned to collaborate with Charlton, but now that Charlton had been killed by Assad, if Audrey was alerted, he would likely take immediate action. After listening to Assad's account, Jasmine leaned heavily back in her chair, her face full of shock. Oh no. She suddenly stood up, seeming to have thought of something. Today, I asked Audrey to prepare some data for me, and granted him partial database access. Once the access was granted, the other party could obtain part of the information in the database. If they possessed advanced hacking skills, they might even get the entire database. Where is the lab? Assad also realized the urgency and quickly asked. It's at Hayward High University. Let's go. Assad grabbed Jasmine's hand, and before she could react, the scenery around her abruptly changed. Buzz. They suddenly appeared on campus. Jasmine looked around at the familiar surroundings, revealing a look of horror. Just moments ago, she was in the cafe outside, and in the blink of an eye, they had returned to the door of the lab. How could this be possible? Her gaze fell on Assad, and she found it hard to imagine that the former underclassman now possessed some kind of miraculous power. As a researcher in life sciences, Jasmine had long affirmed the existence of extraordinary forces in the world and even made some discoveries. But she never imagined that one such person was right next to her, and it was Assad. Chapter 196, Easy Fix. Jasmine gave Assad a complicated look, took a deep breath, and looked at the research lab, saying, let's go in. Okay. Assad nodded. In fact, his will had already covered the entire research lab, immediately locking onto a man sitting inside with a nameplate on his chest that read, Audrey. Found him. Assad's eyes flickered. Professor, why are you here? At this moment, the person at the door also saw Jasmine and quickly stood up to speak. Is Assistant Du here? Jasmine asked directly. Assistant Du arrived early today. Before he could finish, he noticed Jasmine's expression turning grim as she strode into the elevator, heading for the research database upstairs. Is something wrong? This person mused to himself, but is just a helper. He didn't dare say more and could only guess internally. Soon, Jasmine arrived at the database. As soon as she reached the door, she found it unlocked, and the computers inside were still on, suggesting someone had just used them. Damn it! Jasmine immediately sensed something was off. Just as she was about to speak, she realized Assad had already left. She could only go forward herself to check. Sure enough, the database information had been copied. The person who did this operation was none other than the one Assad mentioned. Audrey. Even worse, he had carried out extensive deletions of the Audrey's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. Looking at Assad's calm face in front of him, he knew something was terribly wrong. In desperation, he slammed the accelerator to the floor again. However, Assad's hand simply pressed down slightly, hitting the engine directly, rendering the car powerless and stopping it dead. Seeing this wasn't good, Audrey abandoned the car and tried to escape. He rammed the car door forcefully, causing it to fly open, clearly having embraced the werewolf lineage, giving him strength exceeding ordinary martial artists. To be born human yet choose to act like an animal, truly a laughable choice. At this point, you still think you can escape? Is it really that easy? Assad smiled faintly and extended his hand. An invisible force instantly enveloped Audrey. An intangible force. Before Audrey could react, he was engulfed by this force, unable to resist as he was pulled back and dropped in front of Assad. The obvious disparity immediately told Audrey that Assad was a super strong individual. Sir, please don't make things difficult for me. I'm just a runner. I didn't want to do this. I was coerced. Audrey immediately knelt down, begging pitifully. Coerced? I see you enjoy doing this yourself. Assad looked at him coldly, not believing a word he said. The details of Audrey had already been revealed during interrogations of the werewolf organization members. Audrey was a native citizen but developed a superior attitude after living in the Eagle Country for a few years. Especially after returning home, he found everything disagreeable, harboring endless resentment, feeling greatly restricted. Hayward being abroad for several years didn't strengthen his resolve. Instead, it filled him with resentment. Thus, he planned to emigrate once again. According to him, he despised the country, hated everything here, and believed he should be superior, becoming a noble-like Eagle Country citizen. Thus, after several turns of events, he gained recognition from the werewolf organization and received their sponsorship. His immigration procedures were put on hold by the werewolf organization. He accepted their assignment, returned to the country, and resumed work. Audrey found that he couldn't deceive Assad anymore. So he tore off his mask and said, "So what? I did it for freedom." "Freedom, my ass." Assad didn't bother to argue with him. He slapped him hard, smashing his head into his chest cavity, and ended his life. From Audrey's body, Assad found the copied data. He called Jean to wrap things up, and then returned to the university's research lab. At this moment, Jasmine sat in front of the computer, her face grim, trembling all over. Behind her stood a group of researchers. Everyone already knew what had happened. They couldn't believe that Audrey, who had just joined them, was actually a spy. Not only did he steal a large amount of data, but he also— Chapter 197. Hayward Essence. Hayward quit. Where did this come from? Jasmine grabbed the data disk and asked, barely containing her excitement. "I caught Audrey and got it from him," Assad explained. Jasmine hurriedly inserted the data disk into the computer interface and opened it in safe mode. Indeed, the lost data was all there. "That's wonderful." Jasmine covered her mouth as tears streamed down her face. Their whole team had invested so much effort into these data. Seeing them return now made Jasmine feel like she was on a roller coaster. She turned to look at Assad and held his hand, saying, "Shao Kai, thank you so much. I don't know what I would have done without you." Assad patted her hand. "Senior sister, it was no big deal. A mere werewolf organization wanted to stir up trouble within the country. Once discovered by him, he naturally wouldn't let that happen. And indeed, he almost eradicated everyone involved on that line. Based on the intelligence obtained through interrogation, further investigation would probably require going to the United Kingdom." Jasmine said, "Whatever the case, I must thank you. By the way, while researching, I discovered something special that you might be interested in." "Oh." Assad's curiosity was immediately piqued by Jasmine's words. The field of life sciences explores the origin and future evolution of life, which holds some reference significance even for him as a golden core immortal. Perhaps he could optimize his own advancement from a scientific perspective once more. "Follow me. You won't be disappointed. Just make sure to keep it secret. If this leaks out, it will cause unimaginable trouble." Upon hearing Jasmine's words, Assad became increasingly curious. He vaguely understood why the werewolf organization might have come to steal this data. Assad followed Jasmine deep into the laboratory. Rows of silvery metallic research equipment lined the area, creating an almost sci-fi atmosphere. With her highest clearance, Jasmine led Assad to the deepest part, which led to a downward elevator. They descended for 3 or 4 minutes, at least over 100 meters underground. With a beep, they finally arrived. As the elevator doors opened, Jasmine stepped out first, leading Assad into a small lab filled with various instruments arranged around. "This is my lab," Jasmine introduced. Then she walked to a cabinet and used her access card to open it. Inside was a test tube. The silver metallic test tube contained a blue liquid. "What is this?" Assad raised an eyebrow. He clearly felt an unimaginable vitality within the liquid, a force that seemed to breathe life. Could this be Jasmine's research result? "This is Hayward Essence. Hayward quit." Jasmine looked at the test tube, her eyes brimming with excitement. "Hayward Essence. Hayward quit." Upon hearing this name, Assad couldn't help but raise an eyebrow again. Jasmine nodded and said, "This is the essence extracted using the latest technology. It can cure most common diseases and even has effects of prolonging life and rejuvenating youth. Of course, the most critical point is that it has the potential to initiate the extraordinary path in humans." "The extraordinary path?" Assad was taken aback. "In the clinical trial phase, one of our volunteers acquired an ability, the power to control fire." Jasmine explained seriously. "Control fire?" "Yes, although the appearance of powers is quite random, I haven't found any corresponding patterns yet." Jasmine elaborated. Assad nodded and smiled. Even without any powers, just the ability to extend life is enough to make many people eager. "Yes." Jasmine sighed. Things that can extend life have always been highly sought after. Even as a preliminary research outcome, this has already attracted considerable interest. What the future holds is uncertain even to her. Perhaps she should follow her teacher's advice and move the lab to Nangjiang City. For a moment, Jasmine fell silent, but soon shook off her negative thoughts and handed over the test tube. "Shao Kai, want to try? Maybe it can activate some kind of ability in you." Assad's gaze fell on the test tube, feeling some curiosity too. "Since we're here, let's give it a try." Jasmine asked Assad to sit down. She pressed a button on the test tube, and soon a syringe appeared on the other end, injecting the Hayward Essence Hayward Quid into Assad's body. Buzz. As the Hayward Essence Hayward Quid entered his body, Assad immediately felt a surge of vitality flow through him. Compared to his millennium-long lifespan, this stream of vitality was clearly weak. It could probably extend an ordinary person's life by 1 to 2 years. Assad made a rough estimate and obtained the result. Of course, he also sensed some resistance from it, making it likely difficult to use continuously. As for special abilities, Assad slightly felt something unusual, but soon everything settled down. He wasn't sure if any ability had been activated or not. Of course, for a golden core immortal like him, such minor abilities were not significant. "Did you gain any special ability?" Jasmine looked at him with anticipation. Assad replied, "Seems not. I just feel that my lifespan has increased a little bit. Indeed, it was just a tiny amount, merely 1,000th. Alright, I didn't expect that you wouldn't gain any ability," Jasmine said with some regret. After all, through research and trials, she had determined that the only chance to activate special abilities was during the first use of the Hayward Essence Hayward with unwillingness. Chapter 198 External Intervention. Just as Jasmine reached the door, she heard their discussion. She instinctively stopped, sighing inwardly. Such an incident would inevitably affect the staff. Fortunately, Assad had already helped her retrieve the data disk. Otherwise, she really wouldn't know how to face everyone in the lab. Thinking of this, Jasmine glanced at Assad again. Assad still wore a calm expression. His handsome profile made Jasmine involuntarily think about her own abilities, giving rise to a strange feeling within her. Maybe. Tap tap tap. Jasmine pushed those thoughts aside, took a deep breath, and stepped inside. Upon seeing Jasmine appear, the researchers present slightly changed expressions, exchanged glances, and fell silent. Everyone, I'm really sorry for what happened. Jasmine bowed, apologizing sincerely to everyone before continuing. But we've retrieved the data disk, and our data can be restored. What? Really? Professor Jasmine, you're not joking, right? This revelation stirred excitement among everyone present. Those data represented not only Jasmine's efforts, but everyone else's as well. The possibility of recovery made their hearts tremble. Various emotions intertwined, fearing that Jasmine might just be deceiving them. It's true, Jasmine said seriously. That's wonderful. Everyone became thoroughly excited. They believed Jasmine wouldn't lie about such matters, and the feeling of regaining what was lost made them cherish everything more. Let's call it a day. Everyone go home and rest. Tomorrow morning, we'll have a meeting to discuss whether we should move to Nongguang City. Jasmine surveyed everyone, speaking earnestly. From my perspective, we definitely should move. The security and support there are much better than here in Hayward High. I agree. Besides, Nongguang University is nearby, allowing us to attract more talents. For a moment, everyone engaged in heated discussion. Meanwhile, Jasmine left the lab with Assad. As soon as they exited, Jasmine heaved a sigh of relief. Assad couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Senior, you were really impressive just now." Jasmine shot him a glance, replying, "Impressive? It's exhausting." Being the leader of the team wasn't easy. She had to arrange every matter, requiring substantial time and effort in management. Compared to these responsibilities, she preferred quietly conducting research. Jasmine paused, then suddenly asked, "Xiaokai, would you like to come to the lab and help me?" Her eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. "Senior, stop joking. My knowledge is long forgotten. Forget assisting you with research. Even mundane tasks are beyond my capacity now." Assad quickly declined. He truly wasn't up for it. Moreover, he preferred focusing on his own cultivation, continually mastering stronger powers. Only by harnessing such power could he protect what mattered most to him. Jasmine shook her head, saying, "You never change." Actually, she hoped Assad would join her. Given the project's initial success, even just putting his name on it would mean significant future rewards. Unfortunately, Assad declined. Having resolved these troubles, Jasmine felt relieved and pulled Assad away, saying, "Let's not talk about this anymore. We haven't seen each other for so long. Come back to my place. I'll cook something special for you." Assad followed Jasmine to her residence near the university, a quiet and upscale neighborhood in Hayward High. "I didn't expect you to live here." Assad was somewhat surprised. After all, it wasn't far from where he was. Jasmine sighed while driving, saying, "Indeed. Who knew you'd change your phone number, making it impossible to find you?" Initially, she hadn't planned to build the lab in Hayward High but later chose this place, perhaps harboring some hope of encountering Assad again. Arriving home, Jasmine headed to the kitchen, leaving Assad to watch TV on the sofa. Soon, Jasmine called him to eat. They chatted while eating, mostly reminiscing about college days. With joy, Jasmine drank a few more cups and soon showed signs of intoxication. Her flushed, elegant face made Assad's heart flutter. "Senior, don't drink anymore. You're going to get drunk." Assad tried to dissuade her. "Don't stop me. Today, I'm happy. Without you, I wouldn't know what to do." Jasmine stumbled, leaning towards Assad and falling into his arms. Looking down, Assad saw Jasmine had closed her eyes and fallen asleep. With a helpless expression, he had no choice but to scoop her up, carrying her into the bedroom, where he placed her on the bed. He took off her shoes and covered her with a blanket. The sky was still early outside. Assad left the apartment, stepping out of the neighborhood. However, he suddenly felt a vague sense of unease as he walked away. His gaze turned back, and he returned to Jasmine's residence. He didn't take the usual path. Instead, his figure flashed, and he slipped directly through the window. As soon as he entered, he heard a faint sound coming from outside the door. An ordinary person would hardly notice it. This sound was wrong. It seemed like someone was trying to pick the lock. Assad raised an eyebrow, and his figure flashed to the door. He immediately sensed two people standing outside. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, the appearances of the two individuals appeared in his mind. They were two burly men, about 1.9 meters tall, broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, wearing repairman uniforms. One was picking the lock while the other stood guard. Enough to leave in time. Or had someone inside their group leaked information, causing the target's departure? If it were the former, that would be better. But if it were the latter, it undoubtedly meant that someone harbored ulterior motives and ideas. After all, the life essence that the target possessed could extend one's lifespan and even activate latent powers. Its effects were astonishing, whether for those elderly men with power, or for some ambitious individuals who wanted to seize power and create elite forces en masse. It had an extremely strong appeal. And as the key figure, Jasmine, they naturally wanted her under their control. "Are you looking for senior sister Jasmine?" Just then, Assad's figure gradually appeared. He sat on the sofa leisurely, watching the two men calmly. Not good. The faces of the two burly men drastically changed, and they turned to escape. But they found themselves enveloped by an invisible force. With two bangs, they fell to their knees, unable to struggle. "Do you seem to know me?" Assad asked indifferently. "Sir, we don't understand what you're talking about. We are here just to fix the pipes." One of the burly men tried to lie, but felt the force surrounding his body suddenly press down. An unbearable force surged within him. Crack. He felt like he was about to be crushed, unable to suppress his painful cries and constant pleas. Lord saw Assad's icy expression and immediately knew he had murderous intent. But their families were under the boss's control. If they dared to reveal the boss's information, their entire families would be killed. They hardened their resolve and looked at Assad, saying, "Lord, we won't reveal anything about the boss. If you want to kill us out of anger, go ahead." Suddenly, their expressions turned calm. Even if they died, the boss would compensate their families as agreed. It was worth it this lifetime. The two men exchanged glances, then closed their eyes, deciding to await death with closed eyes. Fine. Truly loyal dogs indeed. But you overestimate yourselves while underestimating my capabilities." Assad didn't care about their unspoken secrets. To him, These people remained obstinate and served evil purposes. Coming here to commit evil, they now acted righteous. Wasn't that laughable? Since you won't talk, let me get the answers myself. Assad decisively used the soul-seizing technique. To prevent anyone from hiding, he simultaneously cast it twice on both men. Whoosh! Two beams of divine light entered the tops of the burly men's heads. They felt a powerful will descend into their souls, exposing every secret. No! The two men tried to resist but found it futile against Assad's will, which seemed godlike, leaving no room for resistance. Had no bottom line. Countless corpses lay at their feet, making them notorious killers. What a pity! After reviewing the two men's experiences, Assad sighed inwardly. A pitiful person must have some hateful qualities. These two men were perfect examples. Snap! Assad directly snapped the necks of the two men, reducing their bodies to dust. This was his choice. Although they cherished their families as sacred ground and appeared to have tender hearts, how many other people's families had they destroyed with their own hands? So, they deserve death. Your boss certainly exceeds my expectations. Assad stood up with a cold smile, but at that moment, his body suddenly shuddered, sensing an overwhelmingly malevolent gaze looking straight at him. Chapter 200. The Gaze of the Outer God. Hee hee hee. The sinister laughter echoed in the void, as if a strange entity from the depths of time and space had opened its eyes and was now gazing at Assad's figure. A grand and majestic aura seemed to descend upon this place. However, that aura was filled with ancient and dark hues. Upon its sudden appearance, everything around seemed to begin decaying, mutating, or withering. In an instant, it seemed like it would turn this place into hell. Assad even saw the plants by the door start to twist and mutate, growing claw-like tentacles on their leaves, and it seemed as if eyes were opening in the center of the leaves. SSHH. What on earth is this thing? So, you're just a mere youth who dares to repeatedly intrude into the soul realm, which belongs under my Darien jurisdiction. How dare you be so audacious? At that moment, the unknown entity spoke. This voice was full of darkness and gloom, making one's head throb painfully upon hearing it, almost feeling like it would explode, as if being dragged into hell by some intangible force. Meanwhile, an eye appeared before Assad. What an evil eye it was. Around the eye, there were circles of pulsating red veins. The white of the eye was densely covered with gray rust marks, while at the pupil, there was a burst of fresh red. With just one glance, Assad felt his entire body shudder, as if flesh and blood had developed consciousness, sprouting tiny, stringy growths on his face. Damn it! This is an evil outer god. Assad's chi and blood boiled up, radiating golden light all over his body, ready for battle, sensing unprecedented danger. Outer god? Haha, I, Darien, am the true god. I command souls. I am the Godric. Now, hand over your soul to me. A mocking expression flashed in that eye. Within it, a hideous black arm stretched out, grabbing toward Assad, emitting black smoke wherever it passed. Buzz. Space started to shake violently. Assad felt intense unrest, but suddenly, the Hayward Death Jade inside him revealed its divine power. A massive human shadow appeared over him, covering him in golden light, obscuring his features. However, the figure wore a crown and was draped in 9 chapters of imperial attire, appearing regal. Its presence was mighty, like reigning in the heavens. Every movement seemed imbued with immense divine power. Break! A loud command sounded from the shadow. Everything before his eyes vanished noisily, dissipating like melting ice and snow, bubbles bursting, the eye and black hand cracking inch by inch and disappearing. I won't let you ruin my plans this easily. This won't be over. Only those words from Darien lingered in the air, slowly fading away. The golden figure also gradually dissipated after a while. In the living room, everything before Assad gradually returned to normal, but the ground still bore large areas of decayed and ruined marks, as if millennia had passed in an instant. The scene that just unfolded was too terrifying, wiping away any complacency he had felt after achieving the golden core realm. This world indeed wasn't as simple as it seemed, especially that outer god. Just the arrival of one eye held immense power. The ability to twist everything was truly horrifying. It looks like I need to keep pushing myself. Assad couldn't help but sigh. Thinking back, this soul-searching technique did have significant flaws, causing discomfort each time it was used. It turned out this had been transformed into a personal domain by an outer god. If so, what happened to the souls of those who died? Just thinking about this, Assad felt a wave of great terror. He shook his head, putting aside these thoughts for now, resolving never to use the so-called soul-searching technique again to prevent Darien from appearing again. Hayward Tulkai. At that moment, Jasmine, who had been drunk, walked out of the bedroom, her eyes hazy, and her dress reduced to only her underwear. Assad was startled and quickly covered her with a blanket. Do not look, do not look. He repeated this to himself several times, suppressing his wandering thoughts, then carried Jasmine back to the bedroom, locking the door before leaving. He hadn't forgotten about the mysterious mastermind behind the attempt to kidnap Jasmine, Norma Tiliong. Indeed, this person was none other than the head of the Norma family. Looks like we really are fated enemies. Who would have thought that behind the Norma family lies such a private force, exclusively controlled by Albin, even secretly managing a foreign channel, earning enough annually to astonish anyone. Assad's figure flickered, disappearing from the spot. In a private villa complex, with pavilions and terraces inside, the scene looked magnificent. Albin and Master George Yalius sat facing each other, with 2 women beside each of them. These women were dressed revealingly, exuding alluring charm, presenting an inviting appearance that made Master George Yalius' heart race and almost leap out of his chest. Lately, Master George Yalius had been relying on the Norma family, practically finding himself in a better situation, with delicious food, drinks, and the company of beautiful women. Life was simply too good to be true. Master, what you told me, is it really possible? Albin asked hesitantly. The last time he secretly leaked the news about Assad going to the Haywardu family to kill Glover, he hadn't expected to soon hear the news of Glover's death, nearly scaring him to death. But after some time passed and Assad didn't return, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, deciding to forget this matter completely and erase the enmity between him and Assad. Although it was the revenge for his son's death, if he couldn't even protect himself, how could he take care of so much more? Hayward told did he know, Master George Yaliest actually found him and told him a method, claiming it could restore his youth and even extend his lifespan. Master George Yaliest glanced at him and said, head of the Norma family, what I said is true. If you don't believe me, just wait until our men capture her, everything will become clear. Albin nodded. Oh, he had become Albin's honored guest, truly interesting. Bang bang. In the banquet hall, 4 women suddenly collapsed on the ground, unconscious. One might have been explainable, but all 4 caused immediate alarm for both Albin and George Yelrin. Something was wrong. George Yelrin did have some skill, even if just halfway competent, which allowed him to force himself to stay calm. He bowed and asked, esteemed master, would you kindly show yourself? Haha. A light laugh echoed. Albin and George Yelrin quickly turned around and saw a person suddenly appear on one of the seats in the hall. Though his attire wasn't particularly luxurious, his demeanor was calm and profound, with a face like jade and a tall, upright figure. Assad. It was actually him. Albin and George Yelrin's faces paled abruptly. You, how did you get here? Albin was alarmed. After all, he had just sent people to capture Jasmine. Earlier, he had received word that Jasmine had some connection with Assad. He had repeatedly instructed his subordinates not to make any rash moves, yet Assad had come knocking before they could return. How could Albin not feel panic? Eat. Why stop eating? You look at me as if my appearance is unexpected. Shouldn't it be expected? Assad shook his head, saying indifferently, did you really think I wouldn't come after those close to me were harmed? Though his voice was calm, to Albin, it sounded like thunder. He knows. He knows everything. This is the end. Albin slumped to the ground, nearly wetting himself. After all, even Glover, the quasi-billionaire of South District, had died. What chance did he have? No, not me. Seeing Assad approach, Albin suddenly collapsed and lost consciousness. He couldn't catch his breath and died. Fool. Looking at Albin's lifeless expression, George Yelrin felt a wave of disappointment. However, when he noticed Assad's gaze landing on him, he quickly forced a smile. This has nothing to do with me. Esteemed sir, can I leave now? Leave. Assad raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing on his lips. Did I say you could leave? He extended a hand, and faint lightning flickered between his fingers like playful sprites. With a backhand slap, the lightning appeared above George Yelrin's head. Not good. George Yelrin was shocked, but it was too late. The lightning struck his head, causing his neatly combed hair to explode outward. Bang! He fell heavily to the ground, but to his surprise, he was still alive. This discovery made him ecstatic. What are you happy about? It's not over yet. Assad's indifferent voice sounded like a nightmare. Hearing this, George Yelrin stiffened own hands. Speak. Who is he? Yes, Ronnie. Seeing that Assad wouldn't let up, George Yelrin directly revealed the person behind it all. In truth, he had merely been acting under orders from above. How could he help being close to Haywardnan? To avoid suspicion, he deliberately used Albin's hands, but hadn't anticipated being exposed too quickly. Why did he do this? Assad furrowed his brows slightly. He knew about Ronnie, but according to his information, this man was only 50 years old, in the prime of his life, and even seen by outsiders as a strong contender for the future district head of South District. I'm not sure. George Yelrin shook his head, hesitating for a moment before saying, however, as far as I know, his rise has been rapid, almost a rank each year, climbing smoothly to the top. He must have received support from a patron, perhaps he's doing something for a certain noble. After all, those nobles may already be very old. Assad looked at George Yelrin, judging that his words were true. But involving the upper echelons of the region made him realize that what Senior Jasmine had researched must be incredibly coveted. This couldn't help but make Assad think of his pharmaceutical company. Under Barbara's operation, it should be ready to open for business soon. At that time, once an elixir that preserves youth forever or a potion that extends life appears, it would likely cause even greater ripples. Perhaps we will meet then. Actually, this way, the risks Senior Jasmine faces could be transferred to him. Assad thought perhaps he could also involve Aaron. As for Senior Jasmine's research, perhaps he could give her the elixirs to see what she could discover. After all, one is science, the other is Yaleism. If there were any connections between them, it might provide Assad with significant insights. Chapter 202, Exposing the Trap. Assad was deep in thought. Asher, however, felt anxious, cautiously observing Assad's expression, uncertain of what awaited him next. Take good care of yourself. Assad glanced at Asher, turned around, and vanished before Asher. Seeing Assad finally leave, Asher let out a heavy sigh of relief, whispering to himself, finally gone. Almost scared this old Taoist to death. He glared at Hermes' corpse on the ground and sneered, truly a useless piece of trash. You died easily enough, leaving me alone to face this monster. With such a simple task given to you, you still managed to mess it up. Your Norma family is truly beyond saving. As Asher stood up, the four women also woke up. Upon seeing the dead body of Hermes, they were all frightened and couldn't help but scream. Stop your noise. Have someone remove his body. After hearing Asher's words, the women all fell silent, enduring their fear and avoiding looking at Hermes' corpse. Outside, subordinates came in and began removing Hermes' body. Strangely, these people showed no reverence or fear toward Hermes, dragging his body as if it were that of a dead stray dog. On the contrary, they were extremely deferential to Asher. It seemed that the entire Norma family was no longer centered around Hermes, but had shifted its allegiance to Asher, who took this for granted. In the spacious hall, all the core members of the Norma family were present, with Asher sitting in the main seat as if it were his due. Everyone else accepted this arrangement without question. This is how things stand. Hermes is dead, and the future direction of the Norma family now rests in your hands. Asher smiled and scanned everyone. Master, how can you say such things? The future of the Norma family depends entirely on you. You are our savior. Yes, precisely. We recognize only Master's authority in the Norma family. Anyone who dares to say otherwise will be dealt with immediately. Master George, please lead us forward. Suddenly, Asher, clearly an outsider, was thrust into the spotlight, being urged to become the new master of the Norma family. The Norma family, though not the top clan in Haywarding City, was still formidable, wielding immense power and wealth. Yet, these people hesitated not a moment in offering everything to Asher. A regime change. No more than this. Asher waved his hand and said mildly, these belong to the Norma family. How can I, an outsider, accept them? At this, a member of the Norma family immediately stood up and said, Master speaks jestingly. You are a lofty figure detached from worldly affairs. It is we who have tainted your eyes with these mundane matters. Please do not abandon us. The Norma family needs you. Yes, Master, please don't decline anymore. After 3 rounds of persuasion similar to ancient times when emperors were enthroned, Asher reluctantly accepted their request. He surveyed the crowd and said, if so, I will humbly take on the position of head of the Norma family. For a moment, all the Norma family members displayed joy on their faces. But upon closer inspection, there was an underlying hint of fear in their eyes, a fear that ran deep in their bones. Of course, there were also those who were genuinely happy, mostly those who had been speaking up initially. The meeting dispersed. The core members of the Norma family began to leave. As for the dead Hermes, someone simply took him away to the crematorium. The head of the prestigious Norma family was thus replaced without any significant ripple. He'd commissioned by the upper echelons of the Southern District, of course, not Ronnie, but someone else. As for why he mentioned Ronnie, it was to divert attention eastward. After all, Ronnie was too young, only 50 years old now. To reach such a position at this age was a huge threat to certain people. And Assad, this newly risen martial arts master, observing his behavior, was absolutely a fine blade. Not using him against Ronnie would be a waste. Initially, this was just a thought of Asher's, but unexpectedly, it quickly gained approval from his superiors, leading to Asher's secret machinations, including leaking the information that Assad wanted to kill Glover. Actually, Asher had long planned this. At that time, his hidden power players even tried to link Glover with Ronnie, but Assad killed too quickly, disrupting their plans. And that led to Asher's plan to use Hermes to capture Jasmine this time. Of course, Jasmine was indeed important. Whether for extending life or initiating psychic abilities, the drug itself was one of their goals, but with Assad involved, they knew there was an 80% chance of failure. However, despite the failure, successfully framing Ronnie worked out. Our ordinary people are truly happy today. Asher hummed a little tune, getting up to walk into the bedroom to rest. Who knew that just as he stood up, turning his head, he saw a familiar figure standing not far away, facing away from him. A calm voice came. Looks like you're very happy. Why don't you tell me about it? See if I should be happy for you. What do you think? Assad looked at him, expression indifferent. Luther. Assad. Asher's heart turned cold. It's over. He didn't leave after all. Chapter 203, New Plans. Asher panicked, wishing he could flee. He stammered, Your Excellency, you didn't leave? You seemed to be hoping I would leave. A smile appeared on Assad's face. If he left, it would only cater to the other party's wishes. Observing Asher's expression of fear now, Assad found it quite amusing. The other person was indeed smart, but unfortunately, smart people always die the fastest. Why? Because they overestimate themselves. Asher immediately shouted loudly, How can that be? I wish to be by your side all the time, listening to your teachings. How could I possibly hope for you to leave? Really? Assad asked with a teasing smile. Oh, of course it's true, Asher replied, gritting his teeth to steady himself. To temporarily pacify Assad, he had no choice, nearly grinding his back molars into dust. After all, who could blame him? Assad was a martial arts master. They were only 5 meters apart. If he displeased Assad, the latter could easily crush him in one swift move. I might give you an opportunity, Assad said with a laugh. What kind of opportunity? A strong sense of dread surged in Asher's heart. Of course, to follow me and receive my guidance, Assad grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, making Asher feel uneasy. Wait, Your Excellency, isn't this matter not urgent? Asher quickly cried out. Not urgent? Assad slapped him hard on the head, knocking him to the ground effortlessly. Enraged, he shouted, I give you an opportunity, and you dare to hesitate. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Asher's cheeks swelled up, purple and red, looking as though a piece of pork had been slapped onto his face. Oh mother! It hurts so much. He wailed inwardly, yet fortunately, Assad hadn't killed him outright. Quickly he pleaded, Your Excellency, please don't hit me again. Whatever you say goes. If this continued, he would surely die. Assad rolled up his sleeves and shook his head helplessly, saying, Who am I to be so compassionate? I'll let you off this time. Yes, Your Excellency has great tolerance, like a prime minister whose belly can hold a ship. Asher repeatedly agreed. Seeing Assad's satisfied expression, Asher secretly vowed vengeance. Once I escape this predicament, I'll make you regret it, master or not. As the saying goes, an arrow is easy to dodge, but a hidden dart is hard to avoid. Even a master has moments of slip-ups. When the time comes, you better not fall into my hands. Assad glanced at him and knew what was going through his mind, but chose not to expose him. Instead, he calmly said, By the way, repeat what you told me about Ronnie. Asher felt a chill run down his spine, but repeated what he had said before. To gain Assad's trust, he added, Your Excellency, Ronnie is not an easy opponent. It's rumored he has support from Central District. Perhaps you should reconsider? He carefully probed Assad. Assad gave him an ambiguous look. You're sure the person behind you is Ronnie? Asher suppressed his fear and insisted. Your Excellency, how could I dare lie to you? Even now, he remained defiant. Assad shook his head. It seems you truly won't change unless you hit a wall. Bang. Assad kicked him forcefully, knocking him to the ground. Coldly, he demanded. You have the nerve to lie to me? Tell me who the real puppeteer is, or don't blame me for being unforgiving. The sudden outburst from Assad startled Asher. By the time he realized it, he was already on the ground, feeling as if his body was falling apart. Severe pain spread throughout his body, confirming that Assad wasn't joking. Your Excellency, I'm not lying. Asher's stubbornness finally exhausted Assad's patience. With a flick of his finger, a bolt of liquid it back up. She began frantically recalling what had happened before, remembering that she seemed to have had a few too many drinks, and then, was it Assad? A blush spread across Jasmine's face as she suddenly thought of something and hurriedly glanced under the blanket, only to find it completely clean. Could it be that nothing happened? Jasmine checked again and confirmed that indeed there were no traces at all. An odd mix of disappointment and regret stirred in her heart. This jerk, when we were in college, he was quite skilled. Why did he become so clumsy after all this time? Thinking this, Jasmine got up from the bed. Her graceful silhouette could be seen in the mirror, after changing into clothes that concealed her nearly perfect body. At that moment, the door suddenly rattled. Jasmine's expression changed, and she quickly asked, Who is it? It's me, Senior. Assad had returned. Jasmine opened the door to see Assad holding large and small food containers. She heard him laugh and say, It's getting late, just in time for dinner. Since you drank alcohol, I brought you some. You're not half bad. Jasmine glanced at him and led him into the house. As they ate and chatted, Assad handed the youth-preserving pill he had made over to Jasmine, giving a brief introduction. Senior, are you interested in researching the youth-preserving pill? Is this really a youth-preserving pill? Jasmine's heart trembled slightly as she hesitantly looked at the pill in Assad's hand. As a big shot in life science research, she naturally knew the significance of this. If she successfully cracked the formula for the youth-preserving pill, it would significantly accelerate her own research progress, potentially even enabling mass production of the life essence fluid. Chapter 204. Analysis of the pill. Come on, let's go to the laboratory. Jasmine put down her chopsticks and hurriedly led Assad to the lab. Before long, they arrived at the building where the laboratory was located. Many researchers were still working. Professor, it's so late. Why are you here? Someone looked curiously at Jasmine and Assad, who was behind her. Jasmine became a professor at a young age and is one of the top experts in life sciences, almost to the point that ordinary men dare not approach her. Beautiful, knowledgeable, and capable. All three combined made her someone who could make men feel inferior. Indeed, there were a few persistent men who tried to court Jasmine before, but were directly rejected by her. Now with Assad's appearance, everyone was surprised. Could Professor Jasmine finally be finding a match? Jasmine smiled, and her gentle smile instantly captivated all the men present. She said, I've had some new findings, so I came over to test them. New discoveries? That sentence immediately caught everyone's attention. Their research in life sciences is already at the forefront globally. Otherwise, it wouldn't have. Face changed and he said, Sister Jasmine, I'm concerned about you. I don't need your concern, Clifford. I've told you clearly before. Until my research is completed, I won't consider anything else. Jasmine's words pierced into Clifford's heart like a sword. Especially sensing the amused glances of the onlookers, a strong sense of humiliation and resentment welled up in Clifford. No matter how many times he showed his goodwill, he received such cold rejections. He was a member of the Zhang family, coming from one of the most prominent clans in the southern region. Since birth, what couldn't he get? Whether it was men or women, money or fame, everything was within his reach. Yet now, Jasmine's repeated rejections finally infuriated Clifford. Clifford coldly glanced at everyone present, his face like ice. He seemed to be trying to remember every person here before finally looking at Jasmine. He seemed to want to say something but didn't speak out loud. Then he turned and left. However, his farewell behavior alerted several people, including Assad. Assad could clearly feel the hidden coldness and hostility in the other's eyes, immediately realizing this person harbored deep-seated hate due to love. There was a chance he might harm Jasmine. Shao Kai, let's go. Jasmine didn't seem too concerned about this incident, and took Assad into the lab. After their departure, the atmosphere outside became gossipy. Clem, so from a batch obtained by luck. There are only 2 left now, Jasmine said. Assad was silent for a moment. Such large-scale life science laboratories were essentially gold-consuming machines. Both materials and equipment were exorbitantly expensive. This original liquid, once produced, must have attracted attention long ago, yet Jasmine unhesitatingly gave him a portion. This made Assad feel the weight of her kindness. Especially considering that he knew Jasmine harbored feelings for him, this evoked an unusual emotion within him. Since saving Jasmine from the fire all those years ago, she had always held a special sentiment towards him. Assad had thought this feeling would fade with time, but it hadn't. Occasionally, when their gazes met, he could still feel the intense warmth in her eyes. Assad, now a golden core Yaliist, had long achieved inner peace and tranquility. He had already set his heart on a carefree path and could only let things take their natural course. At this moment, suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the nearby Kinley. This can't be. What's wrong? Seeing this, Jasmine quickly walked over, with Assad following behind. They saw that the Kinley had already taken a sample and was performing component analysis. Due to using the most advanced equipment, the results appeared simultaneously and were astonishing. This pill actually contained extremely powerful biological activity, even higher than the life essence liquid. Chapter 205. Initial stirring of murderous intent. This is incredible. Jasmine's eyes sparkled with an unusual light. Dressed in an elegant white dress, she looked even more beautiful, her fair skin seemingly glowing softly. At that moment, a smile spread across her pretty face, and she couldn't help grabbing Assad's arm, saying, Shao Kai, did you know this all along? Assad smiled, shaking his head and said, I refined it through ancient methods, but I don't understand the principles behind it. As for its effects, I've had someone try it. It really is extraordinary. Who tried it? Can I meet them? Are they willing to cooperate with me on some research? Jasmine asked, her gaze intense. She seemed almost eager to treat it as experimental material. Assad broke into a sweat and hurriedly said, I still have one youth-preserving pill. Senior, if you need someone for cooperation, let them take it. There are more? As a woman, Jasmine naturally couldn't resist the temptation of eternal youth, especially since she was a few years older than Assad. When she saw Assad again, he appeared more mature. Yet in Jasmine's eyes, he didn't seem to have aged at all, especially when she hugged him. There was a faint fragrance coming from him, not like perfume but originating from within. It smelled as fresh as a baby's scent from under the hem were captivating. Feeling Assad's gaze, Jasmine's cheeks flushed red. She pouted playfully, Shao Kai, are you still looking? Her voice was so seductive that Assad felt a tremor in his heart, and he couldn't help asking, Senior Jasmine doesn't like me looking? Like. Jasmine lowered her head like a lovesick teenage girl, fiddling with her fingers, exuding gentleness in every move. Assad felt his heart skip a beat. Just as he was about to think further, the Kinley rushed over, saying, Professor, there's a new discovery. Please come and see. Jasmine stood up immediately, giving Assad an apologetic smile before hurrying back to the lab. Assad sighed, wondering if handing over the youth-preserving pill to Senior Jasmine was right or wrong. At that moment, on Mount Tiantian, clouds and mist swirled between the mountains, with a grand hall standing amidst the clouds. Anyone who saw this scene might have thought it was a heavenly palace. Outside the hall, numerous disciples stood neatly in formation, numbering possibly in the hundreds. Each person emitted powerful chi fluctuations, indicating that they were all at least Mingjin level, with some even reaching Ankong and Huajin levels. And at the very front stood Andres, the mountain lord of Mount Tianch. As a master-level powerhouse, even Andres waited outside respectfully, his eyes flashing with excitement from time to time. Rumble. Suddenly, thunder rolled across the sky, and the main door of the hall burst open. A tall figure stepped out, clad in black brocade, appearing to be around 30, with a handsome face and piercing eyes. His aura was imposing and majestic. Greetings, Ninth Ancestor. May the martial path prosper. Greetings, Ninth Ancestor. May the martial path prosper. For a moment, apart from Mountain Lord Andres, all the disciples knelt on the ground, shouting loudly, their voices piercing the heavens and shaking the mountains. At this scene, Ninth Ancestor Maddox couldn't help but burst into laughter, his voice overpowering everyone present. Haha, today is my day of emergence. It's fitting for the whole sect to celebrate. With a wave of Maddox's hand, golden light flashed across the sky. Everyone felt as if that golden light permeated into their bodies, boosting their internal strength significantly. Especially some ordinary Mingjin disciples, they felt their strength swelling dramatically, even showing signs of breaking through. Roar. Several roars echoed as some took the opportunity to break through to Ankong, and one even reached Huajin level, causing excitement among the crowd. Ninth Ancestor, have you crossed the boundary between man and deity? Andres, witnessing this, was moved deep within and asked with barely contained excitement. What? Whoever kills our sect's master must die. Regardless of who it is, they must be eliminated. Exactly right. Let this be an opportunity for those people to witness my current power. In his present state, half-step divine, he was fully qualified to serve as a deterrent force in the region, overlooking the entire south. Amir Assad would make an excellent example for setting an example by punishing a lesser offender to warn others. Chapter 206, Tough Bandit Carson. Hayward High City, Hayward High University. The sun set, and the last streak of twilight faded into the horizon in the west. Night slowly descended and gradually enveloped the entire city, with lights turning on within it one by one. Thousands of households, all brightly lit. Seen from high above, the whole city seemed to be glowing. Assad escorted Jasmine home. As they walked and talked, Jasmine's heart was still brimming with excitement. After all, new discoveries kept emerging in the research sampling of the youth-preserving pill, giving her greater motivation. She originally wanted to continue experimenting, but unfortunately, the equipment at Hayward High University was somewhat inferior and could not match the top-notch first-class laboratories. Therefore, she had to put the research on hold. Maybe I really should move to Nanjing City. This thought became increasingly firm in Jasmine's mind. What are you thinking about, Senior? Assad looked at Jasmine as the streetlights illuminated her pretty face. Her delicate and elegant features seemed like a work of art meticulously carved by God, faintly emanating a glow, especially her gentle eyes that moved gracefully, making one feel like approaching her irresistibly. Jasmine saw Assad getting closer and suddenly felt her heart racing wildly, her delicate body trembling. Damn! Unbeknownst to them, far away, Clifford fiercely threw the monocular telescope in his hand onto the ground, smashing it to pieces. Bitch, acting so cold and distant in front of me, but behind my back, mingling with a young man, and even being affectionate on the road. Damn, this couple deserves to die. The distinguished associate professor lost his usual refined demeanor, filled with anger and resentment. Sir, shall I take action? A large man stepped up from behind, bowing his head and asked. Clifford pondered, his eyes flickering with dangerous light. Finally, a fierce look flashed through his eyes as he said, Act tonight. Bring Jasmine to me and kill that man directly. Yes, sir. The big man grinned nastily and lifted his head, revealing 2 scars on his face. If I do it, I can guarantee bringing that little bitch to you. Clifford nodded, clearly having great trust in the big man. After all, this big man was not an ordinary figure. He was the head of bodyguards arranged for him by his family, named Carson. He was reportedly once a merciless bandit who would be executed, but later was bailed out by the Zhang family with a lot of money. They provided him with numerous benefits and controlled him with drugs, thus he stayed obediently within the Zhang family. Though inconspicuous most of the time, the murderous aura around him and the 2 scars on his face were enough to intimidate ordinary people. Clifford got into the car and left, while Carson stayed behind, staring at Assad and Jasmine from afar with a cold smile. Huh. Assad sensed someone looking at them, casually glanced around, and didn't pay much attention. What's wrong? Seeing Assad lift his head, Jasmine suddenly felt a pang of loss. Her exquisitely beautiful face flashed a hint of disappointment. It was just almost nothing. Assad said casually. It was quite late. The 2 ate something outside, then Assad sent Jasmine home. Watching Jasmine standing at the door, hesitating to speak, Assad didn't think too much and went downstairs. He walked out of the community. Upstairs. Idiot. Seeing Assad leave directly, Jasmine couldn't help stomping her foot and slammed the door heavily. She leaned against the door, feeling as if all strength had drained from her body's face. It was Assad. Carson couldn't help but grin. He had thought he had missed them, forcing him to make another trip, but who would have thought that Assad actually came back? He was really seeking death. This was a perfect opportunity to carry out Eric's orders. As he thought this, Carson's gaze flickered slightly, scanning the surrounding exits and surveillance equipment. The exits were not far away, but they were insufficient for Assad to escape, and there happened to be no cameras installed here, perhaps because it was just inside the building entrance. Perfect. It's like heaven is helping me. Carson's smile grew wider, causing his scars to tremble. At this moment, the 2 men were getting closer. Originally, they were going to pass each other, but Carson's menacing appearance immediately caught Assad's attention, especially the heavy suitcase in his hand. It wasn't because of anything else, but because Assad sensed Jasmine's presence inside. His expression darkened abruptly. With a sweep of his divine sense, he confirmed that Jasmine was indeed inside, curled up into a ball. She seemed to be unconscious. What audacity! Assad felt anger rising from within, but before he could act, he heard Carson angrily shout, "Brat, what are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll gouge your eyes out." With those words, Carson lunged without warning, punching straight at Assad's eye. A sharp tearing sound filled the air. On his massive fist was a knuckle duster, glinting dangerously. It was clearly edged. If it landed, it could kill instantly. Assad smiled, his expression colder than the weather in December, lifting his hand and grabbing towards that fist. "Fool, trying to catch my fist. Watch me break your hand first." Seeing this, Carson couldn't help but sneer. Chapter 207, Overestimating Oneself. Bang. In the next second, Carson froze. His hand wearing brass knuckles was caught by Assad. With a crisp snap, he felt intense pain in his fist. Ah! Carson screamed in agony, kneeling on the ground. Seeing his deformed fist, his face turned ashen. Yet, this roused his ferocity, and he recklessly charged at Assad. "Die for me. Foolish resistance. Overestimating yourself." Assad's cold expression never changed. With a flick of his palm, he slammed Carson to the ground. Half of Carson's body crashed heavily into the ground, the intense pain piercing his heart. He couldn't catch his breath and fainted instantly. Assad grabbed him by the neck, and then picked up the suitcase. Soon, he returned to Jasmine's house, tossing Carson into the corner at the door, and rescued Jasmine from the suitcase. A sweep and still defy me. Assad's expression turned cold, and he stomped on Carson's foot, applying slight pressure. There was a sharp crack. Carson felt like his soul had shattered. His bones were broken. His face turned deathly pale as waves of intense pain hit him, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Yet, even so, he did not speak a word. As Assad prepared to continue, Jasmine looked at him behind, saying hesitantly, "Shao Kai, you?" Was this still the same schoolmate she knew? Stomping someone's foot until it broke, Jasmine's heart trembled as she saw Carson's bloodied and mangled foot. Turning around, Assad saw the stranger-like look in Jasmine's eyes, realizing his cruel actions had frightened her. "Senior, please wait here for a moment. It might take some time to get the truth out of him." Assad dragged Carson into the guest bedroom, sealing his mouth with a burst of true chi. "Shao Kai." Watching the door close, Jasmine's lips moved, but no words came out. So much must have happened to her junior in all this time. The sudden unfamiliarity made Jasmine deeply realize that Assad must have gone through many things, making him decisive and ruthless. Not long after, Assad emerged from the room and looked at Jasmine, who wore an anxious expression. "Senior, do you know Clifford?" "Huh." Hearing that name, Jasmine paused, blurting out to sit down when she suddenly thought of something, which made her face change abruptly. With Assad gone, wasn't that bad guy still in the house? This made Jasmine somewhat nervous. She clasped her hands together and couldn't resist walking towards that room, cautiously peeking inside. To her surprise, it was completely empty, not even a shadow in sight. That man actually disappeared? Jasmine stood there, stunned. It also made her realize that her junior might be hiding even bigger secrets. Not seeing him for so long, he seemed to be enveloped in an aura of mystery, making her feel increasingly unfamiliar with him. At the same time, in his villa, Clifford was ready with red wine and champagne, having ordered a grand feast, looking relaxed and leisurely. With Carson taking action, wouldn't a mere woman be easy to capture? Jasmine, I originally wanted you to be my woman. Unfortunately, you are too unreasonable. Don't blame me for being impolite. Clifford had a look of regret. But at this moment, the watch on his wrist started to vibrate urgently and briefly. Buzz. Clifford's expression changed instantly as he hurriedly looked at the dial, which had 10 needles of various lengths moving constantly, yet one of them stopped. Carson, dead? Clifford immediately realized things were wrong. This was a watch made using biotechnology by him, each needle representing a subordinate under his control, and that stopped needle represented Carson. Something happened. Clifford realized this right away. Chapter 208, Beauty's Request. Clifford's eyes flickered. The needle stopped, indicating the disappearance of vital signs. I didn't expect Carson to be really killed by someone. As he thought, he immediately arranged a flight to leave Hayward High City. The driver drove him away quickly. On the road, Clifford glanced coldly at Hayward High City under the night sky through the car window, then sat on the plane and returned directly to Nanjing City without saying anything more. When Assad arrived at Clifford's villa, there was already no one there. Everything was orderly, indicating that they left calmly. Really left ahead of time? Assad raised an eyebrow and squinted his eyes. It seemed this guy reacted very promptly, but how could he get the news so quickly? He couldn't help feeling puzzled. He captured a faint trace of residual aura in the villa, but found no sign of Clifford. It seemed he had already gone far. However, he easily found others. A burly security guard was checking vehicles by the roadside. He had just left the villa, and due to the abrupt order, his car broke down shortly after leaving. Where is Clifford? While repairing the car, a voice suddenly came from behind, which frightened the big man. Turning around quickly, he saw a young man standing behind him. The big man sized up Assad, feeling that although he was tall, there were no signs of cultivation on him. Instead, he looked frail. So he scolded, "Don't know. Keep away from me. I don't have time to deal with you, kid. Careless words. You deserve it." Slap. Before he finished speaking, he felt pain on his face as if he had been slapped. He almost felt like his head would fall off. Ouch. The big man screamed in agony, spitting out blood. A molar was knocked out, and he looked at Assad fearfully, mouth full of blood. He knew himself well. Though he was over 40 and looked unimpressive, he had reached the hidden strength stage. Ordinary people wouldn't dare approach him. Even 10 or 8 big men could be taken care of by him easily. He never expected the young man before him might be a master-level expert capable of triggering aura, slapping him. If not for the restraint of his opponent, this slap could have easily cost him his life. Now the big man was panicked. "Yes, sir. Answer my question. Where did Clifford go?" Assad said indifferently. "Some people are like this. Only when they're hit do they realize the seriousness. Treat them nicely, and they think they can mess around. Conversely, only when you..." Clifford's swift reaction confirmed her suspicions. This left her utterly disappointed. "It's late. I'll go back then." Clifford got up to leave. Jasmine grabbed his hand. "Wait. I feel a little scared." Jasmine lowered her head, hesitant to meet Assad's eyes. Actually, she wanted Assad to stay overnight, but felt embarrassed to ask. After all, the events of the evening had made her extremely nervous. "So you'll stay tonight?" Assad asked hesitantly. "Yes," she nodded. Jasmine nodded, her voice so low it was like a mosquito's hum. After uttering that word, she immediately blushed and ran into the bedroom. Assad looked at her retreating figure, left and right, wondering where he was supposed to sleep. Not in the living room, right? Just as Assad was thinking this, Jasmine came out of the bedroom with a flush on her exquisite face. She asked, "Can you sleep in the master bedroom? Is that appropriate? I don't dare to sleep alone." At that moment, Jasmine, who usually acted like a strong woman, behaved like a little girl. She lowered her head, fidgeting with the hem of her clothes, her voice barely audible. So, Assad walked into Jasmine's bedroom again. White silk sleeping gown draped over her body like a layer of gossamer, faintly revealing her graceful curves. She was perfect, as if created by God, without the slightest flaw, inspiring awe and reverence. A light fragrance permeated the air. Assad stood there dumbfounded, watching this scene, unable to resist swallowing hard. Honestly speaking, he wasn't experienced in such matters. His only experience had been an accidental encounter with the woman at Lily Mingxiang Tower. Could something really happen tonight? This thought made Assad's heart race, especially when he smelled the fragrance that was clearly emanating from Jasmine. No, I can't do this. Assad shook his head quickly, suppressing the fanciful thoughts in his mind. How could he lose control so easily just because he saw Jasmine? He had to pull himself together. Just as Assad was about to suggest he would sleep on the floor, Jasmine sat down at the edge of the bed, leaving the other half for Assad. "Shaokai, don't get any ideas. I'm just a little scared. Be good, okay?" Jasmine said in a somewhat evasive tone. Assad sighed inwardly and replied, "Don't worry, senior. I'll stay by your side. Don't worry, get some rest. Oh, by the way, I prepared some pajamas for you." Jasmine turned around and handed him a set of men's pajamas, complete with tags. It seemed to be newly purchased. Did she buy this while he was meeting Clifford? This made Assad look at her strangely. Jasmine hurriedly explained, "These were meant for my father. They haven't been mailed back yet. Just make do with him for now." "All right." Assad didn't press the matter further, nodding, which relieved Jasmine. Soon, Assad changed into the pajamas and returned to the bedroom, where Jasmine was already lying down under a thin blanket. Her slender figure lay sideways, forming an elegant curve. The light fell on her, making her look like an angel asleep. Her delicate features, beautifully arched eyebrows, and flawless skin looked like a work of art, free from any blemish. Underneath the blanket, 2 legs peeked out, smooth and fair, especially those beautiful feet, each toe plump and rounded. Seemingly feeling Assad's gaze, Jasmine's steady breathing suddenly became quickened, as if a slight blush spread across her skin. Cough, cough. Jasmine cleared her throat, opened her eyes and said, "I'll turn off the lights then." With that, she switched off the light. Assad obediently lay on the other side of the bed, facing Jasmine's back, which she intentionally turned to avoid awkwardness. But what she didn't realize was how tempting it was for a man. It seemed so close. Assad couldn't help but smile bitterly. Did Senior Jasmine really think he was immune to temptation? She trusted him too much. How can I trust myself in this situation? Resentment filled Assad's heart. As night fell, the room grew darker, yet Assad, accustomed to the dark, could still see everything clearly. He couldn't help but continue to observe Jasmine. Back in college, Jasmine had been the dream goddess of every man. Her every move and smile tugged at countless hearts. At the time, even though he had help from the teacher to be near Senior Jasmine, it was impossible for him not to have harbored some feelings. Men are all the same. That time in the lab when the fire broke out, everyone hesitated to go inside, but Assad ultimately did, despite knowing the dangers. Since then, He had developed genuine feelings for Jasmine, no longer just admiring her beauty but genuinely liking this mature senior sister during their interactions. Later, when Jasmine went abroad, he felt the gap between them widen. By graduation, he was framed, causing him to completely give up hope. The huge gap made him change his phone number and cut ties with the past. Never did he expect Jasmine's reappearance and her open sincerity towards him. Assad wasn't blind. He saw it clearly, and he was different now. As a cultivator, even in this era where Yaleism was in decline, he had become a golden core cultivator. If he didn't have a free and detached mindset, he wouldn't have achieved such success. Go on up. Don't be bogged down by these mundane formalities. He described as handsome or suave. Cute? What kind of description is that? Jasmine chuckled lightly. What? Don't like being called cute. But in my heart, Shao Kai, you are very cute. Not only cute but also brave and responsible. Just like when you rushed into the fire to save me, I decided right then that if you were willing one day, I would marry you. This was practically a confession. Assad's heart was shaken. Adeline, this? Haha, look at you. It was just a thought. Jasmine seemed to have dismissed her previous words casually, saying, I know you weren't exactly honest back then. Not only did you have an ex-girlfriend, but you were also unclear with your junior classmate. Adeline, my relationship with my junior classmate was completely innocent. Assad's rebuttal sounded weak. Chapter 210 Midnight Thunder. Innocence? Jasmine spat lightly, actually extending her slender white jade-like finger to point at Assad's forehead and said, with your untrustworthy nature, you could still be innocent? Big sister Lily, you can't wrong me. Assad felt quite aggrieved. In college, despite his glib tongue, he was actually very upright, almost like the great monk in a temple. However, Jasmine clearly didn't see it that way. Curtains hung inside the bedroom with moonlight pouring in, enveloping the entire bedroom in a light layer of pale white light, appearing exceptionally beautiful and perfect. Assad surveyed Jasmine under the moonlight. Her lovely appearance. Assad patted her back gently, guiding a stream of vitality energy through her body, calming her anxious emotions. It's okay. Just thunder. Despite his words, Assad sensed something amiss. This thunder was peculiar. Really? I feel a bit sleepy. Jasmine vaguely felt a wave of intense drowsiness coming over her, and as she leaned into Assad's arms, she slowly drifted off to sleep. Seeing she had fallen asleep, Assad rose and walked to the window, a grave expression on his face as he watched the raging thunderstorms outside. Whoosh! He glanced back at Jasmine once, his figure flashing as he appeared outside. He flew out towards the outskirts, controlling his altitude low above the ground due to the thunderous storm cloud pressing down as if touching the earth. It was indeed terrifying. And this thunder came from the direction of the outskirts. Crack! Right then, a thick lightning bolt, wide as a water jar, struck down from the sky, landing on a hilltop. Even from far away, Assad recognized that mountain. Jingtong Mountain, one of the original Dragon Vein nodes. The tomb of that so-called Rashad. As Assad hurried toward Jingtong Mountain, many people in Hayward High City woke up shocked, watching the rolling thunderclouds hanging so close to the ground. It was indeed stunning. Damn, isn't some big shot ascending? Quick, take a picture. Did you see that human silhouette flying? Patches of lightning sparkled. Although the heavenly might had faded, it still carried astonishing power fluctuations. Soon, he reached the end. The pond where the Rashad had once lain dormant was now completely dried up. Not a trace of water remained, exposing the crisscrossing rocks within. At the bottom of the pond, among the chaotic rocks, there was a shattered stone stele. Inside the stele lay a bone, now completely crushed. What kind of bone is this? Assad stepped closer to examine it. The crushed bone was covered with faint blood threads, as if they had grown from within the bone. How strange. Could this be something left behind by someone, or some special existence? Assad frowned. To attract such massive thunder, it was definitely not ordinary. Moreover, as a node of the Dragon Vein, for such an event to occur without cause made Assad suspect some connection. Was there a problem with the Dragon Vein, or was it the bone? The world seems increasingly unfamiliar to me. Is it just my illusion? I always feel that this world is changing. Assad couldn't help but ponder. Drip, drip, drip. Suddenly, his phone rang. Looking at the signal, which was weak, he had to temporarily leave the place and reappeared outside. Now, the signal was full. Assad answered the call, only to find it was from the Southwest District. As soon as he picked up, he heard Spike's voice. However, he did not expect that celestial phenomena would also occur in Hayward High City, and bones were found there too. Mr. Luther, please go check if there is a door. A door? Yes, exactly a door. One that exists between reality and illusion, allowing glimpses of another world's shadow. Spike detailed their findings here. Assad nodded and said, I haven't confirmed it yet. Once I confirm, I'll give you an update. Mr. Luther, if there is truly a door, please guard it diligently. If not, please seal off the area. We will send people over immediately. Spike reminded him. All right. Assad responded and hung up the phone. Soon, he walked swiftly into the large tomb. Then after walking for a while, he noticed figures moving in the distance. Someone else had arrived. Assad glanced at them and was about to step into the passageway. Young brother, hold on. Just as he lifted his foot, a whistling sound came from behind him, and a stone broke through the night sky, heading towards Assad's head. It moved extremely fast, accompanied by a gust of wind, with hidden force embedded within. If struck, it might have taken an ordinary person's life. Assad's face turned cold. Without a word, they tried to take a life. Bang! He coldly turned around, and the stone shattered into pieces just a few feet away from him. At this moment, several figures approached. 3 men and 1 woman. Each exuded profound aura, all 4 being masters of the Isabellister level, among whom the one who threw the stone was an elderly man. He appeared to be in his 70s, dressed in simple gray clothes like a farmer, with a wrinkled face that looked kind and gentle. However, he had just attempted to kill Assad. Assad's gaze fell upon his face. The old man showed no change in expression and said, Young brother, why are you looking at me? I'm looking at you, you old wretch, intending to take a life without reason. How do you plan to die by my hands later? Assad replied indifferently. The old man's face changed. You impudent boy. The other three couldn't help laughing when they saw the old man humiliated, their eyes filled with ridicule and disdain. This will be interesting. Indeed, I didn't expect to see such a remarkable young man this time, who can even withstand Elmer's attack. Elmer seems to have regressed over the years. Hearing their laughter, the old man's face became even uglier, glaring coldly at Assad. He said, just an insignificant ant. My previous strike was merely casual. For you to block it at your age is commendable, but you are not yet qualified to challenge me. Challenge you? Assad's indifferent gaze swept over his face and the surrounding figures. With you bunch of stinking fish and rotten shrimps, always seeking to take lives, even if I were to challenge you, what would you do? Do what? Kill you. The old man sneered, slapping toward Assad, a thunderous sound accompanying his swift movement, reaching Assad in the blink of an eye. Assad watched this palm calmly and slapped back with equal speed but greater strength. Before the old man could react, he was thrown backward, his face burning with pain as Assad's palm landed right on his face. Blood spurted from his mouth along with several teeth. What happened? Assad's movements were too fast. The old man hadn't even seen clearly before ending up like this, stunning him greatly. The other three beside him were also shocked. They had thought he was just a small ant that could be crushed easily, but unexpectedly, he turned out to be an incredibly fierce dragon. All three instantly went on guard. Who are you? The woman spoke. She was elegantly dressed, obviously from a distinguished background, exuding an air of authority. Her bearing clearly indicated she had held a high position for a long time. She hadn't taken Assad seriously either, but his move truly made her change her expression. Too strong. She reckoned that even if she faced Assad's palm, she wouldn't have fared well. These questions should be asked by me. Who are you? Instead of answering, Assad questioned them. He was sure that these four were not from Hayward High City. Otherwise, given his fame, these people would have recognized him. The group exchanged glances, and a hint of killing intent flashed across their eyes. Thunder appeared. Secret door emerged. At such a critical moment, the appearance of a mysterious powerhouse here couldn't be ignored. If this person took control of the place, it might cause unexpected complications. Four directions formation. Kill. The old man roared in anger, leaping up from the ground and attacking first. The other three followed, forming a battle formation, each unleashing their full strength to ensure they achieved victory and completely eliminated Assad here. A faint layer of green light enveloped the four, indicating the formation boost of the so-called four directions formation. Quite interesting, but you're too weak. Assad sighed, extending one hand lightly, which stretched out like a blue dragon emerging from the sea, instantly suppressing all resistance. Bang! These four felt this palm continuously enlarging before their eyes, immediately filling their entire field of vision. It was as if the heavens were overturning. Not good. Before they could react, they spat blood and flew backward, crashing to the ground. They looked at the composed Assad, their faces collectively changed. The opponent was too strong, easily defeating them and even breaking their four directions formation. Such strength was undoubtedly above Isabellister level. Divine realm. Their hearts sank. Hayward High City was only a medium-sized city, and even a newly developed one. How could such a powerful figure be hidden here? Didn't they say the strongest here was just an initial Isabellister? Damned intelligence. How did they investigate? There was such a huge oversight. Now you should tell me what kind of people you really are. Assad's expression was calm, but this time they no longer dared to underestimate him. Facing a divine realm powerhouse, anyone would dare not look down on it. Chapter 212, The Secret Sect. It's better if you don't know. Knowing too much will not bring any tangible benefits to you. The old man's face turned pale. He clutched his chest and stood up, a cold glint in his eyes. However, the hatred he thought was hidden became evident in Assad's eyes, making the already impatient Assad react. I don't like your look. Assad glanced at him. Hearing this, the old man's expression changed slightly. Before he could react, he felt a sharp gust of energy slash past his eyes. Rip. In that instant, darkness enveloped the old man's vision, followed by excruciating pain. He covered his eyes, his hands soaked with thick liquid. He knew it was his blood. Damn it. Assad had blinded him. Ah, bastard. How dare you do this? The Wu-Wei army won't let you off. By the time the old man realized this, it was already too late. Unprecedented rage filled his heart. Known as Shattered Jade Palm, he had dominated for decades and now was severely wounded by a young man. For a martial artist, losing his sight was almost like ending his martial path. The enmity was deep as the sea. Wanting to fight Assad, he was forcibly held back by others, being pulled to the back. The woman looked at Assad, her face full of caution. Do you really just want to know about our origins? She forced herself to suppress her anger, trembling inwardly. Facing a divine realm expert, she couldn't afford to be careless. The elder merely had resentment, and was immediately blinded. What would happen if they didn't answer Assad's questions? Thinking of this made the woman's heart race. She realized that with this secret sect's appearance, it might be impossible to obtain the secret gate in Hayward High City. It was uncertain if they could leave alive. Meanwhile, Assad pondered over the elder's words, one word catching his attention. Wu-Wei army? Currently, Long Country was divided into 5 war zones, but he had never heard of the Wu-Wei army. Could it be a private organization? Tell me about the Wu-Wei army. Assad scanned the woman. The woman glanced at the elder subtly. This old fool, unable to achieve anything but causing trouble. But asked by Assad, she had no choice but to say, we are indeed from the Wu-Wei army. Through her introduction, Assad got a general understanding of the Wu-Wei army. This so-called Wu-Wei army was a secretive private organization, led by the supreme commander with 8 war gods and 24 war kings under him. It involved 3,000 core members worldwide, with a vast outer organization, making it an enormous entity. Even in front of the Dark God Temple, it could match its strength. Assad said indifferently. Are you war gods or war kings? The woman hesitated but honestly replied, I am the 8th war god, Elena, and these 3 are my war kings. Under someone else's roof, she had to yield. Elena was filled with helplessness. What she thought was an easy task turned out to have such complications. She wasn't from the southern district but central district. She came specifically for the secret gate but was beaten to it. Last time she sent people to investigate, she learned that Titus still occupied this place, giving her peace of mind. But now, what kind of situation was this? In this situation, Elena refused to give up. She started using the organization's secret method to contact Titus below. Harnessing the power of the Dragon Vein node, Titus could burst forth divine realm power, plus their team. Surely they could capture this mysterious expert. While Assad was questioning Elena, he noticed a peculiar wave emanating from her body, subtly seeping into Jingtong Mountain tomb. He secretly intercepted the message, which turned out to be a distress signal. Who could she be contacting in this tomb? Titus. Assad's eyes flickered. A name appeared in his mind. He hadn't forgotten the mysterious expert who emerged from the Dragon Vein node. Sealed within the node, sleeping in an invisible dark environment to extend his lifespan. It wasn't just for survival, right? There must be something he wants to accomplish. Including the delegation from the Nakajima family in Japan, everything seemed connected to the Dragon Vein, leading Assad to vaguely piece together a larger plan. Whose game is this? Is the Wu-Wei army only part of it? With this thought, Assad asked, why did you come here? And what does it have to do with the thunderous celestial phenomenon earlier? Upon hearing this question, Elena fell silent. The matter of the secret door involves too many complications. She dared not expose it. If the mysterious expert before her discovered the truth, this secret door would likely be compromised. Do you not wish to speak? Assad's tone carried a faint threat. Elena was immediately seized with fear. After all, not everyone could remain calm in front of a divine realm expert, especially when she didn't want to die. Moreover, she hadn't yet made contact with Titus and had to buy time. Sir, this is related to a prophecy? Elena clenched her teeth, ready to reveal the secret. However, she was interrupted by the old man whose eyes Assad had blinded. Elena, you mustn't say. Revealing the secret will mean our deaths. If you don't say now, you'll die. Assad's tone grew even colder. He flicked his finger, sending a breath of life force striking the old man's chest. The elder, who had intended to say something more, was instantly thrown back. A gaping hole in his chest, his life snuffed out. Elena's expression changed, and her attempts to secretly contact Titus grew more frantic. Assad thought for a moment, and then disguised himself as the energy fluctuation of Titus to stabilize Elena. He decided to let her reveal some harmless information. Under these circumstances, Assad finally obtained some information about the secret door. You mean the thunderous celestial phenomenon was actually to open the secret door? At the Dragon Vein node, using the power of the Dragon Vein to connect the realms of reality and illusion? Assad raised an eyebrow. Elena said, that's right. What can one do after entering the secret door? Transcend reality and enter the realm of illusion, where you can witness extraordinary sights. It harbors opportunities for breakthroughs and hopes for eternal life. Some have even plucked supreme elixirs from within, and after consuming them, they ascended directly from mortals to above the divine realm. A glint of hope shone in Elena's eyes. In fact, she was no longer young, with only 200 years of lifespan left. Staying at her current stage for so long made her restless. She wanted to break through to a higher realm. She wanted to preserve her youth. Therefore, the secret door must be secured. Chapter 213. The world behind the door. Elena looked at Assad, her mind racing. Now only 3 of them remained. She was a senior Isabellister while the other 2 were merely Chujizongser, and even if all 3 of them joined forces, they could not possibly be a match for a divine realm powerhouse. This damned Rashad. Why isn't he coming out now? Could he have died? Elena seethed with anger, but had to force herself to keep her temper in check as she responded to Assad's questions. In her heart, she thought that once the Rashad appeared, it would be his time to meet his doom. However, what puzzled Elena was that the Rashad showed no sign of movement. She felt like all the intelligence she had nearly leaked away, and if the Rashad did not appear soon, she might not be able to stall any longer. This scoundrel, is he waiting for us to be killed so he can then make an appearance and reap the benefits? Elena considered another possibility. Come to think of it, the Rashad was absolutely capable of doing something like this. After all, when Wu-Wei army coerced the Rashad into agreeing to cooperate with them initially, their actions weren't exactly fair or above board. If he could see his own people being killed, the Rashad might very well laugh. Even if Wu-Wei army became dissatisfied afterward, what use would that be if they were all dead? Could they still kill the Rashad? As long as that old man did not emerge from the Grand Tomb, he would definitely be a divine realm-level warrior, especially since he wielded ancient warfare secrets. When pushed to the brink, he would not be easily defeated by ordinary divine realm warriors. Assad watched as Elena's expression kept changing, a smile that made people uneasy creeping onto his face. You seem to be waiting for someone? And no. Elena's face changed abruptly, hurriedly lowering her head, not daring to look Assad in the eyes. Because those eyes seemed to possess the magical power to pierce through one's soul, making her feel completely exposed before him without any cover. Is there no one? I thought you were secretly contacting someone inside this grand tomb. Assad's smile deepened. He sensed that the special fluctuations emanating from Elena had intensified again, clearly indicating her anxiety. Unfortunately for her, the Rashad was already dead. Elena was no fool. Her complexion suddenly changed, faintly realizing something. She stared at Assad, feeling increasingly ill at ease. Could something have happened to the Rashad? No, impossible. That was a formidable warrior from 1,000 years ago. Even if his strength had declined due to self-seclusion for too long, he would still not be an ordinary person to defeat, let alone be killed. Phew. An urge to retreat arose within Elena. Silently, she made up her mind. She had to leave this place and seek assistance from the organization. There was definitely something wrong with this person before her. She cast a glance at her two subordinates with her peripheral vision and gave them a signal. All three immediately tensed up. Escaping from a divine realm level expert was not an easy feat, and it could result in total annihilation. However, since Elena had made up her mind, they had no choice but to give it a shot. Run! Elena suddenly shouted. The three rushed off in different directions at lightning speed, unleashing all their potential. Even blood mist exploded around them, a sign that their powers had erupted to the extreme and secret techniques were activated, causing surface blood vessels to rupture. Assad's expression turned mocking. A few Isabellister experts dared to flee for their lives right before him? They were underestimating him, a golden core cultivator, too much. Moreover, if they escaped, how would that reflect on him? Bang! Assad flicked his finger, and two streams of true chi shot out at an astonishing speed, instantly piercing the air and striking the backs of the two junior Isabellisters. Two explosions rang out, and both bodies hit the ground. Without even glancing at the results, Assad flashed behind Elena. Elena saw this in her peripheral vision and was seized with terror. She never expected this outcome. Mercy! Seeing Assad's hand about to touch her head, Elena shouted desperately. Without hesitation, Assad struck down. Crack! Elena's skull shattered under the blow, and her headless body fell to the ground. No matter how beautiful she once was, she was now just a casualty under Assad's hand. He glanced at their corpses, then stomped his foot, turning the bodies into powder. The four Wu army experts were thoroughly annihilated. Having finished, Assad turned toward the depths of the Grand Tomb. Earlier, he hadn't examined this area thoroughly, but now after inspecting closely, he finally noticed something amiss. Underneath the crushed bones, a door was barely visible. The door was small, only about a square foot, practically too small for an adult to pass through. Unable to resist, Assad sent his divine sense probing into it. Crack! A force obliterated the segment of his divine sense, causing darkness before his eyes. Hiss! Assad drew in a sharp breath. Although his divine sense had been destroyed, in that last fleeting moment, he vaguely saw everything behind the door. It seemed to be a boundless expanse of land. What was this, a pocket dimension? Or was it an entirely unexplored new world? With these doubts, Assad contacted Spike. Upon hearing Assad's discovery, Spike sighed and said, "The entrance is too small, unsuitable for exploration." "Where does that door lead?" Assad asked. In his view, if it truly was a new world, there would definitely be immense rewards. Recalling the information provided by Elena, someone behind that door had even gained opportunities for breakthrough, making Assad unable to resist the temptation. At his current level, he could vaguely sense the changes in this world, though he couldn't determine if they were heading towards positive or negative directions. However, the present world was not very conducive to the development of Immortal Yale. Immortal Yale required the absorption of spiritual energy and incorporation of spirit, which posed significant challenges in the current in-law world. Moreover, the talent for Immortal Yale was hard to come by. Even with spirit roots, prolonged neglect would render them mundane over time. Overall, the current era was far from friendly to Immortal Yale. On the contrary, Martial Yale held unimaginable potential, and even Divine Yale had certain opportunities for advancement. Spike hesitated slightly on the phone before providing some information about that world. According to him, it might be a large spatial fragment with the trucation of a pocket dimension. However, given his limited strength, he didn't have concrete details. These were merely rumors. Finally, he relayed Jace's invitation, hoping Assad could visit the southwest zone to uncover the secrets behind the door. Assad nodded, saying he needed to consider it, then hung up the phone. Judging by this, Wu Wei army clearly holds more secrets, and even the so-called Dark God Temple likely knows something as well. Otherwise, why would Damien help others open up a mine pit for no reason? There must be an ulterior motive. But I've ruined their plans. A realization dawned on Assad. Chapter 214, Gossip. The inability to explore this portal on Jingtong Mountain left Assad slightly disappointed, especially as he could sense that with the passage of time, the power of this portal seemed to be weakening and might completely vanish in a short while. He glanced at this illusory portal and turned to leave the large tomb. However, he did not notice that as soon as he left, a rat emerged from a corner of the tomb. It sniffed around cautiously and gradually approached the portal. Squeak. Soon, this large black rat stopped before the portal. It tentatively sniffed at it, seemingly sensing nothing unusual, and plunged right through. Compared to Assad, whose divine senses were obliterated upon contact, this rat emerged unscathed. By now, the celestial phenomena outside had long vanished. The thunderous sea that had almost boiled dissipated like an ephemeral dream. Night remained as deep as ever. Assad returned to Jasmine's home under the moonlight, entering the bedroom where Jasmine still slept soundly. The thin blanket covering her had slipped to the side at some point, revealing her perfect curves and slender, pale waist. A faint fragrance wafted from her, nearly making Assad's nose bleed. "Senior, you're killing me." Assad shook his head and lay down on the bed. He had barely lain down when he sensed something stirring. Opening his eyes, he saw Jasmine turn over and move closer to him. Before he could react, Jasmine had nestled into his arms, curling up against him and clutching his shirt like a cat seeking security. The night passed quietly. Assad woke early, feeling warmth beside him. The intimate warmth of skin-to-skin contact. Sure enough, Jasmine was right there. Unable to resist, he carefully observed her features. Her beautiful face, delicate features, arched brows, and being in her early 30s made her the epitome of womanhood at its finest. This gave her an alluring maturity and charm that was hard to resist. As Assad watched, Jasmine's eyelashes suddenly fluttered, and her breathing became slightly heavier. She really is awake, Assad thought with a chuckle. Actually, he had noticed this earlier. No matter how convincing Jasmine tried to look asleep, she couldn't fool him. After waiting for what felt like forever, seeing Assad remain silent, Jasmine finally opened her eyes. To her surprise, she found Assad closely observing her, causing her fair cheeks to flush red. For the traditional Jasmine, letting Assad stay overnight was akin to a mad act. Thinking about how they had spent the entire night together under the same blanket made Jasmine's heart tremble, her feelings tumultuous like a startled deer. Jasmine stammered, "Gee, good morning." After saying this, she quickly rose from Assad's embrace and rushed out of the room, feeling both embarrassed and annoyed by Assad's continuous smile. Soon after, both of them changed and had breakfast at home. Jasmine had to attend a meeting at the lab, while Assad returned home. At this time, Daisy had also risen and was having breakfast with Assad's grandmother. They were chatting leisurely when Assad came back. Seeing Assad, Daisy was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly examined her son, noting he looked stronger and healthier. She felt relieved knowing he was doing well. "Have you eaten breakfast? Come sit and have some." Daisy pulled Assad to sit down. Assad followed along, eating a bit as he watched his mother and grandmother, feeling content. He infused each elderly person with a strand of life-preserving true qi before leaving. This qi would ensure their safety and extend their lifespans, especially for his grandmother, who had undergone major illness and a car accident. Even though Assad had reversed the dying energy with the Hayward and Death Jade, she still showed signs of being at the end of her tether. After settling some household matters, Assad mentioned his plan to establish a company in Nangjiang City to Daisy. Daisy knew her son was grown up and capable of making decisions, so she supported him without opposition. Assad was happy and inquired about the recent developments of her clothing store, which made Daisy beam with delight. Previously preoccupied with family affairs and part-time jobs while raising her children, Zhang Zixia hadn't had the time for much else. Now, fully committed to running the store, she found herself genuinely enjoying it. Moreover, XINU Apparel had developed a solid reputation with established supply and distribution channels, gradually gaining recognition within the community. Especially, XINU Apparel had created a few original clothing designs which had gained some recognition, and they were starting to attract repeat customers. Seeing Daisy's performance, Assad was also very happy. He encouraged her, saying, "Mom, when the scale gets bigger, you can open branch stores. And it's about time we launched an online store." True. Daisy naturally wouldn't overlook the online store. In fact, she had already been thinking about it. Assad's suggestion made her feel that it was the right time to arrange this matter. Assad's grandmother looked at Daisy with a smile. "I really hope she stays this happy forever." Thinking back to events from years ago, Assad's grandmother still felt guilty. Now seeing her daughter like this, she felt truly happy from the bottom of her heart. With nothing else to attend to at home, Assad left and headed for Alieniga University. Just as he reached the entrance, he saw Mackenzie walking out of the school, pouting, clearly not in a good mood. "Who dared to upset my cute little sister?" Assad walked up, grinning, and asked. "It's all because of you, my stinky brother." Upon seeing Assad, Mackenzie's fleeting smile immediately vanished as she put on a stern face. "What did I do?" Assad had a wronged expression on his face. Mackenzie replied unhappily, "Isn't it because of your affair with Professor Jasmine? It's already spreading all over the school." Huh. Assad was stunned. Mackenzie took out her phone and opened the school's internal forum. Sure enough, there were many photos of Assad and Jasmine on it, especially the last one showing them going upstairs together, clearly implying that the two had some special relationship. Jasmine had always been popular at Alieniga University, especially as a beautiful professor, attracting much attention. Once this news broke out, it immediately caused a stir. Some said Jasmine got her professor title by trading favors. Others even said things like she was a teacher by day and someone else by night. In short, numerous nasty rumors were circulating, and some malicious comments were being subtly directed at Jasmine. A cold light flashed across Assad's eyes. These idiots. Do they think just because they hide behind the internet, I can't do anything about them? Chapter 215 Stirring Up Trouble. Assad and Mackenzie had just walked into the school when a passerby saw him. His expression changed immediately, recalling the post on the campus network forum. As the main characters of the scandal, they inevitably drew sideways glances. Some even maliciously speculated that this mysterious man must have some special qualities to be able to date the beautiful Professor Jasmine. Women were mostly curious, while men felt jealous. He's just average looking, probably a second-generation rich kid or something. How detestable. Professor Jasmine must have been forced. I think so too. He should take a look at himself in a puddle of urine. A few men were whispering among themselves. One of the male students looked at Assad with fierce hatred, revealing a resentful expression and uttering vicious words. Who knows if Jasmine isn't like those people abroad, proper during the day but seeks excitement at night by changing identities to find men. Unexpectedly, as soon as these words left his mouth, Assad's gaze swept over, like two flashes of cold lightning, sending a chill through the man's heart. What's going on? Assad's eyes turned cold, and he stopped walking, heading straight for that man. What do you want? The boy stood among a group of companions, seeing that Assad was alone, which gave him a bit of courage, making his gaze turn hostile. Assad's eyes were icy cold, and with a raise of his hand, he slapped the boy. Slap. Then another slap with the back of his hand. Slap. Slap. 3 consecutive sharp sounds, each slap heavier than the last, left the boy stunned, legs weak, sitting down hard on the ground. Assad tilted his head slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. Hitting people is more satisfying with slaps. A golden core cultivator, with overwhelming power, could easily take someone's life. But to vent anger, using slaps felt far more gratifying. Slapping one after another, it really felt amazing. At least Assad found it very satisfying. This is how you deal with such behind-the-scenes gossips. You dare hit me? The man clutched his cheek. Assad's previous slap had split his lip, loosened his teeth, and blood seeped from his mouth when he spoke. Too arrogant. To actually come to Hayward High University to hit someone, right in front of so many people in Nanchang City. What a fool. With just a little strength, he dared to strike in broad daylight. This truly aids my plans. Send a post and get these 2 dogs trending. Yes, Eric. Someone immediately went to arrange it. This time, They weren't limited to the forum inside Hayward High University but began spreading it online locally, with only one goal: to ruin Assad and Jasmine's reputations. To make them infamous. Clifford sat by the window, glaring venomously at the direction of Hayward High City, clenched fist saying, "Stealing the woman I set my sights on and killing my underlings. I'll make you be despised by everyone, cursed forever." A single post could achieve all of this. Just wait. At this moment, a meeting was taking place in the laboratory at Hayward High University, presided over by Jasmine. The meeting was mainly to discuss the trip to Nanchang City. Due to the recent ups and downs, plus the new developments in their project yesterday, everyone felt that Nanchang City was more suitable for them now. Just as the meeting was halfway through, Jasmine's assistant suddenly came in, whispering something into her ear, and at the same time, handed some posts to her. What? Jasmine's expression changed slightly when she saw these photos. Especially one photo of Assad standing by the window pulling the curtain, which clearly indicated some kind of special relationship between the two. Who took these photos? To Jasmine, she actually didn't care much about these rumors. However, these rumors would inevitably affect some of her affairs. After all, rumors are worse than tigers. If left unchecked, who knew what these rumors would turn into? Can't the school remove these posts? Can't they handle such a simple thing? Jasmine frowned. The assistant whispered, "I contacted the school administration, but they said this is just hearsay and not worth caring about. They need to respect students' freedom of speech. Is the right to free speech the permission to maliciously slander and defame others?" Jasmine looked very displeased. Actually, part of the reason she planned to leave Hayward High University and head to Nanchang City was due to internal issues at Hayward High University. She distinctly felt restrained. Clearly, someone in the upper echelons coveted her research results, and there had been several incidents in the laboratory. If it weren't for her vigilance, problems would have occurred long ago. And now, so many posts targeting her were allowed to spread unchecked by the school. It was hard to say what their true intentions were. Everyone has to pay a price. Jasmine clenched her fists and silently made a decision. Ah. The assistant suddenly gasped. What? There are new posts again. Someone got into a fight outside. The assistant quickly handed her phone to Jasmine, showing indeed Assad slapping someone at the entrance of Hayward High University. Chapter 216. The mastermind behind the scenes. Oh. Jasmine felt a sense of unease as soon as she saw the post. This kind of behavior would surely attract trouble. Some people, unaware of the full story, would immediately sympathize with the underdog, making it very difficult to change their first impression later on. She immediately called Assad, but his line was constantly busy, which made Jasmine anxious. Had something else gone wrong? At this moment, the people in the meeting room also sensed something amiss. Checking their phones, some had received messages about the situation. This caused everyone's thoughts to race. After all, they had met Assad just yesterday, and he was the one who provided the so-called eternal youth pill. This inevitably led them to speculate. Did Jasmine pay some price to get the eternal youth pill from Assad? However, they quickly dismissed this idea. After all, they had been in the laboratory for quite some time and knew well of Jasmine's character and capabilities. They simply couldn't believe she would do such a thing. After all, given Jasmine's current status, there was no need for her to resort to such measures. If anything, people would beg her for help. At this moment, an assistant rushed in again, whispering a few words into Jasmine's ear. Meeting suspended, temporarily. Jasmine stood up, glanced at everyone, and then walked out of the meeting room. Once outside, Jasmine turned to the assistant and asked, "Where is Chancellor Zhang?" "He's in your reception room." "Okay." Jasmine nodded, walked through the corridor, and pushed open the door to the reception room. Inside the reception room were sofas and a desk. A Maxwell sat at the desk and turned around when he heard the noise. "Professor Xiao." Eli smiled. "Chancellor Zhang, what brings you here?" Jasmine's expression remained neutral, giving away nothing. Eli sneered inwardly but kept his face calm as he said, "I noticed that the lab equipment has been depleting rather quickly lately, so I've come on behalf of senior management to inspect and see if any supplies need replenishment." "Thank you for your concern, Chancellor Zhang. The supplies are currently sufficient," Jasmine replied coolly. "That's good." Eli smiled and said, "If Professor Xiao encounters any issues, please inform us promptly, and we will certainly assist to the best of our ability." Hearing this, Jasmine said, "Actually, I have something I need Chancellor Zhang's help with." "Oh." Since yesterday, a large amount of false information has appeared on the university's forum. "I hope the administration can handle this promptly," Jasmine stated directly. She didn't believe the administration was unaware of this, especially after her assistant had already contacted them, only for them to refuse to delete the posts. Eli showed a look of difficulty and said, "It's not that I want to reject Professor Zhao's request, but our school has a tradition of providing students with a platform for free speech. It's a matter of their freedom of expression." Jasmine interrupted him, asking, "Does freedom of expression mean slandering and defaming others without restraint?" Eli shrugged and said, "They're just discussing. Professor Xiao is overthinking it. After all, those who are clear remain clear, and those who are murky remain murky. If one is truly innocent, why should they care about these people's words?" Upon hearing this, Jasmine trembled with anger. True, the innocent remain innocent, and the guilty remain guilty. However, these posts were clearly malicious slander and defamation, spreading further because Jasmine was a famous female professor. As certain people enjoy seeing, they liked dragging down those of high status, proving that these people could be just as low, vulgar, and even more despicable than ordinary people. They used this as gossip, a topic for idle chatter, sharing with others without caring whether it was true or not. To them, attracting attention was far more important than the truth. Is this Chancellor Zhang's opinion, or the administration's? Jasmine's tone turned cold. She finally understood. These people either had ulterior motives or deliberately wanted to embarrass her, with the former being more likely. Eli looked surprised and said, "What does Professor Xiao mean? These are mere rumors, Ari for you." He sneered a few times and continued, "If you are willing to go abroad, we will certainly clear your name and restore you to your former glory as a beautiful professor. Otherwise, well, don't blame us for being impolite." "Jasmine, hearing this shameless statement, trembled with rage. You. She couldn't even form words. Don't be impolite? How do you plan to be impolite? Why don't you tell me? Just then, a cold, sharp voice came from outside the door. Then, the door to the reception room was forcefully pushed open, and a tall figure strode in like a god sent from heaven. It was Assad. With his arms crossed, he looked down at Eli from above, his icy gaze filled with unhidden hostility. Chapter 217. Thunderous means. Assad. Jasmine, upon seeing Assad, immediately revealed an expression of surprise and joy. She had been truly frightened after seeing the post about Assad assaulting someone. She had really worried that something had happened to him. Now, seeing Assad unharmed, she finally let out a sigh of relief. However, Jasmine's agitated expression drew Eli's displeasure. Who are you? Can't you see Professor Xiao and I are discussing matters? Get lost. Eli berated without any courtesy. He naturally recognized Assad at first glance. After all, he had seen that post several times. For this lucky kid, there was undoubtedly some— What the hell is going on? The security guards were terrified and huddled together in fear. Jean glanced coldly at these security guards, waved her hand, and these guards were immediately led away by a few soldiers. Meanwhile, under Jean's orders, Hayward High University had entered a state of martial law, with comprehensive network monitoring in place. Even with the cooperation of Farron, the local network was also controlled, thoroughly investigating posts spreading rumors online. In the reception room, Eli shouted twice, but found not a single security guard coming in. He suddenly felt a hint of unease. What's going on? Didn't I arrange for security to be ready to barge in to prevent any unforeseen incidents when I came here? Why isn't anyone here? His heart began to race. Assad looked at Eli indifferently and said, Keep shouting. Those few guards won't be enough. I'll give you 10 minutes. I'd like to see who else you can call. You're behind this. Eli's face darkened. You have 9 minutes left, Assad reminded. 9 minutes? What do you mean by 9 minutes? Eli was stunned. Assad scanned him with a detached tone. Your life. If you can't call anyone, then I'll take your life. Assad sat down leisurely, watching Eli with a calm expression, making it clear he wasn't joking. Eli had faced many challenges before. How could he be scared by Assad's words? He muttered to himself, You sly brat, don't regret it. He took out his phone to make a call, but unexpectedly, his phone rang. Mr. Zhang, it's bad news. The school has been taken over by a group of unknown soldiers. We can't contact anyone outside anymore. Oh God, Mr. Zhang, those soldiers are arresting students, accusing them of severe defamation, and locking them up. Mr. Zhang, something happened. Your office has been broken into by them. They found evidence of your embezzlement and corruption. A string of calls came in, each one darkening Eli's expression further. Finally, he couldn't maintain his calm demeanor. He abruptly stood up, glaring at Assad with icy eyes, his words squeezed through clenched teeth. Is this all you're doing? Who are you? At this moment, Eli finally felt afraid. The fact that this brat could mobilize soldiers indicated that his identity was far from ordinary. He inwardly cursed his bad luck. Why did this happen to him? What he thought would be a surefire plan might now be ruined. No, with the Zhang family backing him, they would definitely save him. Eli suddenly thought of the powerful family behind Clifford, finally managing to calm down slightly. I don't care who you are. Mobilizing troops to break into a university and recklessly arresting students. This is outright rebellion. You're finished. No one can save you. Those words should be said by me to you. 10 minutes have passed. Since you can't call for backup, I'll send you straight to hell. Assad stood up and grabbed Eli by the collar. The nearly 180-pound Eli was lifted off the ground by Assad with one hand. What are you doing? Eli felt his neck suffocating. Assad pushed open the window and stretched his hand out. Immediately, Eli felt a strong wind blowing against him. He looked down only to find himself dangling in midair, dozens of meters above the ground. Oh my God. Eli was so scared that he almost wet his pants. He struggled, trying to grab onto something nearby, but held by the neck by Assad. He was like a chick. His limbs found no support and couldn't grasp anything. Damn it, do you know what you're doing? Eli was terrified. Is this your last word? That's really a pity. Assad shook his head and casually flung him out. Eli drew a curve in the air and fell towards the ground. No. Eli screamed in despair. He never thought Assad would let go. How could anyone dare to do this? He was the trustee of Hayward High University, a senior figure in the education department, and a specially appointed member from the southern region. And someone dared to treat him like this. Bang. Eli hit the ground with a heavy thud. His body shattered into pieces, losing all signs of life. This sudden change left Jasmine shocked, especially when she saw Assad effortlessly toss Eli out of the building. Her mouth dropped open in disbelief. He's dead? Jasmine grabbed Assad's arm and stammered. Big sister Lily, I won't let anyone who threatens you remain alive in this world. Assad looked her in the eyes and said solemnly. Jasmine's heart trembled, filled with warmth, yet she was also worried about what came next. Assad had killed someone. What should they do next? Jasmine forced herself to calm down and rapidly said, Shao Kai, leave here quickly. Leave this to me. I will make sure nothing happens to you. She tried to pull Assad away, but he didn't move. Instead, he clapped his hands, and Jean walked in from outside. It was actually a military officer. Jasmine was stunned. Jean, dressed in uniform, exuded a heroic demeanor. She didn't even glance at Jasmine, but instead, turned to Assad and said formally, Everything is settled. All accomplices have confessed. The posts were all issued under Clifford's instruction, and he is currently in Nanjiang. Should we contact people there? Assad smiled coldly. No need. I happen to be heading to Nanjiang. I'll deal with this matter personally. All right. Jean nodded, truly not asking any more questions. Only then did she glance at Jasmine, gave her a brief once-over, and led the team away. Jasmine frowned, feeling that Jean's gaze just now seemed somewhat off. Chapter 218, Unending Regret. Who is she, exactly? Jasmine watched Jean leave and wondered. A female officer of no small rank, especially the way she looked at her and Assad, gave her an odd feeling. An inexplicable sense of crisis welled up inside her. After all, even as a woman herself, Jasmine had to admit that Jean's striking demeanor was not much inferior to hers. And Jean acted with vigor and determination, directly communicating with Farron and characterizing this online rumor-mongering incident, while also conducting a rebuttal. Those who spread rumors previously were directly apprehended if they were on campus, and those outside were tracked down by their IP addresses, all caught red-handed. Suddenly, the rampant rumors that were spreading widely were put on hold immediately. Even Eli's fall wasn't mentioned anymore. However, his death was like a pebble falling into the lake of Hayward High University, causing ripples in a small circle of higher-ups. The three top officials of Hayward High University could not stay calm any longer. How dare they do this, mobilizing combat soldiers to seal off the school and arrest students? Is there any rule of law left? This is simply a disgrace. Trustee Logan slammed his hand on the table and said with a nasty look on his face. A fat man named Franklin, also a trustee, sat next to him, squinting his eyes and smiling like the Buddha. I'll contact friends in the military district to investigate. These suddenly emerged combat soldiers don't seem to belong to our southern region. When it comes to cross-district actions, it's a huge taboo within the military system. Wei Fong smiled then. Right, I have a close friend who is a concubine of a war general in the region. Should I let her help us spread some influence? With just a few words, they decided to tackle the issue from different angles and seek an explanation. Of course, they remained silent about coercing Jasmine to leave and seizing the laboratory results, as if it never happened. Soon, the three jointly issued a statement condemning today's incidents at Hayward High University and reported it to relevant authorities. But the result they received was shocking. Their superiors refused to handle it. Moreover, they were ordered to be suspended for investigation. What? Is this a mistake? Logan stood up upon hearing the voice on the phone and urgently asked. There's no mistake. You offended someone untouchable. This matter has reached the ears of the regional war marshal, who is very angry and believes that some people are slandering military generals, and this case must be dealt with severely. Even the regional leader can't say anything. The person on the other end sighed and explained. Slandering military generals? Logan glanced at Franklin and Wei Fong. Somewhat perplexed, all three pairs of eyes were filled with confusion. They didn't. Wei Fong suddenly thought of something and her expression changed slightly. Could it be Jasmine? Did the project she led attract the attention of the military district, so she was awarded an honorary war general rank? This had precedence. Some individuals with outstanding contributions in their fields could be absorbed into the military system and generally given lower war general ranks. But even the lowest ranks were still war general ranks. It meant that they were insiders of the military region, and this was the place that was most protective of its own. They would never allow outsiders to smear their people. This was disastrous. The three university trustees, who were also prominent figures in the larger region, were now at a loss for what to do. While they were influential in the education system, could they compare to the military region? The other party could crush them with just one finger. But then, a message came from the phone. It's not Jasmine. Not? The three were stunned. Who else could it be? Wait, they seem to have forgotten someone. Just then, the person on the phone revealed the answer. It's Assad. He is a master, honored by Ahmed with the rank of honorary 5-star war general for outstanding contributions, and has been recognized by the central region. So you should take care of yourselves. Ahmed's mind was filled with complicated thoughts. Chapter 219 Seizing. Lily, why are you looking at me like that? Did flowers grow on my face? Perhaps feeling the two burning gazes, Assad couldn't help but turn his head to look at Jasmine. Jasmine, reminded of Jean who had just left upon hearing this sentence, said expressionlessly on her exquisite face. Flowers didn't grow on your face, but they grew in your heart. Ah. Assad was stunned. He blinked his eyes, not knowing why Jasmine, who was fine just now, suddenly changed her attitude. Tap tap tap. Wearing high heels and walking away with a slim waist that looked like a weak willow swaying in the wind, Jasmine's beautiful back curve made Assad inevitably think of last night. Woman, you weren't like this last night. Assad shook his head helplessly. Stepping out of the laboratory, Assad thought about Spike's invitation. However, before he went, he needed to sort out matters in Nanjiang City. And just as he walked to the door, he saw a group of people crowding in, each one dressed expensively and bearing an extraordinary demeanor. Yet, their expressions were less than pleasant. Assad recognized the person walking at the front. It was none other than Buddy, the president of Hayward High University. He looked to be in his 60s or 70s, wearing a neat suit, with silver hair temples. However, his face showed a heavy and stern expression as he stormed into the experimental building. Assad raised an eyebrow, sensing something unpleasant from the visitors, and followed closely behind. Sure enough, once upstairs, a standoff was seen. Buddy stood at the forefront, saying in an unhappy tone, Jasmine, if you want to leave, you can go, but these research data cannot be moved. They belong to Hayward High University. Although some members of the board were seized by combat soldiers, it did not scare Buddy, the university president, because he was not among those corrupt fools. As a seasoned scholar, he held immense prestige in academia. If those combat soldiers dared to offend him, it would cause a huge scandal. After all, this wasn't wartime. Those combat soldiers wouldn't dare move against him without inviting revolt. Your asset? President Wong, do you know what you're doing? Jasmine looked at Buddy coldly, never expecting this academic giant to act shamelessly and try to seize her research results. Buddy said solemnly, as the sponsor, we have the right to obtain the data here. Initially, since you stayed to conduct research, you could manage the data. But now that you plan to leave, the data must stay behind. This is non-negotiable. Impossible. Jasmine firmly rejected it. This was entirely against the rules. The funding was one of the conditions for Jasmine's residency at Hayward High University. After all, her president prepared to use force. But being on his turf, he might actually succeed. President Wong, aren't you afraid of becoming everyone's target? An angered researcher couldn't help but ask loudly, "A thousand people's condemnation? I'm almost dead anyway, who cares about that? Besides, this lab originally belonged partly to Hayward High University. We're merely reclaiming what belongs to us." Buddy turned to that person, sneering. His gaze, like a steel blade, swept across the faces of Jasmine and others. "This is my territory. I advise you to behave yourselves, or don't blame me for being impolite." Jasmine said angrily, "Buddy, don't you go too far. The combat soldiers outside haven't left yet. So what?" Buddy simply did not care and said, "Those few trustees were not self-disciplined. If they got caught, then let them be caught. But now this matter here is an academic issue. If they dare to interfere, believe it or not, I would directly report to the Central District." As he spoke, he gently waved his hand, and the group of tall security guards began to step forward, intending to carry away Jasmine and her team's research equipment and computers. "Don't touch that. These are our things." Several researchers moved forward to stop them, only to be kicked down without a word by the security guards, even breaking their glasses in the process, acting wildly and dominantly. Seeing this scene, not just Jasmine, but everyone in the lab changed color. They say President Wong is domineering. Today we've truly witnessed it. Now it's terrible. Once we break out into the open, even if we manage to get the items back afterward, the data might all be lost. Damn it, those bastards. The group of researchers was practically seething with anger, trembling all over. However, they were all academic talents, utterly powerless to stop the actions of these hulking thugs. Now, they could only look to see what Jasmine could do. All eyes turned toward Jasmine. Jasmine had a grave expression, dark as if it could drip water, fists clenched tightly, knuckles white. This was virtually lawless. She had truly seen it for herself. No wonder Hayward High University has always had a poor reputation these past years. With such upper management, how could there be any good reputation? After all, she was still a woman. Buddy looked at Jasmine coldly while other university administrators also maintained stern expressions, making no effort to stop the security guards and letting the situation unfold. After all, if they could snatch Jasmine's experimental results, it would greatly benefit them. With President Wong leading the charge, they naturally wouldn't argue. Even if something went wrong, at least they'd have someone to take the blame. At this moment, one of the tall security guards approached Jasmine, reaching out toward a box behind her. "Stop." Jasmine's expression changed, because inside was the sample of the youth-preserving pill Assad had given her. Chapter 220. You don't have the qualification. Seeing Jasmine's action, Buddy was not alarmed but delighted. The more unwilling the other party was to let him get something, it showed that the item was of higher value. Could it be that the box contained part of the experimental results? "Bring the item to me," Buddy ordered. "Yes, Principal." Though those security guards appeared vicious to others, they were all obedient and had pleading looks on their faces when facing Buddy. The tall security guard's hand was almost about to grab the box. Seeing Jasmine blocking his path, his face instantly showed a hint of hatred. "Get out of the way." With these words, he slapped toward Jasmine. His actions were merciless. If struck, it could disfigure someone. What insolence! Just then, a hand suddenly reached out from the side. The 5 fingers were like an iron clamp, seizing the tall security guard's wrist tightly. The force was so great that the security guard staggered. Snap! The fingers closed, and the tall security guard felt pain in his wrist as it hung unnaturally. Ah! Only now did the tall security guard feel the intense pain rushing in. His wrist had been snapped, shattered. Who? He looked to the side. He saw a tall young man with a solemn expression standing there, radiating authority. It was none other than Assad who had just arrived. Scram! Assad pushed away the tall security guard, causing him to stumble backward and fall onto the ground before Buddy and company, holding his wrist while wailing incessantly. The pain shot through his heart, let alone having his entire hand crushed. "Jasmine, are you all right?" Assad looked at Jasmine with concern. She nearly turned pale, fearing she would be hit by that slap earlier. Now seeing Assad, her grievance, almost completely burst out. However, in front of everyone, she restrained herself from throwing herself into Assad's arms and instead shook her head stubbornly. "Jasmine, rest assured, no one can wreak havoc here with me around," Assad guaranteed. Upon hearing this, it immediately drew anger from the security guards. "You're quite cocky, aren't you, kid?" "That's right, Principal Wong is the biggest around here. Where do you think you're getting off talking? Daring to injure our brother and destroy his hand. If you don't give us an explanation today, you won't be able to leave this place." Before Buddy could speak, the group of security guards was already close to exploding. They were a group of discharged combat soldiers who, due to disciplinary issues back then, had been dismissed and still mingled together. Fortunately, Buddy accepted them. They were responsible for guarding duties. After writhing in pain, it was clear that Assad was stronger. After subduing the trio, Assad stepped into the crowd of security guards, swiftly overwhelming them like a tiger among sheep, causing them to fall one after another, crying out in pain. Especially those with weapons, their limbs were directly incapacitated by Assad. Facing ordinary people, he didn't use lethal force but wasn't planning to easily let them go either. For a moment, the security guards retreated miserably to the side. Wanting to leave but deterred by Buddy's presence, they feared this fierce man might unleash another attack, involving them too. Thus, they decided to stand like wooden statues, watching how events unfolded. Naturally, Assad didn't take these minor henchmen seriously. Having intimidated them, he shifted his gaze to Buddy. This was his true objective. Seeing Assad, Buddy's eyes narrowed. Assad's combat prowess had truly shocked him, disrupting his plan to use violence. However, Buddy quickly changed his thoughts and said in a stern voice, "Young man, don't act rashly just because you have strength. You can't afford to interfere here. This is an internal matter of our school, and outsiders should not meddle. Shiloh, what a shameless mouth you have. You seize by force and still speak so grandly. Truly laughable." Unfortunately, I just can't stand people like you. Assad coldly looked at Buddy and the people behind him. Whoever dares to lay a hand on us will lose. Chapter 221. Camp is sealed again. Do I not have the right? Buddy laughed in rage. Who was he? As the president of Hayward-Ninghay University, a key national university, his status and position were self-evident, especially since he worked in education, nurturing talent. He had an almost unique status at the national level. Before the restructuring, he even held a ministerial level title. Although it was no longer there, the connections he had established remained intact. But now, this young whelp with barely dried milk on his lips actually relied on a bit of martial prowess to flaunt himself before him, treating him as if he didn't exist. How could Buddy not be enraged? Don't you regret it? He looked deeply into Assad's eyes, but his tone suddenly became calm, giving many people a mysterious impression in that instant. Buddy then glanced at Jasmine and the researchers behind her, saying indifferently, "You know me well. I hope you don't act out of impulse and narrow your own path." His slightly aged voice echoed in the room, giving a heavy feeling. This seemed to be a final ultimatum. It doesn't seem too good now. Almost forgot. This old man has intricate connections. Who knows what trump cards he might have? This is going to be bad. The researchers who had been happy just now began to feel uneasy. They, being part. How could he care about such worldly conflicts? No matter how vast your connections, he could cut through them with a single stroke. No matter how powerful your influence, he could nullify it with a single word. No matter how lofty your status, he could obliterate it with a single thought. After all, in this world, strength reigns supreme. Otherwise, why bother cultivating strength? Upon hearing Assad's words, Buddy and others couldn't help but sneer. What naivety! No matter how strong your martial power is, what use does it serve? For thousands of years, scholars have suppressed countless heroes with mere pins. Throughout history, any flaw in martial men would be magnified, even nailed to the pillar of shame for eternity. But scholars? There are countless numbers with unfixed stances, serving this person today and that person tomorrow, only to eventually be seen as choosing wisely like birds picking their branches. Thinking about it makes one laugh. Compared to them, Jasmine chose to believe in Assad when she looked at him. Jasmine looked at Buddy and rejected him. I still choose to leave Hayward-Ninghay. The data and materials here belong to my team, and you have no right to take possession of them. Upon hearing this, the faces of those behind Buddy changed dramatically. In contrast, Buddy did not change his expression and said indifferently, since you have made up your mind, fine. I hope you don't regret it in a while. Indeed, how could he not have backups? Just relying on 20-odd security guards? Don't joke. His real backing was a high-ranking official in the southern region who had already ordered Farron, the top figure in Hayward-Ninghay's combat zone, to bring people here. Under the guise of the combat zone, take over this laboratory. And he, Buddy, was the full power agent of this laboratory. Buddy glanced at Jasmine, showing a look of pity. Previously, the combat soldiers did indeed come to arrest a few high-level school board members. But so what? Those people had their hands dirty. They got what they deserved when caught. But what about him? He maintained close cooperation with the senior officials in the southern region and had no problems on the surface. Naturally, he didn't need to worry. However, he was unaware of how his 3 school board members, Logan included, had been arrested. The ones who arrested them were from Hayward-Ninghay City's police force, not the combat soldiers. Moreover, Buddy was unaware that these 3 school board members had sought help from higher-ups and even been refused. After all, who could have anticipated his sudden appearance? As soon as he learned Jasmine was leaving, he rushed over at top speed to forcibly claim her experimental results. Rumble. Right then, several dark green modified combat zone vehicles sped into Hayward-Ninghay University. Squadrons of fully armed combat soldiers stormed out of the vehicles and began to seal off the campus. Once again, this immediately changed their expressions. Oh, these combat soldiers were actually called by Buddy. Chapter 222. A person you can't afford to offend. Compared to Farron's annoyance, Buddy displayed the smile of a victor. He didn't care about the process. He only wanted the outcome. Now that Farron had led the combat soldiers here, no matter how powerful Assad might be, would he dare to attack the combat soldiers? What laughable martial strength! Facing the immense machine of the state with an individual's martial prowess was simply not to be feared. Even so-called grandmasters were no exception, because no matter how strong a grandmaster was, they were ultimately just one person. The reason they hadn't recognized Assad was also due to this fact. These scholars and intellectuals looked down on today's so-called martial powerhouses. Kid, your end has come. Buddy gave Assad a look of pity, then his gaze shifted to the people behind Assad, a sneer creeping onto his face. Let you struggle, now that the combat soldiers are here. See what room you have left to fight back. Wouldn't it be better to submit willingly? You have to force me to take such drastic measures. Buddy turned to greet Farron, as did the crowd around him, all nodding humbly, appearing incredibly eager. As the commander of the Hayward-Ninghay combat zone, whether in status or position, Farron was someone who couldn't be underestimated, forcing them to act more modestly. That's enough. Let's get to the point. Farron looked at this group of people and felt disgust rising in his heart. What a bunch of spineless trash. Where is your integrity? Your principles? Truly disgracing the elders. But after all, having mixed around in the combat zone for so many years, he still managed to control his emotions. Although displeased, he did not show anger. Commander Dong arrived just in time. I was about to retrieve some experimental data belonging to our Hayward-Ninghay University, but unfortunately, it was blocked by villains. I can only trouble you. Buddy looked at Farron and revealed a benevolent smile, pointing at Assad not far away with his finger. However, Assad remained unperturbed. Already feeling irritated, Farron waved a hand, ordering the combat soldiers to act, saying, act quickly. Let's finish this and leave. Yes. The soldiers responded in unison. Armed combat soldiers moved out, surrounding Assad and his group like a torrent of steel, sending shivers down their spines. Sky-high murderous intent caused alarm. The people behind Assad were all terrified. They didn't expect the combat soldiers Buddy called really intended to act, clearly showing that for the sake of seizing the experimental results, Buddy had abandoned all basic morals. Shiloh, you're ruthless. What a bastard. You're breaking the rules of academia. You will not have a good end. A group of researchers glared at Buddy angrily, filled with resentment and fury. If it were ordinary security, they might dare to resist, but now? These were elite combat soldiers before their eyes. How could they dare to resist? If charged with rebellion, not only would they suffer, but their entire families would likely be implicated too. Jasmine clutched Assad's arm anxiously, trembling slightly. Shao Kai. Jasmine knew she probably wouldn't be able to keep her experimental results. Don't worry, I'm here. Assad patted her little hand and smiled calmly. Then he looked at Farron, who was being surrounded, and loudly said, Farron, tell your men to stand down. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed. No one expected Assad to say such words. Even Jasmine was startled, instinctively trying to hold Assad back, afraid he would thoroughly enrage this high-ranking official from the combat zone. Only then did Farron turn his head, and when he saw Assad, his expression suddenly changed, visibly startled. Mr. Luther, how are you still here? He thought back to the previous events. At that time, Jane had contacted him for cooperation, but because he had important matters to handle, he entrusted it to his deputy. The location was right here at Hayward High University. Who would have thought that after the rumor incident, Assad had not left and now had a conflict with old man Buddy. This old guy even got the higher-ups to order him to deal with this matter, truly courting death. Farron quickly understood everything, hurriedly stepping closer to Assad, and bowed deeply in front of everyone's shocked eyes, saying, Greetings, Mr. Luther. His humble demeanor almost shattered everyone's glasses. What happened? Buddy and others were also taken aback. Don't underestimate him based on his reliance on relations with the Southern District's top brass to force Farron into helping. That doesn't mean Farron is a pushover. As the saying goes, generals outside the capital sometimes do not heed the emperor's commands. As the highest-ranking official in the area, even the top brass of the Southern District could not easily command Farron's actions. If Farron had refused, unless the other side decided to escalate the situation, they would at most cause some trouble for him by setting up obstacles. But now, why would Farron bow to this young man in front of them? Could this young man have some background? Could he be some prince? Buddy and others were beginning to feel uneasy. However, they hadn't heard of any prominent Luther clans in the local area, or even in the Southern District. Was it possible they had mistaken the person? Meanwhile, Farron was almost cursing inside. He came here precisely to avoid conflict with a high-level figure from the Southern District. After all, this high-level figure was quite formidable both in influence and background. If handled poorly, Farron might find his career stagnating right here. However, when Farron realized he was dealing with Assad, he immediately set aside matters concerning that high-level figure. What a load-off. This is a super strong expert at the Grandmaster level, especially after Assad recently assassinated Glover, head of a branch of the Haywardu family, and faced no consequences. What does that say? It speaks volumes about Assad's power, enough to dominate the entire Southern District. In comparison, this was truly a strong ally worth cultivating. Stand up. Assad glanced at Farron a few times before waving his hand to let him rise. Cold sweat was breaking out on Farron's back. He thought, truly worthy of being a peak Grandmaster, someone who has a relationship with Dominicami, the heavy presence around him was almost suffocating. For a moment, he almost felt like he was facing Dominicami again. During his last report to the district, he experienced a similar sensation in front of Dominicami. It was a feeling where life and death were not in one's control. The memory was still fresh today. General Dong. At this moment, seeing the scene unfold, Buddy's unease grew heavier. He couldn't help but ask, who exactly is he? Someone you can't afford to offend. Farron shot him an angry glance. Farron said to Buddy, President Wong, the person in front of you is a Grandmaster-level super powerhouse, and also an honorary 5-star general of the Southwest District. Think carefully about what you're doing. Super powerhouse. Honorary 5-star. The moment these titles were mentioned, everyone's attitude toward Assad changed dramatically. Both titles were extremely prestigious, one representing formidable personal martial prowess, the other signifying supreme status. This is impossible. Buddy's first reaction was disbelief, thinking that Farron was intentionally slacking off and making excuses. Immediately his face turned unpleasant as he retorted, Farron, your lies need to have some substance. At his age, even if he started practicing martial arts in the womb, could he reach Grandmaster level? As for being an honorary 5-star general, what a joke. How could someone like him achieve that? In his words, Assad was clearly beneath consideration. Seeing this, Assad didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, according to you, what should a Grandmaster who can become an honorary 5-star general look like? Definitely not like you. Buddy sneered. Did you really take yourself seriously? What a joke. Buddy glanced at Farron and urged again. Get moving. If you delay my research, can you afford the consequences? Also, this matter concerns some important people. Felt a buzzing sound in his mind, and an overwhelmingly powerful force shattered his brain. He collapsed abruptly, devoid of any life signs. The president of Hayward High University and a heavyweight in the academic world died right before everyone's eyes. President, are you alright? Buddy's subordinates rushed to his side, only to find that Wong had already lost all vital signs, his body rapidly stiffening. How dare you publicly murder President Wong? General Dong, are you just going to stand there and watch? President Wong has been killed. Arrest him. Avenge the president. For a moment, these people all shouted loudly, looking at Assad with eyes filled with anger and fear. How dared he kill someone in public? Shut up. Farron shouted angrily. He was also afraid that if the situation continued to escalate, Assad might eliminate all of them, which would make things even more complicated. So he said, who says President Buddy was killed by Mr. Luther? Everyone saw it clearly. Buddy suddenly died due to his own excitement. Huh. Everyone was taken aback, realizing that it indeed seemed like what Farron described. However, they just saw Assad tap Buddy's forehead with his finger, so it definitely wasn't unrelated. But now, Buddy was dead, and these people quickly came to their senses. With him already dead, why should they stick their necks out? So what? Who dares not to submit? Then let's fight. Chapter 224. A Visitor en route. Jasmine looked at Assad's confident face, her heart gradually calming down. She turned to the researchers and said, "That's enough for today. We will officially move out of Hayward High University tomorrow and head to Nangjiang City." Great, finally leaving this accursed place. The conditions in Nangjiang City are much better, which can speed up our research. I can't wait to see the faces of these bastards once our achievements are officially announced. They even thought about snatching it openly. They must be dreaming. A group of researchers started jubilantly planning the relocation. As for Buddy, who had just been killed, no matter how great his reputation was during his life, he was like an old dog after death, especially dying so dishonorably. Farron had a complicated expression, glanced at Assad, then bid farewell and left. Assad paid no attention, waving casually as a goodbye. Seeing that there was nothing else here, Assad went downstairs. As soon as he got downstairs, he saw his little sister Mackenzie rushing over hurriedly. Seeing Assad, she couldn't help but be stunned. "It's all over?" "Well, duh." He shoved her off and slapped her across the face. "Screw off, get lost, both of you." Clifford overturned the table in front of him, exuding murderous aura. This frightened the two women, who scrambled to run out, not even bothering to put on their coats, fearing Clifford's wrath. Clifford felt both furious and terrified. He was furious because the rumors he had secretly spread had been contained, allowing the couple Assad and Jasmine to escape unharmed. He was terrified by the fate of the board members and the murdered Buddy. After all, his identity had been identified. If they dared to kill Buddy, they would certainly dare to kill him too. What the hell, this lunatic? How dare he do this? And what about the people from the Hayward High Combat Zone? Are they just going to let this happen? Clifford raged inwardly, especially upon hearing that Assad and Jasmine planned to come to Nangjiang City. His anxiety deepened, afraid they might come after him. A martial arts grandmaster coming after him. That means they were out to kill him. No, I can't sit around and wait to die. I must find a way out. Clifford was panicking. Despite his significant breakthroughs in the academic field at such a young age, in reality, he was still just an ordinary person. Facing a martial arts grandmaster, he was far inferior. Wait, martial arts grandmaster. Clifford's eyes suddenly lit up. To deal with a martial arts grandmaster, only another grandmaster could do it. And he knew a piece of information, that the elder generation master of the Heavenly Dawn sect, Matic, this person was dressed simply, in gray shirt and pants, with cloth shoes on his feet. He looked like an old farmer, even carrying an iron pickaxe over his shoulder. His face was deeply lined, with profound wrinkles, deep-set eyes, and long white eyebrows that drooped down for several centimeters. Clearly, this man was quite elderly. "Who are you?" While Assad was sizing up this person, the person was also observing Assad. He had assumed Assad was merely an ordinary master, and with his peak master strength, capturing Assad would be child's play. However, he realized he was wrong, and horribly so. He couldn't detect any power fluctuations from Assad at all. This was impossible. Yet it had happened. Could Assad just be an ordinary person? That was clearly not the case. Therefore, there was only one possibility. Assad's strength far exceeded his ability to detect it. This realization sent shivers down his spine. Damn it, how did Elena provoke such a formidable warrior? Indeed, he too was a powerful figure within the Wu-Wei military forces. This man's name was Gerard, proficient in Xingyi Quan and Xianyi Ba. Upon discovering Elena's disappearance, he immediately investigated and eventually zeroed in on Assad. To his surprise, Assad was even stronger than he was. Gerard forced a smile and said, "Sir, I'm just here to weed the mountain. This must be a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" Assad stared at him expressionlessly and said, "Whether it's a misunderstanding or not is my call. A peak master weeding? Do you take me for a fool?" Chapter 225. Fake Master. "No, I dare not." Gerard's old face turned red as he chuckled awkwardly. There was a flash of impatience in Assad's eyes as he said, "Stop wasting words. Who exactly are you? And what is your real purpose for spying on me? I really just came here to weed. Are you forcing me to kill you now?" Assad coldly interrupted him, and Gerard immediately felt a chill down his spine. He could sense an overwhelmingly murderous intent locking onto him. It felt like mountains were collapsing and rivers rushing towards the sea. But at this moment, Gerard had a thought. He wondered if Assad was genuinely powerful or just putting on a show. After all, some secret treasures could emit powerful energy fluctuations, making someone appear stronger than they truly were. Could it be that Assad was doing just that? For a moment, his hand gripping the mattock tightened slightly. Maybe he should give it a try? With this thought in mind, Gerard's attention started to subtly examine Assad for weaknesses. Assad stood casually, clearly exposing several vulnerabilities. If he attacked, he might gain the upper hand. Assad, the mattock shot toward his head. He barely managed to dodge in time. The mattock struck beside his head, turning nearby stones into powder. Clearly, had he not dodged, his head would have been shattered. "Want to try again?" Assad's calm voice floated into his ears. "I dare not, I dare not." Gerard immediately cowered, quickly identifying himself. "I am Gerard, from the Eastern Zone, an ordinary war general there." He even produced various identification documents. Assad, with his distinguished 5-star war general medal, recognized these items as genuine at first glance, surprised that Gerard was indeed a zone war general. But for such a mediocre general, the Eastern Zone sure is extravagant. Assad raised an eyebrow, a smirk appearing on his face. When did a peak master reduce themselves to being just an ordinary war general? Such strength was enough to command an entire army alone. Cough, cough. Gerard continued to laugh awkwardly, speaking softly. "Sir, you jest. Despite being a peak master, his humble origins and ordinary cultivation methods left him far inferior to masters of the same rank. In a real fight, he doubted he could defeat even some senior masters. However, his higher realm did offer advantages. His power and endurance were significantly greater than those of ordinary senior masters. Moreover, he had luckily obtained a few incomplete hard intention techniques, allowing him to match a typical peak master when fully unleashed. But even then, he was suppressed by Assad with ease. Gerard realized instantly that Assad, though not a divine realm expert, was undoubtedly a top-tier peak master, far beyond his match. I never joke. Assad glanced at the matic behind Gerard and continued, "What do you want here? Don't lie to me about weeding again." Gerard fell silent. He hesitated. Although he had revealed his origin from the Eastern Zone and his position as a war general, he could still feel Assad's lethal intent locked onto him. Clearly, unless he provided a satisfactory answer, he would be dead within seconds. Is this question that hard to answer? Assad asked again. This was like a death warrant, making Gerard completely give in. He had originally been cooperating with the Wu Wei army and saw no need to risk his life for them. Thus, Gerard directly revealed the truth. I came here to track down information on Wu Wei army members like Elena. They suddenly went missing, and I happened to be passing by this area, so I was assigned to investigate. I see. Assad looked at Gerard indifferently, but felt somewhat strange inside. It seemed the Wu Wei army was quite powerful, having already infiltrated the Eastern Zone. If Gerard joined the Wu Wei army later, it wouldn't be much of an issue. However, if he was originally from the Wu Wei army and had infiltrated the Eastern Zone internally, things would become serious. After all, if that were the case, it would be difficult to determine just how many members of the Wu Wei army were within the Eastern Zone. How many of you are there in the Eastern Zone? Assad asked directly. Gerard's face changed. He knew that admitting this identity would lead to this question. Nevertheless, he honestly replied, I'm not clear about that. I joined the Wu Wei army by chance and have always maintained single-line contact with this organization. They provide funds, and I offer them intelligence or run errands within my capabilities. Assad didn't know what to say anymore. You are a peak master. What couldn't you do? To think you're just trading intelligence and running errands. This made Assad laugh out of frustration. In reality, Gerard was also helpless. He was truly powerful only in two techniques. Beyond those, he couldn't even defeat ordinary senior masters, which made him always very cautious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have remained just an ordinary war general. He even occasionally suffered from financial difficulties, and this time he took on the Wu Wei army's task because he was short on money. Besides, for such a routine reconnaissance mission, he hadn't taken it seriously at all. No one could have expected that this small mission would lead him to encounter such a super strong individual like Assad, leaving him regretting deeply. Had he known this would happen, he might as well have gone fishing in the zone. Even selling fish for some money would have been better. Chapter 226, Arrival at Nanjiang. Gerard secretly observed Assad's expression and carefully said, Sir, how are those people from the Wu Wei army now? Assad looked at him and couldn't help but scoff. At this moment, you're still concerned about others? You should take care of yourself first. Gerard laughed awkwardly. Sir, you're joking. We're all war generals in the combat zone. How could you possibly harm me? Haha. Assad glanced at him with a look that he hadn't expected to meet such a master here. He wondered how this person had achieved such cultivation. It was known that reaching the realm of master involved the domain of willpower, and few people with weak willpower could climb up to this level. Though Assad had encountered many masters before, beneath the title of master, countless martial artists remained stuck outside its gate, unable to make any progress. And yet, this man had managed to ascend to the peak master stage. Even if he was slightly weaker, his realm was evident, almost like obtaining a ticket to the divine realm. Although the possibility was not high, but compared to other martial artists, it was undoubtedly thousands of times stronger. Woman. Wasn't that selling one's appearance? And even got rejected for being too ugly. A touch of sympathy appeared in Assad's eyes. Gerard clenched his teeth, as if making a huge decision, and said, Sir, if you tell me the whereabouts of Elena and others, I'll give you half of the bounty, 1.25 million. Gerard's heart bled. Assad tried hard not to roll his eyes and didn't have the heart to squash this oddball in front of him, saying, Transfer 3 million to me, and I'll give you the answer. Deal. Gerard's eyes lit up, quickly transferring 3 million to Assad. Assad saw the additional 3 million in his account. Under the eager gaze of Gerard, he said, They were crushed by me. As expected. Gerard sighed inwardly. Although he had suspected this, hearing it directly from Assad still made him feel wistful. That Elena was quite beautiful, yet Assad had the heart to do it. After spending the money and getting the answer, Gerard wanted to slip away. But without Assad's word, he dared not move, just looking at Assad expectantly. Assad waved his hand and said, You may leave. Gerard was delighted and hurried to go. But after a few steps, he heard Assad's voice from behind. I don't want this matter to get out, or else, I'll crush you myself. Finished speaking, Assad vanished. Gerard froze, his face stiffening. So, does this mean the answer I bought for 3 million can't be handed over to the Wu Wei army? It was the money he had paid up front. Now, not only was he heartbroken, his whole body hurt. 3 million was a large sum. He had accumulated a savings of 10 million through hardship, and now 1/3 was gone in a flash. I might as well die. Gerard slumped to the ground, feeling life losing hope. He thought he might be the first master to go crazy due to poverty. No, he couldn't let it end there. He was injured on duty, and even without news, the Wu Wei army should compensate him. Biting his lip, Gerard decided to find the Wu Wei army people. At least for the injury sustained during the mission, getting a compensation of 500,000 shouldn't be too difficult. With that thought, he quickly left as well. On the other side, Assad naturally didn't care about Gerard's thoughts. He had kindly spared the man's life, and these 3 million could be considered payment for it. After all, compared to the life of a peak master, 3 million was quite a bargain. He came down the mountain and returned to the convoy. Jasmine already knew Assad's capabilities, but wondered what he had been doing, asking with some concern, "Did something happen?" "Just some minor trouble. It's already resolved," Assad replied casually. For him, this wasn't even worth considering as trouble. Perhaps in the past, peak masters might have made him take them more seriously, but ever since his jade bone and golden body reached their perfected state, and he broke through to become an everlasting body of the Green Emperor, advancing to the Golden Core realm, he could now look down upon most powers within the mortal world. Of course, except for outer god forces. To this day, he couldn't forget the scene when he invoked King Soul, Cecilon's, by using soul search technique. The power that could corrupt everything and lead all into depravity was truly chilling. Even though he had become a godlike existence in the mortal world, before such a mighty entity, he was nothing more than an ant. Perhaps only after reaching a higher level would he possess power comparable to that level. Thinking this way, Assad's gaze became deeper. Perhaps the secret door of this dragon vein node was an opportunity. He decided to resolve matters in Nanjiang City as soon as possible and immediately head for the Southwest District to participate in the exploration of the secret door. Maybe there, he would find unimaginable surprises. The convoy traveled for a day and night, finally arriving at Nanjiang City. As the huge city appeared before Jasmine, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. The journey was uneventful, and they finally arrived. Now that they were in Nanjiang City, her experiments could finally continue. Not only unlocking extraordinary abilities, but also the code for extending lifespan, made her believe that she had grasped the immense treasure hidden in the human body. Chapter 227, A Message. Hayward Science. In this vast field, Jasmine knew there were still too many undiscovered secrets. However, she was confident that she could continue to explore. "I hope that day won't be too far." A hint of determination flashed in Jasmine's eyes. "Lily G, what are you thinking about?" Assad noticed the change in Jasmine's mood and asked softly. Jasmine shook her head and said, "Nothing. Let's go into the city. By the way, Xiaokai, do you have a place to stay? We're heading to Nanjiang University. They've already arranged housing for us. Why don't you live with me?" As she said this, Jasmine didn't dare to look into Assad's eyes, a blush spreading over her beautiful face. Assad swallowed, almost ready to agree immediately, but then suddenly remembered that Barbara and Evelyn were both in Nanjiang City. He quickly said, "I have a place here." "Oh, I see." A trace of disappointment flashed across Jasmine's eyes. Assad escorted Jasmine and the others to Nanjiang University, where their experimental research institute had been set up properly. Their residence was arranged in a nearby community adjacent to the university. Security forces here were very strong, and Assad even noticed a Isabellister-level expert stationed here, clearly to prevent any unexpected situations from happening. Why is it him? Just as Assad discovered the Isabellister somewhat. At least if that British wolf organization sends people again, they'll surely encounter resistance. Vance said, "Mr. Luther jests. I wouldn't dare give advice, but I did hear a piece of news related to you." Then, he informed Assad that Maddox from Tianqinshan had arrived in Nanjiang City. Tianqinshan, ninth ancestor? Assad narrowed his eyes. Yes, this person achieved peak Isabellister many years ago. According to rumors, he is only half a step away from the Wu Yale divine realm, and it seems he's come to hold you accountable. You should prepare accordingly, Vance explained. Hold me accountable? Assad revealed a cold smile. If not for mentioning Tianqinshan, he almost forgot. Whether it was Tomas, whom he crippled, or Atlas, whom he killed in Haywardching, they were all from Tianqinshan. Judging by this, they were old enemies. It seemed that this Maddox had come with ill intentions. Vance whispered, Tianqinshan isn't something trivial. Perhaps you should inform Dominicami Honorable, so that he can mediate this issue. That's unnecessary. Assad directly interrupted him, saying, I understand the situation. Your information is very useful. Consider this medicinal pill as my thank you. As he spoke, Assad flicked his finger, sending a pill into Vance's hand. Originally, Vance was somewhat displeased with Assad's stubbornness, oofed several times over. One must know that as a war soldier, he had accumulated countless hidden injuries over the decades. Yet now this single pill had almost restored his body to its original condition. This was nothing short of miraculous. Vance couldn't help but marvel. No wonder Assad reached the peak Isabellister realm at such a young age. If I had this kind of pill, I might have been able to do the same. However, although the pill is good, strength can't be accumulated overnight. He's probably still no match for the old Fox Maddox. After his admiration, Vance couldn't help but feel concerned. After all, from Assad's casual gesture in giving the pill, it was clear he had plenty of them, perhaps even mastered the formula. If he could take a few more pills, maybe his hidden injuries would heal, or he might even break through to a higher level. Vance stood up and paced back and forth and thought, no way, I must prevent Maddox. Assad cannot be harmed. He clenched his teeth, thinking of a few friends. It looks like this is the only way. He pulled out his phone and started contacting his old comrades. In fact, they were all former war generals who, unfortunately, now bore numerous hidden injuries. In short, they couldn't fight anymore, but their realms remained intact. Once their bodies were restored, they would once again be genuine Isabellister-level experts. There were quite a few such people in the war zone. Vance reigned in his excitement. If Assad could supply these pills in large quantities, wouldn't they all be able to recover? Suddenly, he became thoroughly excited. Chapter 228, Gathering the Masses into Flames. Old soldiers never die. They just fade away gradually. Vance's eyes were gleaming brightly. If they could regain their vigor, the resultant chain reaction would be enough to alter the entire landscape. Just like he had been assigned to protect Jasmine's laboratory for this very reason. After all, there were too few grandmasters capable of fighting in the war zones. Compared to the vast territory and long national borders, the number of grandmaster-level experts was far from sufficient, leading to a constant strain on the borders. Otherwise, Minerva wouldn't have been so enthusiastic about inviting Assad to join the southwestern war zone. After Assad killed Damien, she immediately offered him a position as an honorary 5-star warrior. Of course, if Assad had chosen a real power position back then, he could have at least become a 1- or 2-star battle general instead of merely holding an honorary title. As Vance continued contacting his old friends, a grand banquet was being held in a mansion in Nanjiang City. The guest of honor was naturally none other than the 9th ancestor of Truncation Mountain, Govind. As part of the major sect Truncation Mountain, they owned a massive compound in Nanjiang City, a luxurious estate both in size and decoration. Currently, it was filled with people bustling around noisily. Upon closer inspection, many aristocrats and celebrities from high society could be seen. Standing atop the mansion, Govind gazed down indifferently at the crowd below, appearing like a deity looking down upon mortals. 9th ancestor, the person you are looking for has arrived in Nanjiang City. A tall, muscular man walked forward, dressed in green military attire with 3 shining stars on his shoulder. Bowing slightly, his face was full of respect. The closer he got to Govind, the more he felt the immense power within him, surging like a mighty river. This power was certainly no less formidable than that of Dominicami Venerable, the guardian spirit of the southern district. It seems the rumors are true. The 9th ancestor is truly on the verge of breaking through. Once he does, Truncation Mountain will have a divine realm expert, martial path, divine presence. Such a powerhouse could ensure the prosperity of Truncation Mountain for 1,000 years. Govind nodded, his expression unchanged. Instead, he pointed to the people below and asked, Devin, what do you think is the purpose of these people coming here? Devin, Andres' son, was currently the highest-ranking member of Truncation Mountain in the southern district, a 3-star battle general with real authority. Unlike Assad, who held a nominal position, real authority battle generals wielded significant power, including emergency troop mobilization and battlefield autonomy. Devin looked down at the crowd, his eyes flashing with a hint of mockery. They're just sycophants. Seeing an opportunity with 9th ancestor nearly achieving divinity, they naturally want to establish some connections with us. Govind smiled and asked, Huxiao, why do you think I allowed you to entertain them? Devin glanced at Govind, hesitating. Huxiao doesn't know. Actually, he disliked those people. They were merely followers, able to add flowers to brocade but incapable of providing aid in dire straits. Initially, this banquet was meant to be private, exclusively for Govind, but he had ordered invitations sent out widely, inviting many influential figures from Nanjiang City. Some even came uninvited upon hearing the news. Thus, despite the grand feast seemingly revolving around Govind, it turned out differently. Even without his presence, these people remained oblivious. Govind looked into the distance, saying calmly, These people are all tools for my momentum. Gather the masses into flames. This is the way of the divine realm. Remember this. His gaze was deep, glimpsing a towering beam of light ascending above Nanjiang City. That familiar aura instantly revealed its identity to him. It was Aaron. In the entire southern region, perhaps only this person could exhibit such awe-inspiring power, albeit with ascended the stairs, appearing in the hall. Boom. His appearance immediately ignited the entire venue. As the 9th ancestor of Truncation Mountain, he hadn't shown himself for many years. This time, he revealed some of his capabilities slightly. Golden light emanated from his body, and with every step, a golden lotus bloomed beneath his feet, making him seem bathed in holy light. Such majestic presence resembled a deity walking among mortals. With a raise of his hand, the sky was filled with cascading golden light, enveloping the entire manor in a layer of gold. The golden light seeped into the bodies of the guests, seemingly washing away their fatigue in an instant, making them feel rejuvenated. Even the grass and flowers along the path where Govind walked burst into bloom, filling the entire manor with warmth as if spring and summer had arrived. Such divine power was nothing short of miraculous. Greetings, 9th ancestor. The guests present were all greatly astonished and couldn't help but bow in respect. These people, who wielded immense power in the outside world, all submitted under the authority of the 9th ancestor. Everyone is too courteous, please rise. Govind lifted his hands, and everyone felt an invisible force gently lifting them up. Among the guests were also Isabellister martial artists, and they could feel that this invisible force. He died tragically, murdered by evildoers. What do you think I should do to the murderer? Govind scanned the crowd, his eyes filled with cold determination. Kill the murderer. The murderer must be punished severely. The voices rose in unison, shaking the heavens. Govind's smile grew more satisfied. Just then, someone asked loudly who the murderer was. Govind calmly revealed a name. The murderer is Assad. Assad. At the mention of this name, many were stunned. How could they not know this name? Back then, Assad had boldly entered Nanjiang City and ruthlessly killed Glover, the head of a branch of the Hayward family. What audacity! However, what shocked everyone was that Assad remained unscathed. Even the police couldn't do anything about him, nor did the main branch of the Hayward family send anyone after him. Now, Govind's purpose in coming to Nanjiang was to slay Assad, which instantly excited everyone. Would they witness a battle between masters? No. Govind was nearly a divine presence. Wouldn't he be able to crush Assad? Meanwhile, Clifford's eyes nearly popped out of his sockets. What? Govind wants to kill Assad? Wouldn't that fulfill his own wishes perfectly? Everyone present quickly pondered the implications. Some exchanged glances, revealing hints of seriousness. They hadn't come here to flatter Govind, but to gauge the situation. After all, it had been rumored that Govind was near death. Yet here he was, not only alive but planning to kill a master-level strongman like Assad to assert his authority. Could this not be a warning to them as well? Soon, the mansion's banquet became lively again. At this moment, a figure appeared outside the estate, slowly walking towards the gate. Looking up at the plaque above the door, he smiled faintly. That tall, imposing figure, exuding natural authority. Who else could it be but Assad? He actually found his way here. If Vance were present, he would have been horrified. He told Assad this news not to come and face death, but to find ways to negotiate. Yet, unexpectedly, Assad came forward of his own accord. This was seeking death. Of course, for Assad, this was nothing unusual. Since Govind wanted revenge and wanted to kill him, he decided to come and see just how capable this old man really was, daring to make such claims. What? Who is it? Assad's presence immediately caught the attention of a large guard at the gate, who frowned and shouted, "Private property, no entry for irrelevant people. Go tell Govind that Assad has arrived." Standing before the gate, Assad said calmly, "Huh? Assad?" The guard's expression changed slightly. He seemed to have heard this name somewhere before. Wait, isn't this the person ninth ancestor Govind wants to kill? He actually came here. How could this be? The guard didn't quite believe it. Knowing that our ancestor Govind intends to kill you, you didn't run away, and you even dared to come here yourself. Is this guy crazy? Don't just stand there. Yes. Seeing Assad frown, the guard felt an overwhelming pressure, causing him to jump in fright and hurry off into the estate. Having run a short distance, he saw a tall man approaching and brightened. "Sir, something happened." Devin raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's going on?" "A man named Assad is at the gate." "Oh, really? You don't need to report it just yet. Let's go and take a look first." Devin stopped the guard. He was cautious. If it truly was Assad, fine. But if it wasn't, announcing it before so many guests at the banquet would be embarrassing. Tianshan Mountain couldn't afford to lose face. So, he needed to confirm the other party's identity first. Before long, Devin was led by the large man to the gate of the estate. From a distance, he saw someone standing at the door, hands clasped behind his back, as still and imposing as a mountain. Naturally, it was Assad. However, Devin frowned as he looked at Assad. It wasn't for any other reason, but because there wasn't the slightest fluctuation of power emanating from Assad. Not only that, when his gaze swept over Assad's hands, he found not a trace of cultivation marks, not even a single callus. Anyone who practiced martial arts would inevitably develop calluses on their hands, just like Devin himself, who had calluses all over his hands and legs. But Assad's hands were smooth and delicate, completely unlike those of a martial artist. This fool, duped and doesn't even know it. Devin glared fiercely at the large man, then his eyes fell back on Assad as he coldly asked, "Is this you claiming to be Assad?" Assad, seeing Devin's doubtful expression, laughed unexpectedly. "Does anyone else look like me? Whether you're an imposter or not, I don't know. But since you claim to be Assad, you must receive my punch if you wish to enter." Devin said coldly. His towering figure, clad in military attire with 3 glaring stars on his chest, exuded an intimidating presence. At this moment, he clenched his fist, wrapping it in a faint boxing wind. It was inner strength. The evident Devin was clearly a master-level martial artist, and an expert among them. "So, do you still want to come in?" Devin waved his fist, a look of contempt spreading across his face. Assad smiled, saying mildly, "Taking your punch should be no problem." "Fine, then I'll grant your wish." Devin's eyes turned cold, giving him a chance, yet he wouldn't retreat. So don't blame him for being ruthless. With that thought, he suddenly punched out. A sharp blast of inner strength shot towards Assad, aiming straight for his chest. If it hit an ordinary person, it could likely pierce through the chest. Bang! In the next second, the blast landed heavily on Assad's chest. Devin sneered, but his sneer froze instantly on his face because, the moment his punch landed, he felt an overwhelming counterforce pushing back. Spit. Devin spat out a mouthful of blood, flying backward. How is this possible? He stared at Assad in horror. "It seems your punch isn't anything impressive." Assad shook his head and walked straight in, leaving Devin struggling to get up, writhing in excruciating pain, unable to move. The large man was utterly shocked, watching dazedly as Assad entered the estate. Damn, how could that guy be so strong? Devin looked grim, climbing back to his feet. He was a high-ranking master, yet the mere counterforce inflicted such serious injuries on him. How powerful must Assad be? Peak master? Or even divine level? Devin shuddered inwardly, sensing vaguely that ninth ancestor Govind might have made a wrong decision. Because this Assad was far from what he seemed on the surface. Ninth ancestor might lose. Once this thought appeared, he couldn't suppress it. Chapter 230, Confrontation at the Banquet. "Sir, what are we going to do?" The large man next to him approached shakily, his eyes full of shock and fear. Assad's power had surpassed everyone's imagination. Now that the other party had entered the estate, it would definitely cause a huge commotion soon. Devin took a deep breath. Trust the ninth ancestor. Yes. Despite his lingering doubts, the large man nodded. As a half-step divine realm powerhouse, Maddox should be stronger than Assad, right? To tell the truth, the large man was no longer sure. At this moment, Assad was walking down a gravel path. From far away, he could hear the noise ahead, clearly indicating he was approaching the open-air banquet. Seems like there are quite a few people here. Assad curled the corners of his mouth into a faint smile. In the crowd, he distinctly sensed a powerful aura, with a pale golden light enveloping one individual, nearly breaking into the divine realm. This must be the Tianshan Mountain's ninth ancestor, Maddox. Assad thought inwardly. Judging from this aura, he is indeed extraordinary. Even compared to Senior Carl back then, he might not be outmatched. Of course, he can't compare now. Assad turned around and glanced at the massive pillar of light rising from Nanjiang City, obviously much denser than before. With Aaron's internal injuries recovered, he must have advanced even further. Who is he? At this point in the banquet, Assad's sudden arrival immediately drew the attention of many. To them, Assad appeared to be only in his early 20s, unremarkable in appearance, simply dressed, wearing casual clothes and sports shoes to attend such a grand banquet. Which family's descendant is this? Simply lacking in decorum. Familiar face, but unsure which family. This little thing is truly disgracing our Nanjiang City. Some people had displeased expressions, whispering their criticisms. Assad naturally didn't care about these ants' words. His gaze shifted toward Maddox at the center of the crowd, who also looked at him. Crackle. Their gazes collided, producing invisible sparks. Ordinary people couldn't detect any difference in Assad, but Maddox felt something unusual. In his eyes, though Assad seemed ordinary, he exuded an extraordinary and unparalleled aura, and this aura was so high and mighty, as if he were a god walking among mortals. Your presence here is my loss for not welcoming you properly. Please don't hold it against me. Maddox stepped forward and actually clasped his hands at Assad. This gesture caused immediate astonishment among those nearby. How could such a young man deserve such respect from Maddox? This was impossible. Assad smiled faintly. I don't blame anyone. My impromptu visit deserves your turbulent undercurrents. Some martial artists in the crowd, realizing the danger, began to quietly retreat. After all, a confrontation between two masters would likely result in casualties. Who died first wasn't clear, but once the clash started, anyone nearby would be the first to fall. On the contrary, those from Tianshan Mountain grew furious at Assad's words. What an arrogant brat. His implication treated their banquet like a funeral feast. How could they not be enraged? The hell, wait and see how the ninth ancestor deals with him. They all wished for Patriarch Ninth Maddox to kill Assad with their own eyes. How dare he act so arrogantly on their territory? It was practically courting death. Clifford, who had been hiding in the crowd, widened his eyes in surprise at Assad's arrival. Although shocked, he felt a surge of joy. This was right in the domain of Tianshan Mountain. Maddox just declared that he would kill Assad. Assad's timing was impeccable. Clifford thought inwardly, let's see if you die this time. On the other side, Maddox remained calm. He stood there with folded arms, looking no different from an amiable Maxwell, yet a thick layer of murderous intent shrouded his eyes. Yes, we have a similar saying. Maddox looked at Assad and said, lamps go out when people die. There must always be a commotion. It remains to be seen who will get the last laugh. We'll see once we try. Assad stepped forward toward Maddox as if strolling leisurely among Maddox, being from a major sect, gave Assad a different feeling with just one punch. His punch was like a mountain crashing forward. Excellent. Assad lightly shouted, his fist not stopping but concealing infinite sharpness within. After all, he practiced swordsmanship, and his current boxing stance stemmed from sword techniques. Boom. Their fists collided, producing a thunderous sound. Maddox's fist was heavy as a mountain, while Assad's was sharp as a sword. Their collision instantly stirred up a storm, forcing the martial artists nearby to flee to safer distances. Those caught off guard were blasted away by the sweeping forces. In the field, Assad and Maddox faced each other. Assad remained relaxed, while Maddox's face grew more solemn, casting darker looks at Assad. Half-step divine realm? If you think so, then it is. Assad shrugged, showing indifference. He was a golden core true person. After witnessing the existence of outer gods, Assad's desire for power intensified significantly. This era saw the great prosperity of martial arts, naturally sparking his interest in Tianshan Mountain's traditions. So he deliberately suppressed his strength, using only what matched his opponent's level. Otherwise, someone like Maddox would be easily subdued with just a hand gesture. Upon hearing this, Maddox's expression turned even uglier. Seems you are worthy of my full strength. Oh. Assad was pleased. That one punch already provided him much insight. Could there be more? Of course, a prestigious sect like Tianshan Mountain wouldn't have simple traditions. With martial arts flourishing, he might indeed encounter something surprising. After all, among half-step divine realms, he had only met Aaron, and now there was Maddox. An ordinary master would likely succumb to the backlash of Assad's strength, but a half-step divine realm fighter like Maddox still held his attention. Come on. Assad beckoned. That expectant look further enraged Maddox, who coldly replied, then I shall fulfill your wish. Opening heaven style, Maddox positioned himself, unleashing an overwhelmingly powerful force that seemed to recreate the scene of Pengu separating heaven and earth. What an immense fist intent. It actually recreated the scenario of splitting heaven and earth. Chapter 231 Puppet Refinement. What is this? Many guests watched this scene from afar, dumbfounded. The martial artist's chi and blood, as heavy as lead, boiled like rivers and seas. Under the incitement of Govind, a martial artist nearly at the divine realm, it seemed almost to have the momentum to sweep across heaven and earth. And he stood there, resembling an omnipotent deity creating the world. Every movement of his was filled with grandeur. It seemed as if the whole universe lay behind him, and he was about to transform into Pengu, opening up the sky and earth. This made Devon, who had just arrived on the scene, abruptly stop. Witnessing this spectacle, she blurted out, Ancestor actually used the Heavenly Dawn's secret martial arts. Secret martial arts. These were the secret martial ways of Heavenly Dawn Mountain. Each move and technique carried immense power, and more importantly, one must reach the master stage to practice secret martial arts. In other words, only master-level martial artists could truly be considered true disciples of Heavenly Dawn Mountain. And now, what Govind was displaying was precisely the heaven-opening strike from the secret martial way. A martial path renowned for being able to counterattack even those at the divine realm. Boom. Indeed, this strike was immensely powerful, continuously intensifying, causing Assad to feel somewhat exhilarated. Not in vain was he called the ninth ancestor of Heavenly Dawn Mountain. His strength was indeed formidable. He doubted that he might be nearly on par with Aaron back then. However, facing Assad, Govind's expression changed because Assad easily caught his attack, even giving off an impression of having ample room to maneuver. Could it be that the opponent is still holding back? This is impossible. If the opponent still has strength left at such a moment, could it mean that the opponent has already ascended to the divine realm? This thought came quickly but was immediately dismissed by Govind. As he thought, Govind's eyes revealed a ferocious light. After failing to defeat Assad after dozens of continuous moves, he grew anxious and finally unleashed his killing move. Heaven-opening strike. Motivated by murderous intent, Govind pounced toward Assad, his entire body glowing golden, resembling a great axe of apocalypse slicing down towards Assad. Rumble. In that instant, the fierce force broke through the limits between humans and gods, becoming extremely condensed and pure. It felt like everything around them froze. Only Govind's hand fell toward Assad's head, this killing move clearly exhibiting the power of the divine realm. As everyone instinctively turned away, thinking Assad was about to perish. Sigh. But the next second, a soft sigh escaped Assad's lips. In the eyes of everyone, instead of closing his eyes waiting for death, Assad lifted his head, looking at Govind calmly and composedly. Seems you're nothing much after all. Assad raised his hand and actually grabbed Govind's arm. The grand illusionary axe shattered instantly, dissipating into nothingness. With a look of disbelief, Govind's arm cracked inch by inch. Govind spat blood and staggered backward, shattering the floor beneath him, finally falling to the ground, blood flowing endlessly from his arm. Such incredible strength. I didn't expect you to have reached that realm. Unfortunately, you found out too late. Assad shook his head. Although Govind had lost, Assad did not want to let him go. Even though a peak master was no longer a threat to him, he could still pose a significant danger to those close to Assad. Assad was unwilling to keep a tiger as a potential threat, especially since Govind's cultivation had obviously reached its critical point, potentially crossing the boundary between human and divine anytime soon. At that point, if Govind decided to hide and fight for survival, Assad might not be able to catch him. Hearing this, Govind's face changed. Intense murderous intent enveloped him, making his heart tremble. Indeed, this was the power of a true divine realm powerhouse. This Assad hid his capabilities so deeply. Yet, in the next second, Govind felt the barrier that constrained his cultivation disappear. What? Joy spread across his face. At this crucial moment, he had unexpectedly stepped into the threshold of the divine realm, initiating the transformation from man to god. He could feel the profound changes happening within his body. Perhaps in just 10 minutes, he could complete this transformation and become a true godlike martial arts powerhouse. Godlike, ending in Nanjiang City, finally sensed the changes here. Aaron slowly opened his eyes. What's happening? There was actually a foreign divine realm aura emerging in Nanjiang City. With a flash, he carried the golden pillar toward the mansion and soon saw the golden figure gripped by an invisible hand. The owner of the invisible hand was Assad. Assad. Aaron was startled. Elder Carl, please wait a moment. Let me deal with this person first, then I will talk to you. Assad smiled and nodded. When he looked at Govind again, a glint of killing intent flashed across his eyes. Assad, hold on. Aaron quickly intervened, not wanting Assad to kill Govind. This was a divine realm powerhouse. It would be too much of a pity to let Assad destroy him. It's me, Govind, Aaron. At this moment, Govind seized the opportunity to shout. Govind? Aaron looked at the golden figure, slightly startled. They were both in the southern district, so naturally, he knew who Govind was. Back in the day, they had interacted quite a bit, but later due to differing beliefs, Govind retreated to Tianqian Mountain, no longer interfering with worldly affairs, hence the long separation. He didn't expect Govind to come out of seclusion and break through to the divine realm this time. Perhaps he could absorb Govind into the combat zone system. It might prove very useful in the future. After all, a divine realm powerhouse could stabilize an area and influence the outcome of a battle. It's me, Aaron. Struggling grew weaker and his curses quieter. In Aaron's shocked gaze, Govind began to shrink, from about 2 meters tall to the size of a palm-sized golden figure. His power remained, but his consciousness was gone. In other words, the small golden figure before them was now a mindless puppet. This is a puppet god? Aaron swallowed hard, looking at Assad with reverence. Chapter 232. The banquet concludes. A living person was refined into a puppet. This tyrannical and cruel method shocked Aaron, while also adding a touch of pity within him. After all, this was a deity realm powerhouse. Divine martial presence. Just like that, it became a mere plaything in someone else's hands? Whoosh. Assad casually tossed it into Aaron's arms and said, use your divine will to imprint within it, and you can control its power. Ah. Aaron's expression changed. Fumbling, he clutched the puppet god tightly, feeling the surging strength inside. For a moment, he was stunned. Given to him? This was a puppet of the deity realm. With it under control, it was equivalent to having an additional deity realm powerhouse, and moreover, one that was entirely controlled. For the southern region and even for Aaron, it brought tremendous benefits. At the very least, his Aaron couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. Right, I plan to head to the southwestern region soon. After I leave, please take care of a few people for me. Assad mentioned Barbara, Jasmine, and others. Rest assured, I will carry out Mr. Luther's request thoroughly. As long as I am here, nothing will happen to them. Aaron pounded his chest loudly. Assad nodded. His gaze swept over the crowd. I'm leaving. Having said that, he turned around and left. Everyone made way for him with reverence as he walked by. However, one person forgot to move aside, trembling as he stared at Assad, his eyes filled with both terror and rage. Clifford. Originally, when he learned that Maddox planned to eliminate Assad, he had been overjoyed. Who knew Assad would arrive at this crucial moment? Instead of witnessing Maddox slaying Assad, everything unfolded differently, shattering his hopes completely. Maddox was defeated, and worse yet, turned into a mere toy. Seeing Assad's consistently calm expression, Clifford felt a surge of fury screaming in his heart. He hated how Assad didn't die. Only when Assad approached him did Clifford realize his predicament. His face changed drastically, hastily retreating. But after just one step back, he felt a powerful aura lock onto him, making him stiff and immobile. The aura around you. Assad squinted. Your war general. He hoped Devon would know his place. If Devon still harbored intentions of revenge, Aaron would naturally not show any mercy. Though Tianqian Mountain was large, it still fell far short compared to the southern combat zone. Once these two left, everyone seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Whether it was the incomparably domineering Assad or the high-ranking and influential Aaron, The psychological pressure they caused was indescribable. Seeing them leave, these people felt that the previously frozen air finally started to flow again. One after another they began to leave. They didn't want to stay anymore. Especially Aaron's final sweeping gaze before leaving made their hearts tremble, thinking they might have been remembered by Aaron. How to make amends became their top priority. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling mansion became desolate. The once lively banquet instantly transformed into this state, making Devon clench his fists so hard that his nails pierced into his flesh, his teeth biting through his lips drawing blood. So infuriating. These opportunists. However, thinking about the impact of this incident, even Devon couldn't help but fall silent. This time, Jizu's defeat and death, even with his body becoming a puppet, dealt an incredibly heavy blow to Tianjin Mountain. After all, Jizu was the presence that suppressed the entire sect's fate. Despite being a senior master himself, many had heard their legends, and Maddox was no weakling among martial artists. He was also a peak master martial artist who had personally killed numerous masters. Though he later faded into obscurity, his reputation remained well known in the circle. The death of such a person naturally drew considerable attention in the martial arts world, surprising not only his friends, but also his enemies. Maddox is dead? In a large courtyard, an elder who was playing with his young grandson suddenly stiffened, turning to look at his servant with a shocked expression. The servant nodded. It's true. I've confirmed it with several people. It's said that the killer is the same powerful individual who recently invaded Nanjiang City and slew Glover of the Haywardu family. Many people witnessed this, and even Aaron appeared. Hearing the servant's words, the elder slowly straightened his originally frail body, which became more upright as if imagining his youthful vigor. Old Lu is dead. The elder's voice carried a sense of tongsong, nostalgia, and sorrow. Another old friend has passed away, which made him feel somewhat bewildered. He extended his hand and examined the intersecting wrinkles on his palm. In the blink of an eye, he too was over 170 years old, with not many years left before reaching the end. Moreover, he considered himself well preserved. For other martial artists of his age, many would have already died due to accumulated injuries. By the way, sir, I heard there's a recent scientific research project on life sciences, which might help extend one's lifespan. Extend lifespan? Before the servant finished speaking, the elder shook his head. It might work for ordinary people, but at my stage, only an elixir from immortals would be effective. As for scientific methods, not that I look down on them, but the secret medicines in the martial arts world are stronger. Indeed, this was the general view in the martial arts world, so Jasmine's research remained temporarily safe, coveted only by ordinary people. Otherwise, if martial artists truly intervened, those studies wouldn't last long. Of course, you can't keep a fire hidden under ashes. If it were proven effective for martial artists, or even comparable to great medicine, then the crisis would begin. The elder returned to his room with a weary body, clearly affected by Maddox's death, making his heart restless. Perhaps, he doesn't have many years left either. The servant watched his back, sighing softly. Unlike the elder, a bald-headed great monk was practicing boxing in a temple when he received the news. When he heard about Maddox's death, he didn't stop his movements but continued until the final strike shattered a huge rock a kilometer away before finishing his routine. This old guy actually didn't die by my hands. What a pity. But, he's too old. Who knows how much strength he has left? The great monk sneered, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Killing Maddox was his teacher's last wish. Just as he broke through to become a peak master, before he could act, the target was already dead. Who killed Maddox? A rising star named Assad. The little novice reported everything he knew about Assad, including some of his known victories. Of course, Assad's expedition with Aaron to Japan and his victory over deities, and even defeating Herman hadn't yet been publicized. The great monk frowned. A young man? Yes. It seems Maddox really is old. The great monk snorted disdainfully. If only I had acted sooner. It looks like this old guy was already a washed-up, unable to defeat even a young man. The novice added, it's rumored that Assad possesses the prowess of a peak master, and some even say he might have reached the divine realm. The great monk interrupted him, scoffing. A peak master? Divine realm? Ridiculous. Look at me. Having practiced for over 50 years, I'm merely a peak master. A 20-something-year-old boy, even if he started training in the womb, couldn't possibly reach that level. In my opinion, Maddox's reappearance clearly indicated he sensed his own decline, planning to use Assad's reputed fame to restore his authority. Unfortunately, youth trumps age, leading to his downfall at the hands of a junior. As the great monk spoke, a mocking look appeared on his face, clearly indicating that he believed Maddox had brought it upon himself. The little novice, who was also quite stubborn, retorted, I've heard many people say that they saw Maddox unleash incredible power at that time, even creating a scene like splitting the heavens and the earth, demonstrating the might of a divine realm powerhouse. Splitting the heavens and the earth? To his surprise, the great monk became even more disdainful, saying, so what? The vital energy of peak masters is extraordinary to begin with. Manifesting some dharma bodies is normal. Even I can make it seem like Buddha appears in the world. If this alone could make someone reach the divine realm, wouldn't divine realm practitioners be as common as cabbages on the street? But, the little novice's face turned red with embarrassment. The great monk sneered mockingly, stop with your buts. If you're not convinced, then I'll just go meet this Assad myself. Since he killed my target, it would be fitting for me to kill him and fulfill my master's last wish. But the little novice panicked. No, don't go. It's too dangerous. In the little novice's eyes, Maddox was an elder patriarch of Tianjin Mountain. If he could be killed by Assad, Assad must be a terrifying demon-level existence. His master definitely couldn't defeat Assad. Going would only mean a certain death sentence. The great monk glared and said, do you think I, your master, can't beat a young upstart? Don't believe those doggy rumors. Hoople. Of course, not a few held opinions like the Adolfo. And Andres from Tianjin Mountain sect immediately called Devon. When Devon confirmed it, Andres nearly crushed his phone in shock. Patriarch Joyin was dead. This news was undoubtedly a disaster for Andres, and even the whole sect. Andres had already planned to use Patriarch Jian's reputation for subduing Assad to announce Tianshan Mountain's return. Unfortunately, all plans were now shattered. You should die, Assad. Andres roared with rage, his voice echoing in the grand hall of Tianshan Mountain, shaking the entire structure. Bang bang bang. His shouts drew the attention of many within Tianshan Mountain. They rushed into the hall, puzzled by Andres' fury. After some time, a disciple with transformation skill strength stepped forward and asked cautiously, Master, why are you so angry? Andres stood up, his anger turning to sorrow. He surveyed the disciples below, their faces filled with confusion and anxiety. In a soft voice he said, Patriarch Jian has fallen. Boom. At this statement, all the disciples changed color. Patriarch Jian was dead? It can't be. How could Patriarch Jian die? Who killed Patriarch Jian? In an instant, the disciples in the hall exclaimed in unison. Recalling Andres' shouts earlier, which included Assad, did this mean I will personally go to Nanjiang City? Everyone, disperse. Watching the disciples leave, Andres sat back in his seat, utterly exhausted, a bitter smile on his lips. A divine realm master. Could a decade produce another divine realm master? Even Patriarch Jian, having sequestered for so many years, had only reached half-step divine realm, still one step away from the divine arrival realm. Not to mention himself, or the other disciples. But he had no choice but to seal the mountain. With Patriarch Jian's death, those old rivals might soon take action. To ensure Tianshan Mountain's survival, he had to do this. As for Patriarch Jian's body, according to Devin, it had been turned into a puppet by Assad and given to Aaron. Retrieving it from Aaron would be extremely difficult. But we must try. Andres' gaze was profound. Meanwhile, Assad paid no attention to Tianshan Mountain's movements. His figure flickered in the darkness, each appearance covering a kilometer. Soon, he arrived at a plain-looking small building. Without close inspection, no one would think this place was the entry point of the soul-capturing pavilion's Nanjiang branch. It was too ordinary. Assad came here specifically to find Elio. Connected by the sword mark, finding Elio was easy for Assad. Who is it? As Assad approached the small building, someone immediately stepped out, blocking his path, eyes wary, scanning every vital point on his body. Take Nanjiang City. Inside were many assassins who appeared quite relaxed, some drinking, some training, and some teasing women. It looked like a large club. Assad walked through, quickly reaching the depths of the underground chamber where the guards became visibly stricter. His figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. In the lounge, Elio had just finished practicing, walking and wearing practice clothes with a calm expression. If someone familiar saw him, they would notice a hint of anxiety in his eyes. Chuck had been gone for several days, yet had not returned, and the accompanying soul-capturing pavilion assassins had all lost contact. This gave him an inexplicable sense of unease. When Chuck first joined the soul-capturing pavilion, Elio knew that he was no ordinary person. This time, when Chuck proposed finding a spirit doctor, Elio immediately guessed that he might be connected to those spirit doctors. But for the sake of treatment, Elio had to accept Chuck's request and arranged for people to go to Hayward High City. Chuck, have you succeeded in hidden? Or has something unexpected happened? Elio said pensively. Just as Elio was thinking, he stepped into the lounge and raised his head, only to find someone sitting there with his back to him in the dark room. In that instant, Elio was taken aback. When he came in, he didn't sense anyone there. Who's there? Abysses. Assad. Damn it, what's going on? Elio's face changed again. How did he find my location so accurately? Was it the effect of that sword imprint planted inside me? Despite having countless questions in his mind, Elio did not show any emotion on his face, quickly saluting and respectfully asking, Mr. Luther, how could it be you? Of course it's me. Otherwise, how would I find you? Assad smiled faintly. Mr. Luther, you're joking? However, Elio's smile was forced. Assad just kept staring at him until sweat started trickling down Elio's forehead, then continued, Is Chuck under your command? Sure enough, it concerns Chuck. A shockwave rippled through Elio's heart. He hastily recited the explanation he had prepared. Mr. Luther, indeed, Chuck belongs to the Juhan Pavilion, but our organization does not actually control our subordinates in substance. They are free to come and go as they please. Is that so? Assad looked at Elio with an unfathomable gaze. Gritting his teeth, Elio held eye contact with Assad, nodding and saying, I'm only the branch pavilion master. Theoretically, they are under my command, but privately deploying them would violate organizational principles. Please understand. Assad saw no signs of deceit on Elio's face, but the tension conveyed by the other's chi indicated he was lying. Kill or spare. Assad's gaze lingered over Elio's neck, making the latter's soul tremble. After some time, Assad said, I have a few people in Nanjiang who need your arrangements. Their safety will be entrusted to you. I hope you won't disappoint me again. Yes, sir. Elio quickly lowered his head. When he looked up again, Assad was gone. He knew he had passed this test. Thank you for your leniency, sir. Elio couldn't explain why, but he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude rooting deep in his heart, leaving him both stunned and strangely at ease. Meanwhile, Assad also left. He didn't kill Elio because the implanted sword imprint would make Elio increasingly loyal as it grew, destined to become Assad's blade, who would willingly discard their own weapon. His warning was sufficient, and now that he had reactivated the sword imprint, it had completely penetrated Elio's soul. It was time to head to the southwest region, but before he left, he had a few matters to attend to. Soon, Assad used the night to reach Barbara's residence. In an instant, he appeared in Barbara's bedroom. She slept soundly under a blanket, curtains drawn, the pale moonlight casting softly on her face, enhancing her stunning beauty even more. Assad couldn't help but soften his expression as he approached and gently tucked Barbara back in, then silently departed. Yet just after he left, Barbara slowly opened her eyes. She had dreamed of Assad coming, but upon opening her eyes, he vanished, leaving her heart hollow and empty. This scoundrel, leaving for so long, Has he forgotten about me? Her beautiful face wore an expression of melancholy and solitude, while in the dark, her bright, sorrowful eyes stood out. Suppressing the worries in her heart, Barbara went back to bed, and as soon as she fell asleep, she entered a dream. In this dream, she saw an entirely new world that seemed to have its own system, where demons, deities, and spirits formed a terrifying and vast universe. Ever since Assad left last time, she had been having this recurring dream. Each time she died in the dream, her body gradually weakened at an imperceptible rate. As for Assad, who had just left Barbara's house, his expression turned grim the moment he stepped out. The power of dreams. He had once again felt this force from Barbara. That power seemed to be deeply rooted within her. The moment Barbara woke up, he thought he saw a flicker of obscure vitality slip away from her body, disappearing somewhere unknown. This realization sparked a strong killing intent in Assad's heart. However, this power of dreams was so familiar that it inevitably reminded Assad of Kimura, with whom he spent a night. In a flash, he headed straight for the garrison base. Aaron had just returned and was carefully studying how to use the puppet deity when Assad suddenly appeared before him. Found level. A single thought could overturn heaven and earth. A single thought could destroy all life. It was far from mere exaggeration. Aaron hesitated several times before finally saying, Assad, why don't you go back first? I'll notify you immediately once I have news. The last time Lilyming Tower was destroyed, the Lilyzhu Shrine had already evacuated. This organization had always been mysterious. Although Aaron had once known one of its divine maidens, it wasn't realistic to expect an immediate reunion. Assad understood that rushing wouldn't help. He nodded and left, saying, Dominicami Honorable must inform me promptly if there's any news. After repeating his request, Assad returned to Barbara's home. Dawn had just broken, and Barbara had already woken up. She was wearing her pajamas, barefoot with snow-white feet, sleepily walking towards the kitchen. Just as she reached the living room, she heard sounds from the kitchen and smelled something pleasant. There's someone. Barbara was startled and instantly alert. She instinctively grabbed the baseball bat leaning against the wall, but saw Assad coming out of the kitchen with breakfast, a gentle smile on his face. Zhuqing, you're awake. Before Assad finished speaking, Barbara dropped the bat and threw herself into his arms, her soft and fragrant body hugging him tightly. Jerk, why did you come back so late? Perhaps due to their previous shared dream, in Barbara's heart, they had already progressed beyond their relationship. So these past few days without Assad were agonizing for her. However, Assad didn't understand this, especially after what happened with others in Barbara's house. He couldn't possibly reveal that. Seeing Barbara's appearance, did this mean they were now officially a couple? Assad blinked. Soon, Barbara held onto Assad's arm and walked to the dining table. Under her reproachful yet tender gaze, they finished breakfast together. After Barbara went to change, Assad sighed, watching her disappear into the bedroom. He had tried to remove that trace of dream force earlier but found it incredibly resilient. Even at his current golden core real person stage, he couldn't do it. It was unlike any dream force he had encountered before. It felt more like a mysterious bond connecting Barbara to some unknown entity. Damn it, what is this? A flash of killing intent crossed Assad's eyes. After trying and failing, he injected a cluster of Hayward nourishing chi into Barbara's body to counteract the dream's draining effect, keeping her vital energy balanced. But even so, this lingering dream connection remained like a ticking bomb, unsettling him deeply. Soon, Barbara emerged in new clothes. She wore a loose gray women's suit jacket, wide-legged pants covering her long legs, and high heels. Her hair cascaded down her shoulders, her attractive oval face framed by glasses, carrying a small handbag on her shoulder. Now, she looked less like a female CEO, and more like a fashionable city belle, alluring and captivating. Let's go. Standing there dazed for what? Barbara grabbed Assad's hand, giving him a playful glance, and led him out of the room. Assad, not admitting to having been momentarily stunned, cleared his throat and changed the subject. Where do you want to go? I'll drive you. To the company. Downstairs, Assad skillfully took the driver's seat and drove Barbara to her company, only for her to suddenly ask to go another direction. Assad glanced at her curiously. Upon arriving, they found themselves in front of a substantial office area with a sign reading, Yumming Pharmaceuticals. She had somehow completed the paperwork and even rented an office space without his knowledge. Assad suddenly turned his head to look at Barbara, who was smiling smugly and said, How about it, surprise? Assad replied, I really don't know how to repay you. How about I dedicate myself to you? Who wants your body? Barbara lightly spat, her face flushing red. Barbara got out of the car first, leading Assad inside. Indeed, this office area was rented by her, but currently, it was empty. After all, Yumming Pharmaceuticals essentially only had Assad and herself. All those medicines were conjured up by Assad. No other people were needed. Of course, Barbara also planned to hire specialists for research to reverse engineer the components of those pills and strive to achieve artificial production. Assad was taken aback when he heard this. Isn't this similar to what senior sister Jasmine is doing? Cough, cough. Assad cleared his throat and said, This can wait. Zhuqing, I'm already very grateful that you've helped me get this far. Hiring people for project research, I can handle it personally. I happen to know some people before who could help. If so, then that's great. Barbara didn't think much about it, nodded, and agreed. After all, every industry has its own expertise. Managing the company might be within her capabilities, but finding specialized research talent in this field would indeed make her uneasy. Assad let out a breath of relief. He subconsciously felt that Barbara and Jasmine should not meet. Otherwise, accidents might easily happen between the two women. After settling things here, Assad drove Barbara back to her company. Under Barbara's efforts, the Qin family's business had set up a team in Nongjiang. Ulrich had recovered, and with Brit's recent cooperation, the Qin family's development momentum improved significantly. Brother-in-law. Alessio had been in Nongjiang City for quite some time. It was he who took Assad to Lilyming inwardly. Assad's eyes landed on Alessio's face, and he couldn't help but raise a brow. However, Due to Barbara's illness, Assad had no interest in dealing with him. At this moment, Barbara glared at him. Have you finished what I asked you to do? No. With reluctance and unwillingness, Alessio turned away. Assad watched as Barbara entered the office before turning to leave himself. He intended to search for the Cloud Bamboo Temple's whereabouts on his own. He couldn't rely entirely on Aaron. He had barely descended a floor when he saw Alessio hiding near the elevator. Upon seeing Assad arrive, his eyes lit up instantly. Brother-in-law, I found another great place. Let me take you there for a tour. Another good place? Assad's heart stirred. The last time Alessio led him to Lilyming Fragrant Building. Perhaps this person could find another location. After all, such a temple operating through dreams wouldn't easily sever its connection in Nanjiang City. It would definitely continue developing in secret. Yes, it's quite similar to Lilyming Fragrant Building, allowing one to indulge in enjoyment akin to wandering in the bamboo deity's domain. Alessio looked filled with longing. Apparently, having forgotten the pain, he had completely forgotten about the previous incident. Oh, take me to see it. I knew you'd also like such places, brother-in-law. Excited, Alessio took the lead ahead. Assad probed with a few questions, realizing that Alessio hadn't just been forgetful. It was the influence of dream power that made him forget everything that happened last time. How terrifying this power was. Replacing reality with dreams and changing willpower with dreams. It was undeniably a frightening matter. If someone were exposed to such conditioning long-term in a dream, they might end up mistaking dreams for reality and vice versa. What then would happen? Assad felt a slight chill in his heart. It seemed he must thoroughly destroy this base in Nanjiang City. He remembered clearly the demons and evil spirits cultivated by dream powers last time. If such forces grew fully, not even secular power could withstand them. It would likely lead to earth-shattering changes. As Alessio drove, he continued, brother-in-law, you'll surely fall in love with that place too. It's like a real world where everyone has a new destiny. He grew more excited, his eyes gleaming. A hint of astonishment flashed across Assad's face, and he said with interest, then I must try it out. You won't be disappointed, brother-in-law. You can even see women prettier than my sister inside. They can appear exactly as you wish. They can even be customized in size and dimensions. Alessio wore a knowing smile. Assad didn't speak further. After about 20 minutes, Alessio arrived at a small 6-story building standing. Assad saw a woman dressed elegantly, wearing a veil that revealed a pair of deep eyes. Following her lead, Assad came to a plush couch. Her fingers gently moved, and a thread of dream power guided Assad's heart forward. To avoid a backlash from the power within him, Assad cautiously extracted a wisp of his divine sense and quietly attached it to the other side's dream power. Finally, he saw a mysterious place. An immense dream woven by countless living beings, like a colossal world. The dream world? Assad was deep in thought. Whoosh! Due to the guidance of dream power, Assad quietly merged into it. Countless figures seemed to appear before his eyes. Humans, ghosts, demons, and deities. Everything real or imaginary existed here. Assad felt the seemingly infinite dream power trying to seep into his divine sense, wanting to probe all his secrets. The power was so immense, it was astonishing. Fortunately, he had been prepared and only attached a wisp of divine sense. Within that wisp, he had already implanted a set of false memories of an ordinary person. As the dream power infiltrated, using the memory within that wisp as a blueprint, a small world gradually unfolded before Assad's eyes. If one's perspective were high enough, they would find this small world connected to the dream world, and there were not just thousands of such small worlds. What a terrifying number. Following Alessio's reminder, Assad began silently imagining what he wanted. Indeed, this small world started to change. Houses, neighborhoods, and figures began to appear inside. Soon, Assad saw a familiar figure. Barbara. At this moment, she was gentle and charming, wearing comfortable home clothes, with her watery eyes looking at Assad. She softly said, "My dear, you're back?" Chapter 238. Delving deeper into the dream. Her voice was as gentle as water, her breath like orchid fragrance. Assad could even catch the faint aroma that wafted from her, as if she were really standing before him. What a realistic dream. This couldn't help but make Assad marvel. Looking up, he saw a sapphire blue sky with clouds resembling waves rolling over the sea, a perfect depiction of an autumn day. Husband. At this moment, Goldie walked up to him, her delicate hand holding onto Assad's arm. Her brows furrowed slightly, revealing a trace of confusion. It seemed she didn't understand why Assad was acting this way. For a moment, Assad was momentarily stunned. Nothing, let's go home. Okay. Goldie's eyes, like water, brimmed with happiness. She pulled Assad and opened a nearby door, and he followed her inside. Familiar decor, familiar furnishings. This was clearly Goldie's house in Nanjiang City. Assad hadn't expected his memory woven into his divine sense to be almost perfectly replicated. Here, Goldie became the epitome of a gentle wife, and Assad almost lost himself in this gentleness. Day 1, Day 2, Day 3, days flew by, and Assad spent 3 years here. Even Goldie bore him a cute daughter. One day, things changed. Assad returned home from outside, but Goldie didn't greet him as usual. The room seemed eerily empty. Dead silence, desolate. A large patch of blood stained the floor, along with the mangled body of his 1-year-old daughter. That horrifying scene instantly pierced Assad's heart. Even knowing it was all fake, how could there not be some emotional attachment after so long together? Unfortunately, Assad's willpower was rock solid. Though he sighed inwardly, he quickly regained composure. So, this is the true nature of the dream. Assad realized. The intense emotional fluctuations he felt allowed him to sense the dream penetrating deeper into him. Even his body began to emit a dreamlike aura. It was as if he was gradually merging into this world. While he had been integrating over the past 3 years, the progress was slow. If 3 years' worth of immersion equated to 30% progress, the shocking sight of blood on the floor and his daughter's body instantly boosted the progress by another 20%. Indeed, Only fear and anger were truly part of the dream. Assad observed coldly. He could feel the power subtly escaping from within him, rising into the infinite void. He wasn't sure where it went, but he was certain it might be connected to entities like the Herman heavenly sun that appeared in Nangjiang City. Assad's guess wasn't wrong. If one looked high enough, they would see many small worlds attached to the vast dream realm, occasionally having threads of power extracted and absorbed into the depths of the dream. There, deep and dark, no light existed. An eternal darkness enveloped the area, as if a massive prison, with faint sounds of creatures wailing, roaring, and lamenting. Chains rattled ominously. In short, it was filled with boundless terror. In Assad's small dream world, he acted like an ordinary person, picking up his fallen daughter amidst the blood, rushing her to a hospital that had seemingly always been there, though Assad distinctly remembered it being a residential building yesterday. Things were getting interesting. This hospital must have sensed his need and manifested accordingly. Assad carried his daughter into the hospital, and immediately doctors and nurses rushed forward, taking his barely alive daughter into the emergency room. But soon after entering, the lights throughout the hospital flickered and dimmed, starting from far away and extinguishing segment by segment down the corridor, as if someone hidden in the darkness was approaching the emergency room. Tap tap tap. Clear footsteps, sounding like high heels striking the ground. Assad narrowed his eyes, unable to penetrate the ink-black darkness without using any power. How did a touching scene suddenly turn into a horror thriller? Is the dream realm collecting fear? Just like the fear force from those demons last time. Snap. When darkness completely engulfed the hospital, the sound of high heels abruptly stopped, but then came a new sound as the emergency room door suddenly swung open. However, no one came out. Assad's pupils contracted, for at this moment, the sound of high heels once again rang out, as if someone was walking into the emergency room. I want to see what sort of trick you're trying to pull. He immediately stood up and in a few steps reached the door of the emergency room. Inside the emergency room was also enveloped in darkness. However, some of the equipment and machines were on backup power, casting a faint green light. The light was dim, but it was enough to see his daughter lying on the operating table, her frail body bleeding, and her eyes gazing emptily at the ceiling. The ceiling? As Assad raised his hand, he felt something falling down. He looked up sharply, only to see countless strands of black hair densely entwined above him. Now these hairs were twisting and tangling together, extending down one by one, as if they wanted to completely wrap around Assad. Get lost. Assad merely projected a thread of divine sense, not daring to use divine power for fear of being detected by the dream realm. Thus, he was easily bound by those hairs, which dragged him toward the ceiling. Rustling, he could even clearly hear the sound of the hairs rubbing against each other, a scene that would surely terrify an ordinary person. But Assad wasn't an ordinary person. He remained coldly detached throughout. Drip, drip. Perhaps the entity sensed this, for blood began to ooze from the hairs, dripping onto Assad's face. And in front of Assad, the dense mass of hair slowly parted, revealing a tender face. It was his daughter's face. Daddy. That face was closed-eyed, pale white, but it murmured in a dreamlike voice, incredibly eerie. And then she opened her mouth, revealing rings of teeth, each as sharp as daggers. The hair pulled Assad, apparently trying to force him inside. Truly, anything goes to instill fear. Assad sighed. But right then, a sudden command echoed, stop. Immediately, the hairs binding Assad were severed, and he fell to the ground. A woman rushed to his side, none other than Barbara. She had come. Chapter 239. New Discoveries. Qing Zhu. Assad looked at her, but a hint of confusion surfaced in his heart. There's no time to explain. Quickly follow me. Barbara pulled Assad and ran quickly towards the door. Just as they were about to reach the door, those huge tentacles made of hair attacked again. Barbara pushed Assad out the door with one hand while she turned around and swiftly swung her knife at the hair tentacles. Swish, swish, swish. Soon, the hair was severed, and in a hair's breadth, she rushed out of the emergency room, slamming the door shut heavily. Phew. Barbara sighed with relief, revealing a weary smile on her face. She looked at Assad and said gently, thank goodness you're safe. What is this all about? Assad asked, pretending to know nothing. Here, he considered himself a complete ordinary person, realizing that there seemed to be some deeper meaning behind everything happening before his eyes. What he needed to do was thoroughly investigate the purpose of this change. Perhaps the key to rescuing Barbara in reality could be found here. A complicated expression flashed across Barbara's face. It's just a nightmare. As she spoke, she lifted her hand and gently placed it on Assad's face. The next sentence made Assad suddenly alarmed. Pity, you're just a shadow in my dream. Boom. These words sounded like look back. After saying that, she pushed Assad. This push was unusually strong, propelling Assad far away. Barbara turned around, holding a knife and blocking the middle of the corridor. Just as she prepared to fight to the death, Assad returned, pulling her along and turning to run again. Why act like a hero now? Do you want to stay behind and find your death? Assad felt both amused and irritated. Running not too far, the sounds from behind grew closer. Assad led Barbara into a dead-end alley, blocked off behind them. A small figure appeared there, revealed to be Assad and Barbara's daughter. However, she looked terrifying at the moment. She stood barefooted wearing a patient gown, her eyes closed tightly. Countless strands of hair floated around her, like a swarm of snakes writhing in the air. Behind her, those hairs sealed off the entire corridor. Daddy, Mommy, why don't you want me? Her crying echoed in the narrow alley, sorrowful as if a cuckoo bird cried blood. This caused Barbara's face to change. Wanda? Having spent over a year together, how could there be no feeling between them? This left her heartbroken and enraged. You damned monster, give my daughter back. Barbara shouted loudly. Mommy, I am your daughter. Boo-hoo. Her voice carried sobs. If not for the horrifying image before their eyes, it might have truly evoked sympathy. Are you really my daughter? Upon hearing this, Assad suddenly stepped forward, bypassing Barbara and walked towards the little girl in front of him. Daddy, I'm your daughter. The little girl became, considering how Barbara in reality was entangled by the dream's power. Assad quickly realized that her weakness stemmed from the continuous draining of vitality and essence by the dream world. So that's how it is, but how can I sever Barbara's connection to the dream? Do I need to destroy this little world? Assad thought rapidly, all while being enveloped by countless strands of black hair. Swoosh. In the next moment, everything went dark before Assad's eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself back inside the small building, sitting up on the bed. Guest, you're awake? The woman looked at the calm-faced Assad, her eyes flashing with surprise as she softly asked. Chapter 248 Fair Deal. Assad glanced at her calmly. Can I enter again? Of course, the woman gave an apologetic smile but then changed the subject. But not today. After all, achieving dreams comes with a price. Assad fell silent for a moment and smiled resignedly. You're right. The woman smiled faintly. Assad stood up and walked out. Alessio had yet to come out, still indulged in the dream world. The dream world indeed was easy to get lost in. Unfortunately, the cost required was substantial. Assad could afford it, but an ordinary person could never bear such a long-term cost. The divine thought he left inside dying in the dream was a deliberate act by Assad. He found that death within consumed part of one's vitality as well. In conclusion, the dream world was like a lottery pool where one's emotions, vitality, even everything else were bets, with no winning option at all. Assad walked downstairs and looked at the building somberly. He did not destroy it immediately, but decided to observe for some time, hoping to find a chance to save Barbara. Lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang. Assad picked it up. Indeed, it was Barbara calling. Were you there just now? There was hesitation in Barbara's voice with a hint of excitement. Were you killed too? Assad countered. It really is you. Barbara tightened her grip on the phone, demanding an explanation. What is going on? Why were you in my dream? Assad paused. Explaining the dream world was far-fetched. However, Assad knew Barbara was proud. If he did not tell her, she would certainly seek other methods. Deciding this, Assad gave a brief explanation about the dream world, omitting the fact that someone planted dream power within Barbara's body. So it was indeed a dream, Barbara murmured. Lately, she had the same dream every night. Of course, Assad was not in the earlier dreams, only various scenes and people. Do they exist too? Barbara seemed to have realized something, holding back fear as she asked further. They probably aren't. Look at our daughter in the dream. Just an illusion. Assad stopped midway and then finished. Our daughter. Barbara couldn't help thinking about the 3 years they spent together in the dream. She initially thought it was just a dream. Hayward told did she know that Assad was real, and the past 3 years of intimacy and childbirth felt almost engraved in her memory. This jerk, bullying her even in a dream. Thinking of their beginning in the dream which lasted 3 years, made her cheeks flush deeply. Zhu Qing. Assad called several times, but got no response, puzzled. I'm fine, come see me later. Barbara hung up. Assad laughed awkwardly, pocketing his phone. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the building, first filled with rage, but then turning low and pleading. Please let me in, just once more. From afar, Assad saw a Maxwell in his 40s standing at the entrance, sitting on the ground despondently. Most noticeably, his hair had turned snow-white. Before him were the 2 dark-skinned men. Move, don't obstruct us, one of them growled. The Maxwell was pushed down the stairs. The roughness of the action made him wince painfully, coughing uncontrollably, blood streaking his mouth. Assad discerned this man had been drained of vitality by the dream world and likely wouldn't live much longer. He's a pitiful soul, Assad sighed. Knowing what happened in the dream world, he understood that all was a fantasy, and intervention from the dream world inevitably led to its demise. Presumably, this man wanted to continue for someone in the dream. Assad pondered and stepped forward. Boy, you want a medal? The 2 men frowned. Assad waved his hand. I'll take him away so he doesn't cause trouble. With those words, the 2 men relaxed and nodded. You have sharp eyes, go ahead. Assad ignored the 2 men and pulled the white-haired Maxwell away. The latter wanted to resist, but how could his strength match Assad's? Please, don't take me away. I want to go back. I want to go back. The white-haired Maxwell shouted weakly. Go back to die? Don't you know you're about to die? Assad frowned. To his surprise, the white-haired man gave a bitter laugh. Of course I know. I also know there's something wrong with their so-called dream, but I can't let her go. Suddenly, this man burst into tears, 2 streams of murky tears running down his face. Assad's gaze swept over him, sensing that his soul had already been thoroughly bound by the dream power, intertwined inextricably. Apparently, once immersed in the dream, one would eventually become a slave to the dream world. Assad's eyes flickered as an idea came to him. He said gravely, I can extend your life, but you need to cooperate with me on an experiment. What do you say? You're serious? The white-haired man froze, turning to look at Assad. Assad nodded, saying, since I opened my mouth, I have some confidence. I agree. No regrets? Assad hadn't expected such a straightforward answer. I have nothing to regret. If it were someone else, they might think Assad was a fraud, but the white-haired man was in such a state. He wasn't afraid of death. What else should he fear? A hint of approval flashed in Assad's eyes. You won't regret today's decision. Even if my experiment fails, I'll give you 5 more years of life, as a fair deal. After saying this, Assad grabbed the man's shoulder, his figure flashing as they appeared on a rooftop. The empty rooftop, wind howling past. The white-haired man stared blankly at this scene, suddenly coming to his senses and looking at Assad with horror. How was this possible? Was this person human or ghost? How could he bring him here in an instant? And master, where are we? You don't need to know. Assad looked at the white-haired man, his expression indifferent. He intended to use this man as a test subject to separate the soul from the dream seed, attempting to cut off the connection between the man and the dream world. If successful, it could be used on Barbara later. The white-haired man didn't dare ask anymore. My name is Isaac, just a failure. He hesitated for a moment, then asked cautiously, By the way, may I know how I should address you? Me. Assad looked at him, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. You can consider me a god. Chapter 241 Failed Attempt. God. Isaac looked up at Assad, seeing him standing tall with his back to the sun, seemingly bathed in a golden glow. This made Isaac, who was already physically weak, slightly dazed. Assad ignored Isaac's daze and raised his hand slightly. A strand of greenish-blue longevity true chi gathered in his palm. Then he pressed it down, enveloping Isaac. The life force-filled longevity true chi infused into Isaac's body, quickly nourishing his organs which were already in a state of decay. Thump thump. Isaac felt his heart beating with renewed strength, pumping hot blood throughout his body. This surge of vitality made Isaac unable to hold back tears. At this moment, Assad also noticed the tangled mass of dream seeds inside Isaac's body, like scattered fluff spread all over his soul. If observed closely, those tiny seeds had already taken root and sprouted, spreading everywhere, like an artificial lawn. What Assad needed to do was to pull them out by the roots. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes as the longevity true chi turned into a sharp blade, slicing towards the lawn. Whoosh! A streak of sword light flashed, and the intertwined lawn was flattened. However, the densely packed roots remained like follicles, numbering not just in the thousands, but each oozing blood. Assad focused on one of them, moving his sword like true chi to slice it, but just a slight cut caused Isaac to groan in pain. Ah! The pain went deep into Isaac's bones, making him unable to suppress his reaction. So painful. His body curled up, and his cry was scattered by the cold wind howling on the rooftop. While maintaining Isaac's vitality, Assad forcibly severed a root of the dream seed. But as soon as it was cut, an anomaly occurred. Isaac suddenly began coughing up blood profusely, and blood vessels appeared in his eyes. Bang! He clenched his fist and unexpectedly punched Assad. Assad caught Isaac's fist, noting that the punch's strength was considerable, even comparable to that of a regular hidden force martial artist. For an ordinary person to possess such strength momentarily was astonishing. Looking at Isaac again, he now stared at Assad with bloodshot eyes, behind which Assad seemed to see deep-seated hatred. Is this the backlash caused by my intervention in the dream world? Assad's heart sank. If this is the case, then saving Barbara would also provoke retaliation from the dream world. What a predicament. Assad sighed inwardly, wanting to subdue Isaac. Unexpectedly, the dream seeds deep within Isaac's soul began to glow together. His entire soul started sparkling, crazily siphoning off Isaac's vitality. The intense power fluctuation made Isaac look instantly emaciated, almost reduced to just bones. He struggled fiercely and aimed a kick at Assad's chest. Indeed, the dream world can indirectly control everyone below. When threatened, it takes over their actions. But the dream world is too vast. This retaliation is just an instinctive response, like slapping where a mosquito bites. This realization made Assad sigh once more. It seems brute force won't work to resolve Barbara's issue. However, Assad finally utilized the strength of a golden core cultivator. A golden light flashed, and Isaac was frozen in place. Assad placed his hand on Isaac's head, reconnecting the trace of dream seed force he had just severed. Instantly, Isaac calmed down. Seeing Isaac recovering, Assad added more vitality. After a long time, he finally opened his eyes again. What just happened to me? Isaac felt excruciating pain all over his body, as if about to break apart. This was the result of the dream seeds forcibly siphoning off his vitality, which even Assad couldn't eliminate. However, compared to the consequences, Isaac indeed gained extended lifespan. He could feel that his physical strength could support another entry into the dream world, so he unhesitatingly chose to delve deeper. Wife, Christy, I'm coming. This time, I will definitely save you both. With that, Isaac fell back into the dream world. In truth, Isaac was also a pitiful man. While Assad was experimenting, he talked about something spontaneously. It was a hot summer day, and he took his wife and daughter out for a drive. He parked the car by the roadside and went to buy some water. Who would have thought that when he returned, a large truck was speeding towards his car. And because the windows were closed and the handbrake was pulled, his wife and daughter were trapped inside, ultimately being hit right in front of him. This incident became Isaac's deepest nightmare. Later, someone introduced him to the dream world, where he discovered that it could recreate everything from his past. So, he entered the dream world again and again, reliving the happy moments with his wife and daughter. However, every time the dream progressed, he would take them out for a drive, only for the same horrific truck to appear each time. He tried countless times to save his wife and daughter, but without exception, all attempts ended in failure. Assad looked down at Isaac lying on the ground, sighed, and casually covered him with a blanket that someone had left drying on the rooftop. With a flash, he disappeared from the spot. Not long after, Assad reappeared beneath the small building. He patiently watched as people walked in and out, one by one. Ordinary citizens mingled with clearly well-dressed elites. The dream world indeed welcomed all comers. Anyone who obtained access and recommendation could enter it. However, through Assad's eyes, he could see the dream seeds continuously spreading, infecting more and more people until everyone merged into that vast dream world. Based on his judgment, if one wanted to freely enter dreams at will, they likely needed to have entered the dream world over 10 times. Only then would the formed dream seeds have enough strength to directly drag a person's soul into it, without needing to come here again. Moreover, once the body reached a certain limit, the dream world would refuse entry, requiring another visit to gain entrance. This was why Isaac had been turned away. Although the dream world extracted vitality and emotions, it did not harvest lives. After all, keeping a flock of sheep allows for regular harvesting of wool and meat. Why kill them off? Killing would be a one-time deal. Too uneconomical. Of course, Assad still had a lingering question. How did Barbara get infected with dream seeds, and why so deeply entangled? Could it be Alessio? Assad's brows furrowed, a coldness flashing across his eyes. No matter who did it, he wouldn't let that person go, even if it was an unintentional act. Brother-in-law, why did you come out so quickly? Just then, Alessio walked out and saw Assad, revealing a surprised expression. Chapter 242. Traces discovered. I just came out as well. Assad glanced at Alessio. The bodong of the other's divine soul was completely exposed in his eyes. The power of dreams had already begun to entangle his soul, just like how Veronica intended to plant a dream seed within Assad last time. Unfortunately for Alessio, he wasn't Assad and lacked the ability to resist this force. Once it entangled his soul, it would be very difficult to cleanse it thoroughly. By the way, how many times have you come here? Assad suddenly asked. Alessio hesitated, then replied, about 4 or 5 times. What do you think? Isn't this a good place? He winked at Assad with an inviting look. After all, it was an omnipotent world of dreams. In there, Alessio lived almost like an emperor. As a male descendant of the Qin family, he was pampered from childhood. Both wealth and women were readily available to him, and in his dreams, this advantage was infinitely magnified. He virtually turned it into a paradise dominated by women. Though every time towards the end of his dreams, his paradise would crumble because of the Qin family's bankruptcy, he still took great pleasure in it, always hoping that his paradise could last a bit longer. Assad, however, fell into deep thought. After entering the world of dreams 4 or 5 times, it seemed his estimation was not far off. Roughly Linda suddenly asked Assad a question that caught him off guard. Does our daughter really exist? Assad immediately denied. Zujing, it's only a dream. Just a dream? Linda couldn't help feeling a bit disheartened. This dream was entirely different from previous ones. It spanned 3 years, allowing her and Assad to live together day and night, even giving birth to a lovely daughter. Although strange things eventually happened, when Linda woke up, reality seemed distant to her. She felt a strong urge to return to the dream world. She vaguely believed that her daughter truly existed and wanted to save her. Seeing this, Assad couldn't help but sigh. He knew this was a severe reaction caused by the penetration of dream power, which could distort and confuse the dream world with reality. He walked forward, grabbing Linda's wrist. Her delicate body trembled slightly, instinctively trying to struggle. However, the 3 years spent together in the dream made her naturally lean into Assad's embrace. Assad, what should I do? Linda felt somewhat aggrieved. Assad patted her back gently, feeling softness in his arms, yet filled with sympathy. Leave everything to me. I will resolve this. Holding onto Assad's waist, Linda felt an unprecedented sense of stability. Perhaps it was because of the frequent nightmares before. With Assad by her side this time, she felt calm, eventually falling asleep unconsciously. Zujing. Assad noticed this, picked her up gently from under her legs, and carried her into the break room in the inner office. The break room was about 20 square meters, with a simple style, featuring a bed, a coffee table and chairs. Assad placed Linda on the bed, watching her sleeping peacefully. Involuntarily, he thought of those 3 years in the dream world. At this moment, it felt exactly like then. Buzz. Just as he was thinking this, a trace of dream power that he had previously destroyed suddenly emerged strangely from within his body. Assad's expression changed slightly. The vitality true chi within him immediately responded, instantly eliminating it. But this also reminded Assad that once he became too entangled with things in the dream world, dream power could invade at any time. What a terrifying force. Almost immortal and indestructible. No wonder such a force, once intertwined with the soul, made it almost impossible for people to free themselves. After all, who could control their own thoughts and emotions at all times? This realization made Assad understand that even after resolving Linda's dream troubles, he must prevent the backlash of dream power. After all, since even a golden core true person like him couldn't stop the revival of dream power, Linda certainly wouldn't be able to either. This Wuxingjong brought immense pressure on Assad. His beloved was almost turned into a slave by the dream world, yet he was powerless to solve it, despite boasting as the top cultivator in this age of Dharma decline. Top cultivator my ass. Assad couldn't help but mock himself. Wait, as he thought, Assad suddenly came up with a new idea. If dream power was hard to buy Toa, what if Linda could take the initiative to master it? Once this thought occurred, Assad immediately saw a way forward. Didn't Aaron's old friend serve as a goddess in the Lilyzhu shrine? Or, by finding Veronica, Assad could make her reveal the cultivation methods for dream power. Ding. At this moment, his phone gently chimed. He picked it up to see a message from Aaron. He had found Veronica's trail. I'll be right there. Assad gave Linda a deep look, kissed her forehead, and then turned and left without hesitation. His figure flashed, streaking across the sky over Nanjiang City like a bolt of lightning. When Assad reappeared, he was already in the military zone, where the people around him seemed oblivious, going about their own business. So fast. Aaron suppressed his shock and directly said, My people have located Veronica, but her condition seems somewhat off. Chapter 243. She's pregnant? Something's not right? Assad glanced at Aaron in surprise. Could it be that the other party was hiding something from him? Aaron hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, You'll see when we get there. You're being so mysterious. Assad felt helpless. He couldn't force the other to speak. It seemed he had no choice but to see with his own eyes. Let's go. Aaron called out. Soon after, 3 military vehicles sped out of the base like 3 streaks of black lightning, heading towards the distance, with Aaron and Assad inside one of them. Assad, you need to be prepared mentally, Aaron said suddenly. You'll know when we arrive. Aaron's words left Assad feeling puzzled, yet he had a vague premonition that Sophia's strange condition was somehow related to him. They soon arrived at a small town. This satellite city near Nanjiang City was established by the large district government, with an environment very suitable for living and a slow-paced lifestyle. The 3 combat vehicles stopped in front of a picturesque estate on the outskirts. With the car engines off, soldiers got out to open the doors for Aaron and Assad. She's inside. Led by Aaron, Assad entered the estate. As they walked in through the entrance, a cross-shaped road led deeper, lined with towering ginkgo trees, oak trees, and beautiful flowers. He discovered a trace of something unusual. The life aura in Sophia's belly seemed real but was fundamentally illusory, a result of the power of dreams creating a bloodline resonance. It wasn't true that Assad had a child. Feeling a mix of emotions, Assad thought about the power of dreams that almost deceived him. Could Vincent wait outside for a moment? I intend to closely examine this child. Assad pointed to Sophia's abdomen. Sure. Aaron answered straightforwardly and turned to leave the room. Inside, only the sleeping Sophia and Assad remained by the bed. Assad stepped forward. His hand reached out slowly. It rested gently on Sophia's belly. Buzz. The resonating auras. A strand of dream force appeared suddenly. In an instant, Assad felt the vast dream world once again. In the next second, an immensely powerful attraction came, trying to draw his entire soul into it. Without hesitation, Assad split off a strand of divine sense. Whoosh! This thread of divine sense was directly pulled into the dream world. In the dream world, Assad slowly opened his eyes, finding himself sitting on a bed. In front of him was Sophia, disheveled and tear-streaked, nearly naked. Assad tilted his head, looking at the disarray on the bed. Watermarks everywhere. There was a faint smell in the air. What had happened just now was obvious. You bastard! Humph! You've got off cheaply. Sophia suddenly flipped over, pushing Assad down and then sitting on top of him. It was finally her turn. However, the next moment, Assad, whom she had treated as a tool, suddenly spoke. Sophia, I want the method to cultivate in dreams. Upon hearing this, Sophia froze instantly. She looked sharply at Assad and blurted out, Are you Assad? If not me, then who? Assad replied, Ah. Sophia let out a scream. The sudden intrusion of an outsider into her dream immediately frightened her. Thinking of her current state, she quickly retreated, pulling the blanket from the bed to cover herself. You're still looking. Sophia's face was red enough to bleed. Cough, cough. I've seen it before. Assad couldn't help muttering. But since they were already so close, Sophia heard it clearly, nearly spitting blood in anger. This bastard. You better never fall into my hands. Otherwise, she would make sure he paid for it. Chapter 244, Lily Ming Canon. Dream World. The originally warm and loving bedroom fell into a brief silence. Assad's eyes swept over Isabel's body. Despite being covered by the quilt, large areas of her snowy white skin were still exposed, as if wrapped in a layer of fluorescence. Crystal clear and translucent, it exuded a faint fragrance. Indeed, she was a mesmerizing woman. A ripple passed through Assad's heart. Isabel's face changed. She indeed knew about them. As a prospective goddess of Lilyzhu Shrine, she had great authority and could access various records and documents stored within the shrine. The information about outer gods was among them. Outer gods, as they were called, were deities from beyond their world. They were powerful and bizarre, embodying both rationality and ignorance, existing in unfathomable forms within the vast outer realms. Even on Blue Star, traces of their presence could be found, and there were believers hidden in some corners of the world. They symbolized immense power. Isabel didn't understand why Assad mentioned them. Could his strength come from them? She recalled the investigation into Assad's background. He started as an ordinary person, yet his power rose strangely, swiftly reaching extremely high levels. To make an ordinary person so strong in a short time, it must have come from external sources. However, no one had ever discovered the source of his power, and what would have caused envy turned people away due to Assad's rapid rise. Thinking of this, Isabel suppressed her shock and said, What does the outer god have to do with whether I should teach you the method of dream cultivation? Assad didn't answer but instead asked, What do you think would happen if this vast dream world attracted the attention of outer gods? Swish. Isabel's face instantly changed, her eyes becoming cold. She said, For harvest? Inviting outer gods might, on the contrary, bring a glimmer of hope. Assad thought inwardly. Initially, he only intended to threaten Isabel to obtain the dream cultivation method, but now he felt an increasing opportunity. Perhaps it was hard to sever the connection with the dream world under normal circumstances, but what if a crisis befell the dream world? Would there be a chance then to cut off Barbara's ties to the dream world? These thoughts swirled in his mind as Assad fell into deep contemplation. Isabel knew this situation wouldn't end well. This man was unpredictable, and if the dream world really suffered severe damage, all the efforts of the shrine over the years would be in vain. I can give you the dream cultivation method. Isabel conceded. Assad felt a little regretful instead. I thought you'd hold out for a bit longer. After all, I still wanted to see the outer gods again. The Soul King, Jaren, appeared last time with its power to wither and alter everything, leaving Assad deeply impressed even now. Though Assad knew his strength came from a mortal Yale and belonged to a completely different system than the other party's source, it didn't stop him from wanting to witness their power. He might not be a match for them, but this vast dream world contained forces millions of times greater than Assad's own. Take your cultivation method and leave here. Isabel glanced. Chapter 245. Adamar is stabbed. In the real world, at the manor, Assad slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Gilda, who was still asleep. He looked at her abdomen once more, pulled the blanket up a little higher, and then turned to leave the room. Even if she didn't carry his child, they did spend an intimate night together. Assad wasn't so heartless as to kill her after getting what he wanted. Walking outside, Assad saw Aaron standing in the courtyard with several guards around him, alert and vigilant. Aaron's gaze met Assad's with a questioning look. It's all settled. I have the item, Assad said indifferently. Aaron didn't press further, knowing that Assad didn't want to talk about it. He waved his hand, and the guards immediately got into the car. The group drove off immediately. As they left, Gilda slowly withdrew her gaze from the second-floor window. She watched Assad and the others depart, then placed her hand on her stomach again. Soon, the bulge on her belly gradually disappeared, while the life force became increasingly intense, almost as though it were transitioning from ethereal to real. As Assad walked away from the manor, he couldn't help but turn back for another look, feeling as if something had been left unresolved. But after pondering for a moment, he found nothing specific. The convoy returned to Nanjiang City, and Assad directly bid farewell to head towards Barbara. Barbara had already woken up. Seeing the copied Lily Ming Law Canon in Assad's hands, An unusual expression flickered across her face. Is this the cultivation method? Of course. After you cultivate this technique, you won't be troubled by dreams anymore. Instead, you'll gradually gain control over them. Assad explained. That's wonderful. Barbara felt rather excited. Not only would it solve her dream issues, but she could also start cultivating. She bombarded Assad with numerous questions about cultivation. As a novice cultivator, under Assad's patient guidance, she finally got started. So this is dream power? She lifted her hand, where a faint grayish power hovered above her delicate fingertips. Exactly. Assad nodded. It doesn't seem too difficult. Barbara showed a slightly proud smile and began practicing on her own. Hayward, any beginner. She had an intense interest in new things. Under Assad's observation, through cultivation, Barbara's dream power not only didn't deplete, but seemed to be continuously growing. It appeared to be siphoning off power from the dream world. Could this be the way of dream cultivation? Assad frowned. This was too advantageous. He thought of that vast dream world. If someone could harness all its power, how formidable would that person become? Perhaps not as powerful as an outer god, but probably close. After all, it was the complete power of an entire world, and that world was constantly expanding. However, Assad was still unclear about the internal workings of this world. For now, at least Barbara wouldn't be tormented by nightmares anymore. Having dealt with Barbara's situation, Assad planned to head to the Southwest District. Just as he was about to leave, Barbara stopped him. There might be some trouble with Adamar. You'd better check on him. All right. Assad answered decisively. Soon, he located Adamar and Anton's headquarters. They had bought a bar in Nanjiang City, funded by Assad, near Barbara's company. Mr. Luther. Upon seeing Assad appear, Bryce, standing by the entrance, stood up immediately. Several burly subordinates followed suit. Seeing their usually domineering fifth master fawning over Assad, they couldn't help but look stunned. What are you standing there for? Greet Mr. Luther properly. Bryce glared. His real name was Cole, a tall and muscular man whose glare gave him an intimidating presence, quickly silencing his subordinates who reluctantly greeted Assad. Greetings, Mr. Luther. That's enough. Assad waved his hand indifferently, then asked Cole, where's Adamar? He's... Cole hesitated, but one of his subordinates spoke up. Yelgu got stabbed and is in the hospital. Huh. Assad's expression darkened instantly. What happened? Fighting again? Cole hurriedly shook his head and said, it's not that we started it. We just arrived here, and the other party insisted on collecting protection fees from us. We couldn't tolerate it, so we fought them a few times. Who knew those bastards would play dirty, sneaking up on Yelgu at night and stabbing him? What about Anton? Why didn't he do anything? Assad was somewhat displeased. With the eyes of Bellister here, they could still suffer such a loss? Cole looked aggrieved and quickly explained. Mr. Luther, Anton left. We had only just bought this bar, and within a day, he was gone. He left? Assad stared into Cole's eyes, a cold glint flashing through. Why would he leave? Where did he go? I don't know. Cole shook his head. Take me to the hospital. I want to see Adamar. Following Assad's orders, Cole personally drove, leading the group to the hospital. Adamar was severely injured, as the knife had pierced into his waist and angled upward, nearly piercing his heart. If he hadn't dodged in time, he probably would have died already. Only he knew that the one who stabbed him in the dark was a child, a 6 or 7-year-old child. It was devilishly ruthless. Mr. Luther, why are you here? Adamar, lying in the hospital bed, saw Assad arrive, his face changing slightly as he fiercely glared at Cole behind him. If I hadn't come, you would be dead. Assad was not in a good mood. He had barely recruited a subordinate when someone stabbed him seriously and even poisoned him. Adamar laughed sheepishly. It's not that serious. The doctor has operated on me, and I just need to rest. Rest? Assad sneered. To incubate the deadly poison inside you? Deadly poison? Adamar was shaken. Assad nodded and said, your stab wound is not fatal, but you've been poisoned with a potent toxin. Once triggered by medication, it will kill you instantly. How can this be? Adamar couldn't believe it. Mr. Luther, please save my second brother. Cole was also frightened and hurriedly grabbed Assad's arm, kneeling down and begging. As long as I'm here, he won't die. Assad glanced at Cole, then his gaze returned to Adamar's face. But you should really think carefully about whom you've offended. This kind of poison is quite expensive. Someone willing to use such poison against you must have ulterior motives. Upon hearing these words, Adamar and Cole suddenly exchanged glances, their expressions changing simultaneously. Chapter 246. Each has secrets. Assad ignored the eye contact between the two and pointed a finger at Adamar's brow, channeling a strand of immortal chi directly into his body. As a golden core cultivator, even a single strand of immortal chi was heavy and formidable. Adamar felt his whole body becoming heavy, followed by a burst of power rapidly spreading through his 8 extra meridians, reaching every part of his body. He could feel the long-standing ailments in his body being swiftly cleansed, and even the wound from surgery was healing quickly. Because it was recovering too fast, he even felt some itching at the wound site. However, in the next second, the wound suddenly became excruciatingly painful. What is this? Cole, who was sitting beside the bed, saw green fluid, as thick as blood, flowing out from where Adamar was stabbed. The color was especially unsettling. This is poison. If it had been any later, his whole body might have been penetrated by it. By then, even divine intervention would have struggled to save him, Assad said calmly. Cole was startled. To have toxic green blood throughout his body, wasn't that like turning into a poisonous human? How terrifying would that be? And Adamar, lying on the bed, also witnessed this scene, his eyes reflecting the dark green blood, lost in thought, not knowing what he was thinking. Is this the successfully developed abnormal blood toxin? He sighed inwardly. In fact, there had always been a nightmare-like secret buried deep in his heart. Hiding his real name and staying in Hayward Cheng as a thug in the underworld was merely for survival. Yet he didn't expect to still be found. The young assassin who tried to kill him should be one of them. And the reason Adamar was connected to them was because he was once an experimental subject of that organization. Yes, just an experimental subject. He didn't know the name of that mysterious organization, but only knew they secretly captured or lured adults for scientific research. The purpose of the study seemed to be about causing abnormalities. Adamar had taken large amounts of the drug and, under deliberate guidance, even transformed into a giant wolf 7 or 8 meters tall and over 10 meters long. It was during that failed experiment that Adamar took the chance to break out of the organization. While escaping, he saw countless subjects who had failed experiments, all suffering mutations. Some turned into quivering masses of flesh, others became uncontrollably large muscle giants, and some were human-shaped monsters with rows of sharp fangs and tongues capable of extending several meters. These mutants were enough to make one shudder. Not long after Adamar escaped from the lab, the changes wore off, and he returned to human form. The extraordinary strength of the giant wolf vanished without a trace. Thus began his life in hiding. Assad didn't know what Adamar was thinking but continued infusing immortal chi until all the dark green blood inside Adamar's body was thoroughly cleansed. Only then did he withdraw his power. Mr. Luther, how is my second brother now? Cole cautiously asked. The toxins have been removed, he will be fine. Assad replied indifferently. But inside, he was far from calm because he had unexpectedly discovered a deeply hidden power within Adamar. That power seemed to slumber deep in Adamar's genes, and once unleashed, it could grant him godlike strength for a short period. Of course, this power seemed foreign, and Adamar appeared to be merely a carrier. It seems even my follower has some hidden secrets. Assad couldn't help but marvel internally. However, since Adamar didn't say anything, he wouldn't pry. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Wasn't Assad himself hiding some too? So he chose not to press Adamar for answers, confident that when the time came, Adamar would speak up on his own. Thank you, Mr. Luther. Adamar, touching his healed wound, stood up and bowed deeply. That's enough with formalities. Assad waved his hand and asked, what happened to Anton? Where did he go? Why isn't he with you? Adamar laughed bitterly and said, actually, I'm not sure where Anton went. But on the day we bought the bar, a woman came, and after she left, he chased after her and then disappeared. What kind of woman? Assad frowned. He didn't know much about Anton's past, only that he had an obnoxious son and daughter-in-law who had already died during the hospital incident. Could Anton have other relatives? Or perhaps enemies? Assad squinted, contemplating the possibilities. Adamar recalled and said, that was a young woman, probably under 20 years old, wearing a cheapao in the color of blue and white porcelain. She was very beautiful, but I can't remember her features clearly. At that moment, I was having dinner with Anton. When we saw this woman leave, we commented on her beauty casually. But unexpectedly, when Anton saw her, his expression changed drastically, and he immediately chased after her without looking back. After that, we lost contact. Assad immediately concluded that Anton must know this woman. However, this woman's appearance was rather mysterious, considering that Anton was currently using someone else's body. Even after Anton adjusted his face, it looked vastly different from his original appearance. For this woman to be able to find him directly, she must not be an ordinary person. It seems none of my subordinates can give me a peaceful mind. Assad shook his head helplessly. Other leaders could delegate all their responsibilities, so why did he have to worry about these subordinates all the time? The ward fell into a brief silence. After a while, Assad spoke up, I have other matters to attend to in the Southwest District. Continue to keep an eye on Anton's situation, and notify me promptly if there is any news. Also, do I need to intervene with the bar issue? After all, the bar was a stronghold, and Assad didn't want to abandon it just because of some minor not seek help from him. This was simply against common sense. However, Adamar sighed and said, it's not that I don't want to ask Mr. Luther for help, but it may be something even Mr. Luther can't handle. Lying in bed, Adamar gazed blankly at the ceiling. That mysterious organization is extremely powerful. When I transformed into a huge wolf to escape, I encountered many powerful beings, and those were merely failed experiments. What about successful ones? Wouldn't they be even stronger? Adamar looked at Cole and said, I have no reason to drag Mr. Luther into this mess. The reason I joined Mr. Luther wasn't for my sake, but for yours. Speaking of this, Adamar's expression softened. We brothers have been on the run for such a long time, and I know you all trust me completely. I must ensure a fallback for you. As for me, I can only leave it to fate. His voice was somewhat heavy. Cole felt a lump in his throat. Brother Yale, it's alright, stop worrying too much. Since the assassin didn't kill me outright, I should be safe for now. Don't worry, nothing will happen to me. Adamar comforted Cole. Cole squatted on the ground, silent. Assad walked to the hospital entrance, paused slightly, and showed a surprised look. Experiments? Transforming into a giant wolf? Though Adamar and Cole talked inside the ward, within a few thousand meters around Assad, it was virtually his domain. How could he to sit down opposite? Spike sat without formalities, glanced around, finding no suspicious individuals, and whispered, Mr. Luther, something big has happened. What kind of big thing? Assad raised an eyebrow. However, what Spike said next made Assad's entire body shudder, revealing shock. Only hearing Spike say, Ahmed fell into a coma. Coma? Assad stared fixedly at Spike. Jace, as the highest authority of a region, his coma was a significant event. Once the news leaked, it could cause enormous upheaval, affecting even the border war zone. Yes, Ahmed fell into a coma for no reason several days ago. The situation has become critical, even alarming higher-ups, including sending spiritual doctors, but all in vain. Spike's face was grim. After recent performance, Spike had risen to become one of Jace's close confidants, gaining considerable power. Yet, who would have thought Jace would fall into a coma at this crucial moment? Unexplained coma. More than 3 days without awakening. If Jace couldn't wake up, Spike could already imagine what would happen. After all, an army cannot be without its commander for a day. With Jace's absence, there would inevitably be someone to fill in, and the entire southwest region would see new replacements and power realignments. At that time, with a new war general in place, Spike, as one of Jace's intimates, would definitely be relegated to a minor role. His influence would plummet drastically. How could Spike not be anxious? Thus, he contacted several spiritual doctors, one of whom mentioned Assad's name. This made Spike seize this lifeline immediately, even coming in person for help. Thinking about this, Spike looked at Assad with a heavy expression and said, "Please lend us a hand, Mr. Luther. The safety of Ahmed depends entirely on you." Assad did not refuse. Jace had extended friendship back then, arranging for him the position of a combat zone instructor, which he still remembered vividly. Not only that, but Jace also arranged for Jean to lead a team specifically to protect his family. Willing to help within his capacity, Assad asked, "Was there anything unusual before Ahmed fell into a coma?" Spike pondered for a moment, then shook his head, saying, "Nothing unusual happened. It seems I'll have to go there personally," Assad said. Spike nodded. That would be best. With everything settled, they decided to depart immediately. Spike promptly notified the airport. Soon, a huge fighter jet appeared on the nearby plaza, instantly drawing many people's exclamations. It was massive, entirely silver gray, resembling a flying saucer silhouette, exuding a sci-fi vibe. "Mr. Luther, let's set off," Spike said. Assad curiously examined the fighter jet before boarding it. Soon, the jet, he suspected that if it continued, his internal organs would start bleeding from the pressure. "Thank you, Mr. Luther." He knew Assad had helped him, quickly raising his hand to express gratitude. Just a minor effort. Assad seemed indifferent, casually asking about the secret gate Spike had mentioned earlier. "I intended to handle this matter after dealing with my current tasks, but I got delayed a bit. How is everything going on the secret gate side?" Although the matter of the secret gate was significant, Spike did not hide anything from Assad, directly replying, "The secret gate has already opened." Before falling into a coma, Ainsworth sent more people inside. Given the timeline, someone should return within these few days. I hope they are safe. As he spoke, Spike sighed inwardly. Exploring the secret gate was no simple task. It was exploring an unknown land where death was commonplace, sometimes even leading to total annihilation. Especially since the origin of this secret gate was incredibly mysterious, existing between reality and illusion. Moreover, it was rooted in a dragon vein node, and most astonishingly, there was an ancient corpse beneath it. All of this gave off a strange and eerie feeling. It was like how places where bodies are buried tend to grow flowers. Could the secret gate possibly grow from this corpse? Thinking about it made Spike shudder involuntarily. What's wrong? Assad noticed his unease. Spike shook his head, not mentioning it, instead saying solemnly, "Mr. Luther's trip to Sunmoon City is primarily to rescue Ainsworth. If something happens to him, the entire southwestern region will be thrown into chaos. That would truly be dangerous." The southwestern region was on the border, always in a state of readiness. Problems with the top authority here would shake the foundation of the region. "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, Ainsworth will be fine." Assad was confident. With the Hayward Death Jade integrated into his body, he could almost control all its power, reversing life and death, turning death into life. Even the dead could be revived. However, breaking the boundary between life and death came at a tremendous cost. After all, such boundaries were not easily broken. Even using the Hayward Death Jade to forcefully reverse death was akin to defying the heavens. As a cultivator, Assad understood this very well. Therefore, he had never fully unleashed the true power of the Hayward Death Jade, only converting dead energy into vitality within human bodies. 3 hours later, the fighter jet traversed thousands of miles, bringing Assad and Spike back to Sunmoon City. The aircraft landed at the regional base airport, and a special vehicle soon arrived. Stepping off the plane, Assad noticed the area was under strict martial law, with guards every few steps. He narrowed his eyes, observing the cloud formation above the region, vaguely resembling a giant black tiger, and wore a thoughtful expression. A military aura taking the form of a tiger. This represented the highest level of readiness, ready to unleash earth-shattering power. However, the black tiger seemed slightly unstable, likely due to Dragon Yuching's coma leaving the region without a supreme leader. "Mr. Luther, please follow me." Upon landing, Spike had arranged for a vehicle. Several armored vehicles escorted them, speeding toward the interior of the base. Halt! Just as they were about to enter the military hospital where Dragon Yuching was located, they were blocked by a squad of heavily armed soldiers. Spike got out of the car, frowning at their leader, saying, "Oswald, what are you doing stopping me?" Oswald, Jace's personal bodyguard commander, was also at the rank of a battle general like Spike. However, due to being Jace's confidant, his status was even higher than Spike's. At this moment, he stood with a cold face, his towering figure blocking the war vehicle, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes as he said, "Spike, it's not that I want to stop you, but Ahmed ordered me to stop you." Ahmed? There was only one Ahmed in the region, and that was Jace. What? Ahmed woke up? Spike instantly showed surprise and took an unconscious step forward. However, this movement caused Oswald's team of combat soldiers behind him to immediately raise their guns, the black muzzles directly pointing at Spike. It seemed they would fire immediately if he made any more moves. This scene darkened Spike's face. His eyes swept over these people and then focused on Oswald, glaring and questioning, "Oswald, what do you mean by this?" Without Oswald's permission, would the subordinates dare point guns at him? Impossible. The combat zone also followed rules. A group of ordinary combat soldiers, even if they were all Jace's guards, could not aim their guns at a powerful battle general without cause. Spike could see these people had cold, hostile expressions, fingers on triggers. This was no game. Were they planning to rebel? Oswald smiled falsely and said, "Nothing much, just want you to come along with us." He paused, then suddenly raised his voice, shouting, "Spike!" Accused of attempting to harm the battle marshal, collaborating inside and out, and plotting rebellion. By order of Marshal Long, Spike is to be detained for further punishment. What? Hearing this, Spike's calm face suddenly changed. "Impossible. You are spreading false military orders." He glared at Oswald, saying, "I want to see Marshal Long." Oswald sneered and said, "Want to see Marshal Long? You, ungrateful and treacherous scoundrel, worthy of seeing Marshal Long? Guards, take him away." He cast a cold glance at Assad in the car and continued, "And the person in the car, surely one of his accomplices, capture them all and await punishment." With this command, the combat soldiers behind him moved in unison, rushing towards Spike and Assad. Chapter 249. Forcing me to kill you. "Oswald, you dare." Spike roared in anger, but the soldiers below didn't hesitate. Upon hearing Oswald's orders, they immediately rushed forward and seized Spike on the spot. Another group opened the car door, intending to capture Assad as well. Bang! However, just as they opened the door, a dull sound echoed, and an overwhelmingly powerful force surged out of the car. The soldiers screamed and were instantly hurled backward, landing messily on the ground in a pathetic state. Oswald's piercing eyes immediately focused on the scene. To actually resist? He sneered, his eyes cold like an untamed iceberg, quite courageous. To make a move inside the district, defying orders forcefully, tired of living. The one who is tired of living should be you. Assad stepped out of the car. As soon as he appeared, he felt the snipers on the guard posts aim their guns at him. Meanwhile, numerous other guns, visible and hidden, were also aimed at Assad. For a moment, the atmosphere became tense, the situation ready to erupt at any moment. Surprisingly, Assad remained calm, seemingly not taking these people seriously, instead fixing his gaze directly on Oswald. Falsely conveying Dragon Marshal's orders, "What are your intentions?" Assad asked coldly. Although he was here, everything within several kilometers was under his control. He could clearly sense Solomon's aura. Currently, Solomon lay on the bed, unconscious with a weak breath. Falsely conveying orders? Oswald sneered, "You criminal, relying on some martial prowess, you dare to deny the Marshal's command. Marshal has already awakened and is working inside. Why would I need to falsely convey his orders? How is that possible? How could Marshal order my arrest?" At this moment, Spike, who was seized nearby, struggled and shouted upon hearing this. Oswald glared at him and said, "Targeted for capture is exactly you. Not only you, but your confidants, accomplices, even your family and those behind the scenes, none will escape. You bastard, I see you want to intentionally retaliate against me. Where is Marshal? I want to see Marshal. I want to see Marshal." Spike shouted loudly. This place wasn't far from the main hall, surrounded by training grounds. Spike did not believe that Solomon had ordered his arrest, but considered it Oswald's conspiracy. After all, there was always friction between them, especially recently as he himself gained favor, reducing Oswald's status further. This guy must have been planning to take advantage of Marshal's coma to eliminate him. Plug his mouth. With Oswald's gesture, soldiers promptly forced a gag into Spike's mouth. Watching this, Assad's expression grew colder. In his heart, he made a judgment. Solomon's coma had indeed brought about significant changes in the district. Moreover, these changes were extremely serious. Just like ancient rulers manipulating the emperor to issue orders, someone controlled the comatose Solomon, issuing commands in his name. The first step was to purge Solomon's loyalists. Among them was Spike. Having dealt with Spike, Oswald turned his gaze back to Assad and coldly said, "Assad, are you going to surrender willingly or continue to resist futilely? So, you recognize me?" Assad raised an eyebrow, originally thinking the other party didn't know him, but now realizing they knew him well enough to call his name. "I naturally recognize you, an upstart opportunist." Oswald sneered. In his view, both Assad and Spike had deceived Solomon, thereby gaining high positions, especially Assad, who had achieved honorary 5-star rank. Although it was only honorary, the 5-star rank was incredibly rare. Some warlords spent their entire lives without ever earning such an honor. Yet Assad, a young man barely in his 20s, managed to secure it. There must be a problem. Of course, he did not realize that Assad earned this title through sheer strength, even killing the master-level Damien. Otherwise, even Solomon wouldn't grant it so easily. After all, the honorary 5-star had another name. National Treasure. Opportunist? Hearing this, Spike, who was nearby, showed a strange expression. Assad's master-level strength was genuine. Oswald's accusation was utterly foolish. Indeed, Assad's expression turned cold upon hearing this. "It seems I need to teach you a lesson. Let's see what you really intend to do." "Not good. Move." Realizing something was wrong, Oswald immediately ordered the soldiers to act. But in front of Assad, how could they possibly have any chance to resist? Before they could even make a move, they felt an overwhelming force covering the surroundings, as if mountains and rivers had been reversed. Bang, bang, bang. All the surrounding soldiers were thrown flying. The snipers far away only saw a blur before their eyes. When they looked back at the scene, they found Assad with one hand gripping Oswald's neck, lifting him up entirely. "Oh, how is this possible?" Oswald was completely stunned. Everything happened too quickly for him to react at all. After all, being the personal guard commander of Solomon, Oswald naturally possessed considerable strength. He had peak transforming energy combat power, just one step away from entering the Grandmaster realm. Yet, before Assad, even Grandmasters were mere ants, let alone Oswald, who hadn't reached that level. Meanwhile, the surrounding soldiers were also stunned. They hadn't expected Assad to be so strong either. Spike, however, was prepared and immediately broke free from his restraints, running behind Assad, warily watching the people around. He had been caught off guard earlier, but now, ordinary soldiers were no match for him. The only concern was those snipers. Their specialized bullets were not easy to defend against. "Why, you are really a Grandmaster?" At this moment, Oswald, looking at Assad, suddenly understood. No wonder Solomon had previously regarded Assad so highly. A Grandmaster of such age, willing to align with the district, might have a chance to glimpse into the divine realm in the future. Whether or not it's true doesn't matter to you. However, if you confess now who's behind your false orders, I might spare your life. Assad said coldly. I didn't give false orders. The Dragon Marshal is inside. Don't think you can act without restraint just because you're a Grandmaster. This is the district headquarters, not a place for you to cause trouble. Oswald, however, showed a hard-boned demeanor, glaring at Assad with hatred. The younger generation in the southwest region. To reach the Isabellister realm at such a young age was rare, and to achieve peak Isabellister indicated both exceptional talent and diligence, making him top tier in every aspect. Thus, he had long been awarded the title of 4-star warrior general, and it was rumored that his 5-star application had already been approved. He would be promoted immediately upon achieving something noteworthy at the border. But shouldn't he still be at the border? Why did he suddenly return? A strong sense of unease grew in Spike's heart. Suddenly, it dawned on him that Dexter's sudden coma had stirred up unrest throughout the region. He had simply overlooked it these past few days. What should I do now? Spike regretted his decision. Had he known this would happen, he would have preferred not to return at all. With Dexter unconscious and orders possibly forged, these people must be plotting rebellion and seizing power. But Assad, standing before Wang Chaoyan, remained unmoved. What did a mere breath like an arrow matter? Even if Assad stood there motionless, allowing the other party to attack, they could never penetrate his surface defenses. Their strength gap was too vast. Humans and gods were worlds apart. One step made a world of difference. So, Assad said, finished performing? Then get out of the way. Huh. Upon hearing this, Winston's expression darkened. He thought he could intimidate Assad with one move, but the latter dismissed it as a performance. The disdain in Assad's words was barely concealed. How could Winston endure this? What an arrogant fool. As a weakling, you lack self-awareness. It seems you don't understand the rules of this war zone until you're taught a lesson. Winston glared coldly at Assad. Suddenly, he moved his feet, charging forward like a fierce tiger leaving its mountain, delivering an immensely powerful straight punch towards Assad's face. Boom. The air rumbled as if torn apart, clearly demonstrating the immense force behind this strike from a peak Isabellister. Assad smiled faintly, still holding Oswald with one hand, while the other met Winston's punch head-on. Without dodging, he grasped Winston's fist with ease. Winston's formidable punch felt like striking cotton. When he tried to retract his fist, Assad's grip tightened like an iron clamp, unmoving. How is this possible? In the direct confrontation of strength, Winston lost. Standing over 6 feet tall and having mastered Iron Cyanide and Golden Bell techniques, Winston possessed immense strength, even among peak Isabellisters. And Assad? Just over 5 feet 10 inches tall, with no visibly robust build, he seemed ordinary. Yet, this ordinary-looking man easily pinned Winston's fist, leaving him unable to break free, leaving Winston momentarily dazed. Har! Unwilling to be restrained, Winston let out a roar, unleashing his full strength. His body spun violently, and his leg lashed out like a steel whip towards Assad's head. However, just as his leg approached Assad released his grip, slapping his hand out casually, landing squarely on Winston's calf. With a sharp crack, Winston flew backward, hitting the ground hard. He looked down at his broken shin bone in disbelief. Wow. The surrounding crowd was stunned. They knew Winston, who was among the top 3 experts in the southwest region, but they didn't expect him to be taken down by Assad in 2 moves. Not only was he thrown, but his shin was also broken. The scene was truly shocking. It seems your attempt to kill me is far off. Assad stepped forward, his expression calm. However, you are the first to dare say so. This time, I will spare your life. When you break through, feel free to come back for a rematch. With that, Assad walked into the gate. Sitting on the ground, Winston's expression was terrible, and his mind was ruminating over Assad's words. Did he mean that only after I break through can I try to reclaim my dignity? Then the other party's strength. God realm. At this thought, Winston shuddered. Don't be fooled by his young age and peak Grandmaster status. As for the God realm, he really didn't dare to dream it painted across his features. His joy turned cold, like being doused with ice water. Mr. Luther, please explain to Commander Long. Spike looked towards Assad pleadingly, but Assad ignored him and instead cast an indifferent gaze at Dexter, saying, had enough yet? These words fell, and silence enveloped all. Then came the uproar. Playing? Assad actually told the commanding Dexter that this was play? Too arrogant. Chapter 251. A ruse. Thief, how dare you speak to Ahmed like this? What punishment do you deserve? Someone immediately stepped forward to question. However, before he could finish speaking, he saw Assad abruptly turn his gaze towards him. His voice as cold and sharp as a blade. Shut up. If you dare to speak again, I will kill you first. The menacing presence was formidable. For a moment, everyone around fell silent. Then, Assad's gaze turned back to Jace and said, do I need to repeat myself? Mr. Luther. Spike felt uneasy in his heart. This is Ahmed. Why is Assad talking to Jace like that? Do you really think he is Ahmed? Assad shook his head and said, you've been deceived by his appearance. This person is not Ahmed at all, but an imposter. An imposter? That's impossible. Spike couldn't believe it, and neither could those around him. Instead, they thought Assad was intentionally provoking Jace, and their faces showed expressions of righteous indignation. Jace, with a face full of anger, said, well done, Assad. How disappointing, after promoting you. You finally expose your treacherous intentions. Not only do you collude with Spike to harm me, but now you also attempt to create confusion. You truly deserve death. I think you're the one who deserves death. Assad threw Oswald to the ground and with one step, appeared beside Jace, reaching out to grab him. How brave of you. Jace tried to retaliate but found himself utterly powerless, being directly throttled by Assad. Oh no. Seeing this scene, all the guards went wild with rage. Rebellion. Assad dared to attack Jace openly and even held him hostage. Kill him and save Ahmed. You damn bastard, let go of Ahmed. Suddenly, the crowd was furious. looking at Assad as if they wished to tear a piece of flesh from him. A bunch of fools. Is he really your Ahmed? Assad looked at them coldly. Nonsense, if he's not Ahmed, then who is he? Assad, release Ahmed, or today will be your last day here. Even if we are no match for you, we will all fight to the death to bring you down. At this point, several generals arrived, all roaring furiously. However, with Jace in Assad's hands, they hesitated slightly in their actions. Nevertheless, a few generals, unable to contain their anger, rushed towards Assad with fierce attacks surging like thunderbolts. Careful, don't hurt Ahmed. What are you doing? Stop this immediately. Their sudden outburst made the scene chaotic. However, Assad smiled. What a grand drama. Jace feigned unconsciousness, and then someone pretended to be Jace, giving orders. Once the plot was about to be exposed, several master-level generals immediately attacked in a fit of rage. How amusing indeed. Though these people seemed to be attacking Assad, he noticed that several strikes were aimed straight at Jace, intending to kill him on the spot. The farce ends here. Assad sighed, and an invisible force erupted, instantly enveloping several thousand meters around, as if heaven and earth had overturned and mountains split. Rumbling. Everyone felt as if a mountain was pressing on their shoulders, causing them all to fall to the ground, especially those generals who had just attacked. They were suppressed until blood flowed from their 7 orifices, bones broken, and bodies severely injured lying on the ground. His power was majestic. Finally, Assad revealed his formidable strength at the Golden Core True Man level, terrifying Winston at the entrance into trembling. Indeed, he's a Divine Realm expert, a true Divine Realm powerhouse. Similarly, everyone present was terrified. Several experienced masters quickly confirmed Assad's strength. For a moment, hearts raced uneasily. Open your eyes wide and see if this is your Ahmed. Assad's gaze swept across the room mockingly, stopping momentarily on those who had attacked, then in front of everyone, he reached out to Jace's face. Rip. There was a crisp sound. Assad tore off an incredibly intricate human skin mask. Beneath the mask was a completely different face. This person had a physique similar to Jace, but a gaunt and thin face, small eyes, a square jaw, and eyes occasionally flashing with malice, looking every bit the spiteful and unkind sort. What? This scene stunned everyone. This Jace was indeed fake, an impersonator. They had all been fooled. Damn scoundrels. How dare they do this? Suddenly, everyone glared angrily at the man impersonating Jace. No, it can't be. How could Commander Long be fake? This must be your trick. An unusual voice mixed in the crowd, but was quickly drowned out. On this side, Spike felt a huge relief and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Mr. Luther is right. This really is a fake Commander Long. Wait, if this is a fake, then where is the real Commander Long? Spike's heart, which had just settled down, suddenly rose again. Where is the real Commander Long? Spike couldn't help but ask aloud. Others also looked at the man impersonating Jace angrily and shouted, "Confess to the whereabouts of Commander Long. Otherwise, you will die immediately." However, that person showed a mocking look, closed his eyes, and did not respond no matter how much others cursed him. Assad casually broke his limbs and threw him on the ground, saying, "It doesn't matter if he doesn't talk. Soon someone will come to question him." After speaking, Assad instructed Spike, "Watch these people. I'm going to bring Commander Long out." "What? Bring Commander Long out?" Spike was stunned, but Assad did not stop walking, entering the room and reaching the back of the main hall. He slapped open the wall of the rest room, revealing an obvious secret compartment inside. On the bed in the compartment, Jace lay there. Commander Long. Seeing Jace appear, the guards who were originally in the room were all shocked. They had been taking care of Jace, never expecting him to be switched right under their noses. And the real Jace hadn't even left far away. Assad looked at the unconscious Jace, placed a finger on his forehead, and released Hayward spanning True Chi, instantly forcing out the poison inside him. Phew. Jace spat out a mouthful of bloody water, slowly opening his eyes. "Mr. Luther?" Jace wore a surprised expression. "How did you end up here?" Assad said, "If I didn't come, Commander Long might have suffered." As he spoke, the surrounding guards briefly recounted the events. Before they finished, Jace's face had already changed drastically. These traitors, how daring they are. He abruptly stood up and walked into the courtyard, his gaze sweeping over the group on the ground. A group of heavily injured martial arts masters, including the man who had impersonated him. "Galen, it's actually you." Hearing Jace's voice, Galen finally opened his eyes, shock evident on his face. "This can't be. You're awake?" The poison he used was a secret drug of their Wu Wei army. Even a god would be poisoned to death. For Jace not to be killed instantly by the poison was already unexpected. Now that he had awakened, how could Galen not be startled? Chapter 252, Setting Things Right. "Looks like I'm awake, and you seem very disappointed." Jace's eyes were sharp like knives as he said fiercely, "Galen, you traitor! Who would have thought that you managed to escape with your dog life back then, and still haven't repented? Now you actually dare to show up before me." This Galen was originally a senior advisor in the Southwest region. Later, he betrayed Jace's trust and conspired with foreign invaders, stealing state secrets, leading to his sentence of death. Unexpectedly, this man was rescued by several martial arts masters at the cost of their lives just before his execution. Afterwards, Jace flew into a rage and ordered Galen's capture at all costs. Yet for 20 years, Galen vanished without a trace until today when he appeared in such a manner. Why wouldn't I dare to show up? Galen glared at Jace and said, "This time you got lucky, even surviving the organization's secret poison. Next time, you won't be so fortunate." "That's none of your concern." Jace walked up to him, his face stern, and coldly said, "As for your organization, sooner or later, I will personally expose them all. When that day comes, not only will you die, but your so-called organization won't escape either." Though he said this, Jace did not dare to underestimate the mysterious organization behind Galen. After all, this time they poisoned him and even impersonated him to issue orders. a series of coordinated actions indicating how deeply this organization had infiltrated the region. Otherwise, why would several Isabellisters also be involved? To note, these Isabellisters were already considered middle upper echelons within the region, and turning them against their own wasn't a trivial matter. It surely took no small amount of effort. Most shockingly for Jace, among them was Winston. Of course, Jace wasn't yet sure whether Winston had been deceived or truly become a pawn for the mysterious organization. Regardless, this didn't lessen Jace's vigilance towards the organization. It seemed during Galen's years of disappearance, he hadn't been idle. He might have been doing far more than expected, likely lurking within the southwest region waiting for an opportunity to strike. And now, the sudden move by this mysterious organization suggested they had ulterior motives. Jace felt heavy-hearted. Escape? Upon hearing Jace's words, Galen burst out laughing uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. Jace, you're still as arrogant as you were back then. Do you really think the world must revolve according to your will? You actually want to compete with our organization? It's not that I look down on you. You're simply not worthy. Humph. Before Jace could speak, Spike scoffed from the side. Laughable, after hiding your tail for so many years, is this all you've learned to spout? If your so-called powerful organization is really that strong, why did you need to hide for so long? Hiding? Do you think I've merely been hiding for the past 20 years? Galen glanced at Spike with disdainful eyes and said, Ignorant fool. Are you worthy to defame my organization? Even if I told you who they are, would you dare to act? Try telling me. Spike pressed on. At this, Galen calmed down and calmly stated, the organization I belong to is called Wu-Wei Army. Boom. Wu-Wei Army. Upon hearing these 3 words, Spike's smile froze. How could it be the Wu-Wei Army? This organization wasn't widely known but was immensely powerful, boasting 24 battle kings and 8 war gods, almost all top-notch experts. Especially their leader, the military master, was shrouded in mystery. No one had ever seen his true form. It was rumored that everyone who had seen him ended up dead. Assad, standing nearby, raised an eyebrow upon hearing Wu-Wei Army. Recently, this organization seemed unusually active. He had encountered 2 groups of Wu-Wei Army members. One of them was even a battle general from the eastern region. It seemed the Wu-Wei Army had something big planned. Caution was necessary. So what if it's the Wu-Wei Army? If they dare to come to my southwest region, I'll turn this place into their graveyard. Jace spoke heavily. Don't doubt the word of the highest authority in a region. If he were desperate, let alone the Wu-Wei Army, even a deity would perish here. Galen knew this truth well but understood Jace wouldn't take such drastic action. Due to considerations. As the head of the southwest region, Jace had too much to consider, while the Wu-Wei Army remained elusive and enigmatic. Who knew who would win in a final confrontation? Take all these people away and interrogate them strictly. Jace scanned the room, his gaze finally landing on Spike. After this review, Spike seemed to be the most trustworthy one in the room. Yes, Commander Long. Spike immediately stepped forward. This left a sour taste in the mouths of others, yet none dared to say much more when they saw Jace's expression. After what just transpired, it was natural for Jace to be suspicious of everyone present, especially with several battle generals being compromised. How could this not cause alarm? There are a few masters among them. However, Spike suddenly cast a pleading look towards Assad. These masters were all senior battle generals, making Spike, the weakest here, struggle to control them. Should they regain any strength, he would be in deep trouble. Thus, he sought Assad's help to suppress these people. Hayward told did he know that Assad's solution was simpler. He casually flicked out several strands of true chi, which upon hitting the individuals, instantly turned into shackles, thoroughly sealing their powers. Done. As long as they're not stronger than me, breaking free is impossible. Even if they manage, I'll be alerted in an instant. Great. Spike immediately cheered up, leading the group away including Oswald, Winston, Galen, and others. Next came the interrogation. Interrogation was Spike's forte. He'd ensure they confessed everything down to their childhood secrets. At this moment, fatigue showed on Jace's face. He waved, dismissing everyone but Assad. In the main hall, Jace sat at the head of the table, his expression stern. Mr. Luther, I never expected you to come to my aid again. Without you, the southwest region might have become a mere toy for some people. He felt lingering fear. If Galen had succeeded in fully taking over the region by impersonating him, the consequences were unimaginable, sending chills down Jace's spine. But Assad waved his hand, replying, Commander Long, you flatter me. This is what I should do. These despicable fellows will not succeed. Jace nodded, then asked suddenly, just now, I saw Winston being struck. Presumably it was your doing. May I ask, Mr. Luther, have you crossed that threshold? That threshold referred to the boundary between man and deity. Assad nodded, simply stating, I have broken through. There was no need to hide it. Aaron already knew his strength, and after his intervention, more people would inevitably learn about it. Announcing it now could only serve to intimidate all enemies. Upon hearing this, Jace couldn't help but stand up, his face showing immense shock as he said emotionally, Indeed, Mr. Luther truly lives up to your reputation. Chapter 253, The True Purpose. Such a young divine realm powerhouse. One must understand, once someone advances to the divine realm, they truly stand at the pinnacle of power. Looking globally, the number of people who can reach this realm is scarce. Never did he expect Assad to become one of them. Jace's face was filled with excitement, his hands rubbing together as he looked at Assad, the intensity in his eyes making Assad feel slightly uncomfortable. He couldn't help but softly cough twice. Jace immediately came to his senses, his expression gradually relaxing as he gently said, Mr. Luther, with your ascension to the divine realm, the entire southwest region will take pride in you. That much was true. A divine realm expert could completely stabilize an entire region, bringing complete peace. Of course, for the southwest region, it might still be a bit lacking. After all, it borders several countries and regions, and even a divine realm expert would find it challenging. Don't underestimate smaller countries or regions. They too can produce powerful individuals. So, one can imagine how immense the usual pressure on the Southwest region is. Fortunately, the people of the Southwest region are fierce and spirited, and under countless battles, a Divine Realm expert has indeed emerged and remains stationed at the border to this day. With Assad's appearance, the power of the Southwest region has undoubtedly climbed to a new level. Conversely, Assad didn't consider himself to be anything extraordinary and hurriedly waved his hand, saying, "The breakthrough was purely coincidental. Commander Long, please don't say such things." After to challenge him. Although they were outside regular forces, being able to be mobilized by the Wu Wei military indicated something significant. The Wu Wei military clearly had specialized infiltration into the theater system. Jace stood up and took out a nondescript book from his bookshelf. Initially, Assad thought this side of the bookshelf was merely decorative, but now he saw its hidden purpose. The book Jace picked was hollow, inside of which was a standard top-secret file. The word top secret on the file envelope was glaringly prominent. Jace opened the file, revealing a thick document with the title Wu Wei Military Research Report on its cover. Take a look. Jace handed the document to Assad. Assad didn't hesitate and started flipping through it. The document contained a vast amount of information about the Wu Wei military, including names and actions of their leaders like the military lord, war god, and war kings, along with specific incidents and detailed photographs. At the end of the document were speculations and estimates of the Wu Wei military strength, as well as strategies for responding should a conflict occur. So detailed, worthy of being a theater production. Assad marveled internally. An ordinary force would never achieve such detail. Seeing Assad engrossed in the document, Jace began to ponder. As for Galen, it can be confirmed that the organization behind him is the Wu Wei military. But what is their goal? Assad, while reading the document, was also thinking about this question. For such a large organization to act suddenly, claiming they have no agenda wouldn't convince him. I also want to meet the legendary military lord of the Wu Wei military. Assad felt a bit eager. Ever since fighting with Ricky and Herman, facing lower-level opponents made him feel like using a cannon to swat a fly. It's too overwhelming. It feels like a college student easily beating up kindergartners at the village entrance. Meeting an opponent at the same level would be much better. Of course, considering the possibility of losing isn't even in Assad's mind. Worrying about failure before the fight starts means just admitting defeat. In Assad's heart, there has always been a belief in invincibility. As a golden core true man, he possesses formidable Yaliest powers. With the Hayward and Death Jade, he can even dare to face opponents beyond the Divine Realm. After agreeing, Jace returned to his main seat and instructed the adjutant, saying, "Bring Galen here." Yes. Soon, Galen was brought in. Galen still had a cold expression, his eyes filled with venom, only showing fear when he saw Assad. "Jace, what do you want from me? I tell you, I lost fair and square. You can kill or torture me as you please. Don't dream of getting any information out of me." Galen spoke arrogantly, not willing to bow his head despite his loss. After all, he was merely carrying out one of the Wu Wei military's plans. Even if this plan failed, other plans would continue. This is why Galen didn't hide his identity. After all, the name Wu Wei military serves to intimidate others and spread fear. Revealing his identity to put pressure on Jace was part of the plan, allowing other schemes to proceed smoothly. "Galen, you're still the same after all these years." Jace sat behind the desk, his demeanor authoritative, and said, "But I already know your objective. Your tricks won't work on us anymore." Huh. Galen's body trembled, looking at Jace doubtfully. "You're trying to trick me? Trick you? Do you think you deserve it?" Jace stood up, looking down at him from above, and said, "You came for the secret entrance. Controlling me is to control the secret entrance within a short period." Whoosh. Galen's face changed instantly. How? How did you know? Since impersonating Jace, he hadn't interfered with or checked any information related to the secret entrance, nor taken any actions. Logically, no one should know their purpose. But now, their goal was suddenly exposed. Jace and Assad exchanged a glance, smiling. Seems our guess was right. Their goal indeed was to occupy the secret entrance. Seeing Jace's satisfied smile, Galen hated it internally and said, "So what if you know our purpose? You can't stop the Wu Wei military. We'll wait and see." Jace scoffed. Chapter 254A Haywardst. Take him away. Jace waved his hand, and immediately, battle soldiers came forward to drag Galen away for re-imprisonment. At this moment, Spike stepped in. Ahmed. His face was full of excitement. From Jace's sudden fainting, to being impersonated by someone else, and finally rescued by Assad, these short moments of changes made his mood feel like a roller coaster ride. "It's all over now." Jace smiled and comforted his new confidant, then asked, "How are the interrogations going on your side? Has anyone confessed to anything?" Upon hearing the question, Spike's expression turned unpleasant as he said through gritted teeth, "Each one of them is stubbornly tight-lipped, refusing to divulge even a single secret. Humph, have they forgotten who gave them their status today? To actually plot rebellion, they truly deserve death." Jace's anger was evident. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Proceed directly with torture. No need to leave them any dignity. Since they refuse to be dignified, we'll make them so." "Yes." Spike nodded. Given the situation, there was no other way. Just as Spike was about to leave, Assad spoke up, "Wait, I'll go with you." Jace looked at Assad questioningly. Assad smiled and said, "I want to understand more about the Wu Wei army. Since Mr. Luther is willing to help, it can't get any better." Jace nodded and had Spike take Assad to the interrogation room. The interrogation room inside the war zone was not much different from that of the police department. Only its style appeared rougher and discipline more stringent. At this time, the several captured battle generals were each confined. Due to Assad restraining their cultivation, they were no different from ordinary people. "How is it going?" Spike arrived at the door and asked two battle soldiers standing there. One replied, still refusing to talk. "Humph." Spike nodded, his expression displeased. He glanced back at Assad and forced a smile, saying, "These bandits seem to still harbor treacherous thoughts. Indeed, if they admitted everything, Wu Wei army might not spare them either. But if they refuse to confess, there might still be a glimmer of hope for Wu Wei army to rescue them." The iron door swung open loudly. Spike strode in, while Assad followed calmly, curiously observing the surroundings which appeared clean and tidy with no sign of any torture instruments. For some reason, Assad felt a bit disappointed. He had expected a plethora of various torture devices like those seen in TV shows. Mr. Chu, visiting Grandpa again. A Maxwell with handcuffs and shackles on his limbs looked over upon hearing the commotion and flashed an arrogant smile. Despite being restrained in cultivation, his fierce aura, Assad would have crushed these traitors long ago. Seeing Assad step in, Spike also regained his confidence. He spat on Emyel's face and said disdainfully, "Bah, still boasting about being a 4-star battle general. Since you got involved in the rebellion, you are nothing. Now, anyone has the right to execute you. Even after your death, your ignominious name will be recorded in history books, forever despised by posterity." With Jace's approval and Assad present, Spike finally stood up. He thought, what do I have to fear? Even if the sky falls, Jace and Assad would handle it. What he needed to do now was obtain the list of other members of Wu Wei army and completely root them out from the zone. Emyel's face was full of anger. "What qualifications do you have to call me a rebel? When I was fighting on the border, you little brats weren't even born yet. That can't cover up the fact that you're a rebel now," Assad said indifferently. "Rebel?" Emyel's face turned grim. "This southwestern zone doesn't belong to Jace. It belongs to all the people here. I'm just doing what I should." "Doing what you should?" "Yes." "How noble sounding. But all I see is a group of people, driven by their ambitions, colluding with outsiders, acting inside out, attempting to assassinate the war marshal, harboring ulterior motives, aiming to turn everything upside down." Every word Assad spoke stabbed into Emyel's heart like a sharp blade. "No, it's not like that. Wu Wei army isn't outsiders. They are?" His words stopped abruptly as his eyes widened and his body stiffened. Then his vital signs faded rapidly. "What?" Assad realized something was wrong and rushed forward, but upon touching Emyel's body, he was already dead. Thud. Emyel's body fell to the ground. Spike was also shocked, stammering, Mr. Luther, what happened?" He was careless with his words, apparently trying to reveal something, but triggered a restriction within him, directly destroying his soul. Assad looked unhappy, because he was certain this restriction wasn't something an ordinary person could set, which meant Wu Wei army had a god behind them. Perhaps it was that army lord. Should we continue the interrogation? Spike felt uneasy. If they could place restrictions on Emyel, they could do the same to others. So, could he still get the intelligence he wanted? Interrogate. Why not? I just wasn't prepared before. Assad's gaze turned cold. This time, he truly wanted to see what tricks they had up their sleeves. After saying that, he turned and went to the next interrogation room. Seeing this, Spike hurriedly followed. This time, Assad was prepared and didn't bother wasting words. He used his true chi to wrap around these people, gradually compressing, almost crushing them into minced meat. Under the pressure of immense force, these people, in order to save their lives, finally revealed information, and the restrictions inside their bodies were easily broken by the well-prepared Assad. Before long, a list came out. After cross-referencing with several informants, it was confirmed that the list was correct. This was Wu Wei Army's infiltration list in the southwestern zone. When Spike saw the names on the list, his face immediately turned pale. I need to see Marshal Long. He knew the heavens were truly about to change. Chapter 255, the highest level meeting. Before long, Assad and Spike returned. Really? So soon? Jace had just hung up the phone and looked at the two in surprise. Assad didn't speak, but Spike, pale-faced, handed a sheet of paper to Jace and said, "This is the list obtained from the interrogation." Jace glanced at the list. Seeing the string of names on it, his expression darkened, and his gaze fell back on Spike's face like a knife. "Are you sure? These are indeed the names they confessed." "I can be certain," Spike said stiffly. "It seems that my tolerance towards them has only emboldened them. If they want death, then so be it." Jace's demeanor grew solemn as he sat in the main seat with authority, giving an order, "Call for the highest level military zone meeting. All generals stationed nearby must attend." "Yes, sir." The adjutant at the door felt a chill run down his spine and immediately left. Big things were about to happen. As he walked, he thought to himself. A top-level military zone meeting wasn't something convened lightly. Each time one was held, it meant significant changes, even signaling a reshuffling of power. The adjutant shivered involuntarily. It was terrifying. Assad watched this unfold without a word. He also wanted to see what kind of strength lay within this region, enough to govern the southwestern area, especially near the border. It shouldn't just be limited to what was seen here. "Mr. Luther, please follow me." Jace nodded to Assad. Now, he was immensely satisfied with his initial investment. Though he hadn't expected Assad to break through to the divine realm so quickly, it proved that his judgment was impeccable. Recently, the revered chance from the southern region had called him several times, trying to poach Assad by offering numerous incentives, some of which even made him waver. But in the end, he refused. If he hadn't, how could he claim a divine realm honorary 5-star? It seems heaven truly favors our southwest. Jace couldn't help but marvel inwardly. In front walked the two, while Spike cautiously followed behind. Although Spike was a general, he had never attended such a high-level meeting before and was feeling uneasy. In the massive conference room, Jace sat in the main seat, with Assad seated at the first position to his left. This caused every incoming general to be stunned. After all, this was the highest-level military zone meeting. Even if some seats were empty, their arrangements were fixed, and each person's seating had strict rules. As the head of the military zone, Jace sitting in the central main seat was understandable, but the position Assad occupied belonged to the current divine realm powerhouse stationed at the border, Ayush. Similar to the relationship between Aaron and Wang Bai in the southern region, Ayush shared blood ties with Jace. The Long family's influence was evident. Of course, unlike Hector who initially relied on Aaron's prestige to become a battle marshal, Ayush's appearance was because Jace became the battle marshal of the southwestern region. Nevertheless, the southwestern region was not under Jace's sole control. For instance, when Blas, a powerful 5-star general, entered, his expression slightly darkened. As a powerful 5-star general, Blas enjoyed great respect within the military zone. Although his martial prowess was average, he came from a renowned lineage. His late father, Claude, had distinguished himself during the World War and the Mountain Campaign, virtually rebuilding half of the southwestern territory. Greetings, Commander Long. Blas slightly bowed and then sat at the first position to Jace's right. Probing between these two powerful figures, some saw the surface level, some delved deeper into the second layer, while others, with even deeper thoughts, stood at the 5th level, feeling uneasy. Blas looked at Jace and asked about Assad. Commander Long, who is this gentleman? Look at me, I nearly forgot to introduce you. Jace slapped his forehead as if he had just remembered Assad, saying, this is Assad, Mr. Luther, our war zone's honorary 5-star general. I'm considering whether to report to the central zone and further elevate Mr. Luther's authority. Otherwise, it wouldn't match his strength. Doesn't match? Blas was slightly stunned. Jace smiled and said, indeed. Mr. Luther has broken through that barrier and become a divine figure. Boom. Upon hearing this, not only was Blas shocked, but everyone around them froze. The entire conference room fell silent in an instant, so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Commander Long, surely you're joking? Blas found it hard to believe. Although he knew Jace wouldn't joke about such matters, it was still difficult for him to accept that Assad had reached the divine realm level. The southwestern region had produced only one divine realm figure in all these years, and that one was achieved after the Long family and the region spent countless resources. Now, Jace suddenly claimed Assad was at the divine realm, which naturally made him skeptical. The path to the divine realm was indeed arduous. Even with abundant resources and talent, advancing to that level was incredibly challenging. Jace shook his head and said, Alpha, how could I joke about something like this? Moreover, fortunately, Mr. Luther has promised to help us deal with the Wu Wei army on this trip. Wu Wei army humph. Jace made no effort to hide his murderous intent. Blas's eyes flickered and finally, a smile appeared on his face as he said, that's excellent. Indeed, heaven favors our southwest. He was also aware of the Wu Wei army's recent actions. Naturally, he wouldn't comment on Jace's anger and murderous intent. At this moment, the adjutant ran up to Jace, straightened up abruptly, saluted, and reported loudly, apart from the border personnel, all other war generals are now present. Please give your instructions, Commander Long. Begin the meeting. As Jace's voice fell, the atmosphere in the entire conference room immediately turned tense. Assad couldn't help but feel a profound sense of awe. This kind of authority was almost unmatched by any ordinary divine realm figure, holding the mandate of heaven. A word could determine life and death. A word could govern the masses. According to the ancient records passed down to Assad, there were once accounts of an entire royal court ascending together led by the emperor. Perhaps that was the path meant for figures like Jace. Chapter 256, Dominant Dragon Commander. In the large conference room, after Minerva said, meeting, the entire hall fell silent, and everyone felt a heavy weight pressing on their hearts. Blas squinted his eyes, his gaze falling on a sheet of white paper next to Minerva's hand. His eyebrow arched. What is this? Blas vaguely sensed something. The white paper, laid on the table, seemed to reveal a string of names. Combining this with what had happened before, a mysterious smile crept onto his lips. Assad took the opportunity to observe everyone in the meeting room. The warriors sat stiffly, their faces solemn. Assad could see at least 100 people, with half of them possessing the cultivation levels of hidden force or transforming force, nearly 10 being Isabellisters. This number was not insignificant. It should be noted that each Isabellister has a lifespan of 200 years and can sustain the rise and fall of a major family. The people seated here almost represented the entirety of the southwest region's essence. While there were also many Isabellisters among the common folk, these people were the true elite, unmatched in power and status by those outside. As for Minerva's cultivation level, Assad found it peculiar. At first glance, Assad thought Minerva was an Isabellister, but after the treatment earlier, he realized Minerva's strength wasn't as formidable, at least not enough to resist such potent poison. Therefore, Minerva gave Assad a sense of mystery, and not just him. Even Blas sitting beside Minerva gave Assad a similar feeling, seeming unremarkable on the surface but having an undercurrent of dominance. Could they really have mastered an ancient imperial training method? Assad narrowed his eyes. At this moment, Minerva finally spoke. I'm sure all present have heard some rumors. Our mighty southwest region has been infiltrated by despicable individuals. He chuckled bitterly, his gaze piercing like an eagle's as it swept across the attendees. Ironically, isn't it? Can anyone explain this to me? His words fell like heavy stones. No one dared to speak up, feeling a chill down their spines. Even the Isabellisters, who were considered demigods, felt nervous. They knew Minerva was furious. As the highest authority in the southwest region, overseeing hundreds of millions of lives, once enraged, his wrath would shake the heavens and earth. Bloodshed for miles. Seeing no one responding, Minerva stood up and began pacing around the room. Everyone tensed as he passed by them. He then called out a name directly. Kavin, speak your mind. Kavin, a transforming force warrior and a 4-star battle commander, was considered a leader within a small faction in the southwest region. Under him were numerous supporters. Upon hearing Minerva's voice, the surrounding community was standing right next to him, his sharp gaze making it hard for him to even breathe. He knew that if he couldn't come up with something, Minerva would surely make him a scapegoat. He wasn't foolish enough to sacrifice himself for the others. If they were going down, everyone should go down together. After all, when the sky falls, there will always be someone taller to bear the brunt. Meng Guanghu chose to bury his head in the sand, and everyone else harbored resentment. However, Minerva wore a satisfied smile as he looked around. He asked, Meng's suggestion is not bad. Does anyone oppose it? Meng Guanghu felt distressed inside. But now, he had no choice but to play dead. Although Minerva's words were putting him on the spot, at least it indicated that Minerva didn't see any issues with him. Commander Long, a full review might not be appropriate. I think it would be better to report this matter to the Central Region for approval first. At this moment, a tall man stood up. Assad glanced at this man, noting his square face, stern expression, and 2 bright stars on his shoulders. He was actually a 2-star battle general. Assad couldn't help frowning. So many high-ranked generals were hesitant to speak. Yet this man stepped forward. Could he be a sacrificial pawn? In fact, Assad's thoughts were on point. This man was named Ali, a real power battle general originally from the northern region. Later, due to work assignments, he was transferred to the southwest region by the Central Region's direct appointment. His strength had already reached the transforming force realm. Officially, he was sent here to assist in guarding the border. Minerva glanced at him but shifted his gaze to the person beside Ali, who was named Herb, a 4-star battle general and clearly a Isabellister level expert. Among the battle generals directly appointed by the Central Region, Herb was the most powerful and influential, forming one of the minor power factions in the southwest region. And Ali was precisely his man. Minerva couldn't help but laugh. It was too soon for them to jump out like this, too eager. He cast a cold glance at Ali and rebuked, by the time we get approval from the Central Region, it'll be too late. Pausing for a moment, he said another chilling sentence. Or are you hiding something, unable to stand scrutiny? Chapter 257. Preparing for exploration? What do you mean, Ahmed? Ali's expression changed. He quickly glanced at Herb, who had his eyes squinted and appeared completely calm. This immediately put Ali at ease. Jace said coldly, isn't my meaning clear? All war generals must be audited. No exceptions. Do you intend to oppose me? As he spoke, his gaze fixed on Ali like a hawk on its prey. That gaze was overwhelmingly aggressive, making Ali feel the resolve in Jace's heart. If he dared to oppose, there would certainly be dire consequences. After all, Jace was the supreme ruler of this region, far surpassing him in power and status. A mere war general. Should Jace decide to exact revenge, it would surely lead to a fate worse than death. Now, Ali felt uneasy. If he dared to say yes, that would openly defy Jace's opinion. He did not dare make such a decision. Instinctively, he wanted to look toward Herb, but Jace had already walked up to him, making him too afraid to turn his head. Answer my question. Jace said coldly. Under intense pressure, Ali couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. No, I don't dare. Upon saying this, he felt the pressure lift. That's more like it. Jace's hand fell on his shoulder, forcefully pressing him back into his seat. His eyes then turned to Herb as he coolly asked, anyone else? The entire room fell silent. No one dared speak against him now. It's often said that things can be forgiven twice, but not a third time. If another person dared to challenge Jace, he might indeed resort to killing. As they say, compassion does not command troops. Especially the war generals of border regions, none of them were known for being kind-hearted or merciful. Jace had been serving as the war general of this large region for many years. He did not get where he was through kindness. Every step forward was marked with beforehand. Jace's decisions went smoothly. He then directly declared the end of the meeting. Jace stood up, leaving together with Assad. Elroy remained seated, looking at the paper left by Jace, his expression serious, eyes thoughtful. Interesting, Ahmed. Elroy shook his head and stood up, surrounded by other war generals, leaving the venue. People left the meeting hall one by one, seemingly ignoring the white paper on the table. Some exchanged glances discreetly but took no action. Before long, the venue became empty, devoid of any presence. Swoosh. At this moment, a dark shadow suddenly appeared on the wall. It was unmistakably a human silhouette, yet eerily, it was just a shadow. It walked along the wall, slowly approaching the center table of the venue. Soon, it was directly above the table. The shadow slowly elongated, extending downward from the ceiling. A black fingertip touched the white paper, gently turning it over. However, at this instant, a sudden change occurred. Boom. A burst of white fire erupted from the paper. The fierce flame instantly consumed the black fingertip and swiftly spread toward the shadow. Oh no, it's indeed a trap. The shadow cried out in alarm, attempting to flee, only to find it was too late. The white fire had already surrounded it entirely, and its body started to disintegrate. However, it did not panic, but instead lifted the corners of its mouth. Pity, I am just a shadow. The black shadow instantly turned into ashes under the glow of the flames. As the shadow turned to ashes, in a small meeting room, a man dressed in war general attire opened his eyes. He opened his mouth, about to speak, when suddenly a flame spewed out from his mouth, followed by fierce flames erupting all over his body. Not good. Get out of the way quickly. A person sitting at the main seat hurriedly shouted, startling the others who had already sensed something was wrong and quickly retreated. But that ball of flame seemed to have its own life, ruthlessly engulfing everyone in the room, instantly turning them into torches. Boom, boom, boom. In 3 seconds, all these people were reduced to charcoal. Only then did the flames extinguish. Silence fell over the place. At the residence of the war marshal, Jace and Assad sat down as host and guest respectively. Jace seemed to sense something, glanced toward a direction, then Sohui his gaze. He stood up and whispered a few words to the adjutant, who soon left. Assad also raised an eyebrow. He had deliberately memorized the auras of those attending the meeting, but 4 of them had vanished within seconds. Did they die, or were the means he left behind cleared? The matter of the secret gate will rely much on Mr. Luther's efforts. After all, it is also a goal of the Wu Wei army, and significant upheaval may arise. Jace returned to his seat after coming back and spoke. Assad stopped thinking about the vanishing auras and asked curiously, Marshal Long, Is there really a small world inside the secret gate? Jace hadn't expected this question from Assad. He pondered for a moment before replying, it might be a world or a space. If Mr. Luther has the chance, you could try to find the key node of this small world. There used to be a saying that if one can refine the key node, there might be a chance to control the world beyond that secret gate. Control a world? Assad was startled. Jace nodded and said, just fragments of wisdom left by our ancestors. After all, our exploration of the secret gate is still short, and many secrets remain to be discovered. Understood. If Mr. Luther has any discoveries later, feel free to share with the district. The district has plenty of valuable items that would certainly satisfy Mr. Luther. Jace looked forward with anticipation. So be it. Assad didn't refuse but agreed. After all, the secret gate belonged to the Southwest District, so if he had any surplus gains, giving back to the district was only natural. Chapter 258 True or False Secret Door. Great. Upon hearing Assad's response, Jace wore a satisfied smile. As a powerhouse, Assad did not possess the arrogance found in others, which improved Jace's impression of him even more. Come on, Mr. Luther. Let me take you to see that secret door, Jace suggested. Then I'll trouble Commander Long. Assad nodded. He had already seen a secret door in the Jingtong Mountain in Hayward High. However, that secret door was too small, barely 1 foot in diameter, and impossible for anyone to pass through. Thus, it failed to provide any substantial feeling. Hopefully, this secret door would not disappoint him. Led by Jace, the two rode in a vehicle towards the location of the secret door, with over 10 vehicles following behind them. The convoy left the military zone quarters and headed directly toward the southwestern mountains. The southwestern region was characterized by towering peaks and perilous rivers. Since ancient times, it has been a strategic battleground. After driving for 2 hours, they finally arrived at a massive defense installation. We're here, Jace softly said. This defensive structure was almost exclusively built for the secret door inside, not only to defend against external interference, but also to guard against potential changes in the secret door. The southwest region had already explored this secret door multiple times before. Thus, they had established some measures to handle situations. One of these measures was building defensive structures. Upon Jace's arrival, the gate of the defense installation immediately opened, and a group of people quickly came out to welcome them. Leading them was a burly man adorned with 3 bright stars on his shoulder. Clad in military uniform, he had a serene demeanor. Upon seeing Jace, he promptly saluted, with an excited look in his eyes, reporting to Commander Long. Guowen, is everything okay with the secret door? Jace patted Aiden on the shoulder with a smile. Aiden, who could be trusted with critical tasks like building the fortifications, was undoubtedly a protege whom Jace had nurtured personally. Of course, Aiden's performance was indeed outstanding. Whether in small-scale battles or various drills, he consistently excelled. If it were wartime, this man wouldn't hesitate to lead as a frontline general. Aiden replied, reporting to Commander Long, everything is normal with the secret door. That's good. But, suddenly, Aiden exhibited a hesitant expression. What's wrong? Jace gave Aiden a curious glance. Aiden hesitated as he glanced at Assad beside Jace, stopping short of saying something. Jace immediately understood and introduced. This is Mr. Luther, our region's honorary 5-star, and don't underestimate him. He's truly a divine being. Huh. Aiden was taken aback. While masters are often called Earth Immortals, true immortals like Assad belonged only to those at the divine realm level, capable of peak combat prowess. Meeting you, Mr. Luther. Aiden realized it, and immediately bowed in respect. Please, dispense with formalities. Assad waved off these formal greetings. Just speak your mind. Mr. Luther isn't an outsider, Jace said. Aiden nodded and responded. While there hasn't been any trouble with the secret door, strange occurrences have been happening within the fort recently. Strange occurrences? Jace and Assad exchanged glances before turning their attention back to Aiden. Yes, strange occurrences. Aiden continued, recently, people inside the installation have been falling into deep sleep. Once they fall asleep, they die within days, most shockingly all with smiling faces. At this point, Aiden seemed to recall the appearance of those individuals and couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. This incident was neither insignificant nor trivial. Despite his efforts to contain the news, it caused some panic among people. If not for his strong authority, there might already have been unrest. Rumors had begun circulating, suggesting that the deaths were linked to the skeleton retrieved from beneath the secret door, attributing them to the haunting by a vengeful ghost. Dying with smiling faces? Assad raised an eyebrow but showed no fear. Regardless of whether it's human or ghost, 3 meters wide, large enough for a small truck to pass through. But around the secret door, various protective structures had already been built, with a team leveling the land and reinforcing the layers. This is more than 300 meters underground. If there's a collapse, even a regular grandmaster would find it hard to survive. Seeing Assad's gaze fixed on the fortifications, Aiden hurriedly explained. Assad nodded. After touring the area, Aiden began to persuade Jace to return. Given the inherent danger here, Jace had insisted on coming down earlier just to see this secret door. Now that he had seen it, it was time to leave. Fine, I won't look anymore, alright? With a helpless expression, Jace returned to the surface under escort, leaving the management of everything here to Assad. And just as Jace departed and the gate slowly closed, Assad suddenly looked at Aiden and softly asked, where is the real secret door? Hearing this, Aiden's face changed slightly. What do you mean, Mr. Luther? You can fool others, but not me. That gateway we saw earlier isn't any secret door. It's just an ordinary one. Assad said coldly. Chapter 259. Entry Qualification. I don't understand what Mr. Luther is talking about. That was the secret door we discovered. Aiden immediately denied Assad's words. Don't understand? Assad's face turned cold. How laughable that this man dared to play tricks in front of him. He had seen the true form and aura of the secret door before, and even if there were size differences, it couldn't be so off. The secret door they saw in the mine was clearly man-made. The strange light emitted from it was also artificially arranged. since you don't understand, let's take another look. Assad reached out and grabbed Aiden by the neck. Aiden tried to back away but found a strong force pressing down on him. He couldn't evade and could only allow his neck to be grabbed by Assad. Just go with me honestly. Assad lifted him up and turned to walk toward the mine. Buzz. At this moment, the combat soldiers who were working or on duty suddenly turned to look at the two men. Their eyes filled with eerie glows, like wolves' eyes in the dark night. They seemed less human and more like puppets controlled by an external force. Assad narrowed his eyes. No wonder he felt something amiss ever since entering this facility. Initially, he thought it was due to the leakage of the secret door's aura, but there seemed to be another reason. These people might no longer be themselves. Even though they looked the same on the outside, their minds and wills were no longer their own. What a wicked scheme. Assad's face was cold. These soldiers guarding the border were heroes protecting the country. Every one of them deserved respect. Seeing them manipulated like this made him furious. Mr. Luther, I advise you to let me go, otherwise, my men will get angry, Aiden croaked. At this moment, he showed no fear of Assad and even seemed fearless, as if Assad's divine realm strength didn't faze him. Moreover, the surrounding combat soldiers surrounded him like wolves and tigers, aiming their guns at Assad. Their expressions were stiff, their eyes emitting eerie glows, retaining only the instinct for killing. Angry? You know, I can't stand threats. Since you dared to threaten me, you might as well die. Assad paid no attention to Aiden's threat and with a single squeeze, crushed Aiden's throat without hesitation. Crack. His throat shattered, his head tilting to the side. If it were a normal person, they would have died instantly. But Aiden didn't die. Instead, he gave Assad a sinister smile. Want me dead? Your strength isn't enough for that. As he spoke, his body exploded into a cloud of green smoke. About 10 meters away from Assad, Aiden's figure slowly reappeared. He adjusted his tilted neck with slight force, which snapped back into place with a crackling sound. Surrounded by the combat soldiers, he looked down at Assad condescendingly. You're powerful, but it's brute force, not enough to hurt me. After all these years, you newcomers have truly become weaker. Aiden shook his head, disappointment evident on his face. Upon hearing this, Assad recalled the Rashad who had once slept at the Dragon Vein node and asked softly, looks like you're the same kind as the Rashad? The little brat Rashad is still alive? Aiden's heart skipped a beat, showing a hint of surprise. He was alive at first, but I killed him later, Assad said casually. Just like you. I'll kill you soon too. What an arrogant brat. You think you can kill the Rashad? Truly arrogant. Aiden wore a mocking smile, clearly disbelieving Assad. Arrogant? I don't think so. Even now, you probably can't match the Rashad from back then. Assad remained unperturbed and said coolly, if you were really strong, you wouldn't have tried so hard to make Ahmed and his team leave quickly. If you were really strong, you wouldn't be standing there, talking to me while secretly poisoning me. If you were really strong, you wouldn't deliberately stall for time, waiting for the poison to take effect. Hearing these words, Aiden's face changed dramatically. Not good. He realized his scheme had been discovered and tried to retreat, but it was too late. Assad had already appeared in front of him, grabbing him by the neck. You can run, can't you? Try running now. Assad lifted him up entirely, staring directly into his eyes with an indifferent expression, saying, if you can escape, I'll let you live a little longer. This time, Aiden's face changed completely, because he found that no matter how hard he tried to activate his secret techniques, they simply didn't work. In other words, he couldn't escape from Assad's grasp. Is this the power of a divine realm now? Impossible. His body also contained divine power. Though he had been in hibernation for many years, with his strength greatly diminished after awakening, he still possessed power that was not inferior to an ordinary divine realm by modern standards. But why did his power fail before Assad? Aiden looked at Assad in confusion, his expression constantly changing. There's something wrong with your power. Aiden's strength far exceeded that of the Rashad back then. The Rashad had sealed himself into the Dragon Vein, whereas he was forcibly sealed into the Dragon Vein by others. All those people from back then were dead, but he was still alive. He didn't know whether he should hate or be grateful to those people. Assad raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected the other party to figure it out so quickly. Yes, Assad had utilized the life-reversing power from the Hayward and Death Jade. After all, the force within Aiden's body was somewhat strange, far beyond Assad's understanding. However, everyone could not escape the fate of life and death. Thus, Assad decisively activated the Hayward and Death Jade inside his body, directly controlling the power of life and death within Aiden. This was why he could grab him. Aiden seemed to have deduced the answer from Assad's subtle expressions, and his face gradually calmed down. It seems I underestimated you. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, Aiden exploded again. His figure once again disappeared in front of Assad, but unlike the previous time, he did not reappear. Instead, voices emerged from the eerie combat soldiers around them. You are qualified to enter the secret door. If you can find it, it belongs to you. The continuous voices echoed in the fortification. Assad scanned the combat soldiers, who fell one by one on the ground, turning into green smoke. These people vanished together. Damn it, what was going on? Chapter 260, Battle Before the Door. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the entire building became empty. No living soul remained. Only the sound of the wind sweeping by echoed in the ears. Assad stood tall, his face as cold as water, with a faint golden light flickering in his eyes. Save us. We died so miserably. Why did you kill us? We were innocent. Gerard, charge. For the eternal sacred path. Charge out of vast blue sea and clear sky. The wind carried disordered and chaotic voices, centered around Assad, with all colors gradually fading away. A chill came from all directions toward Assad. It seemed to have transformed into an ancient battlefield here, all gray and gloomy, with warriors roaring and civilians wailing. For a moment, Assad couldn't distinguish whether this was reality or illusion. Golden light flashed in his eyes. He stepped forward, heading toward the previous mine pit. The passage was icy cold, and the ground was wet. The scene was exactly the same as when he had first come, but the busy engineers were nowhere to be seen. In the vast mine pit, that fake secret door stood there. As Assad approached, he found patches of corpses appearing on the ground. Some were already fossilized and broken down, while others seemed fresh. Assad carefully examined one of the corpses. It was still dressed in the combat uniform of Southwest District soldiers, with no visible external injuries. It looked like they were sleeping. Recalling what Aiden had said earlier, Assad turned the body over. Sure enough, the soldier's face bore a huge smile, which was grotesque under such circumstances. Bang! The corpse turned into green smoke and vanished. Truly impressive technique, to interfere with my spiritual senses. Even I can hardly distinguish between reality and illusion here. Is that secret door really here? Assad slowly stood up and continued advancing toward the fake secret door. He soon reached the front of the door, seeing a faint glow surrounding it. Different from the secret door Assad had previously seen, which existed between reality and illusion, this fake secret door was truly present. On closer inspection, this secret door was clearly constructed from white bones, with the faint glow being phosphorescence from the bones. Upon careful observation, even dried black bloodstains could be seen within the bones. Assad's expression grew colder. He now knew where those combat soldiers originally stationed here had gone. They had been forged into this bone door. How dare they? Aiden, come out here. Assad roared angrily, his voice filled with murderous intent echoing in the mine pit, layer upon layer spreading into the distance. However, no one responded. Aiden had completely disappeared. Assad looked at the bone door, feeling intense cold emanating from it, hundreds of times stronger than outside. For ordinary grandmasters, this cold would likely freeze them stiff. There seems to be something wrong with this door. Assad narrowed his eyes, suddenly focusing his attention back on the door. After some thought, he made a move. Bang! A punch landed on the door, leaving a heavy imprint. With a loud crack, the entire door collapsed, white bone dust filling the air. Buzz! As the bones flew, a faint aura spread out. The whole mine pit seemed to shed a layer of faded color, becoming lively again. Indeed, the real secret door is hidden inside this fake one. Assad smiled. Actually, before making a move, he wasn't certain, but after probing, he found the secret door. Seeing the dreamlike aura on the door, he knew he was right. This was the real secret door. Hiding the true secret door inside the bone door was quite a clever trick. However, as soon as the real secret door appeared, invisible forces seeped out, thick and black like dead water, surging in all directions. They seemed to carry terrifying power. Unfortunately, these had no effect on Assad. Having experienced so much, although Assad felt alertness from the current situation, he couldn't be frightened. A sweep of immortal true chi within his body instantly dissipated the murky aura. With the Hayward and Death Jade on him, Assad was largely immune to negative influences, even converting death energy directly into his own strength. Just as Assad was about to step toward the secret door, dense footsteps came from the distance. Bang bang bang. The stiff and heavy footsteps quickly approached, and in the blink of an eye, surrounded this place. Assad looked at these people, a trace of pity flashing in his eyes. These were the dead war soldiers. They were dressed in brand new uniforms, with eerie smiles on their faces, and faint greenish-black corpse spots could be seen on their bodies, along with clearly visible blue veins on their faces. Their appearance made Assad think of the necromancy technique. Such desecration of the war soldiers' corpses stirred up Assad's anger. He shouted loudly, Aiden, if you want to stop me, come out yourself. Why do you have to desecrate these deceased? Cold laughter echoed from all directions. What a laughable compassion. They are already dead. Talking about desecration is meaningless. It is their honor to fight for me. Bang. Assad clenched his fist abruptly, and the air seemed to explode, creating a loud noise. You should die. Young man, what a temper. Since you want these ants so badly, I'll give them to you. As he spoke, these war soldiers suddenly moved. Tap tap tap. They lunged at Assad rapidly, each one wearing an eerie smile, their movements stiff, but their punches and kicks carried sharp whistles. Bang. Assad grabbed the first war soldier who pounced at him. The strength of that war soldier wasn't great, only at the level of concealed force. Yet even after being controlled by Assad, he still struggled desperately. Once he realized he couldn't break free, he exploded into pieces. Rustle rustle. A rain of blood fell. Subsequently, one war soldier after another rushed towards Assad, with showers of blood pouring down at him. The black blood rain had a faint green tint, obviously carrying some strong poison, and a putrid stench filled the air. Suppressing his rage, Assad sternly roared, Aiden, since you're looking for death, then I'll oblige you. Come, sword. A magnificent giant sword appeared in Assad's hand. Blinding brilliance soared into the sky, illuminating the entire mine pit as bright as daylight. He looked at the war soldiers rushing towards him with compassion. Better to become spirits in my sword than to be pawns in someone else's hands. Slash. The giant sword cut down, instantly enveloping the whole mine pit in sword light. Chapter 261. Sword severing Arturo. Bang, bang, bang. A series of blood mists rose and were instantly shredded by the sword light. All the war soldiers turned into puppets fell under Assad's sword. Imperial edict, spirits return. One word could decide the fate of all beings. As Assad's voice faded, those dead war soldiers transformed into black spirits and entered the massive sword in his hand. Fight. Fight without fear of any. Fight to the death without retreating. Kill, kill, carve out a clear sky. The voices of valiant combatants echoed within the sword light, making the massive sword in Assad's hand tremble. Each spirit left an imprint on the giant sword. Before long, the originally radiant sword became as black as ink. From this day forth, your name shall be Wuguang. Your strikes should dim the heavens and earth, make enemies pale with fear. You are the last light in the world, the Hayward of no Hayward. As Assad spoke, the Wugwang's sword in his hand let out a low, resonant hum, filled with exhilaration. What a bunch of failures. Just then, a sharp voice came from afar. In an open space nearby, Arturo's figure slowly appeared. His face was dark, full of displeasure. You're the failure. If you weren't, why would you have been sealed in the dragon vein? Assad sneered. You insolent whelp, dare to insult me. Assad's words seemed to strike a nerve with Arturo, who grew darker than thunderclouds, before suddenly disappearing from where he stood. Clang. Sparks flew. Assad's Wugwang sword slashed sideways. The empty space where Arturo had just been revealed his shocked figure. Arturo wore a look of surprise, clearly not expecting Assad to react so quickly. Arturo, you're too hasty. Assad smiled mockingly, the sword light pouring down like a waterfall, relentlessly descending upon Arturo with mountainous weight. He had intended to ambush Arturo but didn't expect him to become enraged so easily, delivering himself right into Assad's hands. Truly courting death. Assad's gaze turned cold, and he called out, "Sever the river and mountains." This single strike carried the force to cleave through mountains and rivers, instantly tearing apart the surrounding space, forming a dense web of sword light. Such formidable swordsmanship. This is no ordinary modern sword technique. Arturo cried out in shock, retreating rapidly. He clearly sensed the power of this strike. In his current state, Arturo knew it was impossible for him to withstand this force. If he tried, his body might shatter. It wasn't that his strength was lacking, but his current physical form had its limits. Damn it, if my true self still existed, how could I allow a whelp like you to act arrogantly before me? Arturo seethed inwardly. But one must bow under someone else's roof. His movements were agile, flitting around Assad's sword light like a butterfly weaving through flowers, evading the lethal strikes unharmed. Perfect evasion. Arturo allowed himself a smirk. Though when used for many years, the technique worked seamlessly, even if his body seemed slightly clumsy, briefly stiffening each time he dodged. Assad noticed this weakness. He paused the sword light, then capitalized on Arturo's evasion, launching another attack with lightning speed. Whoosh! The sword light instantly pierced into Arturo's body. No! Arturo's face changed abruptly as explosive force surged within him, turning his entire body into a bomb that detonated. Damn it! You dared to injure my body. Amidst the smoke, Arturo reappeared. His tattered remains hung with fragments of flesh and exposed white bones. What intrigued Assad was the faint golden hue in Arturo's skull, which clearly differed from the rest of his bones. Ancient body refinement technique? Assad guessed, considering he himself practiced the jade bone golden body technique and had perfected it into the everlasting body of the Green Emperor. Swoosh! At this moment, Arturo violently shook his body, causing all his flesh to shatter, revealing a skeletal frame. You damaged my body. Repay me with yours. His voice was dry and hollow, like the clattering of bones. If you want it, come and take it, Assad replied coldly. Ha. Arturo stomped hard on the ground, shooting forward like an arrow. As just a skeleton, he became even more ferocious, covered in a layer of bloodlight. Piercing moon fist. Shaking earth. Shocking dragon punch. He moved like lightning, unstoppable. Boom. The speed was so fast that it even produced a sonic boom, smashing down directly at Assad. Scram. Assad's sword light shot up, one stroke transforming into hundreds of swords, thrusting towards Arturo. Rumble. The two collided heavily. With the two men as the center, sand and rocks were scattered wildly. The earth split. Ding Tong Mountain, though the secret door was small, there was a section of bone beneath it. Beneath this massive secret door in Rizhouching, however, lay an entire skeleton. This couldn't help but make Assad think. Perhaps this secret door was meant to suppress the skeleton? Crack. As Assad pondered, a strange sound suddenly came from within the secret door. Bang. A war soldier covered in blood emerged from the door. Seeing Assad, his eyes lit up, and with all his remaining strength, he shouted, "Quick, run. The secret door. There's a monster inside." Just then, a black-green tentacle stretched out from the door, immediately wrapping around the war soldier's waist and pulling him back inside. No! The anguished cry abruptly ceased, followed by the sound of chewing from within. Chapter 262. The Fifth War God. Damn it! Assad immediately rushed forward, but just as he approached, the massive secret door suddenly emitted light, and a bolt of lightning came crashing down. Crack! Assad stopped in his tracks. The lightning, as thick as a bucket, struck the ground, creating an unfathomably deep pit, with the smell of burning filling the air. Hiss! This powerful lightning was no less formidable than the one Assad encountered during his tribulation, and at the moment he paused, the chewing sound from inside the secret door also stopped. The fate of that combat soldier was easy to imagine. Assad's expression turned grim. However, the combat soldier's fate also reminded Assad that there were indeed risks inside the secret door. At the very least, anyone ordinary who entered would meet certain death. Rustling sounds came from inside the secret door again, suggesting that the creature which had just devoured the combat soldier hadn't left. Assad could even hear its heavy breathing. A thought occurred to Assad, and he deliberately made some noise. Sure enough, the creature was attracted. A huge head slowly approached the secret door and began to emerge. It was clearly a rat over 3 meters tall. The thing that dragged the combat soldier in wasn't some tentacle but its tail, which was about 4 or 5 meters long and as thick as a large bowl. Seeing Assad, the giant rat's 2 lantern-sized eyes lit up, and it bared 4 massive incisors, lunging at Assad all of a sudden. Its speed was incredibly fast, like a gray flash of lightning. Come on then. Assad leaped up and slammed a heavy palm onto the giant rat's head, knocking it flat to the ground. The dark sword flashed, instantly severing the rat's head. Squeak! The giant rat let out 2 mournful squeaks, blood spilling everywhere, before finally losing all signs of life. Just as Assad finished this, he heard someone quickly approaching. He turned around and saw 2 towering men charging towards him. There's actually someone here? The man leading them was Caucasian, standing 2 meters tall, with a cold gaze sweeping over Assad in an unfriendly manner. He was the 5th war god of the Wu army, known by the code name Butcher, Chads. Behind him was one of his subordinates, a native of the southwest region. Assad recognized his aura immediately. This person had appeared at the highest meetings in the southwest theater of war. He was a 3-star war general, and he was actually with this Caucasian. Are you from the Wu army? Assad frowned. This was the heartland of the southwest region, yet unexpectedly, there was a Caucasian here. Moreover, from the look of it, they had come for the secret door. Chads raised an eyebrow. Surprise showed on his otherwise arrogant face. You actually know us? His subordinate behind him also recognized Assad and quickly informed Chads, Sir, he is Assad. According to Gracie, he's a divine realm expert. Divine realm? Chads first looked stunned, then burst into laughter. His voice shook the ground around him. After a while, he spoke. Have I never seen a divine realm powerhouse? Does he even qualify to be called a divine realm? You must have been deceived by Gracie. He said that only to boost morale. Is Gracie really lying? The subordinate was stunned. It seemed to make sense. Lead. Originally, the Wu army had hoped to switch out Gracie with someone else in secret, perhaps even using the combat soldiers of the southwest region as cannon fodder to explore the way. Unfortunately, Galen failed, and several grandmasters ended up being caught along with him. This forced Chads to come and investigate personally, who knew that upon entering the fortification, he would immediately sense something was wrong. The massive defense structure was completely empty. He followed the trail down until he finally reached the mine pit. All he saw was a secret door and a dead giant rat. The only living person was Assad. Therefore, Chads refrained from acting rashly and decided to understand the situation first, for the secret door was of great importance. Any negligence could lead to disastrous consequences. Are you talking to me? Assad looked at him coolly, his calm eyes carrying a hint of severity. How dare you talk to our lord like this? Kid, do you really consider yourself a divine realm expert? Before Chads could speak, his subordinate stepped forward, glaring at Assad maliciously. Ha, truly a loyal dog. How good you are at protecting your master. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have betrayed the region, nor should you have spoken to me this way. I'll help Commander Long clean house. Assad moved forward slowly, yet the heavy footsteps felt as if they were crushing this man's heart. My chest hurts. The man clutched his chest suddenly, feeling his heart might leap out of it, with blood seemingly flowing backward, nearly choking him. Damn it, hitting a dog should also respect its owner. Who gave you the guts to hurt someone in front of me? Chad's face darkened as he abruptly soared into the air, lunging toward Assad like a towering troll. Whoosh. His arm stretched out, thick as an adult's thigh, with muscles coiling like a large python. Just as Chads was about to land a punch on Assad vanished from his sight in a blur. Not good. Chads froze. At that moment, a sharp explosion sounded behind him. He turned around sharply only to see Assad gripping his subordinate's head. Crack. Blood splattered everywhere. Traitors deserve death. With a wave of his hand, Assad flung the corpse away like a rag back. Damn, you dared to kill my man. Chad's eyes turned red. As the illustrious 5th war god of the Wu army, he was just publicly humiliated by having one of his subordinates killed so brutally. If he didn't retaliate, where would his dignity be? You will die for this. Chads lunged at Assad. Behind him, a ferocious and dominant huge law image ascended, transforming into a fierce cyclops giant who swung a fist towards Assad. Chapter 263. Unveiling Secrets. Not only will I kill him, but you shall die as well. Assad looked at Chad's attack, coming towards him with a calm face. His eyes, like a frigid, 10,000-year-old icy pond, exuded a sharp and cold killing intent. Regardless of the origins of the Wu army, by reaching their hands into the large zone system, they had declared themselves enemies. Towards enemies, Assad always adhered to one principle: to kill, to slaughter until heads rolled in droves, to butcher until blood flowed in rivers, to massacre until none dared to oppose him. As Chad approached, his heart suddenly raced intensely, as if he were being watched by some terrifying creature. This feeling filled him with an indescribable panic. What was happening? Could it be him? Chad finally focused his gaze on Assad. The calm expression on Assad's face made Chad feel uneasy. Are you the one making a fool out of yourself? Hayward brat. I hate people like you who are clearly terrified inside but pretend to be calm. Soon, I'll make you beg and weep before me. However, Chad did not take Assad seriously. He did not believe that Assad could instill such profound fear in him. Clenching his teeth, Chad unleashed his power once more and threw a full-force punch at Assad. The Cyclops behind him seemed to merge with him, its enormous fist smashing forward. Bang! A loud noise echoed. Chad lifted his head, shock evident on his face. The fierce punch had been effortlessly caught by Assad, without even a hint of struggle. This is impossible. But in the next moment, Assad vanished before him and reappeared right in front of Chad, gripping his neck tightly. Chad turned pale, trying to back away, but it was too late. He fell directly into Assad's grasp. He struggled fiercely but remained immobile. Are you human or ghost? Chad realized something was wrong. Assad seemed not to be someone to be trifled with. Could he really be a divine realm powerhouse? No, it's impossible. Assad looked at him coldly and said, a renowned divine grade warrior of the mighty Wu army, and this is all you've got? With this, you still dare to infiltrate the major zone. After speaking, Assad grabbed his hair, forcing Chad to look directly into his eyes. What are you going to do? Chad started to panic. Facing a formidable opponent who could easily crush him, possibly even a divine realm existence, Chad discovered that deep down, he wasn't as tough as he pretended. Regret flooded his mind like a tidal wave. Originally, he believed that with his peak Isabellister strength, he could dominate any area without a divine realm expert. Who knew that Assad would appear? How much do you know about the secret gate? Assad asked, his voice as calm as ever. Chad calmed down again but refused to speak. Matters concerning the secret gate were top secret within the Wu-Wei army. If revealed, the commander-in-chief would undoubtedly demand his life. After all, they were personally trained by the commander-in-chief, deriving their power from him. Their lives were not as important as imagined. Though they appeared high and mighty outside, they were merely insignificant ants before the commander-in-chief. Still not talking? Assad looked at the silent Chad, his expression slightly colder. We'll see whether your bones are harder or my methods. Bang! A muffled sound. Chad found that Assad had released him and hurled him towards the secret gate. His face immediately changed, filled with terror. Before the sacrifice ceremony, the formed secret gate wasn't easy to enter. Just the annihilation god Haywarding at the gate entrance was enough to deter any intruders. Not to mention the huge dangers lurking inside, almost step by deadly step. However, Assad's strength was immense, and Chad felt himself thrown into the entrance of the secret gate like a discus throw. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck towards him. No! Fear was etched on Chad's face. The bucket-thick purple lightning carried a terrifying destructive aura. He could almost imagine himself turning to ashes under that lightning strike. Trembling. Cyanvering. At this moment, Assad blocked the lightning and even two people entering simultaneously could end up in separate locations. As for what exists inside, there are both dangers and opportunities. Chad began to confess honestly. Assad listened quietly. After Chad finished speaking, Assad asked, "Do you know the origin of these secret gates? Beneath each secret gate lies mysterious bones. What do you know about these bones?" Bones? Chad's face changed abruptly, quickly following up. "There are bones here?" Assad raised an eyebrow. "Answer my question first." He had a vague feeling that Chad seemed to know something, and that the existence of the bones was perhaps more important than he imagined, certainly not ordinary objects. Realizing his eagerness might have triggered Assad's suspicion, Chad's expression shifted several times before he finally spoke. "My mission this time was mainly to investigate the secret gate and attempt to control it in our hands. The bones were also something I had to obtain." The commander-in-chief specifically instructed. Just as he said this, he suddenly stopped. Assad immediately sensed an explosive force acting within Chad's head. Before he could react, Chad's head exploded into pieces. Damn! Resorting to such tricks. Assad's expression darkened. If his soul-searching technique still worked, things wouldn't be so troublesome. Moreover, the commander-in-chief of the Wu-Wei army truly found it amusing to fill his subordinates' heads with bombs like this when they had nothing better to do. Chapter 264, The Cross Heaven Eye. Chad's sudden death made Assad realize that the skeletons behind the secret door might hold some hidden secrets and were certainly not worthless. Otherwise, the military lord of Wu-Wei army wouldn't have set such a cruel restriction on his subordinates. However, you will eventually show yourselves. Assad was in no hurry. He believed these people weren't all there were. One more god merely wasn't enough. Given how important the secret door was, it was impossible that only one person was sent over. He presumed they had other backup plans. Moreover, Assad wondered where the current military lord of Wu-Wei army was. He stared at them intently, his eyes flickering with thought. According to Chad, the annihilation divine thunder before the door was extremely powerful. Only deity realm experts had a chance to barely cross the thunder field. If so, could the military lord have already entered? Assad had obtained the specific method for entry, but was somewhat wary of the sacrificial requirements involved. Any form of sacrifice must have a direction. So, who did this sacrifice before the secret door point to? Assad's gaze fell on Chad's headless corpse. With a slight kick, he threw it in front of the door and began the ritual and incantations as left by Chad. Soon, the simple sacrificial ceremony began. In Assad's view, using Chad's body as an offering, different paths converging to the same goal, the outer god, considered a symbol of chaos and disorder, actually provided guidance for his advancement. Now, with the heavenly eye opened, Assad felt a gray haze cover his vision. The sky seemed to be filled with floating dust, which, upon closer inspection, resembled ashes. Everything decayed, ashes everywhere. Under this heavenly eye, everything was dull and dim. This caused Assad some inexplicable unease, realizing his modified heavenly eye had undergone changes unknown to him. Was this what their perspective looked like? All things stripping away before his eyes. Looking at the secret door now, the light faded, and what appeared before Assad was a skull. The huge skull was gaping, sucking in blood-red mist, which originated from Chad's corpse. So that was it. Assad understood. The so-called sacrifice indeed pointed toward the secret door. This massive skull was alive, even breathing at an extremely low frequency, with ghostly flames burning eerily in its eyes. For some reason, Assad felt as if it was closed-eyed and content. This strange feeling made Assad uneasy, sensing too many hidden dangers and sacrifices. His expression struggled. Bang! In the next second, he suddenly struck out, slapping Chad's corpse. Eerily similar to those of the skull. He actually left. Did he discover something? Aiden's expression was slightly sinister. His gaze swept over the place where Chad had been sacrificed, suspicion flashing through his eyes. After all, Assad's abrupt interruption of the sacrifice was highly suspicious, especially the change in Assad's eyes which alarmed him even more. But you will eventually come back. Aiden looked in the direction Assad had disappeared and showed a confident expression. No one could escape the curiosity of the unknown, especially such powerful individuals. Without curiosity, how could they progress? And the secret door provided them with an opportunity to explore the unknown world. They had no reason to give up. Aiden silently disappeared again, while Assad had already returned to the surface, standing alone in the empty fortifications. This made him sigh involuntarily. The gap between ordinary people and the powerful was truly vast. Even if there had once been an elite group of soldiers here, they still couldn't escape their fate. At this moment, the long-opened heavenly eye suddenly pulsed violently. Assad felt a sharp pain and darkness, followed by the forced interruption of the heavenly eye state. 2 streams of blood tears flowed from his eyes. Hiss! Such a heavy backlash? Assad stood with his eyes closed at the same spot, sighing inwardly again. Chapter 265. Former Trusted Subordinates. All gains come with a price. At this moment, Assad once again understood this truth. The Malshan Suidong Surturtanian rash activation of the Cross Heaven Eye had indeed granted him much, but he also had to bear the corresponding cost. Even as a Golden Core true person, he could not be exempted from such costs. Of course, being unable to use his eyes for a short period was negligible compared to the intelligence about the secret sect he had obtained. After all, with his current cultivation realm, even without using his eyes, everything around him could still be clearly perceived. Perhaps even more clearly than with the naked eye. Whoosh! His figure flickered as he rushed straight to the war zone. Meanwhile, Jace had already returned to the war zone base. As soon as he arrived, his adjutant came to report that they had identified the recently deceased individuals. Jace nodded and instructed, "Continue monitoring the people on the list. Arrest them immediately if there's any unusual activity. Meanwhile, to keep them off guard, start individual interviews from today, from top to bottom, don't miss anyone." The adjutant felt a chill, knowing that Ahmed was determined to clean house. He asked, "Their deaths will likely be noticed soon. Should we provide some pretext?" "Pretext? Not necessary." Jace flatly rejected the suggestion, saying, "Just announce that they died of unknown causes. I want to see if they can still sit tight." Although he couldn't confirm if these undercover operatives in the Wu Wei army were connected, he doubted others wouldn't react after several war generals died. After all, the Southwest region wasn't his personal fiefdom. Many procedural matters must be followed when dealing with people. Proper procedures must be adhered to. These people weren't ordinary individuals. All were war generals, either exceptionally powerful or deeply backed. Moreover, they were all listed in the central region. Capturing so many at once would create significant pressure for Jace. However, if they exposed themselves, it would make things easier for him. One by one, he would eliminate them, and their families and forces behind them would not escape either. Also, secretly monitor the families and forces behind these people, incorporate them into unified supervision, strictly review any asset and personnel movement. Jace continued giving orders. Yes. The adjutant acknowledged and left only after confirming Jace had no further instructions. Sitting in his chair, Jace held the list again, sighing deeply as he looked at the names. These few were all promoted by his own hands. In other words, they were his trusted subordinates. But now, they betrayed him. Even though he knew the Wu Wei army was secretly scheming, that wasn't an excuse for betrayal. After a while, Jace finally calmed down. His steady voice echoed out from the room. "Call Spike over." "Yes." Someone responded promptly outside the door, followed by rapid footsteps leaving. Shortly, Spike arrived. He quickly adjusted his clothes before knocking and entering the study. Reporting to Ahmed, Spike respectfully said. Jace scrutinized Spike, then softly asked, "Jin Ming, how long have you been with me?" Spike answered without hesitation, 13 years and 6 months. "That's a long time." Jace nodded, saying nothing more. He stood up and walked beside Spike. "Take me to the prison." "Ahmed, you can't go there." Spike hesitated. To obtain information from some individuals, Spike's methods were never gentle. Ruthlessness defined him. The prison might as well be a small hell. Seeing it wouldn't be fitting for Jace. Though Spike knew Jace had witnessed far more bloodshed than he realized, instinctively he wanted to avoid exposing him. "Take me there." Jace's voice carried authority. "Yes." Seeing Jace's resolve, Spike didn't persuade further, agreeing and leading the way. They soon arrived at the prison. The guards at the entrance immediately opened the iron gate upon seeing Jace and Spike. With the clanking of chains, the heavy iron door swung open. The long corridor was lined with solid walls on both sides, stretching for hundreds of meters, heavily guarded. Anyone who crossed the line would be shot to death immediately. Moreover, they all used specially designed firearms and bullets. In this narrow space, even a master-level expert could not survive. After passing through the corridor, they entered the prison area. Spike led Jace directly into the special cells. The cells here were made entirely of high-strength alloys, ensuring that even martial arts experts could not escape. Of course, before being brought in, they would receive special treatment, such as having their limbs crippled or injected with poison. For people like them, danger was always a given. No amount of caution was too much. "We're here." Spike whispered a reminder to Jace. "Ahmed." Yanis used, seeing Jace, struggled up immediately. He was tied to an alloy bed, his limbs locked, covered by a high-tensile iron net, preventing him from exerting any strength. Of course, their power had been sealed by Assad. There was no way they could cause trouble. After struggling for a while, he stopped wasting his energy and shouted at Jace, "Ahmed, I am innocent. I really didn't know it wasn't you. You followed me for so many years. How could you not recognize me?" Jace looked at him calmly, a hint of sorrow flashing in his eyes. This was one of his true confidants. Otherwise, Yanis couldn't have reached his position. After all, the leader of the guard unit meant entrusting one's safety completely to the other person. But Yanis betrayed him, and according to his confession, Yanis initiated contact with Galen, rather than the other way around. This was what Jace hated the most. Yanis wanted to explain, but under Jace's gaze, lies couldn't come out of his mouth. He finally revealed his true face. "I knew it wasn't you, but what does it matter? He promised to let me command my own army outside. What about you? Over the years, what have you given me? Just the role of a minor Damien." Yanis glared at Jace with venom, his voice filled with hatred. In his view, he had been loyal for so many years, but in Jace's eyes, he was just treated like a servant, never given any real opportunity. "Command your own army? You betrayed me for such a trivial matter?" Jace's face was full of disappointment. Spike stood beside, silent but inwardly filled with disdain for Yanis. To betray Ahmed for such petty gain? Was this guy mentally ill? So many people below wanted to be by Jace's side, and here he was squandering an opportunity others would fight for. "I'm not betraying. I'm claiming what I deserve," Yanis said coldly. Being labeled a traitor was not good. Even he didn't want to carry such a name. Chapter 266. Prison riot. Isn't it betrayal? Then what is this? Jace's expression became increasingly stern. He never thought that this person who had followed him for so many years would still be deluded at this point. Suddenly, his heart felt a little weary. Although he had experienced countless similar situations, every act of betrayal still enraged him. Oswald was silent. Of course, he knew he had betrayed Marshal Long and his former master, but did anyone care? He simply lost the game. If he had won, who would have accused him of being a traitor? The victor becomes king, the loser becomes bandit. Since it has come to this, say whatever you want. After speaking these words, Oswald closed his eyes, presenting an attitude of indifference towards life or death. Jace looked at him and suddenly laughed. At this moment, Spike, standing beside Jace, shivered and felt a chill deep in his heart. The last time Marshal Long had laughed so brilliantly was when he set an ambush to kill enemies and wiped out tens of thousands of bandits in one battle. He couldn't help but give Oswald a somewhat sympathetic look. Betraying Marshal Long, you're going to suffer. Sure enough, Jace's emotionless voice reached Spike's ears. Since you wish for death, I will naturally fulfill your wish. Jinming. Present. Spike's heart trembled, quickly stepping forward. Jace instructed. Something wasn't right. You're not Winston. Jace suddenly spoke, his voice full of certainty. Ha ha ha, I never said I was Winston. Winston looked at Jace, slowly rising up. The titanium alloy chains that had bound him were snapped one by one. Snap. Snap. The continuous snapping sounds almost pierced through one's eardrums. This can't be. Spike's face turned pale. These were titanium alloy chains, even superior to diamonds. Even a peak grandmaster would find it impossible to break free so easily, not to mention this person being under restrictions imposed by Assad, with all internal power sealed. Moreover, judging by the other party's words, this person was indeed not Winston. It made Spike feel even more incredulous. He quickly pressed the emergency button, but there was no response from outside, as if no one was there. Who are you really? He stammered, watching Winston, who had broken free, feeling his heart turn cold. With such a formidable enemy escaping in front of him, the consequences were unimaginable. Especially with the emergency button malfunctioning, he and Jace were probably trapped in a prearranged trap. Third war god of the Wu-Wei army, Bo, is it you? At this moment, Jace suddenly identified him. Huh? You actually recognized me? This time, it was Bo who was surprised. He hadn't expected Jace to identify him so accurately and with such confidence. Is it hard to recognize you? Haha. Unfortunately, it's too late. Bo's locked up here wasn't a ruthless villain. Expecting them to repent was like waiting for iron trees to bloom. But seeing Jace's calm face, Spike knew that Long was determined to stay, which put him in a dilemma. Deep down, he wanted to flee immediately. But if Jace didn't leave and he did, regardless of whether Long survived or not, he'd be doomed afterward. Thinking of this, he could only grit his teeth and remain. If I die, at least my family won't suffer because of me. Marshal Long, you've really gotten me into this mess. Spike wailed silently. Chapter 267, Suppression. Very soon, the rioting prisoners all rushed over in a swarm. Their faces were filled with fervor and brutality, their eyes bloodshot red as they looked at Jace and Spike like famished beasts that had spotted fresh prey after a long time. Haha, look who's here. It's our Marshal Long. Kill them. I want to eat their flesh. Jace, do you still remember how you exterminated my family back then? Today is your day of reckoning. A chorus of murderous voices rang out. Among them, the one who charged ahead the most was Oswald. Now that he was free once again, he looked at Jace and Spike with a terrifying smile. Gentlemen, it's been a while. It seems the hunter and the hunted have switched roles. You're finished. He wore an expression full of triumph. Just now, Jace had sentenced him to death from his high position, but now everything was reversed. Their enemies had become meat on their chopping board for the taking. In Oswald's view, this was karma, and he was the embodiment of that retribution. Oswald, isn't it? You can give them the first cut. Ahill watched this scene with a sly grin, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction as he took out a knife and handed it to Oswald. Oswald accepted the knife, nodded fiercely, and stared at Jace and Spike, his whole body trembling with excitement. Go to hell, all of you. Without hesitation, he lunged at Jace with the knife. As he got closer, the savagery on his face grew more pronounced, and the excitement in his eyes could not be contained. However, at this moment, Jace suddenly turned to look beside him, cupped his fists, and said, Mr. Luther, please help us. As everyone was astonished, Assad's voice suddenly echoed softly. Assad. He was actually here. As his figure slowly emerged, many were shocked. Especially Oswald, whose face changed dramatically. This was a divine realm powerhouse. Had he known Assad was here, Oswald would never have dared to make a move, even if beaten to death. Ahill looked like he had seen a ghost. He couldn't believe that just 2 meters away from him, someone had been standing the entire time, undetected by his peak Isabellister strength. It was unbelievable. Marshal Long. It seems that everyone wants to scheme against you, the War Marshal of Southwest District. Assad also felt speechless. He had just returned not long ago and didn't expect to encounter such a situation. You're a War Marshal. As the highest authority in a major district, you've really had a rough time recently. Originally, Assad planned to discuss matters about the secret sect with Jace upon his return, but unexpectedly found Jace and Spike heading towards the prison when he used his mental energy to scan. So, he followed them over. But before Jace and Spike could enter, the entire prison was sealed off by others. Not only that, these people began releasing prisoners and even armed them with weapons. Sensing something wrong, Assad sought out Jace and overheard Ahill's conversation, learning that this was all part of the Wu-Wei army's plan. He intended to warn Jace, but saw that Jace did not seem panicked and thus decided to test him. As a war marshal of a major district, how could Jace not have some trump cards? But what Assad did not expect was for Jace to call him out directly, clearly sensing his presence. How was this possible? He was a golden core cultivator. Even under normal circumstances, he doubted any ordinary divine realm powerhouses severely injured. Damn, you dare to ruin my plans. Ahil's face turned ashen upon witnessing this. His figure moved like a fierce tiger charging towards Assad, a cold glint flashing in his hand. It was clearly a long sword. As soon as the sword swung, the sword energy reached Assad almost immediately. Bang. However, something shocking happened. When the sword energy was 3 feet away from Assad, it was as if it hit an invisible wall and shattered into nothingness. How can this be? Ahil was taken aback. He couldn't figure out what had happened. But Assad's sudden attack disrupted his original plan. Enraged and frustrated, he abandoned all thought. There was only one idea in his mind now. Kill this bastard who ruined his plan. Kill. The failure of his sword energy didn't make him retreat. Instead, it ignited even more fury in Ahil's heart. The long sword in his hand stabbed toward Assad like a meteor, producing a sharp explosion in the air. You're too slow. Your strength is too weak. With this level of power, you are considered the third battle god of the Wu army? However, Assad frowned upon seeing this strike. He extended 2 fingers and clamped them around the tip of Ahil's sword. And with a slight shake of his wrist, the long sword emitted a crack, unable to withstand Assad's strength, breaking into 2 pieces. Is that all? Assad tilted his head. Chapter 268 Watching the Beacons. You, who are you really? Ahil's face looked as if he had seen a ghost. Assad's strength was far beyond his expectation, almost crushing him. Bang. At the same time, the countershock force from the sword struck Ahil, causing the long sword in his hand to fly out of his grip, and he stumbled back several steps, heavily colliding with the wall. Puff. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed out of him. It was evident that this strike had caused internal bleeding, dealing a heavy blow to his body. Could this be a divine realm expert? He immediately realized this point, also recalling the reason for Galen's and others' failures. It was due to an intervening superpower. So, he is the Assad. Damn, wasn't he supposed to explore that secret door? Exploring an unknown secret door isn't a simple matter. Once one enters, even if they survive by luck, it would take a considerable amount of time to get out. Ahil incited the prison riot precisely because he knew there were no powerful experts stationed here. Who would have thought that Assad would return so soon? You talk too much. Assad casually slapped Ahil unconscious, simultaneously nullifying all his inner strength, and then threw him in front of Spike. Leave him to you. Thank you, Mr. Luther. Spike's eyes lit up, looking at Ahil on the ground with a smug smile. 1,000 soldiers vanished without a trace. Although Assad couldn't confirm their deaths, what difference did it make? Furthermore, the true form of the secret door turned out to be a strange white-boned skeleton. This surpassed Alejandro's imagination. As for the thunder mentioned by Assad, it was something he hadn't encountered before. Could Aiden have set something up when he first discovered the secret door? After all, he had been guarding it ever since its discovery. When the district sent people to enter later, there indeed were no thunder attacks. It seems it might have been that person's doing. His purpose appears to attract more people to explore it. However, deeper intentions remain unclear. Assad shook his head and didn't elaborate further. After all, based on the current intelligence, most of his statements were speculative. Cough, cough. At this moment, Spike interrupted their conversation. After all, they were still in the prison. The aftermath of Assad's actions left the scene covered in blood and flesh, with a strong smell of blood overwhelming the air. Seeing the 2 leaders remain unfazed, Spike, feeling slightly queasy, suggested, Ahmed, Mr. Luther, shall we step outside? This place doesn't seem suitable for conversation. Oh, you're right. Please, Mr. Luther. Alejandro reacted, leading Assad out. Soon, they reached the long corridor before the entrance. People on the high wall saw the trio exit, and their faces changed. Bad news, something's wrong inside. Attack quickly, don't let them escape alive. Seeing Assad and company, a commander immediately issued an attack order. With things escalating, they had no choice but to fight. Otherwise, once Alejandro emerged, they were dead men. After all, attempting to assassinate a war marshal within the district would be punishable by death anywhere. Bang, bang, bang. Uninterrupted gunfire shattered the silence of the prison, the noise audible even outside the district. Something bad has happened. Many people realized that something was amiss. Especially with the earlier assassination attempt on Alejandro, the entire district was already in a state of high alert. The sudden gunfire shattered many people's psychological defenses. Damn it, what's going on? A war general stood up to check, but his adjutant held him back desperately. Sir, you can't go. Huh. The general was stunned, looking at him in confusion and asked, why can't I go? The adjutant said, the situation is unclear right now. If someone is really attacking the war marshal, if you go now, are you rescuing him or supporting those criminals? It's unclear. Nonsense, of course, I'm going to save Ahmed. What's unclear about that? The general snapped. You might think so, sir, but others might not. The adjutant tried to reason earnestly. Similar situations were happening elsewhere. Some chose to rush over immediately, while others hesitated. Wasn't this a kind of choosing sides? In the corridor, Alejandro stood nonchalantly as the bullets flying towards them were shattered by an invisible aura around Assad. Despite being special ammunition, effective against ordinary masters, they were useless against Assad, a golden core immortal. Even a nuclear bomb might be more effective. Assad wasn't afraid of missiles either. After all, he had dismantled a missile bare-handed before. Back then, he was just at the peak master level. Now, as a golden core immortal, maybe he should try a nuclear bomb sometime? Assad felt an urge to try. After all, it was said that, a golden core in my belly, my life depends on me, not on heaven. So, his current strength should withstand a nuclear bomb. If even the heavens didn't matter, why would a nuclear bomb? At this moment, Spike looked at the calm Alejandro and the relaxed Assad, with bullets continuously whizzing past, feeling somewhat uneasy. Ahmed, aren't we going out? He instinctively moved behind Assad, fearing that a stray bullet might come through if Assad wasn't paying attention. His cultivation wouldn't protect him from those bullets. Alejandro smiled, turning to look at him and asked a different question. Ming, do you think the people outside can hear the commotion here? They certainly can, with all this noise. Spike paused but still answered. Yes, they must have heard. Alejandro's gaze turned distant, his smile widening slightly. Although Alejandro was smiling, Spike's heart skipped a beat, because he suddenly realized something. Thinking about what might happen, Spike couldn't stay calm. Truly a war marshal of a major district. Such tactics indeed have the air of watching the beacons burn. Only time will tell whether these people choose to be loyal subjects or play the part of Bausi. Assad marveled inwardly. He had seen through Alejandro's intentions long ago and couldn't help but admire this old fox's mastery of political intrigue. This move would likely cause quite a few people trouble. Chapter 269, The Great Purge. Time ticked by second after second. Gunshots continued to echo incessantly, like death knells reverberating through the skies over the entire southwestern region's garrison. The combat soldiers on the high wall sensed something amiss and started harboring thoughts of retreat, and those in charge were planning to flee as well. You might as well stay here. Assad naturally wouldn't let him go. With a swift move, he appeared behind him and, just like an eagle catching a chick, threw him by the collar in front of Dexter. As for the other combat soldiers, Assad had directly stunned them and thrown them down from the walls. Dexter looked at the people on the ground without any emotion. Commander Long. The one first thrown down felt extremely uneasy under Dexter's gaze and wished he could escape immediately. But with Assad there, he didn't dare make any moves. General Hu, I didn't expect even you would become a rebel. Dexter stared coldly at him. Unexpectedly, this person wasn't even on the list. This made Dexter wonder whether the others didn't know Frederick was a covert line of Wu Wei army, or if this person had another identity. If he was just a covert line of Wu Wei army, it would be better. But if he had other origins, it would be terrible. Dexter never imagined that his seemingly impregnable southwestern region would constantly have someone eyeing his life. Frederick kept his head low, not daring to look into Dexter's eyes. They were standing in front of the prison door, when soon, hurried footsteps approached from outside. Elite combat soldiers and many war generals came. When they saw the scene, shock was evident on their faces. That's Frederick? How can he be the one who attempted to assassinate Commander Long? Many people exchanged glances, finding it hard to believe. Frederick came from a poor background and grew up in an orphanage. As an adult, he entered the southwestern region and began receiving combat soldier training. He rose through the ranks rapidly due to his remarkable talents. Despite not having great strength, he was awarded the rank of 2-star war general and was highly regarded by Dexter. He had participated multiple times in border area combat plans. There were already speculations within the region that once he reached the right age, he might be promoted directly to senior war general and could advance further. Yet, such a promising man betrayed the region and the trust Dexter had always placed in him. It was indeed unbelievable. Everyone is here. Alpha, you've arrived too. Dexter greeted everyone, then looked at Bloss. Standing at the front was Bloss, a 5-star war general, still standing tall despite his age. Bloss smiled and said, although these insignificant villains couldn't harm Commander Long, I still couldn't rest easy, so I came to check. Dexter nodded and said, with Mr. Luther here, these insignificant villains can't stir up any trouble. Yes, we should all thank Mr. Luther. Bloss gave Assad a respectful bow, appearing very sincere. Assad waved his hand, not wanting to get involved in the internal affairs of the region, and said indifferently, just doing my duty. Many more people arrived subsequently, while some did not come at all. Dexter glanced around and easily took note of those who were absent, then directly ordered the guards to take all the rebel combat soldiers away. As for Frederick, he was confined separately. This incident also thoroughly resolved Dexter's decision to cleanse the leftover undercover lines of Wu Wei army. Immediately, the entire southwestern region started shaking. These war generals were all mid to upper level officials in the region. About 20 of them were captured one after another, including those who were already dead. In total, there were nearly 30 people. Of course, under Dexter's strict control, no unrest occurred. However, it still left everyone in the region in a state of fear, afraid that the scale would continue to expand and involve more people. After all, 30 war generals were enough to extend their reach to various places in the region, and many people had unknowingly interacted with them. Fortunately, Dexter remained clear-headed. Following suggestions from Bloss and others, he only arrested the ringleaders and spared the others. Even so, after dealing with these matters, Dexter felt mentally and physically exhausted. Throughout this process, Assad didn't interfere but stayed in the small courtyard assigned to him in the garrison, living quite contentedly. There were dedicated attendants and even Spike sent him 2 maids to warm his bed, though Assad refused them. 3 days passed. Just as Assad finished his morning cultivation, someone knocked on his door. Come in. With a wave of Assad's hand, the door opened automatically, and a young, attractive woman walked in, none other than Jean, who had been assigned to accompany Assad. Jean wore a smile. These past 3 days spent carrying vague references to secret doors, dragon veins, and even alternate worlds. Soon, Assad and Jean arrived at where Dexter was located. Jean stayed outside as Assad stepped into the courtyard. As soon as he entered, he noticed a sudden golden beam shooting into the sky. The vast and majestic golden light seemed boundless. A divine realm expert had arrived. Assad couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Chapter 270, A New Decision. So this is Ayush, the strongest one in the southwest region? He had heard about him long ago, and never expected that he would meet him so soon. Assad was thinking to himself while stepping into the room without stopping. Mr. Luther, you're here. Seeing Assad, Jace smiled, stood up, and invited him to sit down. Assad gave Jace a confused look and glanced around the room. Where is everyone? Where is Ayush? Why did he disappear? Not only that, but the golden pillar of light was also gone. What are you looking at, Mr. Luther? Jace looked around following Assad's gaze, showing an expression of bewilderment. Nothing. Assad waved his hand indifferently, his heart suddenly moved, and a cross-shaped star flashed across his eyes. Pierce through illusion. See the truth. Whoosh. In that moment, Assad seemed to see the pillar of light dissipate into the vast sky. However, it turned out the source of the pillar came from Jace. The cross-heaven eye closed. But Assad's heart was not calm. Ayush and Jace were actually one person. No, that's not right. According to the region, Ayush was stationed at the border. The border wasn't a peaceful place. Jace couldn't possibly be playing both roles, one at the border and one here. Speaking of which, Jace should possess power similar to Eren, being able to unleash strength comparable to that of a divine realm within the southwest region. Once he left the southwest region, however, he couldn't do so. This made Assad regard Jace with a strange look. No wonder he didn't worry at all when encountering the rebellion in the cell earlier. It turns out he had such confidence. Mr. Luther, Wu Wei army has basically removed all the undercover forces planted inside the region. I've invited you here mainly to discuss the secret gate matter, Jace said directly, revealing his intentions. I wonder how Commander Long plans to deal with the secret gate? Assad looked at Jace. The secret gate is rooted on the dragon vein, making it hard to destroy. However, letting it exist for too long will certainly cause trouble, so I want to explore the secret gate again. There was some heaviness in Jace's voice. Exploration means bloodshed. It means death. Before, due to Aiden's influence, they hadn't experienced the lightning upon entry. Now, to enter again, they must rely on Assad's strength to withstand the lightning strike. Entering might be simple, but what happens after entering? Without mentioning the potential dangers behind the door, just saying that the true appearance of the door is a skull is enough to chill anyone to the bone. Clearly, it's not a benevolent place. Assad sighed, handed over the geography book in his hand to Jace and said, Commander Long, take a look at what's recorded in this book first. Jace took the book with a puzzled look and began to flip through it. In 872 BC, there was a great drought in the southwest. People suffered immensely. Amidst the desolation, the Fuxing sect emerged, spreading faith and providing food. It thrived quickly, gaining millions of believers. To sacrifice to the heavenly god, the starving people spontaneously threw themselves into the gate of enlightenment, obtaining eternal life granted by the gods. In 175 BC, during a peaceful period in the southwest, a radiance appeared in the wilderness. People rushed to dig and discovered a gate leading to the heavens. Within the gate seemed to be a celestial palace. It spread as rumor that those who entered would gain immortality. Countless people competed to enter. None ever returned. There were about 10 such incidents, recording bizarre occurrences in this area, most involving gates and people who never returned. His head and softly said to Jace, Ahmed, do you really think that if we don't allow them to come, they won't come? Jace fell silent. As Assad said, the reach of Wu Wei army had already extended here. Though many had been severed, who could tell how many were left? Once Wu Wei army made another move, or disclosed information about this secret gate, more people would undoubtedly be drawn here. With the power of the southwest region, continuing to seal off the secret gate would likely bring enormous pressure. Not just from outsiders, but also from other regions, or even the central region. An undeveloped new world. Who wouldn't be tempted? Indeed, it's dangerous, but the opportunities are countless. Seeing Jace's worried face, Assad comforted him. Ahmed, rest assured, prevention is better than repression. If they want to come, let them come. As for the supervision, leave it to me and Ayush. Additionally, I can invite Crane Zune to supervise. With 3 Divine Realm experts here, anyone planning trouble will have to consider carefully if they have the capability. Jace looked at Assad, pondering for a while before finally deciding. If so, then as Mr. Luther suggested, open the secret gate. Rather than sacrificing their own combat soldiers, it's better to let others take the risk. Based on previous mortality rates, only 1 in 100 might survive. If they want to go in, let them. Ahmed has made a wise decision. Assad smiled, but Jace continued, letting them in is fine. Countless strong individuals might come. And what could a regular warrior like him do if someone from within the system came? Mr. Luther. Spike couldn't help but look at Assad with a pleading gaze. Assad smiled and said, don't worry. I'll also be there to sit guard. You can rest easy. Fantastic, with Mr. Luther around, I feel much more at ease. Spike let out a long breath of relief. In his eyes, Assad was a mighty god. As long as he clung tightly to this big deity, who would dare to cause trouble right before a deity realm grandmaster's eyes? Wanting to die. Assad wasn't one with a good temper. According to Spike's understanding, this man's murderous intent was outrageously strong, having killed countless martial arts masters along his path. With Assad's assurance, Spike's thoughts began to become more flexible. Cough, Ahmed, Mr. Luther, since we're opening the secret gate, shouldn't we collect some entrance fees? He asked tentatively. Entrance fees? Assad and Jace exchanged glances. This Spike sure knew how to do business. Just mentioned opening the secret gate, he was already thinking about collecting entrance fees. Jace pondered for a moment and then said, our district has indeed made many sacrifices to protect the secret gate. Charging a fee for outsiders is justified. Assad also nodded with a smile. Encouraged by the big shots agreement, Spike became excited and continued, not only entrance fees I thought, since many people will likely come, we can rent out our defense installations and provide exploration tools. Jace interrupted him. Handle the specifics yourself. These are trivial matters, don't bother me with them. Yes, Ahmed. Spike replied promptly, showing no sign of disappointment. After all, Jace hadn't rejected his proposal, meaning he could proceed. Spike's thoughts immediately turned to making money. After all, maintaining troops was costly. The battle soldiers who built the defense installations were all missing or dead, and the war zone naturally had to compensate their families, which were not insignificant sums. As Jace's confidant, Spike needed to consider these things for him. Collecting money was nothing. Decisions were quickly made, and Assad directly moved near the defensive installation at the secret gate. Speaking of which, it was more like a huge fortress, with decent living conditions, and even some luxurious VIP rooms. However, Spike didn't have anyone move in yet, but started building new houses not far from the defensive installation. After all, the risk inside was unknown and dangerous for ordinary people. Assad understood this. At this moment, he was thoroughly searching the defensive installation, as last time it was rushed and incomplete. The cross heaven eye, open. The colors of everything in front of him instantly blurred into a dull grayish haze. The sky also turned dry and bleak. And bring them home. Yes, my lord. These war soldiers began to move, carefully carrying the bodies out of the pit and placing them outside, filling an entire area densely. That was over 1,000 people. Spike came over and whispered to Assad, I brought the roster. Should we start counting now? Assad nodded. Soon, Spike began arranging for the bodies to be counted, verifying each one's identity. Fortunately, the bodies were relatively well preserved, making it easy to confirm their identities. Mr. Luther, except for General Aiden, everyone is here. Spike also looked grim. Although he had long suspected these people might be dead, seeing their bodies still filled Spike with uncontrollable anger. Aiden. Assad fell silent, his gaze turning toward the mine pit as if seeing through the layers of earth to the secret door underground. Mr. Luther, what are you thinking? Spike saw Assad lost in thought and cautiously asked. Assad shook his head and said, we don't need to look for Aiden's body. He's probably dead too. By the way, where is the skeleton you found when the secret gate appeared? Skeleton? Spike paused, then thought and replied. It seems to be stored in the defensive installation. It was also Aiden who arranged for its placement. Assad's heart stirred, and he immediately said, take me to that skeleton. He suspected that Aiden's remains might be there. Chapter 272, 3 Coffins. The large defensive structure was eerily quiet, with only the sound of wind-blown sand and gravel breaking the silence. This area, which should have been bustling with construction activity, had turned into this state due to an unexpected incident, evoking sighs of lament. The secret door underground still stood there, shimmering brightly. It appeared luminous, but harbored deep-seated terror. Isn't this like many things in the world? They look dazzling on the surface, yet they are fraught with danger underneath. When Spike witnessed this scene, he felt somewhat apprehensive for some unknown reason. Was this really the place that swallowed up the lives of over 1,000 combat soldiers? Actually, what frightened Spike most was not death itself, but dying without knowing why. Spike carefully examined the site where those soldiers' bodies were found. That enormous pit wasn't caused by external force, but was dug artificially. And the people who dug it seemed to be those soldiers themselves, making them dig their own graves only to bury themselves, a practice that elicited anger but also a sense of fear. What am I afraid of? Mr. Luther is here. Even if the sky falls, someone tall will hold it up. Spike cast a deep glance at the massive building before him. Thinking of Assad's presence beside him, he gained more courage and stepped inside. Did you notice anything unusual about the skeleton you found back then? Assad asked. Unusual? Spike hesitated slightly, then shook his head bitterly, saying, I didn't notice anything peculiar at the time. It was treated as an ordinary skeleton. Aiden arranged for it to be handled. If there was anything abnormal, he would have known best. Considering the significant changes Aiden underwent afterward, it clearly indicated something was wrong with that skeleton. Soon, the two arrived at Aiden's former office. Though it hadn't been used for a while, the office remained neat except for a layer of dust. Assad scanned the entire room with just one glance. It's not here, said Assad. He had thoroughly checked the place with a single sweep of his gaze. Moreover, this place didn't seem like somewhere that could hide anything. Spike frowned, suddenly recalling something. Then it must be in the storage room. I heard that Aiden loved collecting things. Maybe he placed the corpse in his storage room. The storage room wasn't far away. The two quickly headed there. Opening the door, they found rows of neatly arranged shelves filled with all sorts of oddities. At first glance, they were mostly books and artworks, but deeper inside, the items became increasingly bizarre. Strangely shaped insects preserved in unidentified liquids, even some unidentifiable fleshy lumps. Just looking at them made one uncomfortable. Spike even saw several bottles containing what looked like eyeballs, which made him gulp. What on earth was Aiden getting into? The regulations explicitly prohibited such activities, yet Aiden did it secretly. Found it. Assad flashed to the end of the storage room where 3 massive coffins were placed. The closest coffin was scarlet red, seemingly made of purple sandalwood, with intricate black lacquer lines wrapping around it. At one end was an embedded bronze mirror. An ancient character Jun, was inscribed on this mirror in classical script. The other 2 coffins were one black-colored stone coffin and another bronze-made sarcophagus. These 3 coffins lay side by side at the end of the storage room, exuding an eerie atmosphere. Why does Aiden fancy such ghostly stuff? Spike frowned in confusion. He never knew Aiden had this kind of interest. He only heard that he liked antiques, but who would have thought he collected coffins? Did he want to polish them, or something? Coffins don't get patina easily, Spike complained inwardly. But soon, he noticed Assad wasn't looking at the coffins but behind them. He looked closely and was startled. There, leaning against the wall, sat a skeleton that didn't seem too old, with some flesh still attached. Hiss! Spike felt an uneasy sensation. Mr. Luther? Watching Assad walk over, he hurriedly followed, tentatively asking, this doesn't seem to be the skeleton. The stone coffin was worse off, containing only a human skull. Surprisingly, beneath the skull was a complete human skin. Assad then focused on the bronze coffin. Indeed, he sensed Aiden's aura emanating from the bones inside. It was Aiden's skeleton. What astonished Assad was that this skeleton was incredibly old, dating back several hundred years, possibly even 1,000. Moreover, it was covered with a layer of dark greenish-red substance, showing heavy traces of cultivation. It was incredibly sturdy, far beyond what a typical master-level expert could achieve. How could this be Aiden's skeleton? That's absurd. Such strength would make Aiden's combat ability comparable to, or even surpass, peak masters. How old is Aiden? Assad asked Spike. Spike replied hastily, Aiden has been in the district for a long time. He should be around 45 this year. Did Mr. Luther discover something? Assad narrowed his eyes. There were two possible scenarios. 1. Aiden practiced some bizarre secret method that allowed him to cultivate using other people's skeletons, which might explain his interest in collecting coffins. 2. Aiden was fine initially, but he had long been replaced by an ancient mysterious entity, possibly even losing his original body. Given the style of this storage room, both possibilities are significant. Anyway, this Aiden definitely has issues. Assad concluded. Let's go. Since Aiden was dead and replaced by a mysterious existence, Assad carefully searched but found nothing useful. So, he left with Spike. Yet, shortly after they closed the storage room door, the fingers of the skeleton in the bronze coffin suddenly twitched slightly. Chapter 273. Swordsmanship Improvement. Assad and Spike left the storage room. Assad sent him off to continue constructing the new camp, while he remained guarding near the secret door. At this moment, this enormous defense structure seemed like a huge tomb, cold and desolate. Assad did not mind. He casually found a place, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate. Throughout this period, he had never stopped cultivating. Achieving the Golden Core realm was more like a new beginning, and there were many things he had to do, cultivating various Taoist arts and spells, practicing all kinds of martial techniques. All these required time. Assad was fortunate. He possessed an unimaginable talent for Taoist arts, spells, and all kinds of martial techniques. He could master them as soon as he learned them, often understanding one thing and inferring others from it. Hayward-less sword. He opened his palm, and the Hayward-less sword, which absorbed countless heroes' spirits, appeared in his palm. Now, the sword body displayed an unfathomable darkness, seeming unable to reflect even the slightest bit of light. There were densely packed fine scale-like patterns on its surface. Swish. He gently swung the sword without exerting any magic power. However, the sharp sword beam was still dazzlingly bright. Everything before his eyes seemed to be split into two halves, leaving a long sword mark in front of him. It extended over hundreds of meters. Even the towering defensive works were cut with a crack running from top to bottom, forming a long vertical line that divided the city wall into two parts. However, the city wall remained standing firmly. The sword mark was barely noticeable unless one looked carefully. What astonishing destructive power! Assad's eyes lit up. This simple and unadorned sword strike naturally came from the legacy he had obtained. However, unlike the three slaying sword techniques he previously mastered, Break Mountain River, this was pure swordsmanship. Swish swish swish. Assad leaped into the air, and the long sword danced like a dragon. Dense sword beams surrounded him, and in every instant, he could slash out thousands of sword strikes. Thousands of sword beams condensed without dispersing, circling around him like a blooming snow-white lotus, beautiful to the point of heartbreak, dangerous to the extreme. If someone were here, just staring at the sword beam might hurt their eyes, making them blind, let alone facing the owner of this sword as an enemy. A figure appeared above the secret door below the mine pit. It was none other than Aiden's appearance. Damn it, where did such a terrifying young man come from? Such a genius would have been enough to dominate in their realm even in the previous era. His face was filled with surprise and uncertainty. His eyes seemed to pierce through the lower level, seeing Assad practicing swordsmanship within the defensive structure. The sharp and horrifying sword momentum made him feel some trepidation. The path of the sword is also the path of killing. This formidable sword momentum reminded him of some terrifying memories. Those people, none of them were easy opponents. But, compared to those people, you are far inferior. He watched Assad, thoughts flashing continuously in his mind. At this moment, his figure was also sensed by Assad, causing his previously fluid movements to suddenly pause. From extremely fast to extremely slow, as if frozen. How interesting. I knew you wouldn't die so easily. Assad's gaze seemed to see that figure still wearing Aiden's appearance, standing in front of the secret door, devoid of a physical body and only remaining as a phantom-like shadow. However, it also proved that the opponent still existed. At this moment, Assad fiercely swung his sword. Swish. A sword beam pierced through the ground layer towards the secret door inside the mine pit, moving at an incomparable speed. After piercing through the ground, it remained overwhelmingly domineering. The damned bastard, do you want to destroy the secret door? He immediately acted, and the secret door emitted a splendid light, sacred as if heaven had descended, extinguishing the sword beam shot by Assad. Meanwhile, lightning began to gather around the secret door. However, the sword beam and holy light vanished too quickly, causing the lightning to dissipate halfway through its formation. Assad witnessed this scene and had a hunch. The thunder in front of the secret door would attack intruders while protecting the secret door. Perhaps this was some sort of sealing method. However, the giant rat that escaped from the secret door earlier seemed not to have been attacked. Could it be that the secret door allows exit but not entry? Humph. That shadow watched Assad, who was still eager to try again, and coldly snorted. With a turn, the entire figure disappeared back into the secret door. Throughout the process, it didn't cause even the slightest ripple in the thunder. Assad squinted as he watched this person disappear, and soon refocused on his swordsmanship. He had a vague feeling that his swordsmanship might have potential for further improvement. Thus, he settled down and continued practicing his swordsmanship, force level. There were even a few master-level martial artists among them. This was just the strength on the surface. Who knew how much power was hidden behind? On the platform of the dojo, a tall old man stood there like a mountain, with silvery hair and youthful face, wearing black-gray kimono and a long sword, looking extraordinary. News from Donghua says the secret door has appeared. A figure suddenly appeared before the old man, kneeling on one knee respectfully, saying, "Secret door? It truly appeared?" The old man abruptly opened his eyes wide, staring at him, his heavy gaze making this person feel immensely pressured, even finding it hard to breathe. "Yes, yes?" The subordinate spoke hoarsely. The old man realized his mistake and immediately retracted his pressure, allowing the subordinate to breathe a sigh of relief. He then continued, Is this from our undercover source? The subordinate chuckled bitterly and said, no, it's from the official announcement of the Southwest region. What? The old man's face changed. Official announcement? Doesn't that mean the news of the secret door will be known by many people? Chapter 274 Announcement. Yes, they officially released information about the secret gate, but it's uncertain how much they truly know. The subordinate reported back. The corner of the elder's mouth curled into a cold smile. If they really knew what the secret gate represents, they would never have made this announcement. Trust me, they will regret it. This elder was named Ansel. He was the headmaster of the Muramasa Path, located in Hokkaido. The Muramasa Path is a large martial arts organization in Japan, and as its headmaster, his strength is unfathomable, even earning him the title of Sword God of Hokkaido. Of course, there are rumors that he had long stepped into the divine realm, though this has never been verified. After all, at their level, few people would openly challenge him. However, just by looking at the numerous Grandmaster-level disciples under him, one could infer that his strength was certainly extraordinary. The subordinate hesitated, saying, should we join? Join. We must join, said Ansel with a determined look. This is my chance, and I won't miss it. Arrange the team immediately. I will go to the Dragon Nation with you. Teacher, you personally? What could be inside that's worth your long journey? A man on the platform below overheard this and looked shocked as he stepped up. His name was Atman, not even 35 years old, who had already reached the peak Grandmaster realm. He was Ansel's disciple and was known for his outstanding talent in swordsmanship. As one of Ansel's disciples, he understood his teacher very well, knowing that his teacher seldom went out and rarely paid attention to trivial matters. Could it be that the secret gate really contained some earth-shaking secret as rumored, even attracting the covetous eyes of divine realm masters? Yes, he was one of the few who knew the true extent of Ansel's strength, which is why he showed such respect. After all, the elderly man before him was like a living deity. To them, Ansel was their protector god. Sano, you're just in time. You will accompany me this time, Ansel said with a smile, though beneath it lay a hint of barely perceptible coldness. Yes, teacher, Atman nodded respectfully without noticing anything amiss. News of the secret gate continued to spread, reaching not only Japan but also organizations like Wu Wei Army and Dark God Temple, which were interested in the Southwest region. The third and fifth brothers both failed. A tall woman leaned back in her seat and sighed, her beautiful face showing no emotion. Elder sister said long ago not to act rashly. It serves them right for not listening. A young man in his late teens, sitting below her, said with a rebellious look on his face and a buzz-cut hairstyle. The tall woman glanced at the rebellious youth and remarked, Jeffrey, don't underestimate them. With their strength, even peak grandmasters aren't usually their match. Their deaths suggest immense danger. There might indeed be a divine realm master guarding it. So what if it's a divine realm master? Elder sister, you, being the first war god, can stand against most divine realm masters with the military lord's blessing. From his words, the tall woman was actually Cindy. Unbelievable. In some small countries, these war god-level experts could stop children from crying. Who would have thought the leader among them would be such a beautiful woman? The tall woman remained expressionless. Do not underestimate the divine realm. If my guess is correct, it should be the Ayush of the Southwest region. His strength is formidable, but he rarely shows himself and isn't even listed on the Dragon Nation's most secretive divine ranking. The rebellious youth sneered, unconvinced. Knowing Jeffrey's temperament, the tall woman wasn't bothered. Closing her eyes, she began to reflect on the gains and losses. Several high-ranking war gods had been lost already, likely angering even their master, the military lord. Raising such skilled individuals required significant effort. It seems she has no choice but to take action. To the Dragon Nation. I'll go too. The rebellious youth stood up. Suddenly, many major organizations began to mobilize. Based on the Southwest region's announcements, the secret gate represented an unexplored new world. They had to go. Suddenly, the entire Southwest region became restless and volatile. Oh no, so many people are coming. As the capital of the Southwest region, Ryuelu quickly noticed these changes. After all, too many people were pouring in, and each one possessed extraordinary strength. Should any conflict occur, it would certainly lead to catastrophic consequences. This news immediately reached Jace's ears. However, he remained calm, asking his adjutant, how is the secret gate camp being built by Spike coming along? The adjutant lowered his head to report. It's already taking shape, perfectly surrounding the original defense works area. It can easily accommodate tens of thousands of people. Moreover, following General Chu's design, they have divided the camp into different zones. There's a high-level zone specifically for the strong and a low-level zone for ordinary martial artists. Of course, the entry prices differ. At this point, a smile couldn't help but appear on the adjutant's face. After all, who could imagine the sight of martial arts masters, whom one wouldn't normally see, queuing up to pay just to enter? The scene was simply laughable. Jace's lips also twitched slightly, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he nodded and said, he's doing a great job. General Chu is indeed very good at this, the adjutant chimed in. How could it not be? According to the prices circulating privately, even the basic entry fee was set at 10 million. For grandmasters, the price skyrocketed to 100 million. Just from this entrance fee alone, it would bring substantial revenue to the Southwest region, not to mention the various services and products provided within the camp specifically for these powerful individuals slightly better. After all, many people had entered as well, hadn't they? There were even a few master martial artists among them. At this moment, Spike sat at the entrance, feeling extremely displeased. He had been immersed in the joy of collecting money these past 2 days. Who would have thought that someone would dare challenge him, especially when someone not far away actually set up a tent? This was a direct challenge to his bottom line. You refuse to live in the camp I built and insist on staying in tents? Do you have any objections to me, Auric, who worked hard for you and is waiting to collect money? Get some men to tear down that tent. Spike said fiercely. He had already observed that these were ordinary martial artists from outside, the strongest being merely ordinary hidden power level. Dealing with them would be easy. After all, He had used this method on several groups already. They would definitely comply. These martial artists weren't poor. The saying goes, poor scholars, rich warriors. In this era, anyone willing and able to practice martial arts must have good conditions. Especially martial artists of certain strength spend money like water. A mere 10 million. They could definitely afford it. Auric himself had calculated it. No one could deceive him. Yes. Several battle soldiers immediately stepped forward and headed towards the tent nearby. There was a divine realm expert behind him. Thinking this, Spike's stance became increasingly confident, glaring fiercely at the Maxwell. Your entry fee is 200 million. Not a single credit less, or you won't get in? Is that so? The Maxwell sneered, calmly taking out a badge from his pocket and pinning it to his chest. It was a general badge, and a 4-star general badge. Moreover, his territory was not the Southwest District but the Eastern District. Spike, a mere 2-star general. What kind of airs are you putting on in front of Danny? The Maxwell's eyes narrowed, releasing an even more powerful aura. Spike felt suffocated under the oppressive aura, his face turning purplish red, his finger trembling as he pointed at the other man. However, he had anticipated such a scenario. His rank here dictated that attracting higher-ranking figures within the system to the secret gate was inevitable. In the past 2 days, it had only been wandering cultivators, manageable. Now, with a high-ranking general from the system, a 2-star general like him naturally felt uneasy. But he wasn't afraid. The people in the Southwest District had all been subdued by Luciana, and no one dared to defy the rules. Was an insignificant 4-star battle general from the Eastern District like him expecting Auric to bow before him? This is the Southwest District, not a place for you, an Eastern District battle general, to act arrogantly. I don't care who you are. Once you're here, you have to follow our rules. Spike panted heavily and said fiercely. Danny sneered coldly. Rules? Those are your rules, not those of the Eastern District. Yeah, the Eastern District fears no one. Wherever we go, we set the rules, and who dares to make rules for us? A mere 2-star battle general daring to block our way. It's just a joke. Get out of our way quickly. As they spoke, several people also approached. Each of them wore medals on their chests, all with 3- or 4-star battle general insignia, and every one of them gave off fluctuations of Master Realm aura. Behind them were a few ordinary battle generals, each formidable as well. I made a miscalculation. Spike silently cursed his misfortune. He hadn't expected that people from the Eastern War Zone would come so quickly. News had only spread for 2 days. Logically, many should still be in a state of watching. Who would have thought that the Eastern District was so bold, sending 6 high-ranking battle generals in one go? Moreover, each of them was at the master level. Although the Eastern War Zone was known for its prosperity and abundance of martial arts experts, he never expected there would be so many. Spike put on a brave face, discreetly giving his subordinates a signal. You idiots. Can't you see I'm at a disadvantage? Haven't you realized you should quickly call for the big boss? One subordinate immediately understood, turning around and running into the camp. Seeing his movement, the group of battle generals from the Eastern District paid no attention. With so many battle generals moving together, they wouldn't even consider a 2-star battle general like Spike. Even if they faced Luciana, they'd dare to argue. After all, they came under the order of the commander of the Eastern District, the battle marshal of the Eastern District. That was a true big boss. In the entire district system, the Eastern District considered itself among the top 3, looking down on a border-bound Southwest District from the bottom of their hearts. Let's go in. Saying this, Danny took the lead step. Cannot. Spike wanted to stop them, but how could his strength affect a master-level powerhouse? Just as he opened his mouth, he was slammed in the chest by a wave of energy, flying away. Damn, they actually dared to use force. But right then, a cold snort sounded beside Danny's ears. You Easterners are indeed very arrogant. Chapter 276, let's talk about the rules. Who are you? When Danny heard this, his face turned grim. He looked ahead at Assad who was walking towards them, his gaze intense, and a formidable pressure emanated from him. Last time he hadn't killed the man, and now he dared to show up again. Was this group also connected to the Wu army? Mr. Luther. Unlike what they thought, Spike saw Assad appear as if he had seen a savior, immediately becoming spirited. This was a divine realm powerhouse. You Eastern District bastards, dare to make a move? This time you're done for. Assad glanced at him and said indifferently, leave everything here to me. No one can break the rules in front of me. Tisk. Upon hearing this, the people from the Eastern District first froze, then laughed out loud. Rules? Rules were based on strength. Despite facing Danny's Isabellister pressure directly, Assad still looked like an ordinary person. Yet, the people present remained skeptical of his abilities. After all, he was too young. Appearing to be only in his 20s, how strong could he be even if he had practiced cultivation? Though it's often said, youth overcomes age, in the prosperous era of martial arts cultivation today, it takes at least 30 years to reach the Isabellister realm. Even with extraordinary talent and exceptional martial prowess, it's hard to break this rule. The older generation of martial artists dominated everything. Especially after advancing to the Isabellister realm, age and accumulation became even more crucial, just like Aaron from the Southern District. Though he was also go test him. Yes. Hearing Danny's command, a 3-star warrior stepped forward from behind him. Dressed in dazzling green military attire, he had a fierce and domineering expression. Though inconspicuous among Danny and others, stepping forward revealed his overwhelming aura, instantly drawing the attention of many. Especially, there was an axe strapped to his back. This axe handle was thick like an infant's fist, the enormous axe blade nearly covering his entire back, adorned with dense, fine scales. What a magnificent war axe. Bang bang. Walter walked to the front of the group and looked at Assad, saying, let me gauge your strength. How dare you boast in front of us? Having said that, he took a swift lunge at Assad. His fierce momentum was like a tiger descending from the mountain. You can't do it. Assad stood his ground as Walter's fist approached him, showing no intention of even attempting to dodge or counterattack. How arrogant! Walter's face darkened. The force in his hands instantly reached its peak, unleashing a powerful burst that made a loud noise in the air, fiercely stabbing towards Assad. Boom! However, just 3 feet away from Assad, his explosive burst was blocked by an invisible energy field, dissipating into thin air. Step, step, step. Walter stumbled back several steps. Huh. Walter looked at Assad, his expression changing rapidly. There's something wrong with this man's strength. Not only him, but also Danny and the others who were standing not far behind saw this scene and had slight changes in their expressions. What a powerful protective aura. To be able to intercept Walter's punch out of thin air indicated that this level of strength had clearly reached the Isabellister realm, and among Isabellisters, it was certainly not weak either. No wonder he dared to speak so arrogantly earlier. Assad said, I told you before, let you all come together. You alone are not enough. Damn. This comment instantly turned Walter's face ashen. After all, it had been a long time since he had faced such disdain from someone else. Danny's eyes flashed, and he said, Yuping, your unarmed combat isn't where your true strength lies. Use your berserker axe instead? Walter's face changed as he glanced back at Danny, who showed no change in demeanor and merely nodded at him. This made Walter realize that Danny had a high evaluation of Assad's strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have actively suggested that he use a weapon. After all, once Walter wielded his berserker axe, his overall strength would significantly increase. Although he was just a high Isabellister, with the battle axe in hand, his power was strong enough to confront peak Isabellisters head-on. Buzz. He gripped the berserker axe tightly. His entire body's strength began to boil. Chapter 277. Taking control of the situation. Walter gripped his battle axe, his confidence restored. An overwhelmingly domineering aura radiated from him. He pointed the battle axe directly at Assad. The formidable Sa-Chi, demonic aura, enveloped the battle axe and surged out, enveloping Assad. That boiling crimson Sa-Chi seemed like it could drag Assad into hell. Instantly, Assad felt something amiss. Want to suppress me with your aura? Assad couldn't help but sneer, his whole body trembling slightly. The intangible aura that restrained those around him instantly sounded as if it couldn't bear the pressure any longer. Crack. The aura shattered. PFF. Walter's aura was instantly cut by more than half, his internal organs reverberating, nearly causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, which he forcibly held back. This made him turn pale with shock. So strong. This is undoubtedly a peak, master-level powerhouse. Who exactly are you? Walter looked at Assad with doubt and surprise. Such a young powerhouse shouldn't be unknown. I'm your grandpa. Assad found such indecisive fighters in combat most annoying. Now that they've engaged, asking about the opponent's background is far from straightforward. Whisper. Yet, his words caused an uproar among those present. Looking at Walter's medal, this was indeed a 3-star war general of the Eastern District, someone holding significant power and position. For Assad to dare speak this way made everyone think he was crazy, especially the group of war generals from the Eastern District, except for Gerard. Everyone seethed with righteous indignation, hoping to immediately act against Assad. However, being generals, they wouldn't attack as a group in public and could only look towards Walter, hoping he would teach the other party a lesson. And Assad's opponent, Walter, was naturally the most enraged at this moment, his face turning an intense greenish blue as if it could drip water. You have angered me. Since you're seeking death, don't blame me for being impolite. Axe cleft river. Walter roared. His 2 arms rippled with muscles like 2 enormous pythons, wielding the mad battle axe and chopping down towards Assad. Boom. It seemed as if the mad battle axe stirred the surrounding weather, lightning snakes actually appearing on its surface. Snap. However, just as the battle axe reached Assad, he couldn't resist slapping it away with one hand, hitting the axe's blade directly. Walter showed a sinister smile, attempting to reverse the battle axe to slash at Assad's hand. But as soon as his hand landed on the battle axe, an overwhelmingly violent force erupted, making him feel a crushing force transmit through the axe. Not good, Walter suddenly realized. However, in front of this overwhelming power, his strength was merely an ant trying to block a carriage. All he could do was desperately grip the handle of the battle axe. Bang! He was flung backward. Yuping! Laozhong! Shouts came from the crowd. Some people quickly rushed forward to help Walter, who had been knocked flying and rolled on the ground. Walter on the ground was disheveled, his clothes torn, staring intensely at the axe blade when helped up by a companion. Dawson, what are you looking at? That person asked, following Walter's gaze to see what he saw. On the axe blade of Walter's mad battle axe, there appeared slight cracks resembling the shape of a palm print. Click. The cracks spread, shattering the axe's blade, revealing a palm-shaped notch. Walter watched this scene, speechless. What an incredible control of strength. As an outsider might see the spectacle, but experts observe the subtle details. As a high master, Walter naturally noticed things that ordinary people couldn't. The notch in the middle was perfectly smooth, fine as if a palm print-shaped gap existed naturally on his battle axe. This indicated almost ultimate mastery over strength. After all, breaking the battle axe would be easy, but leaving such a mark would be more difficult by 100-fold. The person before him was truly terrifying. Looking at Assad, Walter no longer had any fighting spirit, only finding him increasingly unfathomable. Yuping, are you alright? Danny also walked over, seeing the dispirited Walter, and asked. No. Walter stood up. Danny said, the other party's strength exceeds my expectations, but don't worry, Yuping. I will certainly get revenge for you. He isn't qualified to set rules for us from the Eastern District. Having said that, Danny turned and walked toward Assad. Sir. Walter first froze, quickly wanting to stop him but, at a loss for words, how could they really let the other side set rules for them? The Eastern District wouldn't accept it. Walter sighed. However, he had a premonition that even Danny might not be Assad's match. We underestimated you. It's unbelievable that the Southwest District hides a young powerhouse like you. To reach the peak master level at such a young age is truly inconceivable. Danny looked at Assad with a touch of sentiment in his expression. But you're too young, and thus no match for me. If you step back now? His attitude clearly remained condescending. After all, from Danny's perspective, even if Assad had defeated Walter at this age, he still wouldn't be a match for him. He had been a master for a long time. With the accumulation of resources in the Eastern District's arsenal, how could Assad possibly know the gap between them? If you want to fight, then fight. Why talk nonsense? A trace of impatience flashed in Assad's eyes. These people were more verbose than the last. Are you really not planning to call others for help? You alone are no match for me. Just a peak master. Why so much chatter? A group of them would actually make things interesting. Assad had noticed that as they moved forward, they subtly formed a formation, which seemed similar to the battle formations mentioned in his lineage. In his inheritance records, there were several legendary formations such as the Witch Clan's 12 Earthly Gods formation, Tungtian's 4-symbol sword array, and the All Heaven Stars formation. Formations were mysterious and complex, often capable of unleashing unimaginably powerful forces. Based on Assad's observations, if these people work together, they should be able to unleash divine-level power. Unfortunately, they refused to cooperate, choosing instead to come one by one. What was the point of that? However, Assad's words didn't make Danny take him seriously. Instead, they infuriated him, a flash of anger crossing his eyes. Seems I need to teach you what respect means. Kill, Danny shouted, and immediately launched an attack. A bit interesting. Assad raised an eyebrow. From Danny, who had rushed at him, he sensed a touch of domineering fighting spirit. This fighting spirit was extraordinarily intense and wildly boiling, actually elevating Danny's strength to the brink of divine realm. Chapter 278 Calm Suppression. Danny moved forward with unstoppable momentum, his palm reaching out toward Assad. Zayap. A sonic boom tore through the air, the deafening sound making everyone nearby feel a brief daze. A few of the weaker ones even bled from their ears. So powerful. They watched Danny in disbelief, especially noting his military uniform. They inwardly acknowledged that he truly was a formidable warrior from the combat zone. Danny's face remained expressionless. This palm seemed to want to seize the entire space, leaving no escape for Assad. Not bad for a strong player from a major district. Truly impressive. Unfortunately, it's not enough. Assad sighed lightly and pushed out a palm openly. Swish. This palm appeared unremarkable, but as it went out, the space in front of them trembled violently. Even before Danny's strike landed, he felt a powerful surge rushing towards him. Bang! He was staggered backward by a powerful force. This power. Danny looked at Assad with disbelief on his face. To suppress Assad decisively, he had exerted all his strength. Yet, it was beyond his wildest dreams that he still wasn't Assad's match after unleashing his full power. Danny knew his own abilities well. When his fighting spirit was aroused, he could unleash power not inferior to that of a half-step divine realm expert. Divine realm? Absolutely, it's divine realm. Otherwise, how could he have been so easily repelled? And this scene also fell into the eyes of the surrounding people. Those from the Eastern Major District were naturally stunned as well. Danny, as the leader, was responsible for this operation, and he was also the strongest among them. No one expected that after Walter's failure, Danny didn't seem to be Assad's match either, falling into a disadvantage right after the first exchange. Humph, now let's see if they dare cause chaos here. Spike secretly felt self-satisfied. Compared to those from the Eastern Major District, he was thoroughly familiar with Assad's strength. He knew that Assad was indeed a true divine realm expert. Even if they all attacked together, they wouldn't stand a chance against Assad. Do you still want to fight? Assad asked, looking at Danny. A bitter smile appeared on Danny's face as he said, Sir, you jest? We just spoke disrespectfully and offended you. Please forgive us, sir. Saying this, he cupped his hands in apology. Whoosh. When these words came out, the group from the Eastern Major District were completely dumbfounded. In their eyes, who won or lost was too early to determine from such a brief clash. How could Danny directly admit defeat? Especially, Danny addressed Assad with respect. Glancing at each other, their faces were filled with uncertainty. Since we're not fighting anymore, then let's follow the rules. Assad waved his hand, his expression unchanged, making him seem ever more inscrutable. Danny glanced back at the group of warriors behind him, signaled with a glance, and made them all come forward to pay the entrance fee to enter the camp. Seeing how cooperative they were, Spike immediately acted up. 100 million for a grandmaster, 10 million for an ordinary martial artist. Line up. Hayward Nup. Spike started directing this group of warriors from the Eastern Major District like a street vendor selling vegetables, and their faces grew increasingly grim. Gao warrior this? What do you mean this? Pay first and go in. I'll apply for reimbursement later. Danny glared fiercely at that person, and that person obediently paid, revealing a pained expression. That was 100 million. Though it wasn't much to them, who would willingly cough up such money without reason? They were here on a mission, entering the secret gate to vie for blessings, not to give benefits to the Southwest Major District. However, under Danny's suppression, these people obediently paid the entry fees, thinking it fortunate that they would be reimbursed. Seeing that they had stopped talking, Danny finally said solemnly, You don't know anything. I didn't hold back just now. That Mr. Luther is indeed stronger than me. Stronger than you? Impossible. They were all shocked, saying, You are a peak grandmaster. Once you unleash the combat zone's secret martial spirit, you can rival a half-step divine realm expert. That's true, he's so young. A hint of desolation crept into Danny's voice. Who says youth cannot bring great power? If my guess is correct, he has likely already entered the divine realm. When these words came out, everyone froze on the spot. Impossible. This thought emerged in their minds simultaneously. That's the divine realm, not just some street cabbage. Even in the southeastern region, where martial arts flourished, there were only 2 openly acknowledged divine realm experts, both of whom were listed on the divine chart. Compared to the openly recognized master-level experts on the heavenly chart and the single divine realm expert, the divine chart was the true national force of Long Country. General Gao, did you misjudge? Indeed, with him being so young, this seems too incredible. Everyone looked at Danny again. Nothing is impossible. Perhaps each generation does have its outstanding talents, getting better with each passing age. A trace of loneliness appeared on Danny's face. Chapter 279. The Dragon Venerable appears. The people from the eastern region entered the camp, and Spike's expression of pride grew even deeper, especially as he looked at the sums of money recorded in the accounts. He felt like singing aloud. Let you be arrogant. Don't you know whose territory this is? Spike thought inwardly. You continue to guard here. I plan to make a trip back to the regional headquarters. Assad, seeing that everything was under control, was about to leave the camp. What? Spike was stunned for a moment and hurriedly stopped him. Mr. Luther, you can't leave. If you do, any more master-level experts who come won't behave themselves. Assad halted his steps. Spike added, it's not just that. There are also the people inside the camp. I know these martial artists well. They won't stay disciplined. Once you leave, they will definitely cause trouble. Don't worry, they won't dare. With a wave of Assad's hand, a faint green sword beam appeared at the camp entrance, its power causing ripples around it. Spike widened his eyes. Even from afar, he could feel an incredibly powerful force emanating from it. It was restrained, but would unleash with unimaginable might once triggered. Spike asked hurriedly, Mr. Luther, what is this? While I'm gone, if anyone misbehaves, you can activate this sword aura I've left behind. When it happened, once he made up his mind, few could change it, and Dexter naturally couldn't stop him either. Dexter sighed and said, since Mr. Luther insists, take this with you. With that, he took out a protective charm from a hidden box on the bookshelf, wrapped in red cloth into a triangular shape, adorned with a mysterious symbol. What is this? Assad accepted it, examined it closely, finding nothing unusual about the charm, looking doubtfully at Dexter. Dexter explained, don't underestimate this, Mr. Luther. This charm was unearthed by the Dragon Venerable from ancient Buddhist grottos, supposedly blessed by Buddha to help ward off unpredictable dangers. All right, then I'll keep it. Assad put the charm on himself and left. Watching him go, Dexter's face was filled with worry, and he let out a soft sigh. Shortly after Assad departed, a figure slowly emerged where Assad had been sitting, remarkably similar to Dexter. Why have you come? Dexter frowned slightly, seeming dissatisfied. I've warned you countless times. You must never leave the border without permission. Are you taking my warnings lightly? His voice was cold and stern, creating an intense intimidation. Why get so angry, Commander Long? The border is secure right now. I just heard about the secret door, so I came to check. The man waved his hand, completely unperturbed by Dexter's anger. Dexter's expression remained icy. I said the secret door isn't your concern. Focus on the border. Oh, that's unacceptable. After all, I am the guardian god of the southwest region, the revered Ayush. With so many martial arts experts from various places arriving, if any chaos breaks out, it will be detrimental to both you and me. Ayush, the person who suddenly appeared, was indeed the southwest region's divine realm powerhouse. However, Dexter had no intention of compromising at all. He snorted coldly and said, enough. Matters concerning the secret door are naturally up to Mr. Luther. Besides, Aaron will also come from the southern region to assist. There can't possibly be any chaos. Aaron? Just a pseudo-divine realm practitioner. If his old injuries were healed, I might have been wary of him. But now he is nothing more than a withering skeleton, insignificant. As for Assad, isn't he planning to enter the secret door? Do you really think that place is so easy to enter? There was undisguised mockery and ridicule in Ayush's tone. What do you know? Dexter was slightly startled. Ayush's smile gradually faded as he said softly, I know a lot. The secret door has been on my body for so many years. How could I not know about its existence? If there were outsiders present, they would surely be shocked. After all, the secret door was on the dragon veins, but this Ayush actually claimed it was on his body. Could he be the dragon vein itself? The information conveyed by his words was too terrifying. Dexter took a deep breath and said, I should have thought of that. It's not too late to realize it now. Dexter, why don't we make a deal? Ayush asked. What kind of deal? Dexter remained unperturbed on the surface, but inside, he was on high alert. If Ayush wasn't still useful to him, he would never have tolerated the other's existence. Even now, their relationship was bound only by an ancient contract. Once Ayush gained the ability to break free from the contract, endless retaliation would await the southwest region. Ayush said, destroy that secret door. His words were plain, but Dexter detected an unshakable resolve. It was a determination that would not rest until the goal was achieved. Chapter 280. An irreconcilable conflict. Destroy it. Jace abruptly turned his gaze to Ayush, his eyes narrowing as if some thoughts were stirring within him, and his expression grew intense. You want to tear up our contract? A trace of coldness appeared in Jace's eyes. This was something he absolutely could not allow. This ancient contract maintained Ayush's state of being subservient to him. Without Ayush, the southwestern region bordering other territories would be plunged into calamity. Jace, don't use the contract to threaten me. Over the years, my contributions to the southwestern region are no less than yours. You liar, you deceived me into signing that contract, which is akin to a bond of servitude back then. We will settle this score one day. Hearing Jace mention the contract, killing intent spread across Ayush's face, and there was no attempt to hide his hatred for Jace. However, Jace paid no heed to the other party's hostility, but instead said coldly, don't forget who volunteered to sign the contract back then. So what if it was me? I was deceived by you. All I wanted was freedom. Ayush's eyes reddened. Freedom? Jace's lips curled upward into a mocking smile. Your so-called freedom. Do you know how much damage you caused to the southwestern region back then? If it weren't for this contract, let alone allowing you to live until today, I would have had you wiped out right then. The palpable murderous aura made even Ayush catch his breath for an instant. Damn it. I knew all along that you harbored murderous intentions toward me, and now you're finally telling the truth. Everything you did was just using me. Ayush looked livid. He understood deeply that this was the real Jace, the truly ruthless Long Marshal who controlled the southwestern region for decades. Jace said coldly, someone finding a way to use you shows you still have value. If you lost all value, you'd be dead already. Now, go back to the border immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being lenient. Fine, you're brutal. Ayush cast a fierce look at Jace. His figure flashed and left in anger. Watching Ayush depart, Jace's expression remained cold and unyielding. This old dragon must be having other thoughts. Back then, human-made disasters plagued the southwestern region continuously, compounded by natural calamities one after another. Countless lives perished amidst earthquakes and floods. After inviting experts to investigate, Jace discovered that it was due to the emergence of a flicker of spiritual consciousness from the underground dragon vein, signaling the ominous foreshadowing of a subterranean dragon uprising. Yes, those earthquakes and floods were merely the precursors. Once the true subterranean dragon uprising occurs, the entire southwestern region would likely turn into a vast watery wasteland. Therefore, Jace personally led people deep into the heart of the dragon vein, eventually encountering the embodiment of the spiritually awakened dragon vein, Ayush. Due to its newly developed spiritual consciousness, it displayed quite naive behavior. Jace changed his plan on the spot, deciding to make it useful for himself. Despite objections from his subordinates, his decision held. Using the power of the ancient contract, Jace successfully brought Ayush under his command, leading to the receding of natural disasters and restoring peace to the southwestern region. Simultaneously, Jace announced the birth of the first deity realm-level powerhouse in the southwestern region, Ayush. From then on, Ayush permanently guarded the southwest. Following this, the situation at the borders changed dramatically. Over several dozen hot battles spanning more than a decade without pause, Ayush showcased strength far surpassing ordinary deity realm powerhouses. This inflicted severe losses on neighboring countries, even critically wounding 2 deity realm experts. Rumor has it that one died shortly after returning. Thus, the intensity of conflicts decreased, only occasional small skirmishes remaining. The entire southwestern region returned to stability. However, over time, Ayush's spiritual consciousness grew increasingly stronger, even surpassing that of an ordinary person, making him increasingly restless. He desired sacrifices. He desired freedom. He desired a high and exalted position. But Jace gave none of these to him, merely confining him in the border city, letting him guard there eternally. This led to an irreconcilable conflict between Jace and Ayush. In the office, silence reigned. Jace sat at his seat, lost in thought. For so many years, he had focused on nurturing gifted individuals specifically to deal with Ayush. Unfortunately, over the years, the most talented Bridget also betrayed. No one had yet ascended to the deity realm. Instead, Assad surpassed everyone else, easily breaking through to the deity realm level, becoming the true pillar of the southwestern region. I hope that after this exploration, he can return safely. Perhaps this time, he can thoroughly resolve the hidden danger brought by Ayush. Jace was torn by his thoughts. Frankly speaking, he did not wish to lose such a powerful ally as Ayush. Over the years at the border, Ayush had already demonstrated his formidable power, far exceeding that of an ordinary deity realm expert. Even in a battle of 1 against 3, he still had energy to spare. Was Assad truly a match for Ayush? Furthermore, as the incarnation of spiritual consciousness of the southwestern region's underground dragon vein, if his life were truly threatened, would other changes occur? Jace needed to consider all possibilities. Otherwise, even if the immediate Yin Huan was eliminated, it could lead to endless future troubles. After leaving, Ayush did not return directly to the border city. He stopped in a wilderness area, his massive fist smashing into the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Several punches caused the ground to explode. His face was filled with anger and frustration, contorted into a terrifying expression, and his roar shook the sky. Damn it, Jace, you never planned to set me free. Don't push me too far. Sooner or later, I will make you regret it. Ayush, calm down. As Ayush vented his rage, a person quietly appeared nearby. He wore a large cloak, making it impossible to see his features, but his build was clearly very tall. Ayush heard the voice, slowly stopped, turned around to look at the man, and coldly said, "It's you, Jace's little lackey? Why are you here?" The figure under the huge cloak showed no expression, and only heard him chuckle and say, "Ayush, I came to you because I want to help you achieve your goal." "Oh." Ayush raised an eyebrow, his eyes full of distrust. The man continued, "Ayush, someone as noble as you. I have long been dissatisfied with Jace's control over you, but his power is too great for me to do anything about it." "Bullshit." Ayush interrupted him directly. The man fell silent for a moment, then said, "I need Ayush's strength. I intend to make a deal with you." "A deal?" Ayush laughed. "Deals are made between equals. Someone of unequal strength dared to propose a deal with him? Ridiculous." Ayush grabbed the man by the collar, saying coldly, "Are you worthy?" Facing Ayush's massive hand, the man remained unperturbed, taking a small step back as a sharp beam of golden light exploded in front of him, causing Ayush's hand to suddenly pause. Looks like I underestimated you." Ayush raised an eyebrow and crushed the golden light easily with his palm, but the force released from within the golden light was genuinely at the deity realm level. The man calmly said, "If I didn't have this strength, I wouldn't dare to propose a deal with Ayush." Ayush was silent for a moment and asked, "What do you want?" "I want control of the southwestern region." The man was direct, continuing, "As long as Ayush cooperates with me to gain control over the southwestern region, I will naturally grant you freedom. Not only that, I will build temples to worship you, making you the true guardian deity of the southwestern region." "That's not going to be easy." Ayush was no fool. Building temples and worshipping deities were abolished thousands of years ago in the Dragon Kingdom. In short, the people of the Dragon Kingdom believed in self-strengthening, not in so-called deities. The man chuckled, saying, "Of course, initially, we won't publicize the temple building, starting with private shrines until there are enough believers. Then, we can officially announce their existence, avoiding much trouble. Isn't that right?" Hearing this, Ayush started to waver. Of course, what he valued most was freedom. As for building temples and worshipping him, those were secondary matters. Chapter 281 The Might of a Single Sword. Ayush pondered for a moment and said, "I agree to this deal, but you need to help me with something first." "What is it?" Seeing Ayush show interest, the man's face under his cloak showed a faint smile. "I want to enter the secret gateway," said Ayush. The secret gateway was currently impregnable, but if he could enter it and obtain an item inside, destroying it afterward would be effortless, perhaps without needing any assistance. No way. This man was no pushover. With one glance, he saw through Ayush's plan. Suppressing his anger, he darkly replied, "Does Ayush take me for a fool? I came here in good faith." He was a witness to the ancient covenant incident and knew the significance of the secret gateway to Ayush. He wouldn't easily agree to such conditions. If Ayush were freed, that would truly become problematic. Of course, he didn't know Ayush's intention was to destroy the secret gateway. Ayush shrugged, feigning helplessness and said, "If so, then have someone enter the secret gateway to fetch something for me." "What is it?" "The heartwood of the sky-reaching tree," Ayush said casually. Looking at Ayush, the man asked uncertainly, "What is it for?" He wasn't about to let Ayush gain real freedom through this deal. "To dispel the killing intent within me. Jace left me in the border city for so many years, letting my killing intent grow unchecked. Over time, I will be controlled by the power of slaughter. You wouldn't want me to turn into a vicious dragon, right?" Ayush watched the man with a half-smile. The man fell silent, rapidly calculating in his mind. He wasn't sure if the heartwood really could dispel killing intent. If it had another purpose, that would be disastrous. After some thought, he said, "I'll try to get it." But Ayush grinned mischievously, saying, "I'll also tell Jace about this. If he gets it first, I'll expose everything to him." "You." The man turned pale, never expecting Ayush to say such a thing. "So, do your best to get that piece of heartwood." Ayush sneered, not caring about the man's anger. With a flash, he disappeared from the spot. "Damn it." The man punched the ground angrily as Ayush left, leaving behind a deep hole. He had miscalculated. But this matter wasn't. Being the sea god of the Dark Temple, he had a natural affinity with the sea. Especially with the mastery of oceanic power, he could turn anywhere into his home turf, nearly indistinguishable from the divine realm. This enabled him to challenge ordinary deities with peak master-level strength. Soon, Harris spotted Assad approaching. Recognizing him instantly, his eyebrows lifted slightly. What a narrow escape indeed. Damien's death. Shocker's death. He hadn't forgotten these incidents. Westerner? Assad frowned upon seeing Harris. "Assad, I didn't expect to meet you here. As an old saying in your long country goes, if it's not for enmity, there won't be a reunion." "You know me?" Assad revealed a trace of surprise. He was certain he had never met the other party before. So, it seemed he must have killed someone from the other side. Dark Temple? Martial Valor Army? Or the Werewolf Organization? Perhaps even from Japan? "Of course I do. I've been following your news. After Shocker's death, I originally wanted to come and find you, but unfortunately, I didn't have the time back then. This time, you ran into my hands. Truly unfortunate for you." Harris shook his head, feigning regret. Haha. Assad couldn't help but laugh. So it was someone from the Dark Temple. He knew it. Once news of the secret gateway broke, the Dark Temple wouldn't be able to sit still. From the demeanor of this man, he was clearly one of their so-called deities. "Unfortunate? It seems those words suit you better. I've encountered quite a few people from your Dark Temple, but all of them were weaklings who only knew how to bluster." Assad sneered as he spoke. Damn, these words immediately revealing a gash on his face. Had he not dodged in time, his head might have been easily severed by this strike. What formidable swordsmanship. Actually managed to dodge? Assad raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. Given the improvement in his swordsmanship, the opponent shouldn't have been able to evade. He looked at the shattered ice shield on the ground and realized that when the sword broke through the shield, it might have shifted its angle. Otherwise, the man opposite him would already be lying dead. Truly fortunate. Assad shook his head helplessly. This is battle. Unexpected situations always occur. Since one strike didn't kill the opponent, then another strike will do. It's no big deal. Thinking this, Assad raised his hand again, fingers extended like a blade, and slashed toward Harris from afar. No good. Harris was already on edge. The previous strike had terrified him. Seeing Assad raise his hand, panic set in, and he clenched a crystalline pendant hanging from his chest. Crack. The crystalline pendant shattered. A turquoise water drop flowed out from within. Damn you for this. The water drop fell, instantly coating Harris with a layer of azure light, like an armor enveloping him completely. Bang. Assad's sword light struck directly at his chest. Harris was hurled back dozens of meters, staggering backward. The heavy force left him breathless, yet unharmed. Ha 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 ha. Indeed, the tear of the ancient god lives up to its name. Even just a single tear can block most forces in this world. Harris felt immensely relieved, but also deeply pained. Though his life was temporarily spared, he had used up this rare treasure. This was the key item for his ascent to godhood. Harris stared at Assad, filled with hatred. Without this tear of the ancient god, his chances of becoming a deity were practically extinguished. Damn. Hate. Assad, you should die. Harris had been stuck at this stage for too long, and now all hope was lost. Hatred surged within him like waves, his eyes turning red. Kill. Boom. The surrounding blue aura exploded around Harris, and fierce ice dragons burst forth from his body, numbering over a dozen. Each one was as thick as a barrel, stretching 100 meters long. Ice dragon annihilation. Boom. The ice dragons flew towards Assad, illuminating the dark mine pit like daylight. Azure radiance bloomed. Spatial tremors. The power of this strike is impressive. Assad lifted his head, looking at the dozen ice dragons. Pity. It's merely the last struggle of a cornered beast. His calm voice echoed around, akin to a celestial command. The space around him abruptly quieted as an invisible force spread from Assad, enveloping the ice dragons above. This is impossible. Harris's pupils contracted sharply, his expression changing drastically. To Harris, Assad remained composed, facing the attack of the ice dragons with a mere lift of his hand. In the sky, a colossal palm emerged and rapidly expanded, like a giant parasol blocking out the sky, swiftly covering all the space before them. Bang! The palm grabbed the ice dragons, gently closing, and they turned into powder. Trembling, Harris's heart quivered. Such overwhelming power, could it be? He suddenly had a thought. Could Assad have already ascended to the divine realm? Otherwise, it's impossible for anyone to possess such strength. Damn, how can the opponent be at the divine realm? Harris cursed endlessly in his heart, determined to retreat immediately. He spurred himself to full speed, dashing deeper into the mine pit. An azure glow flashed. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the spot. Think you can run that easily? Assad pursued leisurely, not pressing hard. He wanted to see how much this guy knew about the secret entrance, whether he would venture into it. Harris naturally sensed Assad's movements and was both shocked and enraged. Assad, don't push me. If you push me too far, you won't end well either. Even if you are at the divine realm. Harris shouted angrily. As the Sea Lord of the Dark Temple, Harris knew that although his strength was inferior to Assad's, some of the trump cards he possessed were enough to deal with ordinary deities. Of course, using these trump cards came at an enormous cost. To fight a deity without sustaining any injury, what a joke. This was also why Harris hesitated. Pathetic threat. Assad sneered, unconcerned. Faced with Assad's indifference, Harris could only keep running forward, deeper into the mine. The deep and complex tunnel network soon led him to the very bottom. A secret door stood there, radiant and luminous like a colossal lighthouse, illuminating the deepest part of the dark mine as if it were daylight. It's the secret door truly, no mistake. I didn't expect it has completely transformed from the illusory world to the real one. Harris stared at the door, eyes filled with fascination. As a core member of the Dark Temple, he had access to much information, including plenty about the secret door. It was said that the Dark Temple's Briar once gained great fortune from the secret door. Tap tap tap. At that moment, he heard footsteps behind him. It was Assad. Harris's face changed instantly as he rushed toward the secret door. However, just before reaching it, he abruptly stopped in his tracks. Why have you stopped? Assad's calm voice echoed from behind Harris. Harris looked terrible, slowly turning around to face the composed Assad. He gritted his teeth, seemingly making a decision. Mr. Luther, I am willing to exchange information about the secret door for your forgiveness. Information? Assad chuckled. Tell me more. What? Harris's face changed again. This is information about the secret door. You probably don't even know what it represents. My information is worth every bit. Unless you guarantee not to kill me, I will never reveal it. Then you can keep your information. Assad showed no concern. After all, who would willingly divulge truly valuable information? Chapter 283 A Whole New World. You still want to kill me? Harris's expression darkened. He took cautious steps toward the secret door, ready to put up a desperate fight. Waiting for death was not his style. Isn't it very normal to kill you? Assad curled the corner of his lips. It was Harris who made the first move, but now he seemed like the victim, which Assad couldn't help but admire for its audacity. Fine, fine, fine. Harris gave up all his last shreds of hope. With a swift step back, his whole body entered the range of the secret door. Snap. At this moment, he felt his entire body sink. The sky lit up with flashes of thunderbolt. Rumble. Thunder's roll struggle. After all, he was once the sea over god. When had he ever endured such humiliation? This was worse than death. Assad, a gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. Give me a quick end. Harris roared in anger. You'll die sooner or later. Why be in a hurry? Before you die, help me explore the path honestly. As he spoke, Assad carried Harris with one hand and stepped into the secret door. Boom. It felt like a new universe was reborn. With this step, everything changed. Before Assad, a brand new world unfolded like a picture scroll. Indeed, it was a new world. Towering giant trees stood tall, their vast crowns covering almost the entire sky. Each towering tree was over 100 meters high, with a trunk diameter of over 10 meters. Branches were lush and leaves abundant, extraordinarily prosperous. And this seemed to be a world entirely composed of vegetation. Just entering here made Assad feel an abundance of vitality. Simultaneously, he sensed the tremor within his green Emperor longevity body, resonating with the same source of power. Assad restrained Harris's power, then flung him onto the ground beside him. The aura here seems familiar. Assad murmured to himself. To Harris, a faint mist rose from the surrounding colossal trees, obviously a dense life force, surging toward where Assad stood, almost ready to engulf him. Huff! Assad spread his arms wide, the green Emperor longevity body emitting splendid light, voraciously devouring the life forces. He even sensed his constitution slowly improving. This was simply unbelievable. Harris's eyes nearly popped out upon seeing this. Envy and jealousy. Roar. However, at this moment, a roar came from deep within the huge forest. Harris seemed to have recalled something, his expression drastically changing. Watching Assad engrossed in cultivation, he quickly shouted, Assad, wake up! There's a savage beast coming. If he were free now, he would definitely run away without hesitation. Unfortunately, he wasn't. His power was bound, reducing him to the strength of an ordinary person, unable to escape this forest. If the beast attacked, he would be the first victim. Annoying. Assad slowly opened his eyes, interrupting his cultivation, and cast a cold glance at Harris. Cultivation was addicting, especially when one could visibly improve rapidly. How could Assad not be angry when Harris interrupted him at this critical moment? Seeing the murderous intent flash in Assad's eyes, Harris's heart leaped. He hurriedly said, "Mr. Luther, the savage beasts behind the secret door are very powerful. According to our Dark God Temple's God King, each of them has a combat power level equivalent to the Divine Realm, and they often appear in groups. Each one was of Divine Realm combat power." Assad raised an eyebrow, with clear skepticism in his eyes. And right at that moment, the commotion from afar was getting closer. The sounds were chaotic, and he could even feel the ground trembling beneath his feet. "Mr. Luther, let's go. It's too late if we don't leave now." Cold sweat began to trickle down from Harris's forehead. Fear slowly overwhelmed his heart. He believed that the God King wouldn't easily lie. If it was said that these were Divine Realm-level fierce beasts, then it must be true. As a Divine Realm expert, Assad still had confidence to escape under such circumstances. However, he wasn't, especially when he was now under control. Once the ferocious beast arrived, he would have no way to escape. "Oh no, they're here." Harris heard a tremendous roar right next to his ear. He turned back and saw a huge tiger head emerging from the forest, with a fearsome mouth full of sharp fangs, and the mark of a king clearly visible on its forehead. The most shocking thing was its size. Standing next to a 100-meter-tall giant tree, it barely made any difference in height. A 100-meter-tall gigantic tiger. Harris's legs felt weak, especially when more roars came from the distance, indicating that there wasn't just one such giant tiger here. "Oh my gods, what kind of place have I come to?" Harris couldn't withstand this blow any longer, completely collapsing onto the ground. His eyes filled with despair as he watched the approaching giant tiger, knowing that this time he was utterly doomed. All because of this Assad. How hateful. Not only did he destroy my hope of entering the Divine Realm, but he also brought me into this deadly situation. After the fear subsided, a strong sense of hatred and resentment arose in Harris's heart. If it weren't for Assad, he would never have fallen to this point. While Harris was filled with resentment, Assad looked at the giant tiger. The tiger's fierce gaze met his, their eyes locking in the air. Crack. A silent flash of lightning exploded. It was a dangerous light. Roar. The giant tiger suddenly lifted its paw and swiped toward Assad and Harris. Its massive claw, like a dark cloud blocking out the sky, descended upon them. Chapter 284, Anthropomorphic Zombie Tiger Demon. No. Despair enveloped Harris's heart. In the present world, there were extremely few creatures of such enormity unless in the deep sea. As the main god of the ocean, Harris had once encountered such gargantuan beasts in the deep sea, hundreds of meters long, possessing divine level or even beyond divine level strength. In that desolate area, they were truly the kings. Now, in this unfamiliar world, the appearance of this gigantic tiger dragged Harris back into that terror. His whole body trembled. However, facing the giant tiger's attack, Assad's eyes flashed with sharpness, his face filled with eagerness to challenge. Very challenging, isn't it? There's no better opponent like this in the present world. Boom. He forcefully stamped his feet on the ground and leaped into the sky, stepping in midair, his fingers forming a sword shape, decisively slicing through the air. Swoosh. It seemed as if the sky before him was split in two. The sword light slashed onto the giant tiger's claws, the fierce sword light splitting into 5 directions, piercing through the giant claws with 5 dazzling streaks emerging from the other end. Roar. Blood splattered. The giant tiger swiftly retracted its claw, roaring furiously. It hadn't expected to suffer at the hands of 2 insignificant beings like these. However, Assad didn't retreat. Taking advantage of the tiger's rage, he rushed toward the giant tiger, with fierce sword light blooming once again from his hands. Bang. He slashed at the giant tiger's head with one stroke. Fury flashed in the giant tiger's eyes, and a huge black shadow suddenly appeared between it and Assad. The sword light slashed in as if cutting through tough leather. Zombie tiger demon? Assad raised an eyebrow. Short exchanges had already let him know the root of this giant tiger. It was just a beast. Despite its enormous size and power, it couldn't change its nature. However, the appearance of the zombie tiger demon piqued Assad's interest. As the saying goes, helping tigers do evil deeds. In the present world, it was said that people who were eaten or killed by tigers would turn into zombie tiger demons, forever trapped around the tiger, enslaved by it. And the massive black figure before him indeed looked human, but with bare limbs wrapped only in animal skin, a blank expression on its face, and a giant steel fork in its hand. The steel fork was over 100 meters long, with 3 sharp blades on the forkhead, reflecting cold light. Buzz. The giant tiger slowly retreated while the anthropomorphic zombie tiger demon remained where it was, existing between illusion and reality. Its deep pupils gazed at Assad, then slowly raised the steel fork and stabbed towards Assad. Rumble. The steel fork was too large, over 10 meters in diameter, thrusting fiercely, almost bringing a cataclysmic force capable of overturning the heavens. A dark sword appeared in Assad's hand. He slashed forward, his figure retreating backward. Crack. The sword light collided with the steel fork and instantly vanished. The steel fork continued thrusting towards Assad with overwhelming force. What formidable strength. Assad's face slightly changed, finally revealing seriousness. He cast a doubtful glance at the giant tiger lurking nearby. This really didn't seem like prey that a giant tiger could catch, not to mention transforming it into a zombie tiger demon. The reason was simple. This zombie tiger demon was incredibly strong. Although Assad's previous strike wasn't at full power, it still contained at least 60 to 70% of his strength, yet it was easily overwhelmed by the anthropomorphic zombie tiger demon. The strength gap was significant. Assad suspected that even if he exerted all his power, he might still be suppressed by the other side. Even more challenging, isn't it? Assad's fighting spirit grew even stronger. He landed on a big tree, lightly pushing off with his foot, dashing straight toward the anthropomorphic zombie tiger demon, releasing a sword that caused countless sword chi to flash. 10,000 swords incarnation. Assad softly shouted. A vast realm composed of countless sword lights descended heavily upon the anthropomorphic zombie tiger demon. The surrounding scattered sword lights fell, causing numerous trees to topple. Harris under the tree turned green with fear, frantically running far away. Damn you, Assad. Are you trying to take the opportunity to kill me? Dodging the continuously falling trees, he cursed in his heart, wishing to grind Assad's bones into dust to assuage his anger. At this moment, Assad had no time to pay attention to Harris. His 10,000 swords incarnation enveloped the anthropomorphic zombie tiger demon, countless sword chi filling the air. The anthropomorphic zombie tiger demon struggled like a wild beast in a cage, unable to escape for the time being. However, the power of the steel fork in its hand was too great. Each thrust destroyed a large portion of the sword chi. But since the sword chi incarnation was in a self-renewing cycle, new sword chi emerged continuously. If this went on, the anthropomorphic zombie tiger demon would eventually be completely surrounded by sword chi. However, things did not go as Assad had anticipated. The anthropomorphic zombie tiger demon, perhaps retaining a thread of intelligence, abruptly unleashed an exceedingly ancient combat technique upon realizing it could not escape. Hayward, a war dance, the steel fork formed an impenetrable iron wall, shattering a large amount of sword chi in a short time. At the same moment, it charged toward Assad fiercely. The charging form was like that of a mad war elephant. All the enormous trees in its path were sent flying. The earth trembled and cracked. It reached Assad with unstoppable force, its steel fork lashing out like a steel whip. Bang! The air exploded, a series of deafening cracks erupting. Assad felt a gust of strong wind coming at him, but his expression remained unchanged. He rose into the sky like a falling leaf, leaping thousands of meters in one step, instantly crossing over the anthropomorphic zombie tiger demon. Swoosh! He slashed his sword towards the giant tiger cowering behind. The sword light gleamed like a rainbow. In an instant, it pierced through the giant tiger's head. The giant tiger hadn't expected to be successfully ambushed by Assad while hiding behind the zombie tiger demon. After emitting a mournful cry, it fell heavily to the ground. Its brain was thoroughly shattered by Assad's strike. The earth shook. The giant tiger's body lay motionless on the ground. What surprised Assad was that the anthropomorphic zombie tiger demon didn't disappear but instead stopped, its steel fork stabbing into the ground. After a while, it actually took large strides and walked away. Was this still a zombie tiger demon? Assad faintly sensed that he might have been used by this creature. The consecutive attacks from the zombie tiger demon seemed aimed at forcing him to confront the giant tiger, using his hand to eliminate it. Holding the steel fork high, the zombie tiger demon sang incomprehensible songs and sprinted off, quickly becoming a black shadow and disappearing from Assad's sight. Assad didn't chase after it. The area was unfamiliar, and any mishap could be regrettable. At this moment, looking at the vast expanse of fallen trees and the giant tiger's corpse, and hearing distant roars, Assad landed on the ground, scanned around, and saw Harris. He flashed over to Harris's back, grabbed the back of his neck, and swiftly fled into the distance. Again? Harris, having narrowly survived the aftermath of falling trees, hadn't had much time to react before feeling a tightening grip on his neck again. He knew exactly who it was. Damn you. One day I will get my revenge. Harris thought angrily. Chapter 285 Beyond the Sea of Trees. Assad moved swiftly on top of the tree canopy. As far as the eye could see, it was an endless sea of trees. The wind blew, causing the tall trees to sway. The massive green canopies undulated with the wind like emerald waves, presenting a scene full of vitality. Assad felt as if he had returned home, diving into the sea like a dragon. The everlasting body of the Green Emperor seemed to breathe in rhythm, its strength increasing every second, making Assad feel as if he were riding a rocket, immersed in this process. Harris envied him immensely. Though his cultivation was restrained, his discernment remained sharp. He could clearly sense, damn bastard. Harris cursed inwardly, hurriedly getting up to observe the surroundings. They were almost at the edge of the sea of trees, with a continuous range of mountains coming into view. On the mountains, numerous rugged stone houses stood, built by giants. On the mountain, one could see several 100-meter-tall giants. They were mostly bare, walking or lying down, living here. In the mountain ravines, the white bones of fierce beasts could be faintly seen. Bones piled like mountains, chilling and horrifying. Are these the natives of this world? Harris swallowed hard. Assad was mentally prepared since the giant tiger once enslaved human-shaped shanguis, indicating the existence of giants. It seemed that the creatures here were generally powerful but lived a primitive lifestyle. Assad's gaze swept over the sprawling mountains and reached the end of the giant settlements. At the peak of the mountain stood a grand palace towering thousands of meters high. Due to its height, the clouds hovered beside the palace like a celestial palace on top of a cloud. A divine palace standing amidst the clouds, guarded by countless giants. That place must be the core of this world. Assad muttered to himself. Harris, forgetting his prisoner status, said excitedly, "That's right. It should be where the eye of the world is." The eye of the world? Assad raised an eyebrow. Harris's expression changed, realizing he had slipped. Under Assad's gaze, his lips twitched a couple of times before he reluctantly continued. According to our Breyer's account, at the very center of this world lies the eye of the world, which serves as the critical node of this small world. Once this node is controlled, this small world officially belongs to someone, becoming private property. Private property? Assad repeated. From what he saw, this world wasn't small, at least the size of one or two provinces. If it could become a private estate, it was indeed tempting, let alone the countless resources hidden here. Even these giants and fierce beasts could be considered resources. Harris continued, not only that, it is said that once the eye of the world is mastered, one can even harness the power of the world to become its master. Saying this, his eyes revealed a hint of yearning. Tisi. Assad laughed coldly and asked, is this also what your dark god temple's briar said? Yes. Regardless of how to control the eye of the world, even if controlled, who do you think can wield the power of a world? Assad said indifferently. This. Harris came to his senses, his expression turning grim. At the edge of the forest sea, Assad did not actively head towards the mountains ahead. That was the territory of the giants. The formidable power displayed by the human-shaped donghua already made Assad wary. And within the mountains, there were likely thousands of such giants. This constituted a formidable combat force. Tens of thousands of divine realm practitioners who would dare to face them head-on. Assad couldn't help but think that if someone could command such an army of giants, wouldn't they be invincible? Even if all the forces in the current world united, they would be crushed by this power. Wait. Assad suddenly thought of something and sharply looked at Harris, coldly asking, what was your dark god temple's purpose in entering this secret door? Harris paused and said, our briar didn't specify. He only mentioned that there were treasures hidden within and let us enter based on our luck. A cross flashed in Assad's eyes. Heaven's eye. Activate. In his eyes, he saw a foreign aura hidden near Harris's heart. The aura seemed dormant, but ready to take control of Harris's body at any moment. So that's how it is. Assad looked at Harris with a hint of pity. Being used as a puppet without realizing it was truly pitiful. Why are you looking at me like that? Harris's heart raced. Assad's fingers formed a sword shape and plunged into Harris's chest. Harris screamed, no. Intense killing intent surrounded him, making his entire body tremble. With his powers restrained, he was like fish on a chopping board, entirely at Assad's mercy. With a swift pull, Assad withdrew his bloodied hand from Harris's chest. At the same time, he pulled out a small metal plate. What is that? Harris realized he hadn't died and felt immensely relieved, quickly distancing himself from Assad while keeping his eyes on the metal plate in Assad's hand. How did such a thing end up in my heart? Boom. Assad crushed the metal plate. As it broke, a powerful aura surged out. A golden figure appeared. Briar. It was the aura of the briar. Harris was stunned. There was no way he could be mistaken. It was definitely the aura of the briar. But why would a metal plate containing the briar's aura be inside his heart? Harris's expression turned grim. Chapter 286, New Captive. Alas. A soft sigh emanated from the golden figure. At the same time, he lifted his head to look around. The forest of trees, the distant mountains, all came into view. I didn't expect to return to this familiar place. Divine King, is it really you? Harris's face changed slightly, but still stepped beside the golden figure. The golden figure looked at Harris and nodded, seemingly transforming from an ethereal presence into a solid form of a Maxwell with a kind expression and a head of short blonde hair. Harris. The divine king Lionel of the Dark God Temple waved his hand, and the force that had been restraining Harris suddenly vanished. Harris staggered but finally regained his freedom. Thank goodness. He wore an expression of surprise mixed with joy. Without my permission, who do you think you are to release my captive? Right then, Assad spoke coldly from nearby. Lionel turned to look at Assad, his smile gradually fading, revealing a glint of deadly intent in his eyes. Captive? No one has dared speak to me like this before. Really? What a pity. Now there is someone who dares. Assad said without yielding. Truly inexperienced youth knows no fear. Lionel used a Chinese idiom, shaking his head as he said, but remember your place. When facing the strong, respect is necessary. As he spoke, Lionel raised his hand and pointed a finger at Assad's brow. Whoosh. It moved slowly yet swiftly, reaching Assad instantly. The divine king has acted. Harris widened his eyes from the side, holding his breath. Is this all you've got if you want to kill me? Assad's words fell, followed by a burst of breath like a white ribbon that shattered the golden light and surged towards Lionel with undiminished force. A trace of astonishment flashed across Lionel's eyes, forcing him to raise his hand again to shatter the white ribbon. Although Harris was uneasy about the divine king's gold plate over his heart, he reminded him, Your Majesty, this person is named Assad, also a deity realm powerhouse. Deity realm? Lionel's face darkened, suddenly realizing. So, you were the one who awakened me. Now you realize, but it's too late. Since you released my captive, it's your turn to be my captive. Assad said indifferently. What? Lionel flushed with anger. As the divine king of the Dark God Temple, even though this was just an avatar, it symbolized the dignity of a divine king. A mere junior dared to speak to him like this, even imagining making him a captive. Foolish youth. You have truly provoked me. My previous strike was a mere gesture. You actually thought you could defeat me? How ridiculous. Lionel's expression became solemn, the golden light around him intensifying, power rapidly escalating. Enveloped in the golden glow, he appeared immensely majestic, granting you death. Before Lionel appeared a thick book resembling a dictionary. Extending his finger towards Assad, an invisible force suddenly enveloped Assad. Seeing this scene, Harris showed immense awe. This was the power of the divine king. True word command. Word made law. He had once seen the divine king cast this spell against an ancient tribe's god, utterly annihilating the opponent under the true word. Now, witnessing the divine king casting true word close, watching a battle between two deity realms wasn't safe. Harris was terrified, fearing he would be caught in the aftershocks of their battle. He began retreating frantically, plunging deep into the forest. Only when the commotion lessened did he let out a breath of relief, wiping his eyes, which were covered in blood. But he could see again. He leaped onto the treetops and looked back at where he had been. Crunch. Assad reached out, grabbing Lionel by the neck, lifting him high before slamming him hard into the ground. Boom. Lionel's figure began to waver, seeming ready to dissipate. Clearly, as an avatar without the main body as a source, the brief clash had drained his power. He needed to find a host for a physical form. Damn brat. Forcing me to awaken early ruins my plans. Lionel's cold gaze swept around, following the trail Harris left, diving straight into the forest. As an avatar without a host, his power was greatly limited. Naturally, he thought of Harris. This avatar had been nurtured inside Harris for many years, enough to transform him into a true host. If he returned to Harris, he could forcibly elevate Harris's strength to the deity realm. Thus, Harris would become his earthly avatar, making it easy to deal with Assad. You come back here. Assad wouldn't let Lionel leave so easily. He plunged the lightless sword into the ground, its tip buried deep. Then the sword's glow instantly enveloped 1,000 meters around. The sword formed a cage. It locked Lionel in place. Lionel had no choice but to face Assad. You really want to oppose me? Lionel's face was icy. Haha, oppose? Of course not. You're just an avatar. What Zugura qualifications do you have to oppose me? You are nothing but my captive. Assad said calmly, as if making a declaration. Chapter 287. The Flower of Haywarth and Death. At the edge of the forest, the atmosphere turned icy. Alinus looked at Assad expressionlessly, as if trying to engrave his opponent's appearance into his memory. He said, arrogant young man. I hope you still have this much courage when my main body arrives. That's fine. I'll wait for your main body. Assad chuckled softly. Alinus stared coldly at Assad. Without waiting for Assad to make a move, this incarnation exploded directly, turning into countless fragments, leaving only an extremely refined stone on the spot. A soul stone. It has an exceptionally outstanding effect on nourishing divine souls. Of course, it is also very difficult to obtain a soul stone. They are often found in ancient battlefields or mass graves, where more deaths and wandering souls increase the chance of forming a soul stone. Unexpectedly, one of Alinus' incarnations had actually condensed a soul stone. Quite decisive indeed. Watching the self-destructed incarnation, Assad shrugged helplessly, stretched out his hand gently, grabbed the soul stone, and put it away. The moment the incarnation died, far to the west outside the secret gateway, in a magnificent temple, a person who had been sitting high on a god's throne opened his eyes. The temple of dark deity, deity King Alinus. Once an incarnation, carrying a fragment of his soul, dies, he can sense it immediately. Right now, he sensed that the shard of soul he embedded in Harris had lost contact. This kind of feeling only occurred when a soul fragment was destroyed. Harris. Alinus looked solemn, his eyes cast down, like a deity from the heavens. Unfortunately, after splitting the soul, without its return, he could hardly determine what had happened. But with the destruction of the soul fragment, he had to investigate thoroughly. Mariana. Alinus spoke. A woman who had been standing around like a statue stirred slightly, seemingly awakening from her statue state. The original stony color of her body faded, transforming into vibrant hues. Greetings, Deity King. She bowed deeply. Rise, my daughter. Deity King Alinus lifted his hand, leaning on a lightning spear, gazing kindly at the woman. What does the Deity King command? This woman was his and the patricia's daughter named Mariana, inheriting their powers, breaking through to the divine realm, and being the first princess of the Temple of Dark Deity. Go to the east, find Harris. I can sense he is still alive. Alinus instructed, then paused and continued. If there is an opportunity, delve deeper into the secret gateway. There is a Cloud Peak divine palace there. My daughter, within lies. After hearing Alinus' words, Mariana nodded and walked out of the temple slowly. Her graceful figure gradually moved further away until it disappeared from Alinus' sight. My daughter, may you arrive in time? Alinus sighed deeply, echoing throughout the temple, closing his eyes again and turning back into a huge stone sculpture. And inside the temple, there were not less than 100 such statues sleeping, each symbolizing a renowned deity from Western mythology. Remarkably, after Alinus turned back into a statue, his face displayed the features of Zeus. In the world behind the secret gateway, Alinus' incarnation committed suicide, and Assad obtained a soul stone. In the distance, Harris saw this scene clearly and felt his scalp tingling. Although he had long expected that the Deity King's incarnation might not be able to defeat Assad, he never thought the battle would end so quickly, in just 5 minutes. And at this moment, he began to worry about his situation. What should he do? Alinus' incarnation helped him clear Assad's bindings, granting him freedom. Returning to be Assad's prisoner was definitely something he didn't want. However, this world was fraught with dangers. With his strength alone, could he really survive safely? This left him in a dilemma. To hell with this choice, I will not go back as a captive. The Deity King once gained enlightenment here. Why can't I? Perhaps my hope of becoming a deity lies here. Harris made up his mind, took a deep look at the direction where Assad was, and unhesitatingly fled in another direction. This world severely restricted divine sense perception. Although Assad sensed Harris leaving, he did not chase after him, because he discovered a new opportunity. Thump, thump, thump. Heavy footsteps came as he saw several tall giants walking out of the tree sea. They were carrying prey, each as large as a small mountain. Assad glanced at the continuous mountains, and with a sudden impulse, landed on one of the prey carried on their shoulders, moving so swiftly that they didn't even notice. Thus, with the help of these hunting giants, Assad managed to enter the mountain range safely and without incident. When he truly approached the mountain range, he realized just how incredibly massive these mountains were. As a place that could accommodate giants, it simply couldn't be small. However, the environment here was quite harsh, barren and desolate. There wasn't even any vegetation on the ground. All signs of life seemed to have completely ceased upon entering the mountains, making it like a land of death. After passing through a mountain range, they entered the realm of the giants. Assad silently jumped down from the prey, landing like a speck of dust, with all power fluctuations perfectly concealed without any flaws. He examined his surroundings. Here stood houses built from rugged boulders, seemingly the dwellings of giants. But most giants lived under the open sky. The carcasses of prey were thrown into the adjacent mountains, and Assad glanced at them, noticing the densely packed white bones inside, almost filling up the entire mountain range. It could be imagined that giants had likely been living here for no less than 1,000 years. Just as Assad intended to leave, his footsteps suddenly paused. He looked toward the valley strewn with bones, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. The flower of Hayward and death. He actually discovered an extremely rare divine medicine. It bloomed at the end of the valley. The countless bones here seemed to have all transformed into its nourishment, aiding its growth. According to the records in the Jade of Hayward and death, this kind of divine medicine generally blooms in areas between life and death, needing to cross the river Styx to be picked in the afterlife. Never did he expect to find it here. As a divine medicine, it possessed infinite wonders, rumored to be plantable in one. This flower, as large as a man, was too conspicuous in the gorge. He doubted that the giants had not noticed it. Yet, it had not been picked, which was telling. Especially around the Hayward and death enorma flower, there lay dense fragments of broken bones, clearly caused by external forces. This Hayward and death enorma flower likely belonged to someone. Assad made his judgment. Therefore, he did not act rashly but observed carefully. In the deep gorge, Assad landed on a skeleton, one that stretched for hundreds of meters, humanoid, possibly that of a deceased giant. Assad jumped off the skeleton. Looking around, the skeletons were like small mountains, making him standing on shattered bones seem incredibly insignificant. Cold winds swept through the gorge. Bone-chilling cold. Hiss, something's not right with this wind. Assad immediately felt an anomaly. The cold winds at the bottom of the gorge were like icy knives, freezing and bleak, seemingly capable of extinguishing one's vitality. Ghostly ice wind. Suddenly, he recalled a type of wind mentioned in ancient teachings. This wind could extinguish human vitality and freeze the body, being one of the 4 celestial calamities. Prolonged exposure would even blow away the soul. Though the ghostly ice wind here wasn't as intense, prolonged exposure was still dangerous for Assad. Didn't expect such danger at the bottom of the gorge. Assad instantly heightened his alertness, cautiously suppressing his vital energy, appearing like a dead corpse externally. However, inside his body, the blood furnace burned fiercely, ensuring no loss in actual combat power. Crack. At that moment, a crisp sound echoed in the air. It was the sound of bones cracking. From above the gorge, a tall giant threw down a prey. A wild wolf, over 100 meters tall, already killed and stripped of flesh, leaving behind a bloody skeleton. The skeleton fell around the Hayward and death enorma flower, causing a massive cloud of dust and sending bone fragments flying, a scene both eerie and beautiful. Rustle. Bone fragments landed, blood from the skeleton staining the ground. The Hayward and death enorma flower nearby suddenly swayed, its long snake-like petals twisting and undulating in the wind. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Simultaneously, a thick root suddenly emerged from underground, piercing straight into the top of the skeleton. Swoosh. The root, as thick as an arm, stabbed directly in. Then, it pulled sharply. The 100-meter-tall skeleton, weighing dozens of tons, was dragged directly towards the Hayward and death enorma flower. What the heck? Such terrifying strength. Assad couldn't help but be stunned. No wonder it's considered an immortal herb. Just this single root's burst of strength likely surpassed ordinary divine realm entities, perhaps even more powerful. Indeed, in this world, few beings were weak, and even common creatures were 10 to 100 times larger than those outside. Who knows what power sustains this world? Wait, trees as tall as 100 or even several hundred meters, along with various fierce beasts and giants. If they were reduced by 10 or 100 times, wouldn't they match the normal world? So, are these giants truly giants? Assad's gaze turned profound. A faint conjecture surfaced in his mind. Perhaps I really need to see the Cloudtop Palace. Maybe the answers lie within. But now wasn't the time to ponder this question. Assad redirected his attention to the Hayward and death enorma flower. It had begun feeding. Yes, feeding. The bloody skeleton was dragged to its front. Its petals suddenly bloomed widely, the snake-like petals shooting out rapidly, directly piercing into different parts of the skeleton. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The hard bones were like tofu before it, easily pierced. Soon, the bloody skeleton began to change. The flesh on the skeleton continuously disappeared, and the bones began to soften, as if all the residual strength inside had been completely drained. Bang! As the petals retracted, the skeleton collapsed like it had been deflated, scattering into fragments on the ground. This was the reason for the scattered bone fragments around the Hayward and death enorma flower. At this moment, Assad also noticed another situation. The giant atop the mountain gorge did not leave after feeding the flower. He stayed above, observing the Hayward and death enorma flower's feeding. Seeing the skeleton turned into shattered bones, he grinned widely. It seems this immortal herb is indeed being cultivated by these giants, or at least they are aware of its existence. Assad's gaze flickered. Now things got complicated. First, the power of this immortal herb itself could not be underestimated. Any attempt to pick it would inevitably cause a significant disturbance. If that happened, drawing the attention of countless giants from the surrounding mountains, even Assad might struggle to escape unscathed. Moreover, this place wasn't only inhabited by giants. Cloudtop Palace. Assad cast a wary glance toward it. To believe that there was nothing extraordinary in there seemed unlikely. This realization made him understand that taking risks now wasn't wise. At the very least, to harvest the Hayward and death enorma flower, some strategy was required. The forest tree sea was not far from here. If he could swiftly pluck the flower and then dash into the forest tree sea, there might be a chance. However, the noticeable divide between the forest tree sea and the giant mountain range raised doubts in Assad's mind. There was likely something formidable within the forest tree sea as well. He just hadn't noticed it before. Abandon this immortal herb for now. First go and scout the forest tree sea, securing my escape route. Assad made his decision and decisively pulled back. Whoosh. He took one last deep look at the Hayward and Death Norma flower. Then his entire body transformed into a streak of light, dashing towards the mountaintop. Next, his eyes scanned a group of giants heading out to hunt in the forest tree sea, landing silently atop one of their heads. Roar. The giant felt nothing unusual, raising the massive bone spear in his hand, roaring as he proceeded towards the forest tree sea. Chapter 289. Giant Hunting Team. Returning after leaving. On the way from the giant's mountain range to the forest sea, Assad once again clearly felt the changes in a certain stretch of the road. It was a sensation of life, gradually returning from a state of desolation. Moreover, on this stretch of the road, Assad distinctly felt a forceful suppression akin to a partition between two worlds, severely restricting the power within his body. His strength had been reduced to less than 1/10. This kind of suppression was extremely terrifying. If it appeared during combat or while fleeing, its impact would be almost fatal. However, these giants seemed unaffected by this suppression. They continued to stride forward with great vigor, each step covering dozens of meters. At this moment, Assad also noticed that their roars seemed to follow some sort of pattern. His divine sense moved, and he surprisingly understood the conversation between these giants. Everyone, move faster. We are still far from meeting the tribute quota for this month. If we miss the grand sacrifice, we will all die. The leading giant growled softly. His mood was terrible as he watched his companions' movements, urging them impatiently. Why did I end up with such a group of good-for-nothings? He needed to advance and leave the foothill residential area. He, Hans, perhaps blessed by his ancestors, had successfully grown to a height of 145 meters under the lingering radiance of his bloodline. Once he broke through the 150-meter mark and completed a year's worth of hunting tasks continuously, he could live on the mountainside. Therefore, seeing these lagging companions, he became so angry. Hans, shut up. This is the sacrifice month, and prey is naturally scarce. If you keep pressuring us like this, we'll head back. You want to go to the mountainside, so do we, but the mountainside isn't a place for us to aspire to. Bullshit. Ryder, you're just slacking off. Other hunting teams have still managed to catch enough prey. If we delve deeper into the forest sea, we will surely find plenty of prey and easily complete our hunting task. Hans roared, repeatedly slamming his bone spear into the ground, causing tremors. Bullshit. These words seemed to enrage the giant named Ryder opposite him. His figure was also tall, clearly exceeding 140 meters, nearing the sprint stage. Once he reached 150 meters, he too would gain the qualifications to live on the mountainside. Ryder glared at Hans and roared, exploring further would exceed our capabilities. The prey there is stronger and fiercer. It's not a place for giants at our level. If you want to die, don't drag us along. Damn it, Ryder. You're nothing but a waste. Seeing the two holding bone spears, seemingly about to clash, the three other giants beside them remained indifferent. Their figures were only around 120 to 130 meters tall, obviously less powerful than the two, and they couldn't intervene in their conflict. As for moving to the mountainside, they didn't even have the qualification to aim for it. Assad hid interestedly in Hans's hair, observing the unfolding scene, gaining several useful pieces of information. First, giants of different strengths were basically defined by their height. Once reaching a certain height, they would move to higher places. In short, the stronger the individual, the higher their residence. Secondly, giants held sacrificial activities, possibly related to the Cloud Out Palace. The prey required for sacrifices was provided by the giants themselves. Currently, they seemed to be preparing for a significant sacrificial event, even mentioning a sacrifice moon. Finally, there was information about the forest sea. The danger level increased the deeper one ventured, with the strength of beasts growing progressively stronger. Despite arguing, Hans and Ryder did not engage in real combat. The five giants continued into the forest sea. After some thought, Assad stayed and followed them. On the way, he found that these giants indeed did not practice cultivation, fighting mostly using sheer brute strength and rudimentary combat techniques, similar to primitive hunting behaviors. A flicker of doubt crossed Assad's eyes. Do they really have no extraordinary powers? After all, since entering this world, he had fought against a giant tiger and felt the power it commanded over anthropomorphic Changgue, a type of ghost. Would giants really rely solely on hand-to-hand combat when hunting beasts? Be careful. We have entered the territory of crocodile ancestor. We must be cautious. Suddenly, Hans spoke up. His gaze was alert, and the surrounding giants also grew cautious, holding their breath and advancing in a defensive formation. Crocodile ancestor? Assad's gaze turned toward the distance, where several enormous crocodiles lay on the ground. Though they were called crocodiles, their size was incomparably larger than any ordinary crocodile. They were only about 20 to 30 meters tall, but had astonishing lengths of 200 meters, with huge gray scales covering their bodies. If one of them bit down and thrashed, it was unlikely that any of these giants could escape. At this moment, they seemed to be lurking beneath the tattered leaves, their gray eyes filled with cruelty and bloodlust. They were waiting for prey to come by, and their target was clearly Hans and his group of hunters. At this moment, the roles of predator and prey seemed to have reversed. Hans and his group of giants did not seem to have noticed the presence of these giant crocodiles. They continued to approach step by step, about to fall into the trap set by the giant crocodiles. Wait. At this critical moment, Ryder suddenly stopped. His face showed intense shock, and his eyes swept around with suspicion as he gripped his bone spear tightly. Ryder, what's wrong? Are you trying to run away again? Hans growled softly in displeasure. Perhaps to avoid being discovered, his voice was low, but his expression was clearly annoyed, suspecting Ryder of intentional delay. Ryder grabbed a large tooth hanging from his neck and said, Damn it! Something might be stalking us. My sacrificial tooth is sensing danger, warning me. Hans, you better be careful too. Be careful. Just as Hans was about to speak, one of the hidden giant crocodiles seized the moment of his distraction and launched a sudden attack, charging out of the dead grass. Not good, it's a giant crocodile. Quick, get out of the way. Hans, you idiot. What are you dazed about? Seeing the giant crocodile rushing towards them, Ryder immediately identified the source of the danger and shouted angrily. Seeing the crocodile close in, Hans felt the stench from its mouth, and the imminent threat made his entire body tremble. Damn it, I'm a man who's heading for the mountain peak. You damned beast, die. Hans roared in anger. Caught between life and death, his height suddenly surged by 10 meters. He instantly broke through to over 150 meters tall. Boom. Assad felt a primitive and terrifying force suddenly emerge within Hans's body, a power that even made him feel startled. Chapter 290, 1,000-meter skeleton. A primordial force, almost chaotic, erupted. Hans abruptly drew out the bone fork, as thick as a stone pillar, and swiftly stabbed it forward, piercing through the massive crocodile's head and impaling it to the ground. Boom. The giant crocodile let out a low roar, its body starting to struggle violently. Its long, huge tail whipped around like a steel whip. Splash. The sound of breaking air suddenly came, heading straight for Hans's head. But at this critical moment, Hans experienced a breakthrough, his strength greatly enhanced. He grabbed the crocodile's tail with both hands and lunged forward, punching it wildly. Bang bang bang. Barehanded. He actually smashed the giant crocodile's head into pulp. He pulled out the bone fork and went to assist the other companions. Soon, 2 more giant crocodiles were killed on the spot. In no time, all 3 ambushing crocodiles lay dead. Really close call. This time, it all depends on you, Hans. Yeah. Several people looked at Hans, filled with gratitude. Ryder's expression, however, was somewhat complicated. He naturally noticed Hans's height, which had clearly surpassed the 150-meter limit. What this meant, no one understood better than him. Second stage giant. At this level, one could venture into the mountain slopes, closer to the divine palace, absorbing more divine power and evolving into even stronger giants. Congratulations, second stage mountain moving giant, Hans, Ryder said. Hans smiled. Ryder, thanks for your reminder. Otherwise, I would have been in trouble. Breaking through during battle was just a stroke of luck. After their conversation, they began to transport the prey. 3 giant crocodiles were enough to complete their hunting tasks for these few days. They carried the crocodiles and started to return the way they came. Assad hesitated for a moment, glanced at the deep tree sea, and did not follow immediately. He watched the giant hunting team leave and then headed toward the secret entrance. The tree sea was vast, but Assad remembered the path clearly. He soon found where the secret entrance was previously located. A phantom gateway stood between the trees, not too far from the giant mountains. If Assad gave it his all, he should be able to return within an hour. Of course, this was assuming no accidents occurred along the way. Assad thought for a moment and did not directly return to the secret entrance. According to the information he had, each entry point was different. If he missed the Hayward and Deathy Norma flower this time, the next appearance location might be anywhere. Let's give it a shot. A resolute look flashed in Assad's eyes. After all, it was the immortal herb, and obtaining it would not be easy. He made up his mind and immediately proceeded toward the giant mountains. This time, his speed was very fast, taking no more than 20 minutes to reach the edge of the tree sea from the secret entrance. After leaving the tree sea, his speed drastically mountains. Assad felt his scalp tingle. This was truly like snatching chestnuts from the fire. If obtaining the immortal herb didn't go smoothly, hordes of supergiants would rush over, and he'd likely be crushed into meat paste. Danger, extreme danger. Yet this danger heightened Assad's fighting spirit. He hadn't felt this sensation in a long time. Since he broke through to the divine realm in the present world, no one had given him this sense of crisis. In this undeveloped world fragment, he felt an unprecedented tension. This life-or-death situation made the golden core within him spin faster, his strength continuously rising. Moreover, his green emperor longevity body began to release formidable power, propelling him toward his peak state. Standing again at the mountain gorge entrance, Assad carefully observed the terrain here. After picking the Hayward and Death Norma flower, he must exit from the bottom of the gorge immediately. Otherwise, this sealed gorge might become his grave. And after leaving the gorge, how to get down the mountain was also a problem. If those supergiants hundreds of meters tall blocked his way, they would surely delay him. Assad's eyes flickered with divine light as he simulated the upcoming actions. He looked toward the middle area between the giant mountains and the forest tree sea, which was actually the most dangerous place. There, his strength would be heavily suppressed, almost negligible, and if caught up, he risked destruction. His gaze fell on the gigantic skeleton at the bottom of the gorge. The path of immortality had talismans and alchemy methods. If he could refine a white bone flying boat, it might help him through the toughest period in the middle. Thinking about it, he did it right away. Assad jumped back into the gorge. Whoosh. His movements were extremely fast, like a black shadow instantly plunging into the dense bones. The farther from the Hayward and Death Norma flower, the more intact the skeletons were preserved. These skeletons were incredibly large, forming a forest of bone trees. Assad traveled among them swiftly and soon found a suitable skeleton. This skeleton was extraordinarily vast, possibly over 1,000 meters. Traversing its structure, there was a long spine running through the entire corpse, likely from a python-like fierce beast. From its bones, one could imagine how fearsomely powerful it was when alive. It was truly unparalleled. More crucially, though some of the essence force had dissipated, it hadn't vanished, especially the 2 fangs in its massive mouth, each over 100 meters long, bone-white and terrifying. Materials for the white bone flying boat, secured. Assad's eyes burned with excitement. According to the giant's hierarchy, this python over a kilometer long must have possessed power surpassing the divine realm. Using such materials for refining, if successful, the quality would be astounding. Ultimately, the refined essence converged towards the two fangs. Buzzing sounds filled the air. Assad hovered mid-air, facing the two over 100-meter-long fangs that kept compressing. After 3 hours, both fangs had compressed to about 7 feet in length, containing incredibly formidable power. Pure and tyrannical, reeking of murderous intent. The more Assad looked, the happier he felt. I didn't expect that for my first material refinement, I would use such top-tier materials, and one fang can be used to refine a bone flying boat, while the other is perfect for refining a flying sword. Flying sword. As cultivators, flying through the sky with a sword, breaking through the blue sky, is almost a shared dream. Previously, there had never been suitable materials, but unexpectedly, this time, there was a windfall. Having made up his mind, Assad immediately started. He experimented with nearby ordinary skeletons first, since there were only 2 fangs which couldn't afford to be wasted. If it failed, it would be too regretful. After several attempts, Assad sighed in relief. Fortunately, the legacy included detailed methods for refining flying boats, complete with all the required formations. As long as he was patient, failure was almost impossible. Putting aside the test pieces, he began formally refining the bone flying boat. Boom. The 7-foot-long fang was refined and shaped by the Samay True Fire, gradually growing larger. Assad calmed himself and began inscribing formations on the fang. Spatial formation, energy-gathering formation, flight formation. One by one, various formations were inscribed on the fang. Soon, they were all completed. Assad breathed a long sigh of relief, dropping a drop of his heart's blood into it, instantly gaining a sense of control over it like an extension of his body. Whoosh! Propelled by his mana, the bone-flying boat vanished instantly before his eyes, faster than even Assad had anticipated. Too fast. Its speed was almost 10 times what he could fly on his own. Retrieving the bone-flying boat, Assad turned his attention to the remaining fang, now condensed to 7 feet, gleaming sharply. Bone Immortal Sword. Assad, having formed his plan, without hesitation, encased the fang with Samay True Fire. The originally 7-foot-long fang rapidly compressed. Unlike refining the bone-flying boat, refining the bone Immortal Sword required higher standards. The true fire inside Assad's golden core was nearly depleted when the fang was finally compressed to 3 feet 3 inches, taking on a rudimentary sword shape. It still retained the appearance of a sharp fang, simple yet ancient-looking. Assad extracted another drop of heart's blood and dropped it into the bone Immortal Sword. After some hesitation, his palm flashed and the Hayward-Gliss sword appeared. He plunged the Hayward-Gliss sword into the fang. Boom! With the melting force of Samay True Fire, the Hayward-Gliss sword was thoroughly fused into the bone Immortal Sword, adding dense black veins like scales tightly adhering to the sword. The two perfectly merged into one. Assad raised his hand, and the bone Immortal Sword landed in his palm. With a gentle swipe, it seemed to cut open a black fissure in space. Too powerful, especially the contained poison and killing power, which likely surpassed the divine realm. Assad doubted even his Green Emperor longevity body could withstand this strike. Once hit, severe injury was inevitable. This counts as an unexpected gain. At least it increases the chances of my next move succeeding. Assad felt excited. With a wave of his hand, the bone Immortal Sword burrowed into his right arm, ready to be activated at any moment. He nurtured it continuously with internal energy for daily cultivation. When needed, the sword's power would climb to even greater heights. After retracting the flying sword, Assad also stored the bone-flying boat within his golden core before standing up. With a shake of his foot, the illusion before him completely dissipated. He looked at the Hayward Death Enorma flower not far away, with a hint of golden light flashing in his eyes. Whoosh! In an instant, he approached the immortal herb. As he got close, he smelled a faint fragrance, a power that made one's soul sway, intoxicating and even mesmerizing. Suddenly, a series of chaotic scenes appeared before Assad's eyes. The moment he received the legacy, the scene of him slaughtering werewolves, and his chaotic battles in Japan. No, the Hayward Death jade in his body rotated, shattering all illusions before him. As soon as the illusion broke, Assad saw several thick roots stabbing towards his golden core. Whoosh! Incredibly sharp, carrying a strong wind. Assad did not doubt that these could pierce through his dantian. Even that skeleton over 100 meters tall couldn't withstand such a stab. Even if he cultivated the Green Emperor longevity body, he didn't dare to experiment easily. Swish! Assad formed a sword with his fingers, a streak of sword light appearing on his hand, directly severing one root. Blood-red liquid flowed out from the severed root. Is this still an immortal herb? Assad was shocked but did not stop. With the urging of his mana, his speed increased even more. He spread his hands, and the sword light cut straight toward the root of the Hayward Death Enorma flower. He intended to pull it up by the roots. However, an unexpected the blade sliced through, and the root barrier collapsed instantly. Sprays of blood gushed from the roots. This one strike severed most of the roots, nearly cutting off the entire divine herb. Hiss! Assad's figure moved like a dragon, darting forward swiftly to grab the white bone immortal sword. With another stroke, he completely severed the remaining roots and reached for the Hayward and Death Enorma flower. Roar! Just then, the commotion in the gorge finally caught the attention of the giants. A massive figure atop the mountain peak looked down toward the gorge. Its huge eyes focused on Assad. The damned little thief! You dare to steal our sacred relic! You're asking for death! An enormous mental storm descended upon the gorge. Even though it was several kilometers away, it still made the skeletons at the bottom tremble violently. Not good. Assad felt a chill run down his spine. He had been discovered. But now, he must obtain this Hayward and Death Enorma flower no matter what. Crack. He gripped the stem of the Hayward and Death Enorma flower. But this divine herb was enormous, almost as big as Assad himself. Just as Assad picked up the herb and planned to leave, the snake-like petals suddenly lunged towards his head. Swish, swish, swish. Hayward sharp spines. Humph. Indeed, a formidable divine herb. It has developed self-awareness. However, Assad was well prepared. He had long observed the habits of the Hayward and Death Enorma flower, knowing it would attack when given the chance, which proved true now. With a flash of determination, Assad slashed half of the petals, causing the flower to bleed profusely. Unlike the roots, these petals were the essence of the entire herb. As blood flowed from the cut petals, something shocking happened. This plant indeed emitted real blood, not medicinal sap. He had been tricked. This was not the so-called Hayward and Death Enorma flower, but some kind of mutated plant, possibly even a taboo flower. After all, the blood was excessively foul, forming a sort of toxic substance. I should have known. When I cut its roots earlier, similar blood water appeared. Assad's face turned ashen. He ignored the malevolent plant and looked up again. Several hundred-meter-tall giants were already rushing down the mountain. Thud, thud, thud. They took giant strides, almost flying down the gorge, their roars shaking the mountainside, as if calling for help. They came too fast. Assad activated his golden core, unleashing torrents of spiritual power, instantly summoning the white bone immortal sword. Riding the sword into the sky, he pierced straight through the heavens. Whoosh! A sonic boom tore through the air, and like a streak of light, he soared past the giants and headed for the mountaintop. The damn little thief, stay here. At that moment, a gigantic arm slapped down from above toward Assad. An arm over 100 meters long. Its palm covered the sky, blocking Assad's path. Break! Without dodging, Assad directly powered up the white bone immortal sword, which emitted a chilling white glow. Swish! A deafening whistling sound rang out as the white bone flying sword pierced through the giant's hand, leaving a gaping wound. To challenge an immortal sword with mere flesh is sheer folly. Unreduced in speed, Assad broke free from the gorge, his eyes calm as if he had anticipated this scene. After all, this white bone immortal sword was crafted from the fangs of a python skeleton over 1,000 meters long, forged with its concentrated essence. Its sharpness could pierce even black iron without resistance, let alone flesh. To think this giant attempted to stop him with bare hands was delusional. Roar! Indeed, the injured supergiant clutched his wounded hand, roaring in agony, his hair disheveled, his face filled with savagery. Looking at Assad fleeing, he grabbed a boulder and hurled it toward him. Bang! Feeling the wind behind him, Assad released a powerful energy blast from his hand, shattering the boulder mid-air. Phew! Assad sighed in relief, temporarily safe. The supergiants following behind would catch up, putting him in danger. Buzz! The white bone immortal sword in his hand seemed to sense his murderous intent, trembling excitedly as a sharp and domineering sword light appeared on its surface. Assad no longer held back, slashing horizontally instantly. A giant had its legs severed, crashing heavily to the ground. Assad, not stopping, swiftly slashed at their lower legs. Boom, boom, boom. All the giants in front fell to the ground, powerless to chase him further. However, this delay cost Assad precious time. A particularly tall giant, clearly larger than the others, caught up from behind. Standing over 1,000 meters tall with a crown on his head, he held a massive axe, so large it seemed comparable to a mountain. He stood on the ground like a towering mountain. This was the Xylan. You destroyed our holy relic and injured our people. Damn thief. I will plant you in the ravine and let you be food for the holy relic. The Xylan roared furiously. Chapter 293, the Atabeo, Assad, who had not obtained the elixir, was already extremely angry. Seeing the Lani blocking his path, his eyes grew even colder. A killing intent flickered within him. The sword light from the white bone immortal sword in his hand grew increasingly brilliant. Sword light spread around him, forming a vast field of sword chi that radiated sharpness for nearly 1,000 meters. Even this giant, over 1,000 meters tall, revealed a look of fear. Boom! He tentatively swung his large axe at Assad. Brute strength can overwhelm 10 levels of skill. No matter how strong your sword is, can it really block the force of his axe? It was like a mountain crashing down. The Lani's face showed concern. However, Assad's white bone immortal sword, made from the bones of a python over 1,000 meters long and refined by his 3-flame true fire, was no ordinary weapon. With a sharp sound, the white bone immortal sword pierced through the axe in the Lani's hand, slashing toward his neck. Behind the sword was the expressionless Assad. A strong sense of danger assaulted the Lani. He suddenly retreated, but the enraged Assad had already decided to teach him a lesson. The sword light moved like a dragon, continuing to stab towards the Lani. Rustle! At a critical moment, a beam of light suddenly struck the Lani, forcibly deflecting Assad's white bone immortal sword. What sorcery is this? Assad looked into the distance, and another giant over 1,000 meters tall appeared. He had a dignified appearance with a white beard, his eyes deep and incomprehensible. In his hand was a huge staff, topped with a gemstone the size of a small hill, radiating dazzling light. The Atabeo. As the priest of the giant tribe, he possessed the ability to communicate with gods and could unleash more powerful forces than the Lani in some aspects. Assad immediately sensed the threat, yet under the white light emanating from the Atabeo, the murderous intent in his heart receded like a tide. Wait. At this moment, Assad finally realized something was wrong. Why did he have such intense killing intent? That evil flower. It must be it. Assad finally confirmed the issue. Perhaps from the first time he saw that evil flower, he had already been affected. The evil flower likely possessed some strange power that made him mistakenly believe it was the Norma Hayward Fandeth flower he sought. Perhaps, those countless bones in the Great Ravine were not just fed by the giants. They might have also been drawn by that evil flower. Just like a goose pecking out its own eye after constantly pecking others. Assad felt somewhat self-deprecating. It seemed greed still lingered in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been tempted by that evil flower. Seeing Assad's eyes regain clarity, the Atabeo finally spoke in Dragon Nation language, which Assad was familiar with. Outsider, you destroyed our sacred relic. Sacred relic? I think it's an evil object, they said. The Adebayo sighed softly, saying, Young man, we mean you no harm. That sacred relic is indeed ominous, but it's essential for our sacrificial rites because only it can please the god. God. Yes, the god. The Adebayo began to explain. The deity slumbering in the Cloud Peak Divine Palace will awaken on a night when the stars are exceptionally bright, specifically when the celestial bodies align in a special pattern. Once awakened, it demands massive amounts of blood as offerings, potentially devouring the entire giant tribe. To keep it asleep, we found this evil flower deep within the forest, for only its pollen can make the god sleep again. Why don't you leave while it is sleeping? Assad was puzzled. The Lani beside him replied, Do you think we haven't tried? But this world is too small. The god's radiance covers every corner. It can easily kill all escapees. In its eyes, we are nothing but pitiful insects that can be crushed with a pinch. Assad couldn't help but sigh. The Adebayo laughed bitterly and said, I've long understood that we are merely pigs raised by it. We wanted to use the relic to keep the god asleep. Now that the relic is destroyed, perhaps our end has finally come. His words made Assad feel guilty. After all, the evil flower had been destroyed by his sword, so it was indeed he who shattered their hopes. You mentioned earlier that the evil flower could be cultivated? Assad suddenly recalled something and asked. Before the Lani could respond, the Adebayo shook his head and looked up at the stars, saying, It's too late. The god's awakening is near. Realizing this, Assad asked, You've told me all this. Surely you want my help with something? The Lani and the Adebayo exchanged glances, revealing a hint of excitement in their eyes. Indeed. Really? Assad raised an eyebrow. We no longer wish to live in this world. We want to return to our original world, hoping you can lead us back through the hidden portal. That place is truly our home. The Adebayo spoke earnestly. Hearing this, Assad finally smiled. His expression gradually turned cold. Is it you who want to go back, or the god you worship? Huh. The Adebayo's face changed slightly. You're deceiving me, aren't you? Really think I didn't see through your clumsy act? Assad sneered. Chapter 294. Nearly outwitted. The Adebayo frowned. What do you mean by that? Assad stood in place, expressionless. He was certain his will had been led astray by the other party. Not only that strange and wicked flower, but also the staff still glowing in the hands of the Adebayo. Isn't it so? Assad narrowed his eyes, took a wavering step, and in an instant, was right before the Adebayo. With a flash of sword light, the brilliance erupted like the sun at its zenith. You. The Adebayo's complexion abruptly changed, attempting to retreat. However, it was too late. Boom. After Assad's sword flashed, the massive gemstone on the Adebayo's staff shattered violently. Assad felt a sudden sense of relief. It seemed as if the entity that had been suppressing him vanished entirely. Indeed, it was just as he thought. A hint of severity flashed across his eyes. He had originally thought the light had neutralized the mental corruption from the wicked flower, but who would have thought? This light and the mental pollution from the wicked flower originated from the same source, even more hidden, without him realizing it, guiding him to trust their words, then achieving their goal of finding the secret gate. Once these giants returned to the mortal world, one could imagine what would happen. Each giant has strength at the divine realm stage. How could they be resisted by those outside? Even heavy nuclear weapons might not be able to do anything to them. Seeing the gemstone on the staff break, the smile on the Adebayo's face completely disappeared, turning cold and ruthless. Young man, wasn't it better for you to scroll of immortal scriptures appeared in his hand? The immortal scriptures were carved on gold stone tablets, with runes carrying divine and extraordinary auras. Just glancing at them, Assad confirmed their value. This was absolutely a volume of immortal scriptures pointing directly to the Great Yale. However, Assad did not intend to agree to the other party's conditions. These giants certainly weren't returning to the mortal world just for a visit. They were likely planning to occupy it. You'd better keep that for yourself. Assad's figure flickered, diving into the bone-flying boat, and flew straight toward the forest tree sea. Seeking death, Jameson took large strides in pursuit, but could never catch up to the flying boat. Near the edge of the forest tree sea, for some reason, he actually stopped. He roared indignantly, Priest, are we just going to let him leave like this? The secret door is unpredictable and highly random. We don't know when it will appear here again. The Adebayo gazed straight at the forest tree sea, saying, Rest assured, he won't escape. Saying that, he plunged the staff downward sharply. Buzz. A golden light flashed past, and the gemstone on top of the staff miraculously restored itself. Several enormous starlights in the sky suddenly sent down beams. The resplendent light pierced through the heavens. At that moment, the entire body of the Adebayo was enveloped in the starlight, as if transformed into something holy, making the entire rank to the giants within this forest tree sea. Whoosh! The bone-flying boat left a trail of white light as it headed for the depths of the tree sea. The Adebayo did not detect any abnormality. He remained high in the sky like a deity overlooking the world, his eyes lowered, keeping Assad firmly within his sights. Having finally waited for the secret door to reappear, no matter what, you won't escape. The Adebayo murmured. Actually, what he told Assad was not entirely false. It was 9 parts truth, 1 part lie. They did indeed enter the secret door by mistake, receiving the favor of a god whose influence transformed them into giants, turning them into servants of the divine. The deity fell into a long slumber, occasionally awakening, while they hunted prey and planted sacred demon flowers as offerings to please their god. The god bestowed upon them power and longevity. The current Adebayo and Jameson were both from the first generation who mistakenly entered the secret door, surviving for millennia until now. As for the other first-generation giants, they had been completely eliminated under the plotting of these two, with the later generations of giants long forgetting their past. And their goal was indeed to return to the present world, because they sought to break free from the control of their god. Looked calmly and indifferently at the Adebayo, saying, "You have crossed the boundary." Barrel pile. The Adebayo's face darkened, surprised that his old nemesis would appear at this moment. "Weren't you supposed to be asleep?" "I was asleep. Did you plan to forcefully enter my territory because I was asleep? Don't forget our agreement." The Churchill coldly watched the Adebayo, his wooden face showing no emotion. The Adebayo choked, explaining, "I didn't mean to intrude. One of my captives ran into the forest, and I wanted to retrieve him." "Enough. The forest is my territory. Allowing your people to hunt here is already a favor to you. Don't push me any further." The Churchill cut him off. Hearing this, the Adebayo's expression became incredibly difficult, but he couldn't back down. He had to pinpoint Assad's location and find the secret entrance so he could lead his tribe out of this wretched place. "What if I insist on entering?" The Adebayo tightened his grip on his staff, causing even the starlight above to flicker. The overwhelming power of heaven and earth seemed ready to pour down. "You can try." The Churchill remained calm, his deep eyes fixed on the Adebayo while only the leaves on his crown swayed in the wind. The Adebayo's eyes flickered, and a thoughtful look appeared on his stony face. "Barrel pile, do you want to leave this world?" he asked suddenly. "What?" The Churchill was startled, breaking his calm. "I know a way out." The Adebayo spoke slowly, trying to gain credibility by adding, "As you should know, I'm originally from outside." The Churchill's ancient face sank into thought, clearly moved by the Adebayo's words. Leave here? Of course he wanted to. Though this realm seemed vast, he was confined within the forest sea. He too served the god. Hayward the giant tribe. The treemen must stay where they were instructed by the god. During his endless life, the Churchill had grown weary. He was a tree, but also a spirit. He could leave his tree form and become human. Yet under the god's orders, he was trapped here until death. Because the god never dies. How do you plan to do it? After a long pause, the Churchill finally looked at the Adebayo. Despite millennia of conflict, they were now cooperating. "I need to find a person." The Adebayo didn't explain Assad's role. Actually, he feared the Churchill's strength. If the king caught Assad and refused to share, his plans would fail. So, he deliberately concealed the information about locking onto Assad's location. "This is easy. In the entire forest sea, there is nothing I cannot find." The Churchill was confident. Because he was the king who covered the Adebayo's plot and realized the York's involvement, it wouldn't be Assad's style to simply leave. "Let's have a showdown then," he sneered, placing the starlight back on himself, and boarded the bone-flying boat, heading deeper into the tree sea. The tree sea not only informed him of the York's intention to capture him, but also revealed the location of the York's main body. Indeed, Assad planned to raid their base. Since they were now enemies, Assad wouldn't hold back. With the York's soul shifted to the edge of the tree sea, the old nest was naturally empty. If not now, when? At least, the York's main body wouldn't disappoint him. It was absolutely a source of life. Chapter 296, The Heart of the Tree Sea. Assad piloted the bone-flying boat, speeding through the tree sea at an extremely fast pace. Although this bone-flying boat was a magical artifact that Assad had just refined, its power was in no way weak. Its speed was several times faster than Assad's own flight speed, even up to 10 times. There was not the slightest sound or ripple in the air. Outside the bone-flying boat, silver light flickered, and with each flash, it would travel a kilometer. It headed straight for the center of the forested tree sea. As they went deeper, Assad noticed that the trees around him grew taller, from about 100 meters at the outskirts to several hundred meters deep inside. The thick trunks were like walls, and the enormous canopies formed a dense cover, blocking out the sky and making the tree sea damp and dark. Gradually, the area under the trees turned into swampy land. Assad could occasionally see gigantic crocodiles, each over 100 meters long. He even saw a kilometer-long giant crocodile lying in the swamp. Though it was asleep, its massive size and heavy breathing left Assad greatly shaken. What a terrifying place. Assad felt his scalp tingling, realizing that the terror here was no less than in the giant mountains, perhaps even worse. Moreover, he discovered that the trees in the tree sea seemed to possess some form of intelligence, but they were all in a deep slumber. Under these trees, the remains of various animals were almost completely buried, leaving only enormous skeletons, appearing eerily desolate. Some of the skeletons were clearly those of giants. Even on the branches of some colossal trees, there hung skeletons of giants. It looked extremely bizarre. These giant trees did not seem like ordinary trees. Rather, they resembled man-eating demonic trees. It seems these are what are known as tree spirits. They have gained intelligence and mastered the path of cultivation. Hence, they are classified as demons. Assad squinted his eyes, a cold glint flashing in them. As he approached the central area, it became increasingly quiet. Those demon trees were in a deep sleep but emitted their own aura fluctuations. There was a faint hint of decay. Yet, more so, there was vitality. A rich vitality permeated the air. With each breath, Assad could feel a surge of vitality entering his body. However, Assad did not alarm anyone prematurely, but jumped off the flying boat and used secret techniques to conceal his trail and aura. The trees at the periphery of the tree sea lacked intelligence and could be influenced by him without revealing his presence. However, these intelligent giant trees, if disturbed, might expose Assad's location to the king of trance. Assad moved with increasing caution. In the heart of the tree sea, the marshes beneath the trees had turned into a vast expanse of water. The view suddenly brightened, revealing a wide-open watery landscape before Assad's eyes. It looked almost like an 800 Hayward daunting lake. At the very center of the water stood a towering tree. Though only 1,000 meters high, its immense body resembled a mountain, majestic and grand. The enormous canopy covered the entire body of water, forming an almost sealed area. The mist and vitality mixed together, creating a warm and moist environment. Assad paused mid-air, gazing at the giant tree, silently speculating. If my guess is correct, this should be the true form of the king of trance. While Assad was exploring the center of the tree sea, On the edge of the giant mountains and the forested tree sea, the Melvin looked at the king of trance with growing impatience. Have you still not found that person's trace? My subjects have not found the person you spoke of. How could they not? I saw him enter the tree sea with my own eyes, the Melvin said, knowing that according to starlight positioning, Assad was indeed within the tree sea. Was this old piece of wood deliberately hiding something? Especially since Assad's position was clearly heading towards the center of the tree sea. Could it be that this old stump had stabilized himself on one side while controlling Assad on the other? This speculation darkened the Melvin's gaze. The king of trance seemed to sense something, narrowing his eyes and looking at the Melvin, asking, who exactly is he, and why is our departure so dependent on him? Upon hearing this, the Melvin's brows twitched, as if his suspicions were confirmed. This old man likely knew where Assad was. This made his mood even worse, and he replied, Old Wood, you must know we can only leave through cooperation. What do you mean, wait? You wouldn't be hiding the person's whereabouts on purpose, would you? Isn't that the case? The Melvin did not back down, gripping his staff tightly and said, this forested tree sea is your territory. Finding one person shouldn't be so difficult, right? The king of trance was about to say something else, but his divine soul suddenly trembled violently, and he let out a cry of alarm. Not good. Having said that, the tree where his presence temporarily resided shattered with a thunderous crash, while his immense divine soul tore through the air, rushing fiercely toward the center of the tree sea. At the same time, the Melvin sensed a change. The trace of stardust he had left on Assad had completely vanished. Damn it, Oldwood, this is your doing. The Melvin was certain that his thread of stardust could not have been detected by Assad, much less extinguished. In this world, only the king of trance had the ability to do so. This filled him with rage. He swung his staff furiously, causing the stardust in the sky to erupt into chaos. Blinding power poured down from the heavens like a flood. Boom, boom, boom. The Melvin unleashed his divine power, and the flood of brilliant stardust rushed toward the king of Trence's divine soul. What are you trying to do, bastard? The king of trance hadn't expected the Melvin to strike at this moment, especially as the overwhelming stardust made even him feel threatened. After all, he was currently only a divine soul. It's not what I want to do. It's because you deceived me. You're robbing me of my hope to leave. Then you will die for it. Endless killing intent flared up in the eyes of the Melvin. He continued to wield his staff, driving the massive flood of stardust towards the king of trance. All the surrounding trees were cracked and fell, countless boulders were swept away, and the ground erupted like a huge storm. The might was overwhelming. Fearing for his life, the king of trance knew he needed a host body to fight back. Thus, his divine soul descended upon a colossal tree, which grew bigger once more, revealing his enormous form. Kill. The two behemoths clashed, causing the entire forested tree sea to shake violently. Meanwhile, in the heart of the tree sea, Assad sat cross-legged on the true body of the king of trance, laughing contentedly. Surrounded by endless vitality, thick green light formed a huge vortex around him, with him right at the center. Gurgle. Vitality surged, being directly absorbed by his green emperor immortal body. He seemed to have become an insatiable whirlpool, capable of devouring any amount of vitality. The king of Trence's body began to show signs of decay, and the surrounding giant trees withered and fell one by one. Bang bang bang. They collapsed into the swamp, creating waves, losing their lives while still asleep. Chapter 297. A Timely Escape. Rumble. The vitality surged like an ocean, and the center of the tree sea almost boiled over. The vital energy surrounding Assad's body coalesced into a substantive form. Sin, I give him to you. Humph. Old wooden head. It turns out you were hiding him. The Atabeo slowly withdrew his hand, the starlight in the sky temporarily receding, yet his eyes remained vigilant, watching his old rival closely, refusing to let him out of sight. The York could only suppress its impatience, waiting for the person to be brought over. Shortly after, a several hundred-meter tall treeman approached swiftly, each step covering 100 meters. Soon, he arrived nearby, holding someone with its enormous arm. It was none other than Harris. He had taken advantage of the battle between Assad and the God King Bliss to escape deep into the tree sea. Along the way, he encountered countless fierce beasts, but managed to survive using his control over water in the numerous swamps. But eventually, he fell into the hands of the treemen and was brought here. Seeing Harris, the Atabeo was startled. There are others inside? Saying this, he extended his hand towards Harris. To him, anyone who could lead him to the secret door would suffice. No matter who it was. Wait. The York stopped him, saying, you can have the person. But where is the exit you mentioned? The Atabeo murmured and informed the York about the secret door. The York's expression changed. Is this true? The Atabeo countered. Do you think how I originally ended up in this world? The York's expression shifted. After a while, he said, I'll trust you this once, but I need to take my people with me. Don't worry, our interests align. I won't break the agreement. After all, the secret door is in your forest. Do you really think I would leave without you? The Atabeo's words persuaded the York. He gestured for his subordinates to hand over Harris to the Atabeo, then his figure dissipated with a loud noise. His soul transformed into a long rainbow, heading toward the center of the tree sea. Watching him rush away, the Atabeo's eyes flickered. He couldn't help but wonder, could it be because of what that person did? That person was naturally Assad. Although the Atabeo's absolute strength exceeded Assad's, his power came from divine force. In terms of precise control of power, he was far inferior to Assad. Besides, Assad had magical treasures. That immortal sword is truly formidable. The Atabeo, initially just an ordinary human, had always revered deities and immortals. Even now with divine power, he mainly relied on overwhelming force, lacking any combat skills. In short, he was still unrefined. Facing a golden core cultivator like Assad, especially a swordsmanship expert, made him uneasy. In the center of the tree sea, Assad was seated on the York's original body, which now bore huge cracks, each one startling. From a distance, this giant tree seemed ready to collapse at any moment. Phew. Assad exhaled turbid air, finally stabilizing his cultivation level. Splash. Suddenly, he felt the tree sea around him violently shaking as if responding to something. An overwhelmingly powerful aura was rapidly approaching. Not good. Golden light flashed in Assad's eyes as he saw an enormous soul appear in his field of vision, descending from the sky. Boom. As if compressing the entire sky. The massive divine soul plummeted down viciously. Assad's figure flashed, swiftly distancing himself from the York's original body. In the next moment, the divine soul entered the body, and the York immediately sensed the changes in its own body. More than half of its pure vitality had been lost, with large areas on the exterior appearing decayed and withered, and even signs of regression appeared around the heartwood. The York suddenly stood up, causing waves to surge in the water as it roared towards the sky in anger, flames igniting in its eyes. Damn thief, you're dead today. The York pulled up its roots, forming two sturdy thighs. With one grab, it uprooted a giant tree, wielding it like a club, and swung it fiercely at Assad. This blow was fueled by rage, shaking the heavens. Assad controlled his sword to fly away, swiftly soaring several miles away. He watched the York from afar and shrugged. It's just a little more absorption. Was it just a little more? If the other party had come any later, all of the vitality would have been drained by Assad. You seek death. Assad's behavior of taking advantage and then acting cheeky infuriated the York immensely. It bellowed loudly, and the surrounding giant trees began to shake. Tree men rose from the ground one after another. Boom, boom, boom. No fewer than thousands densely packed. Assad's eyelids twitched. If he were to be surrounded and attacked, no matter how recently he broke through, he would be beaten to a pulp. Cough, cough. I still have guests to entertain back home. See you, Assad said, leaping onto the white bone flying boat and urgently channeling his mana. The white bone flying boat transformed into a streak of white light, speeding madly toward the secret door. Pursue. All of you, pursue him. I will kill him. The York roared, and a group of tree men responded in unison. They only possessed simple intelligence, long accustomed to following the York's orders. Now, they strode forward with their sturdy legs, wielding huge wooden clubs, chasing after Assad. Seeing this, Assad ran even faster. Luckily I pre-forged a white bone flying boat. Otherwise, I'd be in real trouble. Assad glanced back, his face filled with lingering fear. He almost got cornered in the center of the tree sea. Meanwhile, Assad didn't know that mobilization had begun in the giant mountain range. Giants were advancing toward the tree sea, having received news from the Audiobook. They were heading to the secret door to leave this world. Chapter 298 The Audiobook's Ambition. Rumble. The deafening sound of giant footsteps reverberated as the giants, driven by their king, marched densely towards the forest in Chengchi to Doilia. From a distance, their momentum was awe-inspiring. Even the world's strongest army would pale in comparison before this force. Because they were giants. Each one exceeded 100 meters in height. Some even reached several hundred meters, towering like skyscrapers. If they appeared in the present world, nothing could stand against them. At this moment, at the edge of the tree sea, in the palm of the Audiobook, Harris looked up with reverence and asked, as a member of the Dark God Temple, I welcome you, Honorable Audiobook, to Blue Star. Blue Star. A hint of longing flashed in the Audiobook's eyes. After Harris's explanation, he had learned about Blue Star's current state. When he first entered this world, it was still in its primitive dynastic era. But now, it had undergone tremendous changes. I never imagined I would one day rule over all. The Audiobook's gaze was intense. Yes, he wanted to be an emperor. Though he had left Blue Star more than a millennium ago, his mindset remained unchanged, especially after years of dominating this nearly primitive tribe. He was accustomed to being supreme, wielding absolute power. You, Honorable Audiobook, will become the greatest emperor of Dragon Country, Harris flattered. Dragon Country? The corner of the Audiobook's mouth twitched as he smiled. No, I will be the sole emperor of Blue Star. What? Harris's face changed. He hadn't expected the Audiobook to have such grand ambitions. Initially harboring doubts, Harris trembled violently when he witnessed the giants marching under the king's command, falling to his knees before the Audiobook. Good heavens! With such a formidable force, becoming the emperor of Blue Star seemed like the least of what could happen. Even escaping the solar system wasn't unimaginable. After all, each giant possessed combat strength comparable to a divine realm practitioner. Not that their raw power necessarily surpassed the divine realm, but their incredibly strong physiques, comparable to dragons and elephants, could crush anything. Before these giants, ordinary martial artists were insignificant. Even Isabellisters wouldn't stand a chance. Perhaps only those of the divine realm, with godlike power, could defeat them. At this moment whirling. Do you know where the secret gate comes from? The Audiobook suddenly asked. Harris hesitated, then quickly responded. There are many tales about its origin. One credible version is that it's an ancient heritage, a place of great power known as a paradise in the east, or a divine kingdom in the west. Unlike his evasiveness with Assad, Harris spoke openly before the Audiobook, revealing even unreleased information. Paradise? Divine kingdom? The Audiobook murmured softly. He thought of the cloud palaces where deities slumbered, or perhaps immortals. Perhaps recalling something fearful, determination flashed across his face. No matter what, he had to leave here. At this moment, Assad, who had flown from the heart of the forest, landed near the secret gate. Just as he was about to approach, he spotted the Audiobook. Oh no! Assad's heart skipped a beat. The secret gate had been exposed. Reacting instantly, he quickly concealed himself and observed from afar. A flash of divine light flickered in his eyes. As everything before him seemed to lose color, he clearly saw Harris standing on the Audiobook's palm. This immediately made things clear for Assad. Damn, Harris had leaked the information. Assad regretted it. If he had known earlier, he should have killed Harris outright. Now, a huge disaster had emerged. The exposure of the secret gate and the opening of the gateway to Blue Star. Especially since this secret gate was right in the southwestern region. If these giants, or even the tree people passed through the secret gate and appeared in the southwestern region, the consequences would be unimaginable. I must stop them. His face turned ashen, and a fierce killing intent flashed in his eyes. However, with the Adebayo beside the secret gate, his staff channeling celestial light, forming a nearly impenetrable barrier, rushing in recklessly would surely fail. Assad could only temporarily retreat and seek another plan. At this moment, the Adebayo suddenly looked up into the distance. He had clearly sensed someone spying on him, but when he raised his head, the target had vanished. Could it be that person? Assad, whom Harris had spoken of? To save his life, Harris had already confessed everything. Naturally, the Adebayo knew Assad's name and basic situation. Contemplating this, the Adebayo suddenly spoke, his voice reverberating in all directions. Assad, I see you. Come out. Now the secret gate is under my control. I will lead my tribe to Blue Star. You know what this means. Ordinary humans stand no chance against us. I will become the ruler of Blue Star. As for you, submit to me now. In return, I will make you a king over those ordinary humans. What do you say? His voice spread far and wide like thunder, causing the surrounding trees to tremble. Hidden in the shadows, Assad heard this and sneered inwardly. Submit to you? You aren't worthy. A loud voice echoed around, and Assad showed no respect to the Adebayo, firmly rejecting him. Chapter 299 Gathering at the Secret Gate. Humph. The Adebayo gave a cold snort, his eyes growing increasingly frigid. He spoke in an icy tone. Assad, you have no idea what you're rejecting. As he spoke, he scanned the surroundings with his sharp, hawk-like gaze, but found no trace of Assad after searching for a long time. Not bad for someone who practices cultivation and Yalism. Indeed troublesome. The Adebayo knew his own weaknesses. Apart from some divine arts he mastered, he was no match for cultivators in combat skills. This made him instinctively wary of Assad. After all, according to Harris's account, while experts like Assad were rare on Blue Star, they weren't non-existent. Establishing imperial power for the giants would inevitably provoke resistance from these people. So, he had wanted to recruit Assad, but unexpectedly, Assad was so resolute as to outright reject his offer. You will regret this. The Adebayo's voice thundered. Regret? Assad's voice was cold and sharp like a blade. I, Luther Mao, have never regretted any of my actions. I found you. Just as Assad finished speaking, the Adebayo abruptly turned and stared at a huge tree, pulling out his staff and hurling it towards that direction. Rumbling. It was as if a mountain was being thrown. When the staff landed, the surrounding giant trees exploded into fragments, the staff deeply embedding itself into the ground, forming a massive crater. Harris's face lit up. Witnessing such overwhelming power, he firmly believed the Adebayo's strength surpassed the divine realm, making Assad's death inevitable. However, the next moment filled him with disappointment. Where did he go? The Adebayo didn't find Assad's whereabouts and felt his heart sink. Impossible. He clearly sensed the voice coming from there. How could there be no one? I already told you, you aren't worthy of my submission. Your strength is nothing but brute force. You don't even have the qualification to be my opponent. Assad's voice echoed from all directions. The Adebayo's expression suddenly turned grim. You are courting death. Wait until I come back to kill you. Assad said, then fell silent. The Adebayo also ceased his action, summoning the massive staff back into his hand with a wave, his face dark as he pondered something. High Priest, I'm back. At this moment, the Lani arrived with many giants. A group of super giants over hundreds of meters tall followed him, staying temporarily at the edge of the forest. Although the Adebayo claimed to have reached an agreement with the York, the Lani remained uneasy. After all, their enmity was too deep. Thousands of years of mutual slaughter had left both sides' hands stained with each other's blood, ingrained hatred long imprinted in their bones. To reconcile, how easy could it be? Especially since the secret gate was located in the heart of the forest sea, giving treefolk a natural home field advantage. If they attacked, the giants would face annihilation. The remaining giants are stationed outside the forest. Worry was evident on the Lani's face as he softly asked, High Priest, will the old would truly agree to leave with us? What if he? Rest assured, once we leave, he will have no choice but to follow. The Adebayo laughed confidently. They were both servants of the gods. Once the giants departed, without giants as enemies, would the treefolk still be tolerated by the gods? Impossible. When the gods awaken, the treefolk would surely be wiped out. The York had no choice. Of course, he could try to seek the gods. But the Adebayo was certain the York wouldn't do so because the god was still asleep. If awakened by the York, the first to be killed would be his aura clearly showed he had suffered serious injuries but was pretending nothing happened. However, they did not want to confront the York at this moment, so they did not press the matter further. The York surveyed the surroundings and saw the mysterious gate between the real and illusory worlds, asking, Is this the passage you spoke of before, Old Stone? The Adebayo nodded and said, Yes, this is the world we came from before. Can that world truly accommodate us? The York asked uneasily. In truth, he still had doubts about the new world. As a native of this world, he instinctively resisted leaving it. But living under the shadow of the gods for so long had pushed him to his limit. The games of the gods were too difficult. Every time the god awakened, it would issue new divine edicts, bringing crises upon both the giants and the tree people. Even the York could not guarantee he would survive every time. That was why he agreed with the Adebayo's suggestion, to leave while the god was asleep, escaping this source of fear forever. Seeing the York's concerns, the Adebayo smiled and said, That world is more than 100 times larger than this one, even having a continent shrouded by ancient forests all year round. Once you cross over, you might be able to awaken more of your kin. Really? Upon hearing this, the York immediately showed an excited look. Don't believe me? Ask him. The Adebayo looked at Harris. Noticing the York's gaze, Harris quickly said, Indeed, there is a continent with an Amazon forest, where trees are over 1,000 years old, some even 10,000 years old. 10,000 years? The York's heart trembled. Chapter 300, True Fire Formation. Yes, they are ancient trees that have existed for over 10,000 years. That place is an incredibly primeval forest, and 10,000 years might just be a conservative estimate, Harris said. Hearing these words, the Azai's eyes grew even hotter. Do they not possess any sapience? He was somewhat puzzled. After evolving for 10,000 years, these ancient trees should definitely have developed sapience. How could they still remain in such a primitive state? Harris shook his head and explained, they are indeed still in a tree-like state. Perhaps the world outside is not suitable for them to evolve into sapience. The Azai frowned. The Adebayo, sensing his concern, laughed out loud, his voice shaking the surrounding giant trees. He said, Beryl, don't worry about the environment there. The mortals on the other side can cultivate. Why shouldn't we be able to? Your kin only lack someone like you to guide them. Perhaps it's exactly as you say. The Azai nodded, finally putting aside his concerns. Moreover, since the giants had decided to migrate, how could he possibly stay behind? What awaited him would likely be the divine wrath of the gods. Seeing the Azai's expression, the Adebayo sighed in relief. At this point, he didn't want any more complications. If the Azai opposed, a clash between the two tribes would surely shake the heavens and earth, potentially causing the gods to awaken prematurely. Everything would be ruined. Gather the tribe members. The Adebayo turned to the Lani. The Lani nodded, and immediately giants ran to the edge of the forest to deliver messages. Meanwhile, the Azai began summoning his treants, with tall treants moving toward them one by one. Assad, hiding in the shadows, saw this and his face darkened. Thousands of giants. Thousands of treants. They were gathering at the secret door. If they crossed through, it would almost certainly bring catastrophic disaster to the other side. We can't wait any longer. We must act now. Assad flashed away, occasionally stopping to carve mysterious symbols onto a giant tree. Before long, he had carved dozens of symbols. From an aerial view, these symbols faintly encircled the secret door, forming some kind of formation, emitting a dim light. In front of the secret door, giants and treants were gathering in increasing numbers. The Lani was eager to proceed, but the door was too small to accommodate his massive form. He sounded displeased. How are we supposed to get through? The Adebayo looked at Harris. Harris said, the secret door is still between reality and illusion, not fully formed. It requires a blood sacrifice to strengthen it. Blood sacrifice? Yes, as far as I know, this is the only method. Harris nodded with certainty. This is simple. There are plenty of ferocious beasts in the tree sea. The Azai waved his hand, and treants approached instantly, their thick branches entwined into arms, holding many ferocious beasts. Among them were tigers, lions, even crocodiles, and more. Bang! Several ferocious beasts were thrown in front of the secret door. The Lani smiled and twisted their necks effortlessly. Sprays of blood shot out like fountains, nearly submerging the entire secret door. At this moment, the secret door emitted a sudden burst of light. Drenched in blood, its glow turned into a crimson bloody light. Blood light soared into the sky, shining like lightning. Crack! The originally several meter high secret door began to shake violently, swallowing the blood of the ferocious beasts as if it were alive. Its width and height increased rapidly, visible to the naked eye. Not enough ferocious beasts. The Adebayo spoke. Beside him, the Azai immediately signaled his treants to continue throwing beasts. Soon, the area before the secret door turned into a sea of blood. The crimson blood water completely enveloped the secret door, accelerating its expansion. Assad saw the surge of blood light from afar. He clenched his teeth, poured his mana into the already carved formation, and even his golden core inside his body began to shake violently. Rumble. The released mana erupted like a tidal wave, with waves crashing like thunder. The formation was activated. True Fire World. Boom. As Assad's voice echoed, clusters of white flames appeared in midair from the formation. The surrounding tree sea was instantly set ablaze, turning everything into a sea of fire. Oh no! The Azai cried out in alarm. They were treants. This spreading sea of fire engulfed them almost instantly. Hasten to draw water from the marsh. The Azai stomped on the ground, and the water vapor from the vast marsh was directly drawn up, forming a huge mist that covered the sea of fire. However, this fire could not be extinguished. Damn it, how can this be? The Azai's face changed drastically. Many of his treants had already caught fire, screaming in agony, running in all directions, completely out of control. Old Stone, act fast. The Azai shouted loudly to the Adebayo. The Adebayo did not dare to hesitate, for the giants were also made of flesh and blood. At this point, the treants were about to break down, and once they lost control, the giants would not fare well either. God, grant me strength. The Adebayo raised his staff high, and the gemstone at its top glowed. The starlight from the sky descended, like the entire Milky Way pouring down, dousing the sea of fire. Rushing water sounds. This starlight actually suppressed the flames. Assad's expression turned grim. The power of the other side came from the so-called gods of this world, giving them an inherent advantage. Even his 3 pureness true fire was suppressed. But this isn't enough. Assad stirred up his internal mana, and dozens of massive crimson fire dragons suddenly surged out of the sea of fire, rushing in all directions, instantly drilling into the midst of the treants and giants. The fire dragons exploded among them, engulfing them in flames. Aya! Help my body. That was 3 pureness true fire, and it was enhanced by the formation. Ignited within this tree sea, it immediately dominated the field. Damn it! Seeing this scene, both the Azai and the Adebayo turned pale. These were their people. Within a short time, almost 1,000 suffered. and as the fire from the formation grew stronger, the number kept increasing. Let me go and kill him. The Lani's Ahad, who was operating the true fire array, also noticed this, a killing intent flashing in his eyes. Affected by the killing aura, the white bone immortal sword leaped out of Assad's body and began swirling around him. Thousands of sword lights intertwined to form a lethal web of swords. Boy, take my axe. The Lani struck first, swinging his enormous battle axe. His attack was intense. It seemed he aimed to reduce Assad to powder with one chop. Before the axe landed, the trees around them fell in large patches. The ground began to sink, leaving only Assad floating in midair, accompanied by sword lights. Humph, nothing more than that. This time, I'll kill all of you. Assad determined to kill, his heart filled with cold determination. The white bone immortal sword formed a terrifying sword wheel in his hand, cutting towards the Lani. Space itself tore apart. A gigantic sword wheel, stretching over 1,000 meters, was formed. The explosive sword light crushed everything in its path. No good. The Lani's expression changed. Even before the sword wheel reached him, he felt his skin being torn by the sword light. If it got closer, who could stop it? He held his battle axe in front of himself defensively. Clang! The sound of metal striking was like thunder. Instantly, hundreds of meter-long cuts appeared on the giant battle axe, slicing away an entire layer from the axe's surface. Stone dust fell like a smoky rain. Beryl, still not attacking? The Lani stumbled back, the counterforce from the axe blade shocking him entirely. Though he knew these cultivators were powerful, this encounter shattered his illusions. Even with his immense strength and physical prowess, he feared he could not win. Watch me. The York rushed forward, looking emotionless at Assad and said coldly, You've injured my essence. Today, I will make you into nourishment for myself. Saying this, he swung his wooden club fiercely, dark green lights rushing towards Assad. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed through the heavens and earth. It seemed thunder descended within the dark green glow. Assad's heart skipped a beat, retreating hundreds of meters in an instant. A bottomless black hole appeared where he had been standing just moments before, clearly caused by that dark green lightning. Damn! The Lani was also startled. Though aware of the York's power, he didn't expect any spells. This power might rival the divine arts of the Melvins. However, the divine arts of the Melvins were granted by the gods. But Beryl did not receive divine gifts. He cultivated these powers himself. Why am I the only one who knows nothing? The Lani felt utterly vexed. Among the giant tribe, though he was the king, serving the gods was always the task of the Melvins. So anything conveyed usually came through them in midair to form an enormous thunder field. Damn it, Beryl, watch out. The Lani narrowly avoided being struck by the dark lightning, scared into retreating straight back over a kilometer away. Assad, however, relied on the power of the white bone immortal sword, weaving through the thunder field directly towards the York, his sword light forming a huge wheel in his hand. He aimed to cleave this rotten wood apart. Come on, well. The York roared and fiercely spat out a beam of dim light from his mouth. Boom. Everything before him was instantly engulfed by the dark lightning. Haha, go to hell. The York rejoiced, surprised at how easily he had struck Assad. But the next moment his smile froze as he saw a figure burst out from the midst of the dark lightning. It was Assad. He held the white bone immortal sword, his chi and blood coiling like dragons, golden light enveloping a 3-foot radius around him, clearly forming a tangible holy domain. Kill! He shouted, charging close to the York, his sword light like a wheel instantly submerging the York. Crack, crack, crack. Enormous wooden chopping sounds resonated, one after another, seeming to blend into a continuous sound. Beryl was in trouble. The Lani was alarmed and rushed up to help, but Assad's speed was too fast, and his body relatively small compared to them. For a moment, he couldn't lock onto Assad's movements. Damn it! By this time, Assad had thoroughly hacked through the branches of the York, severing his arm that held the wooden club. Bang! The arm fell to the ground. The wooden club flew far away. Emerald green blood flowed down like a massive waterfall. Ah! The York screamed in agony. The pain kills me. Seeing Assad rapidly cutting into his main body, and not even able to react fast enough, the York was forced to activate the secret art within his bloodline. Size changing. Buzz. His entire body exploded with countless green dark lightning bolts. Assad's face changed slightly, quickly retreating. After the immense smoke cleared, the York's main body collapsed into a heap of decaying wood pieces. Is Beryl dead? The Lani felt tremors in his heart. Just as unease filled his mind, he saw an elder walk out from the remains of the York's main body. That appearance and demeanor were unmistakably the York. Is this also a spell? The Lani was somewhat shocked. Assad was also startled, never expecting the York to undergo such a transformation. Although he had known that once a non-human creature reached a high level of cultivation, they could transform into human form, he had never seen it. He didn't expect to witness it here. I've always been reluctant to abandon my main body, but now I realize that this large body has become a burden. It's better to forsake it. The York stretched his new human body, adapting to his new form. With a flash, he was already in front of Assad in an instant. His speed was astonishing. Bang! With an extended arm, he struck Assad's chest. Fortunately, Assad reacted quickly, blocking with a palm in front of him, yet he was still blasted away by the tremendous force. Damn! After shrinking, the York has instead released even stronger power, and clearly, his cultivation realm is higher than mine. Assad looked at the bleeding hand, his face turning grim. Chapter 302, The Giant Scheme. Ha ha ha. On the other side, the York laughed heartily as he saw himself successfully injure Assad with his new human form. Who would have thought that a human body is so suitable for combat? If I had known this sooner, I would have discarded my old and worn-out original body long ago. Over the years, his original body had become increasingly cumbersome and difficult to control. In contrast, in human form, He could unleash his immense strength without restraint and control every bit of power effortlessly. This gave him a new understanding. The scene struck Xylan as quite shocking. Assad, who managed to injure him with swordplay, was now injured by the smaller York. This made him feel both absurd and increasingly wary. Cultivators, monsters, they were all stronger than him. Even if the priests of giants mastered divine arts, they would likely still struggle against these two. After all, Beryl intended to travel with him to the other side of the secret door. With Beryl's formidable strength, would he eventually take control over their giant tribe? No, I must discuss this matter with the priest. It's best to leave Beryl behind. Otherwise, we might just have to kill him. Compared to Beryl, Assad seemed less threatening. Boom. Enthralled by his newfound human form, the York roared and continued his assault on Assad. Millennia of accumulation was unleashed in full force. Even though Assad had reached the mid-stage Golden Core realm, he was still overwhelmed. It couldn't be helped. The difference in power levels between the two was too great. Moreover, after shrinking, the York's body became even stronger, like a piece of adamantium. Even the white bone immortal sword could only scratch a white line upon it. This posed an unprecedented challenge for Assad. This strength far surpassed the level of divine realm. How could he possibly fight back? The two clashed in midair like Mars colliding with Earth, reducing everything around them to ruins. Countless gigantic trees toppled and exploded into dust. Assad's Green Emperor immortal body was incredibly resilient, with inexhaustible strength. Despite being slightly inferior in power, his incredible recovery ability allowed him to withstand the attacks. Falbrat. Concerns manifold. As the two left, Assad slowly reappeared. Watching their figures disappear from view, his expression grew grave. Now, the secret door was occupied, and the York had transformed into a human, significantly enhancing his strength. These were not favorable developments. Fortunately, the true fire formation earlier killed many of the tree beings and giants. However, for two such massive tribes, this damage was still within their capacity to endure. Assad fell into deep thought. Should he harness the power of the secret door? He knew that the secret door was, to some extent, alive. If he could ally with it, perhaps he could eliminate these giants and tree beings. However, the secret door was uncontrollable. Who knew what its true nature was? Considering it could accept blood sacrifices, the secret door wasn't an ordinary existence. As Assad had previously surmised, it might very well be a door that consumes life. Weighing the thoughts, Assad decided to continue hunting the giants and tree beings. Apart from the Atabeo and the York, Assad did not take the other giants and tree people, including the Lani, seriously. He could easily let them bleed continuously. Moreover, the true fire formation had been destroyed. What about the Hayward and Death formation? This was his final plan. Using the Hayward and Death Jade inside him as a critical array eye, he would forcibly convert the entire forest's vitality into a desolate, dead land. Then, he didn't believe they could still resist. Assad's figure flashed as he began to move through the forest. He needed to set up life and death nodes in advance so that they could be activated at a crucial moment, putting the entire tree sea in a state of readiness for activation. In front of the secret door, the Atabeo looked with surprise at the York reduced to human size and glanced at the Lani beside him, asking, "Is he really Beryl?" Ha ha ha. The York laughed out loud, his voice shaking the surroundings. "Old stone, can you not recognize an old friend? I just shed my old body." The transformation of tree beings into a demon form is indeed unbelievable. The Atabeo felt intense wariness. Back on Blue Star, he knew there were legends of demons. He had thought tree people might be different, but now it seemed clear that the York was indeed a tree demon, a demon from the legends of Blue Star. The demon arts this opponent possessed were absolutely comparable to divine arts, and perhaps even more bizarre. The Atabeo and Lani exchanged glances, both understanding each other's concerns. The changes in the York far exceeded their expectations. Now, the York appeared to be taking control. In addition, the Atabeo had another worry. Once in the Blue Star world, could he still use divine arts? The power of the gods would inevitably be constrained by the gods. Perhaps it wasn't obvious before, but seeing the powers displayed by Assad and the York made the Atabeo increasingly anxious. Without power, his plans were impossible. However, the York was still basking in the joy of successfully using demon arts, saying, "It's just a minor technique passed down through bloodlines. Nothing to speak of." While speaking, he couldn't help but add joyfully, "Since I can use these spells, perhaps all my subjects have similar inheritances and can use magic." With that, he flew directly toward the tree people. Only the Atabeo and Lani remained, watching the York depart. The killing intent in their eyes grew stronger. "This Beryl must die." The Lani lowered his voice and said viciously, "If all his tree people master these spells, we are doomed." Having witnessed the power rivaling divine arts, he now felt deep wariness. He couldn't possibly counter Dark Thunder with just an axe. That would be suicide. Thus, his urge to kill was most intense. The Atabeo nodded slowly, saying, "Yes, Beryl cannot be left alive. But since he shed his old body and is now like a human, if we want to kill him, we probably only have one chance. Maybe we can use the sacred artifact to interfere with his soul." The Lani suggested. The sacred artifact, the flower of evil, under the impetus of divine arts, could create strong mental pollution or even influence the mind. Even they had very few left. After all, this was an artifact capable of pleasing the gods. The Atabeo nodded, agreeing with the Lani's suggestion, and said, "Fetch the sacred artifact and follow my command. We will resolve Beryl once and for all before passing through the secret door. As for his tribe, as our servants, they can remain." "Yes." The Lani revealed a sinister smile filled with killing intent. Chapter 303, Discovering an Opportunity. In the forested sea of trees, the grand blood sacrifice in front of the secret gate continued, with blood flowing abundantly, almost forming a vast lake that completely surrounded the secret gate. The scent of death spread for hundreds of miles on the wind. Amidst the expansive tree sea, There was hardly a sound from any fierce beasts, all suppressed by the blood aura here, fearing they too might become part of this scene. The secret gate remained between reality and illusion. Deep within, where no one could see clearly, a shadow stood high upon a ritual altar. All the blood aura outside the secret gate gathered around the altar, casting the shadow into a blood-red figure. If one looked closely, they would recognize him as Aiden. Of course, he only borrowed Aiden's appearance. As for the true identity of the shadow, it has always been unknown. Never thought I'd have him. He truly wanted to go ahead. During this period, he had been guiding his subordinates, the tree people, through transformation. Already, dozens of them had completed the change, becoming human-like. Moreover, this trend was accelerating. He believed that by the time the secret gate expanded to hundreds of meters wide, his subordinates would all have transformed. By then, he might not even need to wait for those giants to dominate a whole new world. A glint of greed flashed in the York's eyes. Perhaps because of his successful transformation into a human form, his intelligence had undergone a radical change, his thoughts becoming incredibly swift. Those damned rocks should turn to ashes in the wrath of the gods, while I can enter that mysterious world early, awaken my kin, and occupy that land. At this moment, his ambition soared beyond the sky. He even had a plan. If his current tree followers transformed too slowly, he would not hesitate to abandon them, taking only those who had turned into human forms, rushing through when the secret gate was only a few hundred meters wide. Then, he would seal the secret gate from the other side, leaving those damned rocks imprisoned here forever. These past few days, he had also intentionally or unintentionally chatted with Harris several times, learning rough methods to seal the secret gate. So he was very confident he could do it. Harris sensed the York's intentions, but dared not tell the Melvins. Instead, he became indecisive, not wanting to offend either side, both being supreme powers. Thus, the giants and the tree people each harbored their own schemes as they continued the blood sacrifices, always ready to strike a fatal blow at the other side. In the vast tree sea, Assad swiftly moved through it, ancient and mysterious runes striking the ground wherever he went. He hadn't been idle these days. The life-death formation was now fully constructed. During this period, he also ambushed the hunting parties of the tree people and giants, killing many, continually weakening them. Unfortunately, their numbers were too vast. Even without cultivation, relying on their immense strength and instinct, killing them wasn't easy. After all, their vitality was exceedingly strong. Each one was comparable to a divine realm expert. And compared to the giants, the tree people, with some demonic lineage, were even harder to deal with. During one ambush, a tree person's dying counterattack nearly trapped Assad, forcing him to pay a price to escape. This made him increasingly cautious. Each attack was swift and followed by immediate retreat. He avoided lingering battles. On this day, his life-death formation was finally complete. He came back near the secret gate, standing atop a towering tree, gazing distantly at the secret gate. The luminous secret gate continued to slowly expand, now reaching a high secret gate. Are you provoking a war? Beryl, stop playing your little games. The Melvin rebuked. Dozens of super-thin giants over a kilometer tall around him all wore unfriendly expressions, holding bloody stone weapons, ready to pounce at any moment. When Assad arrived, this was the scene he witnessed. So they've started fighting among themselves? He found it somewhat amusing. However, he also saw an opportunity. If he could incite a battle between the two tribes and then activate the life-death formation, wouldn't that provide double insurance? After all, whichever tribe entered the secret gate would become virtually invincible in the Blue Star world to some extent. It might be better to resolve this issue here and now. Chapter 304 Tribal Slaughter. Damn it, you old piece of wood, asking for death. At this moment, Jameson couldn't contain his anger. He roared and struck out abruptly, delivering a punch that seemed as if it could punch a hole through the sky. Daring to attack our king, unpardonable sin. However, the Churchill didn't move. A treeman leaped from behind him, transforming into human form. Moving swiftly, its huge tree shadow blocked towards the Jameson. Bang! The two clashed midair, each flying backwards. How can this be? The Jameson face turned drastically. He was actually repelled. His opponent was just a treeman that had newly It seems like the giants are becoming weaker day by day. Charge! Kill him to avenge our brothers and sisters from the past. All the treemen shouted loudly. Especially those who had transformed into human form were eager to fight, their eyes fixed on the opposite giants, ready to battle freely at any moment. On the contrary, the morale of the giants plummeted. They looked at the scene before them incredulously, never imagining their king would be suppressed by an unknown treeman. Damn it! The Jameson went berserk. The gazes of the ordinary giants behind him filled him with shame and fury. With a roar, his entire body began to emit a blood glow. Rumble. He went berserk. The war axe pressed down toward the treeman like a giant wheel. The originally balanced situation broke immediately. The Jameson was about to cleave the other in half with one blow. Not good. The Churchill realized something was wrong. The raging Jameson displayed overwhelming power, which made him feel ill at ease. His figure moved, preparing to step forward to rescue his fellow tribesmen. However, the Adebayo blocked him. Beryl, stay there properly, don't force my hand too. Eric, my tribesmen cannot die. The Churchill wore a dark expression, speaking a sentence. Before the raging Jameson, that treeman was being forced back continuously. Behind him, the giant tree illusion was cut several times, blood gushing. This reflected onto the treeman, almost crushing it to pieces. My king, stop. The Adebayo coldly watched the Churchill for a while before speaking, but the frenzied Jameson wouldn't listen, jumping up and chopping down with the axe. Puff. That treeman exploded directly into powder midair, flesh and blood flying everywhere. No. The Churchill was enraged. The entire treeman tribe was furious. At this moment, among the giants, a giant suddenly rushed towards the treeman tribe, roaring, "Kill these rotten woods! Kill these rotten woods! Charge!" Giants were emotional beings. Seeing this scene, How could they control their murderous desires in their hearts? Charging ahead. In a short time, the people of the two tribes fiercely collided. Charge! Crush these stinking stones. Kill, kill, kill. Both sides were age-old enemies. Once they fought, chaos ensued immediately. With red-rimmed eyes, the Jameson also charged forward. The scene spiraled out of control immediately, with the transformed tree men attacking from all sides towards the Jameson. A group of over 1,000-meter-old monstrosities among the giants also began to act. In an instant, this place turned into a battlefield of Azura. How could this happen? The Adebayo and the Churchill were somewhat dumbfounded. They had only intended to probe each other's limits, but hadn't planned on really fighting. After all, this was internal conflict, which would severely weaken both sides. They both shouted at their subordinates, with the Jameson leading the charge. The giants were fighting madly. Even the Adebayo couldn't control them. The Churchill's face turned incredibly ugly, and he decisively joined the fray. The battlefield instantly escalated. Something's not right. The Adebayo vaguely felt something was amiss. Yet, seeing the slaughter before him, he had no choice but to raise his staff, beginning to sprinkle the power of starlight across the sky. After all, as a priest, in tribal battles, he could play an immeasurably significant role. At this moment, the first giant who acted revealed a sneer, exploding into a blood mist and dissipating among the crowd. Dozens of miles away, a figure emerged. It was Assad. Never thought the Dharmakaya at the master stage would be so useful at this time. Indeed, that giant was his Dharmakaya. Using vast vital energy to condense the Dharmakaya, he incited the slaughter between the two sides at a critical moment, directly causing a fierce battle between them. Fight on. Best if you kill each other off. Assad watched the clashes between the two sides coldly, sensing the grand array he set up was already accumulating was started by these damn giants. Now, just saying stop would make it end? It wasn't going to be that easy. Enough. Cease now, and let's open the secret door together. Otherwise, Beryl, don't blame me for being ruthless. Soon, I'll ensure no one in the Treeman tribe survives except you. The Adebayo spoke menacingly. Mastering divine arts gave him the authority to speak so harshly, because he indeed could achieve this, though it required a huge price. The Frisco's face changed slightly as his eyes fell on the staff in the Adebayo's hand. A huge gemstone on top flashed a bloody red glow. That was... He suddenly thought of something, his face darkening as he said, "Old stone, are you sure you won't alarm the gods by invoking forbidden divine arts?" The Adebayo replied coldly, "If the god awakens, you, who have abandoned your true form, will be the first to die." The Frisco's face turned even uglier. The two great tribes, giants and treemen, existed in the god's playground to bring joy to their god. Now, without his true form, he had already broken the god's rules. If the god awoke, perhaps the giants might still have a sliver of hope, but he would undoubtedly meet a terrible death. Fine, I cease the war. Finally, the Frisco lowered his head. That's better. Seeing the submission of the Frisco, the Adebayo sighed with relief. He didn't want to use forbidden divine arts unless absolutely necessary. Once used, not only would it require an unimaginably high cost, but also alerting the god and drawing their attention. Then they wouldn't be able to leave. After the Adebayo and the Frisco reached an agreement, the two tribes finally ended the battle. Both sides suffered heavy losses. Looking at the lost tribe members, the Adebayo's face was filled with dismay. They were all the pillars of his power in the Blue Star world. Who knew half would be lost like this? Indeed, in just a short time, nearly half of his giants had died. Certainly, the treemen hadn't fared well either, but their losses were far fewer. Those treemen who transformed into human forms played a huge role. Each of them could wield demonic arts. Under the enhancement of demonic arts, treemen often survived unless killed instantly, which clearly put them in a much better situation than the giants. Seeing this, murderous intent flashed again in the eyes of the Lani. Enough. Are you willing to sacrifice all our people here? The Adebayo was furious. Had it not been for the Lani, would there have been direct warfare between the two sides? After losing so many people, he still wanted to continue the fight. How could this not infuriate the Adebayo? He always knew the Lani lacked brains, but never thought he'd be so foolish. Choosing him as a collaborator back then must have been a major lapse in judgment. Are we just going to watch that rottenwood strut around arrogantly? The Lani felt reluctant. We'll deal with this later. Let's get through the secret door first. Once on the other side, we'll make further plans. At this point, the Adebayo did not wish to cause any more trouble. The Lani could only suppress his unwillingness. They actually stopped. On a vast tree canopy, Assad leaped up, standing tall, looking like an exiled immortal, faintly smiling. Since you've stopped, it's my turn. Formation of life and death. Will of heaven and earth. Activate. Rumbling. Suddenly, the heavens trembled violently, as if the entire forest sea might be lifted off the ground. An extremely dense aura of death spread, terrifying beyond measure. The sky abruptly darkened, covered by ominous clouds. What's happening? Is it going to rain? Giants looked up at the sky in confusion. The treemen began cheering, longing for such weather. Rain meant vitality for them, desperately needed after the intense battle. However, the Adebayo and Frisco felt uneasy. This was certainly not a prelude to rain. A sense of deep unease loomed ominously over them, oppressive and suffocating. Hissing sounds began to fill the air. At this moment, thick black smoke began to rise from the ground, and the blood spilled from the battle between the two tribes suddenly turned pitch black. No. The Frisco's face drastically for the whole body. It would surely mean certain death. What are you all doing, still standing there? Run. The Lani angrily urged the giants to flee towards where there was no death aura. Meanwhile, the Frisco glanced at the secret door, feeling a surge of temptation. Giants couldn't pass through this secret door, but he could. Those treemen who had transformed into human form under his command could also do so, along with many more treemen who hadn't yet transformed. A new world. The Frisco struggled internally. Seeing the spreading death aura, if he led part of his people to escape now, they could certainly make it. However, the remaining populace would surely meet a grim fate. But before he made up his mind, the few transformed tree men acted on their own. They abruptly charged towards the secret door. Seeing the seemingly real yet illusory portal in the middle of the secret door, they directly dove through. Boom. A terrifying event unfolded. A cloud of death aura, appearing at some point, sealed the entire secret door. They rushed in like mud entering the sea, instantly turning into pools of blood. Chapter 306 Relentless Pursuit. Damn it. The York's face was filled with shock and anger as he witnessed the scene. If it weren't for his subordinates disobeying orders and rushing into the secret gateway on their own, he might have been the one hit. Kilometer-tall giant. It really is you. You deserve death. Seeing Assad flying with the sword and killing the giant with his sword swing, the Aerie was furious. He waved his staff, releasing sparkling stardust like a river sweeping across all directions. Assad maneuvered the white bone immortal sword effortlessly, easily dodging the attack and continued driving the sword to kill the giants and tree men below. Bang bang bang. The white bone immortal sword flew past, instantly piercing through the giants' heads, sending beams of blood shooting up to the sky. Compared to killing giants, the tree men were harder to slay. They didn't have obvious weaknesses, requiring destruction of the wooden core inside their bodies. Of course, before Assad, they were all the same. In a short time, dozens of giant and tree men corpses fell to the ground, quickly being devoured by the life and death array, leaving nothing but residue. Aya! The Xylan enraged roar shook the heavens. He was genuinely enraged. These giants were all his people. More than half of them were already dead or wounded after battling the tree men, and now Assad was relentlessly slaughtering them. Watching the giants fall one by one, turning into corpses, how could his heart not be enraged? Seeing Assad still riding his sword and killing people, his anger boiled over. Boom. Swinging his battle axe, he slashed towards Assad. Today, I must kill you. We will not rest until one of us dies. I will avenge my people. The roar of the Xylan reverberated in all directions. Not rest until one of us dies? Assad sneered and laughed loudly. You chose to play the role of invaders and yet blame me for retaliating? You used to be human. It seems your loyalties have shifted. Since you want to be giants, then die here. Non-kindred beings harbor different hearts. If such massive beings as giants appeared on Blue Star, what would happen? Not only do they retain primitive hunting habits, but even an ambitious figure like the Aerie wouldn't just sit idly by. This would inevitably lead to conflicts between the two races. It's better to act now rather than wait for severe consequences. Starlight is armor appear. At that moment, the Aerie activated divine magic, covering the Xylan with radiant starlight, forming a massive suit of armor. Bang! Assad's sword struck his arm, only leaving a white mark on the starlight armor. Ha ha ha, you can't break my starlight armor. This is divine magic bestowed by priests from the gods. Now, it's your turn to die. Initially worried, the Xylan realized Assad's strike hadn't broken the starlight armor and immediately calmed down, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Boom boom boom. His wildly swinging battle axe moved with countless killing intentions. Assad's figure darted amidst these FZZT. It crumbled effortlessly. The sword energy surged toward the York. A wound was cut into the York's body, terrifying him enough to retreat continuously until he reached the side of the Aerie, still trembling from fear. If not for the Lonnie's attack on Assad moments ago, he might have truly been unable to escape. This monster. Are all the experts in that world like this? The York felt some regret. At this moment, Assad once again faced the Lonnie, looking at his heavily armored starlight armor and said expressionlessly, "Do you really think I can't break through your shell? Since you're eager to die, then I'll grant your wish." Severing River. Assad roared. One of the 3 deadly swords he hadn't used for a long time was activated once more. Boom. The sky and earth darkened, murderous intent soared into the heavens. A cold and domineering sword energy locked onto the Lonnie's body, causing a drastic change in his facial expression. As the ruler of giants, he hadn't felt this kind of imminent death in too long. But now, facing Assad's sword, his heart trembled. This sword would take his life. The Lonnie's mind let out a roar. He blocked the attack with his battle axe, shouting, "Shaman, save me. No time for nonsense when you're about to die." Assad controlled his sword, positioning it above the Lonnie's head. The sword light slashing down and breaking through the starlight armor, leaving a line of blood across the Lonnie's neck. Rumble. Hayward the ground shaking, ordering the giants to retreat. He fixed his gaze on Assad and said, "Today, I will surely kill you. Come then, let me see if you can." Assad's expression was calm. Compared to other giants, the Melvin wielded divine magic, and his strength surpassed that of a divine realm. To Assad, the only real threat came from him. With the great life and death array activated, Assad had already gained home field advantage. Within this formation, he could freely manipulate the aura of life and death. Empowered by this aura, his strength surged. 10,000 beams of starlight. The Melvin roared. A sea-boiling starlight rained down upon the earth, resembling numerous star rivers sweeping across. The starlight pressed down the void, making the surrounding death aura seem pale in comparison. Boom, boom, boom. The Melvin was enveloped in starlight, clad in armor more splendid than what the Xylan once wore. The starlight was resplendent, evolving the cosmos. Wielding a huge staff, the Melvin struck toward Assad. The 10,000 beams of starlight pushed forward like the sun, moon, and stars striking, displaying overwhelming might. What a surprise, old stone. You've still got this up your sleeve. Far away, the Gustavus looked grim. The power of this strike was immensely formidable. Even if he were still in his original form, he doubted he could face it head-on. He would have to avoid its peak. After transforming into human form, his original body no longer existed. Although he obtained sorcery through his bloodline inheritance, he still fell short in absolute power. Priest is invincible. Revenge for our king. Kill this bastard. The giants chanted in unison, their voices piercing the heavens. Foolish. Assad gave them a cold glance. Sword light surged like the sea, almost boiling over, forming a massive waterfall of sword energy around him. The collision of starlight and sword light resulted in silent annihilation at their intersection. I'm coming. Seeing an opportunity, the Gustavus acted decisively, firing a black bolt of lightning directly at Assad's head. The lightning was as thick as a water vat, sparks flying in all directions. Assad moved his feet, stepping to the side. The lightning missed. So, you want to come at me together? Whoosh. He lunged towards the Gustavus at incredible speed. There was just a shadow in the air, and when Assad reappeared, he had raised his long sword and brought it down on the Gustavus. Damn it. The Gustavus had intended to take advantage, but instead ended up being forced into the front line for the Melvin. Seeing Assad closing in, he immediately retreated rapidly. Boom. Black smoke exploded from his body, and he flew towards the Melvin enveloped in a cloud of demonic mist. Old Stone, stop him. I can't withstand his sword. Humph. The Melvin snorted but still stepped forward, attacking Assad. The staff blazed with countless meteors shooting forth. Boom, boom, boom. Each meteor was like a cannonball, extremely powerful. Assad strode forward, constantly wielding his sword, severing each meteor. Nothing seemed capable of stopping his advance. Those who stood in his way would be eliminated. The Melvin and the Gustavus exchanged glances and launched a coordinated attack on Assad. Their clash stirred up countless storms. Surrounding treemen and giants were caught in the crossfire, suffering many casualties. This sight further enraged the Melvin and the Gustavus, intensifying their murderous intent. Buzz. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed through the sky. It sounded like the creation of the universe, chaos unfolding again. Hiss. The Melvin and the Gustavus froze in place, fear etched on their faces. Assad also sensed a strong sense of unease and quickly retreated. What's happening? He gazed up into the sky. The stars in the sky began to move, each large star shifting according to some mysterious pattern, as if forming a specific design. Power could this be? Could there really be such a thing as a true god? Not just a divine realm, but a real, supreme being overlooking the world. Assad glanced far away at the cloud-topped divine palace, where an overwhelming and majestic aura emerged, immediately suppressing the entire world. Get out of here. His heart shook, sword light flashed, and he hesitated not for a moment, dashing towards the secret gate. He had to leave. If he delayed, he might not get away at all. Chapter 308 Finally leaving. Stop him. The York barked out. He had now realized that with the deity awakening, he could capture Assad and offer him to the deity. He could explain matters of the other world and might even earn a reward. The Adebayo's gaze darkened. In his heart, he planned to escape the control of the deity. If he were to offer the other world as well, when would he truly gain freedom? These 1,000 years of terror. He had endured enough. He must leave. Boom. The York couldn't care less about that now. He made the first move to intercept, driving a mass of black mist toward Assad from behind. Scram. Assad swung his sword backward, but did not slow his flight speed, rapidly closing in on the secret door. Bang bang. At this moment, the Adebayo also rushed forward with strides. Simultaneously, a voice suddenly appeared in Assad's ear. Let's join forces and kill the York. What do you think? Huh. Assad was startled, turning his head while flying to look at the Adebayo. The deity is about to awaken. Once it does, none of us can leave. But I have had enough of this world and wish to return home. The Adebayo continued using divine transmission. You and I will unite to eliminate the York, an obstacle. Then, you shall not hinder my return to that world, agree? As per his explanation, he only intended to go back alone, wishing to return home. Do you mean what you say? Assad narrowed his eyes, uncertain of the priest's true intentions. The Adebayo looked at him for a long time before sighing. A leaf returns to its roots. I am old, and I finally wish to return to my homeland for rest. Returning to his roots? Hearing this, Assad nodded and said, Fine, then I agree. But if you play tricks, I will take your life myself. Don't worry, I always keep my word. The Adebayo declared solemnly. After speaking, he raised his staff without hesitation, thrusting sharply towards the tree. Buzz. This fierce attack caught the York off guard, striking heavily against the enormous tree illusion behind him. A thunderous crash sounded as a large hole appeared in the illusion. Damn Stone, do you know what you're doing? The York was furious. The Adebayo replied coldly, taking your life. Do you really dare betray the deity? The York couldn't believe it. The deity was nearly awake, yet the Adebayo still insisted on betrayal. It was inconceivable. Had the Adebayo forgotten the deity's horror? Throughout these millennia, there were those who betrayed the deity, but their ends were grim. Some were roasted in divine fire for 100 years before being killed, soul utterly shattered, without any chance for reincarnation, countless ways to die, all used by the deity on the traitors. Every time he thought of those events, the York felt a chill. Betrayal? No, I just want freedom. After so many years, I've given more than enough to the deity, including my children and grandchildren, all dedicating their lives. After contributing so much, can I not ask for mere freedom? The Adebayo shouted angrily. Giving their lives to the deity is their honor. Seeing the Adebayo's resolve, the York stopped persuading and only coldly said, Since you speak thus, I will kill you and offer your life to that evil deity. The Adebayo growled fiercely. As they spoke, they fought. After transforming, the York adopted a humanoid form, making the attacks from the Adebayo and Assad less effective. Most of the time, it was Assad fighting alone against the York. With the inherited demonic arts in his bloodline, the York's realm far exceeded Assad's, making the fight challenging. Adebayo, is this all you've got? Assad called out unhappily. Of course, it was also a test. Facing the York alone, he indeed bore immense pressure, but not to the extent where help was absolutely necessary. Still, he opened his mouth to force the Adebayo into displaying his power. That starlight power was highly valued even by Assad, especially the temporal power contained within the starlight. No one dared overlook it, alongside the notions of destruction and chaos. If not for these powers originating from an unfathomable deity, he would seek them out. The Atabeo saw through Assad's thoughts and inwardly cursed him a little fox. However, at this moment, he dared not slack off. The gem on his staff emitted a bright crimson light, swiftly enveloping the York. Time is like sand in the Ganges, years of stars overshadow the world. Force of decay. Boom. The crimson starlight rained down on the York, causing him to start aging rapidly, visibly and alarmingly fast. Originally, his human form appeared to be around 50 years old, middle-aged, but under the light symbolizing the force of decay, he seemed to age several decades instantly. His hair turned gray and white, wrinkles appeared on his face, and his eyes began to turn murky. What kind of power is this? The York revealed a look of horror. He felt his movements slowing down, his entire body rusting as if becoming stiff, and let out a scream as Assad severed one of his arms with a sword. Ah! He stumbled back, unable to conceal his shock. Assad was also stunned by the effect of the Atabeo's attack, yet he did not stop moving, pursuing the York relentlessly. The York sealed the wound on his shoulder, and soon a new arm sprouted from it. How strong the vitality! Assad did not expect to take down the opponent so easily, but the speed of regeneration still surprised him. Still, considering that the opponent was a tree demon, it made sense. But the York's expression darkened. Already affected by the decaying power of the Atabeo, now he had to expend vast amounts of vitality to regenerate his body. Even he could not sustain such a drain. Seeing Assad advancing again, he gritted his teeth and fled on the black mist. Of course, before escaping, he grabbed Harris from among the giants, dragging him away amidst Harris's screams towards the direction of the cloud-topped divine palace. Not good. The Atabeo was startled, wanting to stop him, but it was too late. Assad ignored all this and walked straight toward the secret door. Seeing this, the Atabeo hurriedly followed. He had to leave. Otherwise, the deity would truly awaken, and there would be real deaths. However, the secret door had already shrunk to just a few dozen meters, making his face turn grim immediately. Hold on. The Atabeo rushed to block Assad, but Assad stepped right through the secret door, causing the Atabeo's expression to darken even further. Size adjustment. Seeing Assad disappear, the Atabeo's anxiousness vanished. He raised his staff, transforming himself into normal human size. Then, he plunged headfirst into the secret door as well. Chapter 309. Creepy Secret Door. Inside the secret door, Aiden's figure reappeared. He looked at the intruders Assad and the Atabeo, revealing a sinister smile. Buzz. The door flickered several times abruptly and vanished completely from this world. Oh no. At this moment, Assad, who had rushed into the secret door, also sensed something was amiss. It was just a door. He should have appeared in the real world. However, that did not happen. In front of him was a world shrouded in gray mist, with the ground seemingly mirrored and covered with water. There was an eerie atmosphere in the air. We might have been tricked. Assad realized this immediately. Then, the Atabeo appeared behind him. The human-sized Atabeo surprised Assad, who frowned and asked, "Can you change your size?" The Atabeo's surname is Zhang, and his name is Frederick. He looked around at the misty world with astonishment on his face repeatedly. Just then, a figure emerged from the gray mist. It was Aiden. He appeared right in front of Assad. Indeed, it's you. Assad stared at him. Aiden remained silent, walking straight towards them stiffly and expressionlessly, giving off an extremely creepy vibe. What kind of ghostly thing is this? Frederick swung his staff, knocking Aiden to the ground. But the face on the fallen figure was familiar to Frederick. Whiff. Frederick froze. He had only recently married when he accidentally entered the secret door, staying away for over 1,000 years. How could his wife possibly be here? He immediately sensed something wrong, his face turning cold. Looking down again, the person on the ground had a featureless face. At this moment, more footsteps emerged from the gray fog. This time, 4 people walked out, each with different body types and ages, yet their appearances were identical to Aiden. They walked toward Assad and Frederick, playing ghosts and gods. This time, Assad acted. He slashed his sword fiercely, and instantaneously, a cut line appeared between the eyebrows of the 4, followed by a thud sound as their faces fell to the ground. Again, they were 4 faceless figures. After the faces fell, they collapsed on the ground. However, in Assad's eyes, the appearances of these 4 people changed suddenly, showing the faces of Daisy, Mackenzie, Barbara, and Peggy. You're courting death. This instantly enraged Assad, whose internal aura started to surge violently. His eyes filled with icy killing intent, indicating that Aiden's actions had thoroughly provoked him. More footsteps echoed around them, and 16 figures appeared this time. They all displayed Aiden's face, staring at Assad and Frederick expressionlessly. Unlike before, they had a hint of a sinister smile on their lips. Assad, stay here and accompany me. Perhaps someday, I can use your name. As he spoke, the faces of these 16 people changed, all becoming identical to Assad's, and they moved towards him. By this time, Assad had regained his calmness, with unaltered killing intent in his eyes. Swoosh! A flash of swordlight splashed countless rays. Don't tear off their faces. Frederick hurriedly stopped him, sensing something amiss. It seemed that whenever these people's faces fell off, more figures would appear immediately. Though he did not know the purpose, caution was necessary. I know. Assad's swordlight indeed did not injure their faces. Instead, it pierced directly into their bodies and limbs, causing them all to freeze in place. However, an unexpected situation still occurred. Even though Assad was very careful, these people seemed untouchable, and their faces continued to fall off with a thud. The face skin dropped to the ground, and they also collapsed. Hiss! Even Frederick felt a wave of unease and eeriness. These people couldn't even be touched. What kind of world is this? Frederick couldn't hold back any longer. He had wanted to return to his original world to live as king, not to watch ghosts. This cursed place made him increasingly uneasy. Sure enough, more and more people emerged from the gray mist. They kept getting closer, and Assad and Frederick dared not let them approach, forcing them to take action. As the bodies fell, their faces peeled off and landed on the ground. Thud, thud. Soon, the ground was densely covered with corpses and fallen face skins. Next, blood began to gush out from the bodies. Suddenly, the area turned into a lake of blood. Assad and Frederick immediately floated up, watching as the corpses sank beneath the surface of the blood lake, while the face skins floated atop the water. The face skins appeared to open their eyes, with their mouths curling upward. They stared at Assad and Frederick and suddenly emitted an incredibly eerie laughter. The sound was like demonic music. Hearing it caused dizziness, disrupted internal energy, and nearly made one lose control. Not good. Frederick couldn't hold on, stumbling and falling into the blood lake. Splash! A huge splash of blood erupted from the lake. He struggled to get up, but the corpses below suddenly moved, grabbing him with countless hands, preventing him from rising. Assad hesitated for a moment, but decided to act. At such a critical time, every bit of strength mattered. He couldn't just watch Frederick die, as it might cause more problems. Assad grabbed Frederick's hand and pulled hard, trying to lift him out of the blood lake. However, as Frederick lifted his head, Assad almost let go, throwing him out. Because it was Aiden's face, a sinister smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 310, A Trio Battle. Frederick had been replaced. Assad immediately realized this, but it was too late. Aiden, immersed in the blood lake, suddenly pulled downward. Caught off guard, Assad was dragged into the lake of blood. Splash! Assad fell into the blood lake, causing water to explode outward. Countless corpses at the bottom of the lake reached out for Assad's body. Endless bodies and countless hands grabbed onto his hands and legs. Get away from me. Assad's expression was cold, yet he remained calm and composed. He violently shook his body, breaking all the hands that clung to him. However, a pair of arms as strong as steel continued to firmly restrain him. Sword wheel. Assad's expression remained icy. A ring of sword light formed around him, transforming into a giant wheel of blinding sword light, cutting the encroaching faces into dust. Do you really think you can defeat me with these phony tricks, Aiden? You underestimate me far too much. Assad declared loudly, hovering in midair. Aiden's voice sounded again. Of course I know these little tricks won't affect you, but I had to try, didn't I? Try. Assad couldn't help but laugh. His laughter carried the coldness of winter. If that's the case, then don't blame me for destroying this place completely. Three swords merge. He decisively released the magical power within him. A golden egg trembled violently as the rapidly rising power made the space around them shake. Assad slowly thrust his sword forward. Though it looked ordinary, it seemed to carry the weight of a mountain in Aiden's eyes. What a powerful strike. Aiden showed signs of shock. Even before the sword thrust, it already felt earth-shattering. Boom. The sword light struck the blood lake, wiping out the blood water and reducing the corpses inside to powder. As for those faces, they turned to ashes under the scattered sword light. Golden light enveloped Assad as he landed on the ground, now cracked and fragmented in all directions. Tap, tap, tap. Assad walked unhurriedly as everything around him turned to ashes in the sword light. Damn it. He's destroying the foundation of the secret gate. Aiden seethed. This time, it was a miscalculation on his part. Assad displayed unmatched sword skills when he unleashed all his power. Crucially, the deathly killing intent intertwined with the sword light was what mattered most. That was the power carried by the Hayward and Death Jade. At that moment, Aiden felt the secret gate trembling. Crack, crack, crack. He even heard faint cracking sounds in his ears. No, this can't go on. If it continues, the secret gate might suffer irreparable damage. Aiden's face darkened. He had intended to deal with Assad this way, but instead, he ended up losing more than gaining. Boom. Having no choice, Aiden activated the secret gate, creating a huge glowing circle in front of Assad. Outside the circle, one could see the enormous mine pit of the real world. Want me to leave? Assad sneered. Wanting to keep him here, fine. Wanting him to leave. Is he supposed to just leave? Didn't they know that inviting someone in was easy, but sending them away was hard? Want him to leave? Dream on. Today, he must destroy this place. The sword light spun like a wheel. Myriads of sword lights rained down here. The sword lights around Assad were almost indistinguishable. If an ordinary person looked over, they might think they were seeing a luminous sun. The astounding sword light poured down like the Milky Way falling from the sky. Rumble. The surroundings instantly turned into a wasteland. Aiden was thoroughly enraged. This was his bearer object. Assad's current actions were clearly aimed at destroying it. Assad, you're courting death. Aiden finally revealed his true form, emitting boundless golden light around him, floating in midair like an exalted deity. You've finally decided to show yourself. If you don't appear now, I will break your turtle shell completely. Assad attacked Aiden, without any hesitation with a sword strike. Humph. Aiden, sitting on home ground, did not hesitate either. Today, he would personally suppress Assad. He was determined to claim the origin of this formidable physical body. Buzz. The two clashed in midair like two constantly colliding celestial bodies, their formidable power shaking this secret door world as if trying to crush it entirely. It seems you are not as strong as I imagined. Assad narrowed his eyes. Aiden's face was cold and clear, enough to kill you. Actually, most of his strength was still resisting the secret door's lock, used to counteract the confined forces. Otherwise, Assad would not be his match. Boom. At that moment, Frederick suddenly rushed out from behind the mist. Damn it, trapping me and stealing my memories. No matter who you are, you're dead meat. Frederick roared angrily. It's you? He immediately spotted Aiden who was fighting with Assad, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Rumble. Regardless of whether it's you or not, take my stick first. He leaped up fiercely, instantly transforming into a giant more than a kilometer tall. His staff also growing larger, turning into a massive staff over a kilometer long. Bang! The staff, like a mountain, smashed towards Aiden. And Assad was caught in the middle as well. It was evident that Frederick intended to catch both Assad and Aiden in one net. Chapter 311. Changes in the outside world. A frenzied strike, completely surpassing the power of the divine realm. The sword light around Assad flashed, and he instantly vanished from his original spot. Before leaving, he used the sword light to block Aiden's retreat, forcing him to take the blow head-on. Damn it, do you think this amount of strength can do anything to me? Dream on. The color drained from Aiden's face. Around him, wind surged as a piece of bone suddenly flew out from his body, rapidly enlarging into an enormous white bone shield. The shield looked extremely ancient and worn. Yet, this shield managed to withstand Frederick's full-force attack. With a tremendous boom, Aiden landed on the ground. A glow shimmered over the shield, while Frederick's giant cane was actually sent flying away. So powerful. Assad's expression slightly changed. Even he would not dare confront such a blow head-on. It seems it's time to leave. Assad, with the intention of retreating, saw the light gate not far away, and with a flash, he disappeared before it, leaving the secret door's inner world. Not good. Frederick realized something was amiss when his attack was blocked and saw Assad depart. Wanting to follow, he was stopped by Aiden. Wanna leave? Take my strike first. Aiden's punch darkened the skies and changed the earth, completely controlling the secret door's inner world. His exertion made almost the entire realm assist him, causing Frederick to feel immense pressure. In no time, the two were engaged in combat. Frederick was clearly being overwhelmed, continuously spitting blood from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, Assad had also appeared in the real world. Looking at the familiar colossal mine pit, he let out a sigh of relief. Although this mission was short, at least it was over. However, Aiden's existence would surely be a significant threat to future exploration of the secret door. He must be eliminated. Of course, Assad had noticed Aiden's weakness. It seemed that he was dependent on the secret door, making it hard for him to stay far away from it, which could be a crucial point to break through. But his ability to possess others was indeed a concern. Once more people entered, problems were bound to arise. At that moment, he noticed something odd. Outside the secret door, someone had set up a strange array, seemingly intending to seal the area entirely, hindering those outside from approaching and making it difficult for those inside to exit. Naturally, this array was too crude to stop Assad. Assad's figure flickered, and he emerged. After a brief hesitation, he reinforced the array outside the secret door, invoking the endless flames of the earth veins, fully bringing it under his control, and sealing the secret door completely. He was worried that High Priest Frederick might come out again. This array would serve to isolate him perfectly. After all, this mountain-protecting great array came from his inheritance. Even Yuaning experts would find it hard to break through. Once triggered, a fire dragon king would appear. The flames unextinguished, the battle relentless. He would immediately rush here upon activation. Considering these things, Assad returned to the surface. Upon emerging, he noticed something amiss. The sword he left for Spike contained a strand of his sword intent, but now, this strand had lost contact with him. Was it used, or is it just too far, beyond my perception range? Assad squinted his eyes, filled with murderous intent. Halt, who here had been completely replaced. Assad realized that he didn't recognize a single one. However, compared to the previous group, these people exuded a strong, iron-blooded aura. His figure flickered as he entered the room. Inside, a tall 4-star combat general sat, with a leopard-like head and large round eyes, exuding an imposing presence like a mountain. Clearly, he was a senior grandmaster, whose breath felt like blazing fire, his chi and blood boiling. What happened? He asked. The combat troop captain quickly replied, General Alien Axton. We spotted a stranger coming from the direction of the secret door, but they vanished right before our eyes. It's likely a skilled expert. Could it be someone has come out from the secret door? Alien Axton frowned. You may step down. Alien Axton waved his hand, dismissing the captain, his eyes gleaming with thought. Recently, many people had entered the world beyond the secret door, not only domestic experts, but also some foreign ones. The original overseer here, Spike, had been reassigned, while Alien Axton had been transferred back from the border war zone to oversee this place. Yet, he distinctly remembered that a master had cast an array formation at the secret door. It wasn't time yet. It should have been impossible for anyone to come out. Alien Axton walked out of the house, his gaze sweeping over the distant fortification. Took a deep breath, finally calming down and said, I have met Mr. Luther. At present, I am temporarily in charge here. As for General Chu, he has been transferred to the border city. The border city? Assad couldn't help but laugh. What a sinister transfer this was. Spike's cultivation wasn't high. He hadn't even reached the Isabellister realm. For such a general to be stationed at the border was extremely dangerous. In a chaotic battlefield, it's customary to decapitate commanders. With Spike's strength, even with an army's protection, it wouldn't be safe enough. Alien Axton's heart pounded, unsure if Assad's laughter signified joy or anger. He tentatively asked, if Mr. Luther has any suggestions, you can propose them to Ahmed. I believe he would consider your opinions. Where is Ahmed now? Assad asked. Alien Axton replied, he is right here in the war zone headquarters. Then I shall go meet Ahmed. Assad stood up, his figure flashing away instantly. Phew. Seeing him leave, Alien Axton plopped into a chair. Cold sweat dripped down his back. Finally gone. What a huge presence. I hope Ayush can handle him. Though their conversation was brief, Alien Axton knew well about Assad's strength. He was indeed a true divine-level powerhouse. His actions in the large district headquarters were talked about with much excitement. Even though some people didn't believe it, as one of Ayush's trusted officers, Alien Axton knew Assad was indeed a divine-level expert. This time, when he entered the secret gate, Ayush sealed it, possibly considering avoiding direct conflict with him. After all, no divine-level powerhouse could be underestimated. Although Ayush had defeated or killed many divine-level experts, he still held respect and caution for any opponent. Just as Alien Axton relaxed, Assad reappeared in front of him as if he hadn't left. You mentioned Ayush just now? Assad looked at Alien Axton calmly. Oh no. Alien Axton panicked. This Assad actually heard his words and returned. His forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Mr. Luther, why did you return? Alien Axton stammered. An unprecedented terror enveloped his heart. Regret washed over him. How could he forget the power of a divine-level expert? He should not have spoken those words while Assad was nearby. Such a vast world allows me to go anywhere I want. Are you saying you don't welcome me? Assad said. No, not at all. Alien Axton quickly denied. Don't change the subject. Assad's voice turned cold. You told me to go to the headquarters and then mentioned Ayush. Is he at the headquarters? And where is Ahmed exactly? By the end of his words, Assad's tone was icy. It was different from Assad's nominal position. Blas held real power as a formidable battle general, commanding several elite troops. His involvement took many by surprise. At a critical moment, Ayush also spoke out against Jace's actions, supporting Blas. This led to Jace's influence rapidly declining, and he was eventually indirectly placed under house arrest, unable to leave his own courtyard. Blas thus naturally became the leading figure of the Southwest Large District. As the only Divine Realm expert in the Southwest Large District, Ayush remained calm and composed, still serving as the high-ranking guardian deity. Regarding the secret gate, he waved his hand and had all forces that wanted to enter pushed inside, then sealed the gate. Not only did he seal it, but he also invited a master from Dragon Tiger Mountain to set up a grand array. The purpose was to wait for the people inside to find what he needed, and then destroy this secret gate completely at the right time, restoring his freedom. Just as Assad was heading to the garrison, the Melvin Frederick inside the secret gate world desperately fled out, even exploding his own body. Only the transformed humanoid form managed to escape through the secret gate. Upon emerging, he immediately sensed something was amiss. There was something wrong here. Behind him was the secret gate, surrounded by layers of eerie light, with layers of life and death energy attached to it. It seemed that any touch would be crushed into powder by the life and death force. Frederick's face turned extremely grim. He was now severely injured and didn't dare to forcefully breach the formation. He didn't need to guess who had set up this formation. Assad, you bastard, calculating me even at this moment. He cursed angrily. However, the secret gate behind him suddenly made an unusual noise. He realized something was wrong. Assad's Aiden must have caught up. Damn, hadn't his own body explosion failed to kill the other party? How strong. Time to run. It wasn't wise to fight now. Frederick had been with the deity for so many years. Apart from the Frisco, this was the first time he encountered such a formidable individual. Chapter 313. The Dragon Venerable's Probe. A pity that Assad ran away. We don't know what Antony's background really is. Frederick's eyes rolled, and a faint light appeared on his cane. His body rolled and transformed into a piece of rubble on the ground. An ordinary-looking stone would never draw a second glance. Boom. The very next second after Frederick turned into a stone, Antony crawled out from the secret door. He was in terrible condition, nearly translucent. The explosion of the Adebayo's true form, Frederick, almost took half of his life. After all, Frederick himself surpassed the divine realm. The explosion of such a powerful figure was like a nuclear, especially Harris. He claimed to be a god in this world, but now facing an unknown deity, he finally realized the gap between them. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. The being inside the divine palace could easily obliterate him with just a thought. This made him tremble even more. However, it also gave him an idea. Just as he had unhesitantly joined the Adebayo, wouldn't it be better to serve an even stronger deity? He must be interested in that blue star world. Maybe I can become his spokesperson in that world. Great unknown existence, you must be able to feel my devotion. Harris even imagined future days in his mind. At that moment, the stars in the sky continued to move according to their preset constellation maps, and Antony's expression was somewhat solemn. Finally waking up, his eyes flickered, filled with hatred. Whoosh! Perhaps sensing Antony's aura, the divine light emitted by the cloud-top divine palace suddenly wobbled, causing Antony's expression to change. Hemph! Our encounters will continue. Antony instantly submerged into the secret door world. Boom! In the very next second after his disappearance, a beam of divine light shot out from the cloud-top divine palace and struck the position where the secret door had just existed. The god woke up. The York, witnessing this scene, knelt on the ground, shaking violently. But after waiting for a while, the divine palace seemed to return to tranquility, still shimmering with light, and the stars in the sky kept moving. Vaguely, one could see that the constellation map that the celestial stars wanted to construct was already halfway completed. The day the god truly awakens won't be far off. Southwest District. Base. Assad finally arrived here. Stopping at a distance, he could feel a golden pillar of light shooting straight into the sky. Indeed, it was a divine realm powerhouse. The Venerable Dragon. The opponent was a bit stronger than Assad expected. At least the aura radiated was the strongest he had encountered in the present world. Of course, having experienced the forest world, Assad was long accustomed to all this. After all, in the forest world, every giant or tree person possessed divine realm strength, even if they could only fight instinctively, which did not affect the fact that they were divine realms. Assad squinted his eyes, thinking about some news concerning the Venerable Dragon. Actually, Assad didn't know much about the Venerable Dragon, only that his combat power was formidable, even having records of slaying divine realm figures abroad. Besides, rumors suggested that this Venerable Dragon was related by blood to Jace. But why would the Venerable Dragon imprison Huxley at this time? Could it be that there's an irreconcilable conflict with an Easy? Everything is going too smoothly. What do you really want? Let me wait and see. Assad. Perhaps the timing of his appearance is just right. How will you respond? Blas. Jace. I hope you don't disappoint me. If Assad were here, he would likely have spotted the problem immediately. The Dragon Venerable's aura was extremely reserved, showing no sign of the golden pillar of light. That golden pillar did not originate from the Dragon Venerable. What did this mean? There was actually another divine realm powerhouse hidden within this small base. This revelation was shocking. Of course, without Assad's heavenly eye, such a detail would be difficult to detect. Nonetheless, it added an unpredictable element to Assad's actions. In a small courtyard, Jay sat in a pavilion, a teapot and 2 cups on the table. Steam rose from the boiling tea, filling the air with a faint fragrance. His expression was calm, showing no signs of low spirits despite being under house arrest. Instead, his deep eyes suggested acceptance of the situation, as if observing events unfolding from afar. However, a closer look revealed an increasingly intense golden hue in his eye.